The status of wizards is transcendent and unparalleled across all continents and the multiverse. Mysterious, wise, cruel, and bloody, these epitomize the essence of a wizard. Yet, what is the true nature of these enigmatic figures? Upon engaging with the realm of wizards, Angell deduced a profound conclusion. Wizards are individuals who illuminate their own selves through idealism while dialectically understanding the world through a materialistic lens. In other words, they are a cadre of unconventional scientists, rigorously traversing the path to truth and solitude. In the vastness of the multiverse, myriad worlds overlap infinitely. Under the unseen guidance of sentient beings, each civilization has embarked upon its unique journey. Among these, the wizarding world, with its distinctive cultivation of civilization, traverses the boundless plains. Despite the formidable prowess of the wizarding realm, the ultimate truths of the universe and the mysteries of dimensions remain perpetually elusive. Until one day, an interloper from a multiverse graced this world with their presence. In the province of Yame, the town of Gru, as the Frost Moon made its initial appearance, this remote town, far from the heart of the Golden Sparrow Empire, unexpectedly welcomed a contingent of silver-armored knights bearing high banners of their clan. Old Scholar Parsha, upon catching sight of the emblem on the banners, widened his eyes in astonishment, breaking into a cold sweat. A fierce tiger treads upon a python, which coils around a full moon. Parsha's neighbor, the only blacksmith in town, Dim, noticed his old friend's demeanor as he puffed on a hookah, perplexedly inquiring, "What's with that expression? Old chap, do you perhaps know the origins of these knights?" Taking a deep breath, Parsha whispered to Dim, "If I'm not mistaken, that emblem on the banner appears to be the crest of the Mengyan family." "Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Through the glass window of the smithy, Parsha observed Dim's apprehensive demeanor and could not help but shake his head. Under normal circumstances, these two old friends would have exchanged jests, but given the unexpected arrival of the Mengyan family in Gru, and considering their significant role within the empire, Dim's timidity became understandable. The Mengyan family is regarded as the backbone of the Golden Sparrow Empire, having produced at least 6 military generals over the centuries, who have achieved remarkable military feats in defending against foreign invasions. Moreover, during every conflict, members of the Mengyan family do not cower in the safety of shelters. Each member is a warrior on the front lines, unafraid of battle, displaying both valor and cunning. Such a handsome and illustrious family naturally commands the military's lifeblood within the empire. Recently, the Golden Sparrow Empire has found itself in a state of hostilities with the neighboring Hylon, and the borders of the Hylon dynasty lie not far from Gru. The arrival of the knights from the Mengyan family may very well pertain to this situation. Parsha speculated that there could be 2 objectives, conscription or fortification, perhaps both. However, they did not seek the town's mayor. Could it not be for conscription? Continuing his observation, Parsha noted that this cavalry unit was instead heading towards another location, the Patrician Manor, which, even amidst the frost moon, flourished with vibrant blossoms. At the Patrician estate, 2 maids adorned in beige linen headscarves were laboring while engaging in hushed whispers. Their topic of gossip was none other than the 2 young masters of the Patrician family. The master and mistress have been deceased for 2 years. According to the laws of the empire, the frost of this month following the frozen soil signifies the time for the young master to inherit his title, remarked the young maid with an apple-shaped face, a hint of concern in her voice. "I wonder how the second young master situation will change after the elder master's inheritance. Ollie, it is best for us servants to refrain from discussing matters of the gentry. However, I find your worries to be rather unwarranted. Though you work in the second young master's tea garden, it is quite distant from the main estate. You may not be aware that the relationship between the elder and second young masters is quite amicable. Do not fret, the familial discord often depicted in operatic scripts will not manifest in our estate," replied the middle-aged maid with a pockmarked face, smiling. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed along the path outside the tea garden. Soon, a knight clad in gleaming bronze armor appeared before them. The horse whinnied and reared as the knight halted at the entrance of the tea garden, removing his helmet. Before them stood a robust young man with brown hair, radiating a vigorous aura. The backlight accentuated the contours of his face, enhancing his already handsome features with an extraordinary presence. His gray-green eyes swept over the 2 maids, briefly passing over Ollie and settling on the middle-aged maid. "Good afternoon, Maid Manna," he greeted. Manna set down the bamboo basket she held and curtsied to the young knight. "Good afternoon, young Master Leon." Leon glanced at the freshly picked tea leaves in Manna's basket, a flicker of resignation crossing his features. "Has my brother gone to see that old man again?" Manna lowered her head respectfully, responding, "Young Master Angell is studying with Mr. John." Leon grimaced, muttering to himself, "Studying? That old man seems to have lost his wits, rambling on about nonsense every day. My brother seeks his tutelage and even brings him tea leaves daily. I suspect he is quite mad. I cannot fathom why my brother insists on learning from him." Irritated, Leon tugged at the reins. "Fine, I understand. You may return to your tasks. I shall go find him now." With that, Leon spurred his horse, galloping away. After a while, Leon arrived at the southeastern edge of the estate, where a delicately crafted stilted wooden building stood atop a small hill near the woods. The architectural style was remarkably unique, with soaring eaves and a two-story structure one side connected to the ground and the main building, while the other three sides were suspended, supported solely by pillars. This stilted building, in both construction and design, diverged entirely from the architectural characteristics of the Golden Sparrow Empire. Leon had not encountered a similar style, even in the other countries he had visited. What a marvelous structure! Suspended on three sides, yet remained steadfast, he mused. Despite his grievances about John stealing his brother's attention, Leon could not help but admire John's extraordinary craftsmanship in architecture. However, he would never express such admiration outwardly. Furthermore, aside from this stilted building, Leon found little else to commend John, for perhaps the method of its construction was commonplace in John's country. Even after nearly 20 years at Pat Estate, Leon remained oblivious to the whereabouts of John's homeland. As I opened the bamboo door of the stilted house, I beheld a modest room where a young man with finely chiseled features was engrossed in a scroll of parchment, swiftly recording something with a quill dipped in ink that lay beside him. Leon approached, careful to moderate the force of his footsteps, yet the copper greaves he wore still echoed with a resounding thud against the wooden floor. "Ah, you have arrived?" The young man marked a period on the parchment, lifted his gaze to the newcomer, his voice bright and clear, imbued with a warm familiarity. "My dear brother, Angell, from your tone, it appears you anticipated my visit today," Leon remarked with a smile. "Did that old man teach you this?" Angell shook his head. "Is such an insight truly necessary?" Father always relished speaking in such a manner. "But what if someone misconstrues your knowledge of their intentions, and upon entering, you choose to remain silent? How would you initiate a conversation?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "I would maintain my composure and await their words." "What if they remain silent?" Angell pursed his lips. "Then it would be quite awkward. If it were me, I would simply turn and leave to avoid further discomfort. Should they call out to me, a dialogue would naturally ensue." Leon chuckled and nodded, refraining from passing judgment, instead surveying the room. "And where is that old man, Joan?" Upon hearing Leon mention Joan, Angell's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. "You are aware that our mentor's health has been deteriorating, each part of him gradually succumbing to frailty. Just the day before yesterday, he lost all mobility in his legs. He has just applied some medicine and is currently resting upstairs." Chapter 2. Mentor John. More than 20 years ago, the brother's father, Noah Pat, rescued John, who was barely clinging to life outside the estate. After nursing John back to health, Noah, moved by compassion upon learning of John's homelessness, took him in and offered him a generous position as a fruit grower. The circumstances surrounding John's injury and his origins remain an enigma, as he has never shared them with anyone. He often claims to hail from another planet, yet he never elucidates the location of this so-called planet. John is a man of eloquence, possessing skills in both cultivation and construction. In their youth, the brothers were enamored with visiting John, captivated by his enchanting tales. The worlds within his stories brimmed with towering edifices, soaring metallic contraptions in the sky, and even gardens built upon the moon. Young Leon relished these narratives, dreaming that adulthood would grant him passage to the fantastical realms John described. However, as time progressed and Leon matured, he came to the disheartening realization that John's tales were mere fabrications. The shattering of this childhood dream left Leon grappling with feelings of disdain and anger towards John. Leon felt a deep-seated frustration towards Angell's unwavering faith in John. even going so far as to regard him as a mentor. Despite his attempts to intervene, Angell merely responded with a smile, neither rejecting nor disputing Leon's concerns. Angell's demeanor, akin to John's, appeared calm and gentle, yet he remained steadfast and unyielding. Leon picked up the parchment on Angell's desk, observing the densely packed text, and his eyes transformed into a swirl of confusion. Rather than utilizing the common script of the continent, Angell opted for the archaic characters taught by the old man. Surely, such writings were meant for others to decipher, unless they concealed some unspeakable secret. While Leon initially grumbled, a sudden thought struck him, and a mischievous grin crept across his face as he turned to Angell. "Dear brother, might you enlighten me? Is it perhaps a record of adolescent dilemmas? Do share. I can offer you guidance." With a resigned sigh, Angell pointed to a corner of the page. "This is Chinese, taught to me by my mentor, the common script of his homeland. The content details the meanings of several physical constants calculated by him." He then gestured to a few symbols resembling tadpoles. "These are Arabic numerals, akin to the measurement units of our Golden Sparrow Empire. Albeit this method of notation is more straightforward and intuitive. These numbers correspond to the physical constants above and can be used to record a multitude of information." Despite Angell's lengthy explanation, Leon comprehended not a single word. However, he remained unconcerned, attributing it to John's increasing prowess in the art of persuasion and his innocent, endearing brother's heightened susceptibility to persuasion. Any sympathy or concern Leon once harbored for John's well-being had now vanished. With a wave of his hand, he interrupted Angell's discourse and retrieved a beautifully packaged letter from within his armor. "Enough, enough. No need to elaborate further. I neither understand nor wish to listen. Here, take this. It is the invitation from the Lord of the city. This time, I shall inherit my father's title, requiring the notarization from both the Lord and Marquis Merlin. We shall depart in half a month. Have you not longed to attend Master Majeff's solo concert? Once we arrive in Watford, after we attend to our affairs, I shall take you to the Ocean Theater, allowing you to immerse yourself in the experience." Angell took the invitation, his expression slightly gleeful. He had long heard of a renowned musician in Watford, celebrated throughout the empire for both composition and lyrics, yet he had never had the fortune to meet him. With the opportunity presented by his brother's inheritance, how could he not be elated at the prospect of finally listening to his music? Noticing Angell's struggle to contain his excitement, feigning calmness, Leon could not help but ruffle Angell's golden locks. Unsurprisingly, his gesture prompted a glare of indignation from Angell. "I have told you repeatedly, do not touch my hair. It is a matter of a man's dignity, and I shall never concede." Leon was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, finally ceasing after a considerable time. "You have just turned 14. You do not yet belong to the realm of men, merely a youth yet to reach maturity." The two brothers engaged in playful scuffles, but Angell, still in his developmental phase, was no match for the robust and formidable Leon. Eventually, Angell could only glare at Leon in frustration before returning to his task of recording the assignments given by Mentor John. Leon, seeing his younger brother sulking, could do little but sigh and depart. After roughly half an hour, Angell emerged from his sea of numbers. Observing the empty room, he realized Leon must have left quite some time ago. Checking the time, he concluded it was nearly lunch. He opened the door and, as expected, found 2 lunch boxes placed on the stone table in the yard, with maid Manna methodically unpacking the dishes. Finding yet another meal of vegetable soup paired with bread and fruit, Angell felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He longed for the simple fried rice prepared by his mentor, which seemed imbued with a magical essence that compelled him to indulge in it. Ever since his mentor's health had deteriorated, he had not tasted such delightful fare again. Alas now, with his mentor's limbs nearly atrophied, he feared he might never savor his cooking again. Manna ascended the stairs with the soup to feed the ailing John, while Angell remained ensconced in his melancholy reverie. After finishing his meal, Angell entered the house and fortuitously encountered Manna descending from the 2nd floor. "Maid Manna, has the mentor awakened?" "Dear young master, Mr. John has indeed awoken," Manna replied, shaking the basket containing clean porcelain dishes. "Today, Mr. John has a good appetite. He finished all the soup." "That's splendid. I shall go see the mentor." Observing Angell hurriedly dash upstairs, Manna smiled tenderly, her heart filled with affection. The Pat Manor is currently overseen by 2 young masters. The elder exudes a cold and proud demeanor while the younger is gentle and serene. Little do others realize that both of these young masters are merely children yet to mature. Despite their outward displays of strength, they harbor a softness within, Only in the presence of their devoted servants do they let down their guard and reveal the vivacity appropriate for their age. Minter. As Angell pushed open the door to the attic, he beheld an elderly gentleman reclining on a chaise longue on the balcony, attended with utmost reverence by a mute servant. The man's complexion was waxen and his skin gaunt, his appearance strikingly dissimilar to that of the locals, exuding a profound sense of the exotic. His eyes, somewhat clouded, still revealed the depths of dark pupils. He was none other than John, the elder whom Angell revered most since the passing of his father, and the guiding mentor throughout his life. Chapter 3. The temporal visitors of discomfort, you have arrived. John did not turn his head. Instead, he gazed into the distant, lush forest. Hearing such a familiar phrase, Angell suddenly recalled the conversation he had with his brother earlier, and a gentle smile crept across his face. Yes, I have come, Angell replied, gesturing towards the ointment on the table for the mute servant. The mute servant waved his hand dismissively at Angell. With a resigned sigh, Angell picked up the ointment and sat beside John. Master, you have yet again disregarded the physician's advice. Angell unscrewed the cap of the glass jar and began to apply the thick, green ointment onto John's limbs, which had grown somewhat gaunt. Whether or not I apply it, it matters not, John said, a hint of nostalgia and sorrow flickering in his eyes. I am nearing death. It will no longer allow me to live. Who is it? Angell asked, suddenly alert, scanning the surroundings. Could it be an enemy of the master? After a considerable pause, John shook his head. There are no enemies. My adversary resides in another dimension. Upon hearing John mention another dimension, Angell instinctively signaled for the mute servant to leave. Even though the servant could not speak, he always took precautionary measures, ensuring the servant's absence whenever John spoke of his past. The origin of John still struck Angell as unfathomable. John hailed from another world, or rather, another planet. Due to an accident, he had traversed from his homeland to this unfamiliar land. After John arrived, he was rescued by Angell's father, leading to subsequent events. Initially, Angell did not believe in the notion of traversal, but as John imparted more knowledge to him, helping him establish a comprehension of both the micro and macro realms, Angell found himself compelled to accept this reality. The knowledge John bestowed upon him, though conceptually grand yet lacking practical wisdom, was invaluable. The data Angell calculated on his own revealed just how precious this knowledge was, far surpassing the current educational standards of the Goldfinch Empire. Even if a part of Angell still harbored skepticism, he had begun to be swayed. Once the mute servant closed the door and the sound of footsteps descending the stairs faded away, Angell softly inquired, then, who is it that the master speaks of? John remained silent for a while before asking Angell a rather ambiguous question. Do you believe the world possesses consciousness? The concept of Gaia consciousness was absent in the Goldfinch Empire, and this world knew not of a Mother Earth named Gaia. The notion of Gaia consciousness was something John had shared with him, and at the time, Angell had merely regarded it as a myth from another realm. Little did he expect John would suddenly pose such a question. Somewhat, John replied with a slight nod. In the past, I was a staunch believer in science. Even when it was suggested that the end of science leads to God, I never subscribed to that belief. However, upon arriving in this world, I increasingly sense that certain things are gradually transforming, including the aspect of Gaia consciousness. John's gaze drifted towards the distant blue hills. My body has inexplicably succumbed to a state of decline since my arrival in this world. I have undergone a comprehensive examination by the parasitic chip, revealing no traces of illness, thus indicating that I am not afflicted by any disease. Although Angell does not comprehend the term parasitic chip, he understands John's words. Given that no illness is present, why? Angell gazes at John, whose body is almost withered to a mere skeleton, his heart filled with perplexity. John, despite being in his early 50s, appears as though he could easily be mistaken for someone in their 80s or 90s. The source? Angell looks at John with confusion. Much like I previously inquired about the Gaia consciousness, I speculate there may exist a colossal collective consciousness in this world, operating with cold indifference and impartiality. Repelling all foreign souls, it embodies the very essence of the world. Perhaps my ailing body is its creation. John turns to Angell, in simpler terms. The reason my body is in such a state is merely due to an incompatibility with this land. After all, I am not a native of this world. In the opulent main hall, beneath a chandelier of crystal and glass, two individuals sit at a long rectangular table, each flanked by several fully armored knights. To the left sits the furrowed-browed heir to the Pat estate, Leon Pat. To the right, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, his brown beard obscuring his features, is Eaton Morn. Eaton Morn holds the title of Count and hails from the Morn family, the backbone of the Golden Sparrow Empire, renowned for their martial prowess over centuries. Currently, many elite warriors from the Morn family are engaged in battle against the Ceylon nation on the front lines, raising questions about why Count Eaton has suddenly arrived in Grewtown. After a prolonged silence, the tension between the knights escalates. As the Morn family is a lineage of warriors, the knights' formidable presence swiftly overwhelms the Pad Estate's retainers, culminating in one knight succumbing to the pressure and dropping his longsword with a resounding clang upon the floor. Observing this, Leon furrows his brow slightly and feels compelled to speak. "I beg your pardon, my knight is unfamiliar with decorum." With a wave of his hand, Leon signals, prompting his knights to half-bow in salute before gradually stepping back. This simple gesture effectively diffuses the earlier surge of intensity from the opposing knights. Could Count Eaton's unexpected visit be related to supply matters for the front lines? Currently, as the two nations are at war, the Ceylon nation, though small, consists predominantly of islands scattered like stars amid the azure and stormy seas. The naval capabilities of the Golden Sparrow Empire are not particularly formidable. In response to the invasion of Ceylon, their defenses are primarily reactive, concentrated along the coastline. Prolonged defensive standoffs, coupled with the scarcity of freshwater resources, have necessitated that neighboring towns shoulder the burden of supplying water. Grewtown is but a cog in this supply chain. The responsibility for provisioning the front lines falls squarely upon the shoulders of the Pad Estate, which means that ordinary townsfolk may remain oblivious to this fact. However, as the Lord of the Pad Estate, Leon is certainly aware of the situation. Indeed, the unwavering support from the Pad Estate over the past few months has proven invaluable. Without it, our vanguard regiment would scarcely endure. The Earl of Eaton expressed his gratitude, then shifted the conversation. "There is certainly no issue with the water supply. However, my purpose in visiting today is to inquire about a certain matter." "What matter?" Lion raised an eyebrow, looking in his direction. The Earl smiled, yet his beard obscured his face, rendering it difficult to discern his expression. Nonetheless, Lion did not perceive any mirth in Eaton's eyes. "I wonder, my lord, if you have ever heard of the morning dew following a rain?" Chapter 4. Morning dew after the rain. Morning dew after the rain? Eaton observed Leon's contemplative demeanor, sensing authenticity rather than pretense. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Doesn't Viscount Pat know? I have yet to inherit the title, so there's no need for the formality." "Simply call me Leon," he replied, shaking his head. "Morning dew after the rain sounds familiar, yet I cannot quite recall what it is." Eaton scrutinized Leon deeply, extending his hand to retrieve a wooden box from his attendant and presenting it to Leon. "Do you recognize this box?" The exquisite wooden box, distinct in its artistry from the popular relief carvings of the Empire, featured simple, undulating lines that depicted cloud patterns. This style starkly contrasted with contemporary trends. Perhaps others would not recognize it, but Leon distinctly remembered it as the favored tea box of old John. Could it be that an adversary of John had come seeking him? This should be a box for storing items, I presume? Leon initially intended to declare it a tea box, but after a moment's reflection, he altered his words. Despite his disdain for old John, he could not betray him, especially considering his beloved younger brother's deep admiration for the man. Even for that reason alone, he would safeguard John's secret. Leon, still youthful, quickly masked his astonishment. Yet that fleeting moment did not escape Eaton's keen observation. "You have no recollection of this box?" came the skeptical inquiry. "None," Leon replied without hesitation. After a prolonged silence, Eaton smirked, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. "Very well, since Viscount Pat has no memory of it, we shall not waste any more time. Farewell." As Eaton and his attendant departed, Leon's expression gradually darkened. Their abrupt exit, coupled with the frigid menace that lingered in Eaton's wake, instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Pondering the situation, Leon ordered the knights stationed at the estate to assume a defensive posture before hastening to the stilted building where old John resided. This marked his second visit to the stilted structure that day, yet his mood was starkly different. He rushed in, stirring a gust of wind that swayed the low grass in the courtyard. "Brother, what brings you here?" Angell, noticing Leon's troubled countenance, abandoned his playful banter, sensing something significant had transpired. "Have you seen the tea box? The one old John uses for his tea leaves," Leon exclaimed, dashing up the stairs and pushing open the door to John's bedroom. Angell followed closely behind. "The tea box? Is this what you mean?" He produced a round, dragon-carved box from a small cabinet. John, who had been seated at his desk reading, observed Leon's flurry of activity with keen interest. "What is this? Have you finally awakened to the joys of appreciating my tea?" young Leon. John chuckled. While the Golden Sparrow Empire also produced tea, it bore little resemblance to the concoctions crafted by John. The Empire's tea, to be precise, was a beverage made with fresh flowers, syrup, and milk, reminiscent of milk tea. Angell and John both have a penchant for rich, milky tea. However, John seldom indulges in such beverages. The tea he consumes is exclusively crafted from leaves harvested from his own cultivated green tea trees, meticulously prepared by hand without the addition of any other seasonings. The tea garden where Ali previously worked was, in fact, established and tended to by John during a time when his health was considerably better. As his condition deteriorated, he entrusted its care to the head maid, Manna. Leon dismissed John's playful banter and took the tea box from Angell's hands. Frowning, Leon remarked, "Something seems amiss." "What is not right?" John inquired. "A serpent beast?" "Brother, this is, in fact, a dragon." "A dragon? I have never seen one so slender." Angell understood that discussing the mythological cultures of different worlds with Leon would lead to confusion, so he ceased his rebuttal and elaborated. "The box used by the minter to store tea is typically adorned with dragon carvings. Furthermore, the minter has engraved peach motifs on the rose tea box for mother, bat motifs for father's tea box, and various other designs. The wave-like pattern you mentioned is likely a cloud motif intended for gifts." Angell cast a curious glance at Leon. "Did I not mention that cloud motif boxes are for gifting? There are none here. Father once commissioned the minter to carve a batch of cloud motif boxes, and aside from those intended for gifts, they should be stored in the warehouse." "Leon, please tell me what transpired." It was John who spoke, his silence having masked a vigilant observation of Leon's expression, which had been fraught with anxiety from the outset. Leon regarded John, appraising him for a moment before slowly beginning. "Today, the Earl of Eaton from the Minjen family." "Oh, I see. Young Leon is concerned that my old adversary might come knocking." John chuckled upon hearing Leon's words. "Who is worried about you? I am merely concealing matters for Angell's sake." Leon retorted, awkwardly turning away with a huff. Angell silently mused, having always thought his brother possessed a strong masculine disposition. It appeared he also harbored the legendary traits of Tsundere. John regarded Leon, stating, "In this world, the individuals I know are confined to the bounds of Grutown. There is no necessity for me to fabricate any tales." Since John arrived in this realm, his health had already begun to decline, compounded by the barriers of language and culture. It took him several years, with the aid of Viscount Pat, to acclimate. By the time he had nearly adjusted to this world, signs of atrophy had commenced in his limbs, rendering him incapable of venturing far. Thus, for many years, the furthest he had traveled was accompanying old Pat to the imperial capital for medical treatment, which naturally limited his social circle and precluded the possibility of harboring enmities. Noticing Leon's puzzled expression, Angell interjected, "The minter has neither lied, nor is there any need for deceit. Perhaps, brother's reasoning has been flawed from the outset. The Earl of Eaton may be entirely unaware of the minter's existence." "What do you mean?" Leon asked. "According to your account, the Earl of Eaton has come for a specific matter and inquired about the morning dew after the rain, which suggests that this is indeed his purpose." Angell tilted his head slightly, a habitual gesture during his moments of contemplation. "However, isn't the morning dew after the rain akin to a form of tea? Meant to be savored? There is an undeniable sense that something feels amiss." Chapter 5. The extraordinary emergence after hearing about the morning dew from Eaton. Leon felt an inexplicable familiarity. It turned out to be a type of tea. As the dusty box of memories was opened, Leon immediately recalled a series of reminiscences associated with the morning dew. He had once savored this tea, which was favored by John. The brewed liquid displayed a pale green hue, as the needle-like leaves danced in the boiling water. Gazing at that verdant color was akin to beholding a lush forest. As for the taste, Leon could not quite remember. It was likely a bitter brew, for the old man John had a penchant for such varieties. "Was there anything peculiar about the morning dew?" Leon inquired of John. John's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. "Nothing particularly strange. It is just ordinary tea, something you have both tasted, as have your parents. However, if there were to be anything extraordinary, it would only be one possibility." "What possibility?" Leon pressed eagerly. "The tea seedlings of morning dew do not originate from this realm, but rather have come with me from another world." Before John could finish, Leon rolled his eyes. "All right, since Count Eaton is not here for you, but merely for the morning dew, I shall extend an invitation to him to visit the manor for tea tomorrow evening." He had no desire to entertain John's nonsensical theory of otherworldliness. With that, Leon turned and departed. John, meanwhile, gazed silently at the tea box in Angell's hands. Mist swirled gently, the thin smoke rising. Angell leaned over the artisan table, observing the tea leaves in the transparent cup as they rose and fell with the hot water's embrace. This was the morning dew. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Angell secretly relished rich tea infused with milk, drinking deeply, as the creamy essence clung to the edges of his mouth. His tongue would sweep out to capture the lingering flavor, leaving him with a profound sense of satisfaction. John often teased him, saying that only children enjoyed milk. Thus, to project an air of maturity before John, he typically drank the bitter, herbaceous tea in public. After pondering for a moment and finding no answers, Angell decided to abandon his thoughts and resumed perusing some materials organized in his mentor's bookshelf. Most of these documents encompass knowledge pertaining to the empire of Goldfinch and surrounding nations, including language, culture, history, scripts, medicine, and astronomy. After reading an epic that celebrated the warriors of the sea, he noted John's commentary. The language is exquisite, the structure well-organized. Yet the abundance of laudatory terms obscures the potential historical data. It could serve as supplementary material for the history of the Ceylon Kingdom. In earlier years, John had been fond of studying physical data and biological forms. But he later discovered that some constants represented by the data did not adhere to the operational rules of Earth. This realization illuminated the peculiarities of this world. And in recent years, he had gravitated towards the organization and study of literary materials. The kingdom of Jinke and its neighboring nations seemingly lacked the position of a historian. Thus, the historical materials compiled by John over the past decade may be deemed unparalleled. Angell, intrigued by the recently organized documents by his mentor, perused them with great diligence. In this realm, the literate are few, and fundamental universal knowledge appears to be absent. For instance, the ancient Huaxia held a concept of a round sky and a square earth. Albeit erroneous, it nonetheless provided a notion of the planet they inhabit. In contrast, the inhabitants of this world are restricted to a national perspective, lacking any comprehension of a grand unified macrocosm. I hope to uncover the name of this planet in other literature. If I cannot, I shall name it myself. Being a native, Angell was well acquainted with the materials and merely glanced over them before opening another scroll titled A Guide to the Applicability of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Western Medicine in this realm. This document, entirely in Chinese, is likely comprehensible only to Angell and John. As dusk fell, a servant ignited the firewood in the hearth. The warm glow, accompanied by the soft chirping of insects in the yard and the distant cawing of crows, heralded yet another gentle evening. Meanwhile, not far from the outskirts of Gru Town, a row of makeshift tents encircled a roaring campfire. Notably, at the heart of the tent cluster stood a grand and opulent black tent adorned with golden edges, with the surrounding tents resembling stars revolving around a central moon, providing a protective embrace. This was the temporary encampment of Eaton Morn, yet the blacktop tent was not his. The chilling winds of the frozen soil month howled, unimpeded by trees, causing even the armored knights to shiver. Observing this, Count Eaton commanded a pair of sentry knights to patrol outside the tent, while the remaining knights rested by the campfire. Once arrangements were made, Count Eaton slowly strolled into the sumptuous black tent. Upon entering, the authoritative demeanor he wore while issuing commands swiftly dissolved, replaced by a countenance of deference and eagerness to please. The tent was sparsely decorated, yet each item within exuded an aura of peculiar significance. In one corner, a bearded old man clad in a black robe scribbled fervently, a crystal ball eerily floating beside him. Within the crystal ball, mist swirled and transformed. As the old man occasionally glanced at it before returning to his writing, Eaton, casting his gaze toward the crystal, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and quickly diverted his attention elsewhere. "Have you found the morning dew after the rain?" A hoarse voice emerged from the old man. With a tinge of trepidation, Eaton recounted his dialogue with Leon Pat at the Pat Manor earlier that day. "Oh." The old man set down his quill, allowing the crimson ink on the paper to dry. Although the other party was unaware of the morning dew, their expression shifted slightly upon seeing the wooden box. Could its creator be suspect, or perhaps a practitioner of magic as well? Eaton furtively glanced at the design on the paper, where blood-red patterns formed undulating waves, interspersed with strange lines and symbols in the center. Upon casting a fleeting glance, Eaton immediately felt a pang of discomfort in his eyes. His countenance darkened as he murmured, "Father, if you can take the Allen siblings away, I shall be utterly content. As for myself, remaining within the family poses no issue." The elderly man, with a beard as white as snow, let out a sigh. But his expression softened upon recalling his two grandsons. The gift of wizardry has always been exceedingly rare. In some regions, it is a 1 in a million occurrence. Our family has been blessed to produce two gifted individuals. This is indeed a favor from the heavens. Moreover, Alan and Eileen are my descendants, and I shall, of course, attend to their needs with utmost care. Regrettably, my own aptitude is not high, and I suspect that in a few years, I will need to rely on my grandchildren. After speaking, the old man's gaze shifted to the wooden box upon the table. The carvings were intriguing, yet the absence of magical resonance in the patterns suggested it belonged to an ordinary individual. He shook his head. In the old Earth continent, finding a spellcaster was a rare feat. This land had even suppressed elemental fluctuations, rendering it impossible to procure the necessary materials for mystics who relied on bloodlines or other non-elemental means. After all, this is the forgotten continent. Since Leon refuses to speak the truth, he must not blame me. Eaton clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. Concerning my father's promotion, this is of utmost significance. Tonight, I shall command Sir Mal to lead 2 battalions of iron cavalry to flatten the Pat estate. The elderly man remained silent, yet tacitly acquiesced, although he belonged to the Order of White Wizards and would not actively slay innocents. The prospect of his own advancement made the shedding of a few lives seem permissible. Moreover, in the eyes of common folk, the White Wizards are perceived as benevolent, a veritable jest. The conflict between White and Black Wizards stems from differing philosophies regarding the use of magic. Their core values are, in fact, quite similar, with the former simply opting to avoid needless bloodshed. Eaton engaged in further discourse with his father regarding the implications of Alan and Eileen's departure before preparing to take his leave. At that moment, Sir Mal, the Knight Commander, suddenly knelt outside the tent to request an audience. My lord, I bear news for the Count. Just moments ago, Lord Leon of the Pat estate dispatched a messenger bearing an invitation. Chapter 6. John's past father, Leon Pat, has invited us to the estate for tea tomorrow evening. After reading the invitation, Eaton's eyes flickered with confusion. The elderly gentleman with the white beard was momentarily taken aback by the letter, but soon chuckled softly, remarking that it seemed the family's fate was not yet sealed tonight. Eaton, realizing that his father had decided against sending him to slaughter at the estate, responded with a smile, acknowledging the shift in circumstances, though he wondered what had prompted this change of heart. The old man chuckled again, gesturing towards the wooden box, suggesting that perhaps it was due to this very item. As night faded away, the anticipated bloody evening did not descend upon the Pat estate. The following day's sun warmly illuminated every inch of the land. Unbeknownst to all, they had narrowly escaped a massacre, including Angell. In preparation for the evening's tea gathering, Angell instructed the maid to gather a plentiful supply of tea leaves soaked in the morning dew after the rain. Part of these leaves would be used for brewing tea that evening, while the remainder was entrusted to manna for roasting. Only through high-temperature kneading could the leaves be killed, preserving their original flavor and fragrance for an extended period. The roasted tea was intended as a gift for Count Eaton. John sat on the second-floor balcony, basking in the rare warmth of winter sunlight, contentedly humming a soft tune. Angell approached, taking the ointment from the mute servant, and began applying it to his mentor. John glanced over but remained silent. Even though he had explained the reasons for his atrophied limbs to Angell the previous day, it seemed the young man remained skeptical. John dismissed the thought, considering it merely a sign of filial piety from his apprentice. After all, the time left for him to enjoy such devotion was dwindling. Perhaps he wouldn't even last until the frost month. With a cheerful demeanor, John welcomed the breeze, humming an unknown melody. There was a hint of sorrow, yet also an air of nonchalance. Above all, there was an overwhelming sense of longing. Angell, filled with concern, was unsure of what words could offer solace to his mentor. Parting was the most agonizing of experiences, especially when it involved 2 worlds apart. The quiet moment did not endure for long, as John suddenly pointed to a flower pot on the balcony, where a transparent crystal partially emerged from the soil. Could you help me retrieve that? He asked. Angell nodded, and, after carefully extracting the crystal from the damp earth, wiped it clean with a handkerchief before handing it to John. The transparent crystal, shaped like an oval, resembled a piece of glass from a distance. John held the glass bead for a long while, his expressions shifting from rage to sorrow, and then to a bitter smile. 3 years ago, I discarded it in the forest, never expecting to find it in a flower pot. He shook his head, pondering if this was merely fate. After a moment, he murmured softly, "Perhaps it is destined to be with you?" After a brief pause, John looked at Angell and said, "This glass bead does not belong to my family. However, it could be considered an object from Earth, its origins unknown to me. Allow me to share a tale with you, one that revolves around the glass bead. As John began to narrate, the astonishment in Angell's eyes deepened. He believed this was merely a commemorative glass bead. Yet he could not have anticipated the extraordinary origins of this very bead. The tale begins 2 decades ago, when John was still on Earth. A scientific researcher born in China, he, along with his wife and daughter, was invited to New York's Long Island in the United States to partake in a secret study lasting over a decade, centered around a globally enigmatic project known as the Montauk Project. This project is renowned in the realm of space physics, having been initiated 2 centuries prior to John's birth in the mid-23rd century. The Montauk Project had faced several setbacks, with research extending beyond 50 years. John was involved in its 6th activation. The origins of the Montauk Project trace back to the Philadelphia experiment of 1942, during which radar had just been invented. The U.S. military sought to achieve invisibility to radar waves for their ships, conducting experiments aboard the destroyer USS Eldridge. The vessel was equipped with omnidirectional antennas and energy coils powered by its onboard generator. The experiment commenced, but anomalies soon emerged. The 2nd and 3rd tests resulted in even greater catastrophes as the generator spiraled out of control, ultimately causing the Eldridge to vanish from sight and reappear instantaneously 7,000 kilometers away. The Philadelphia experiment was thus abruptly halted, revealing as a byproduct the phenomenon of long-distance teleportation. In essence, the Montauk Project was a scientific endeavor to study spatial traversal. Initially, its research trajectory remained closely tied to the Philadelphia experiment, but regrettably, progress was stagnant. It was not until the early 23rd century that an extraterrestrial object ignited excitement among scientists. This celestial anomaly fell in the southwestern Sahara Desert in Mauritania, precisely at the famed Eye of the Sahara. The object attracted global attention, yet as a small African nation, Mauritania found itself unable to compete with world powers. Ultimately, the object was relocated to New York's Long Island, where researchers from China, the U.S., the U.K., France, Japan, Russia, and other nations collaborated, naming it the Eye from Beyond. It was the scientists' first-hand experience with the capabilities of this spatial transmission that prompted the commencement of the 6th Montauk Project. Within this endeavor, John served merely as an ordinary researcher, documenting the effects of the frequencies emitted by the Eye from Beyond on plant life. One day, as usual, John brought several sealed plant seedlings to the heavily guarded area surrounding the Eye to record samples. Initially, everything proceeded normally. Most plants succumbed to the fluctuations emitted by the Eye, except for one tea seedling brought from China, which thrived. However, as John activated the parasitic chip to record data from the tea seedling, an unforeseen error at the control panel, or perhaps a surge of high-energy rays, struck the Eye, triggering a cataclysmic transformation in the laboratory. Space collapsed, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the terrifying aura emanating from the Eye obscured everything within the laboratory's confines. In the next moment, before John could comprehend the situation, still clutching the tea seedling, he was engulfed by the encroaching darkness. With the arrival of the Eye from Beyond, piercing through numerous barriers, it descended upon the present world, bearing countless scars. Subsequently, John was rescued by the venerable Lord Pat. In time, the Eye from Beyond lost its enchantment, transforming into an utterly ordinary glass bead. Chapter 7. The Tea Party to Angell's Astonishment. The seemingly bluish glass bead turned out to be the very source of John's transgression from Earth. At that moment, Angell's heart was filled with not only bewilderment and surprise, but also a profound curiosity intertwined with complexity. His intrigue regarding such an extraordinary artifact was natural. Yet it was the complexity that weighed heavily upon him. Had it not been for the glass bead, the mentor would not have found himself in such dire straits. Perhaps he would have been living a blissful life with his beloved wife and daughter back on Earth. Moreover, a faint whisper in Angell's heart suggested that if it weren't for the glass bead, he may never have encountered a scholar of his mentor's caliber. Without the mentor's guidance, he might have devolved into a frivolous scion, leading a life devoid of purpose, value, and understanding of the world. As the night fog thickened, Angell rested his chin in his hand, vigilantly keeping watch over John until he succumbed to slumber, before finally departing, rubbing his sore arms. The mentor's health was deteriorating, and it was uncertain how much longer he could endure, despite Angell's reluctance. If the mentor's words were true, that Gaia's consciousness intended to claim his life, what could he possibly do? For now, the only thing he could offer was his cheerful companionship, striving to fulfill his filial duties in the mentor's remaining days. As he exited the small courtyard, The moonlight bathed the land in its glow. Clad in a thin garment and draped in a plush cloak adorned with the embroidered family crest, Angell's silhouette stretched long in the moonlight as he made his way towards the castle at the heart of the estate. Meanwhile, within the castle's grand hall, elegantly dressed dancers twirled joyfully, their colorful skirts billowing in time with the music played by the musicians. Exquisitely crafted candles, rendered from precious deep-sea fish oil, were lit by the maids, illuminating the hall as if it were broad daylight. The air was infused with delightful aromas, rich wine, creamy cheese, and faint floral and tea fragrances. Upon entering, Angell beheld this vibrant scene of merriment. At the center of the crowd stood Lion, holding a glass of red wine, engaged in merry conversation with several unfamiliar faces. It seemed these individuals were indeed visitors from the Mongen family. As Angell quietly observed the newcomers, Lion spotted him and joyfully beckoned him into the throng, introducing him to the assembly. At the forefront stood a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, exuding an air of gentlemanly refinement. With striking green eyes, deep brown hair, and angular features that bestowed upon him the presence of a drawn sword. Angell, you have arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed Count Eaton, who represents the Mongen family on the front lines, Lion announced. Angell, ever gracious, exchanged pleasantries. As the noble etiquette had long been ingrained in his very being, each gesture radiating elegance and nobility. These two are Alan and Eileen, the offspring of Count Eaton. Alan appeared to be around 14 years of age, a peer of Angell, with features still in the bloom of youth, his cherubic visage charmingly plump. He inherited his father's green eyes and brown hair, albeit with a playful curl that lent him an innocent allure. Eileen, though the younger sibling, exhibited a maturity far beyond her years. Her figure was gradually becoming more voluptuous, and her resplendent noble gown transformed her into a princess on the cusp of leaving her youthful innocence behind, imbued with a captivating youthful charm. As Angell surveyed the crowd, others were equally scrutinizing him. His appearance epitomized the imperial standard of beauty: golden hair, azure eyes, and a fair complexion devoid of any pallor. Each feature was impeccably refined, and together they formed a breathtaking visage. This was particularly evident when Angell greeted the Allen siblings with a smile, causing Erin's cheeks to flush a rosy hue. Seizing the opportunity to balance her tray, she discreetly retreated behind Alan. This little lady. Eaton chuckled inwardly, though he too was taken aback by Angell's looks, astonished that the unremarkable Lord Pat had fathered two sons of such striking handsomeness. At that moment, Lion clapped his hands to signal the dancing maidens to cease their performance, and he led the guests to the tea room. Just then, the grand doors of the hall creaked open, revealing a mysterious figure cloaked in black, who slowly entered. Lion furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire your identity?" Before he could finish, Count Eaton, along with Alan and Erin, strode forward respectfully to surround the newcomer. "Lord Pat, this is my father, Morrow Munnan," Eaton introduced. "He has a penchant for light teas, and upon hearing of today's special selection, he decided to join us. However, he had a prior engagement which delayed his arrival." Lion acknowledged this with an understanding "oh," and welcomed the elder of the Munnan family with renewed enthusiasm. Angell, however, cast a glance at Morrow's shoes, his eyes subtly shifting. The shoes, made of soft suede, were caked with damp earth, and what particularly caught Angell's attention was the slightly reddish hue of the soil. In Grue Town, the predominant earth is yellow and black. The red soil is found only in one locale within 100 miles, the Pat Tea Garden. Why such an interest in the tea garden? Even braving the rain to visit it before the tea gathering? Angell refrained from exposing Morrow's intentions, though his expression grew slightly rigid. The Munnan family wielded significant power, far beyond that of their humble rural nobility, leaving them unable to contend. He could only hope that today's tea gathering would meet their satisfaction. As Morrow lowered his hood, he appeared to be an unremarkable elderly man, with a long white beard and twinkling eyes that exuded a kind-hearted demeanor. Lion promptly instructed the head maid, Manna, to serve all the prepared delicacies for the day. Alongside the treats were several exquisitely carved porcelain teapots. These pots contained a selection of teas produced exclusively on their estate. As Lion began his introduction, Manna unveiled each pot's lid in turn. Upon lifting the first lid, a rich floral aroma wafted forth, accompanied by a gentle plume of white steam. This was the ice honeyflower tea, crafted from the petals of the unique moon honey tree found only in the Pat estate, brewed not with milk but with the pure water from snow-capped mountains. The flavor was sweet without being cloying, refreshing to the senses. Lion sighed, "Alas, we have now entered the long winter months. How much more delightful it would have been to enjoy this during the sweltering summer." After the group enjoyed their tea, it was only Aaron who relished it, drinking several generous sips, while the others merely sampled it. The old man in the black robe, Moro, merely sniffed the aroma before setting it aside. The second teapot contained milk tea, which differed from the popular varieties in the empire. Its flavor was quite unique. This particular brew was named lemon milk tea. Made from a sour fruit known as summer lemon, combined with fermented milk and infused with fragrant orchid leaves. After Leon spoke, he gestured towards his brother Angell, saying, "My brother adores this tea and drinks several large bowls daily, secretly wishing to keep it to himself." A chuckle escaped him. Angell rolled his eyes at Leon internally, but maintained a polite smile. "Does Brother Pat enjoy it?" Erin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she accepted a porcelain cup from Mana and took a hearty sip. "Delicious," Erin exclaimed. "It's even better than the flower tea we had earlier." Upon hearing Erin's enthusiastic remark, her brother Alan took the cup and gulped it down. He pursed his lips, squinting his eyes into mere slits, nodding vigorously in agreement with his sister's exquisite taste. The Earl of Eaton observed his two children with an amused smile. Choosing not to partake in the milk tea himself, having discerned from Leon's words that this particular brew was intended for Alan and Erin. Moro, too, displayed great fondness for his grandchildren, pushing his cup of milk tea towards Erin. As time passed, Man opened several teapots, most containing milk tea and floral varieties, which Moro showed little interest in. The only exception was a pair of green teas favored by John, which he sampled briefly, yet still appeared disinterested afterward. Angell's gaze fell upon the final teapot, which contained the last of John's 3 beloved teas, the soul tea plant he had brought from Earth, Morning Dew. Chapter 8. The opportunity of Moro. When Mana lifted the lid of the last teapot, no fragrance wafted forth, nor even a hint of steam. Yet, from these utterly mundane tea leaves, Moro suddenly rose, his eyes alight with fervor as he gazed upon the jade-yellow liquid. His excitement was far from feigned. He was so engrossed in the contents of his teacup that he failed to notice the commotion he caused by toppling the chair behind him. At that moment, Angell's curiosity reached a crescendo. Why did Moro react so intensely to the morning dew after the rain? Could he perceive that it originated from another realm? While Angell pondered this perplexity, Moro slowly poured the dew along the rim of his cup into his mouth, his demeanor cautious yet solemn. His actions exuded a gravity that silenced the previously lively atmosphere, as if he commanded an aura that rendered the room still. Leon wished to speak, but felt an inexplicable urge to remain silent. The stillness did not linger for long. As Moro closed his eyes to savor the lingering essence of the tea, an inexplicable energy emanated from him. This aura was astonishing, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, and they soon realized they could no longer articulate a sound. No matter how hard they tried, their voices were stifled, as if they had entered an utterly silent realm. The inability to speak was but a temporary affliction. More alarming events were yet to unfold. Moro abruptly opened his eyes, retrieved a crystal orb from his robe, and, after muttering a few incantations, a brilliant light flashed. In the ensuing seconds, they found themselves not only rendered mute, but also immobilized. With the aid of this lowly magical plant, my spiritual power is on the verge of breaking through barriers. To prevent any mishaps during this transcendence, I have cast a binding spell and a silencing barrier upon you all. Once I have succeeded, I shall release you. Moro's voice resonated, deep and hoarse, with an unusual cadence. After uttering these words, he paid no heed to the reactions of others and closed his eyes, the crystal orb continuing to orbit around him. The restrained individuals, including Count Eaton, initially felt discomfort, but they soon regained their composure. In contrast, Angell and Leon appeared significantly more flustered. The two brothers, having never encountered any supernatural phenomena since birth, had always perceived the world as it appeared before them. Yet today, at this very moment, Moro's enigmatic sorcery shattered the worldview they had constructed since childhood. The abruptness and unpreparedness of the unfolding events made their attempts at calmness rather ludicrous. While the binding spell rendered them motionless and the silencing barrier stifled their speech, it could not halt their thoughts. Within the silent barrier, after initially succumbing to panic, Angell gradually found his tranquility. At that moment, he caught sight of Eileen, seated opposite him, offering a reassuring smile that silently conveyed, "Do not worry." Suddenly, Eileen's complexion flushed red, her eyes darting about in confusion, unsure where to look. Assuming Eileen was merely shy under the gaze of others, Angell, in a bid to mimic Count Eaton, closed his eyes with an air of nonchalance. This is a tale recounted by the Mentor, filled with supernatural elements, be it magic, sorcery, or celestial arts, or could it merely be an illusion? Yet, are these not all fabrications? Could reality truly manifest such wonders? A series of queries swirled in Angell's mind, persistent and unanswered. He recalled the historical records compiled by his mentor, which detailed the histories of neighboring nations, many of which contained fantastical accounts. For instance, in the kingdom of the Golden Sparrow, 8 centuries prior, a fire-breathing dragon emerged from the Sang Gorge at the empire's border, wreaking havoc upon the populace. In response, the king summoned valiant warriors from across the realm to slay the dragon. Countless soldiers, knights, and heroes heeded the call, rushing to confront the beast. However, before they could approach, they were reduced to ashes by the dragon's fiery breath. This dragon-slaying campaign stretched over several years, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of brave souls, yet the dragon remained unscathed. Just as the king resolved to seal off a 1,000-mile radius around the dragon's lair, an elderly man in a white robe floated by the Sang Gorge. With a mere wave of his wand, the dragon was drawn into an inexplicable realm, and without uttering a word, the old man departed. Historical records indicate that this dragon-slaying endeavor commenced in tragedy and concluded in absurdity. John's commentary on these records was, "The emperor's cunning, myths to placate the populace." Angell had once shared this belief, yet at this moment, doubt arose within him. Perhaps that elderly figure in white, akin to old Moro, possessed extraordinary powers as well? Furthermore, the historical accounts of the Sea-Lawn Kingdom frequently mention the goddess of the sea, the bountiful islanders, or mermaids luring sailors to their doom, leading to shipwrecks. Not only in the kingdom of the Golden Sparrow and Sea-Lawn, but many nations' chronicles bore traces of mythology. Were these merely fabrications? The scales of doubt began to tip within Angell's heart. Moro's breakthrough through the barrier did not take long. It was roughly equivalent to the duration of a small quartz hourglass, about 30 minutes by earthly reckoning. The crystal ball, having descended from its protective orbit, now hovered quietly beside Moro. With a heavy heart, he boarded the vessel bound for the old soil continent, expecting only thorns and despair ahead. Yet, heaven smiled upon him. Unexpectedly, this seemingly monotonous journey would yield immense surprises. Firstly, he discovered 2 gifted individuals, his own descendants. Not only did this allow him to exceed his task, but once Alan and Aaron matured, they could assist him in return. Then, he stumbled upon an unknown primitive magical plant on the old soil continent. After sampling the morning dew from a traveling merchant, he realized this tea could subtly rival the renowned White Orchid Potion. The White Orchid Potion is the sole primary potion with wall-breaking capabilities, thus holding great value. He had diligently toiled for years to earn a vial of the White Orchid Potion, only to find the morning dew in the old soil continent. Unfortunately, the morning dew from the merchant had been left too long, its effectiveness severely diminished. After inquiring about its origins, their group hastily made their way to Gru Town. Fortune. This is indeed fortune. In this moment, the successful Moro, having transcended barriers, finally comprehends why certain wizard apprentices are drawn to wander amidst perilous ruins. For within the slightest glimmer of opportunity lies their hope for advancement. Chapter 9. The world of wizards. Moro waved his hand, dispelling the minor enchantments cast upon the gathering, a broad smile adorning his face. Even when Leon, in a moment of indiscretion, inquired about the essence of the extraordinary, Moro did not take offense. Instead, he cheerfully began to elucidate the realm of sorcery. The binding spell and the silencing barrier I just employed are forms of elementary wizardry. Wizardry is a mysterious system constructed upon the amalgamation of innate talent and acquired knowledge. Those who master this art are referred to as wizards. Upon hearing the term wizard, an extraordinary sensation surged within Angell's heart, as if an unseen force was propelling him towards an unknown horizon, one that bore the name of truth, the guiding principle for which wizards dedicate their lives in pursuit. Once this feeling arises, it proves difficult to extinguish. Angell pondered the reason behind his sudden desire to explore the distant unknown. Was it the influence of the values imparted by his mentor over the past decade? Was it merely a fleeting whim? He could not ascertain, yet he chose not to suppress the yearning in his heart. Instead, he carefully folded this aspiration and placed it within the confines of his mind, awaiting the day of its awakening. Moro seemed genuinely elated, observing the curiosity and admiration radiating from those around him. With the prospect of his 2 grandchildren soon becoming apprentice wizards, he felt no need to conceal his knowledge any longer. He enthusiastically began to impart the culture and framework of the wizarding world. Wizards is merely a collective term for this group of gifted individuals. However, not every gifted person can ascend to the rank of wizard. Even Moro himself could not yet claim the title of wizard, but could only be tentatively regarded as an apprentice. If one were to analyze the wizarding community through a statistical lens, it would reveal that 99 of its members are apprentices, with fewer than one of the gifted individuals successfully breaking through barriers to become wizards in pursuit of truth and the realization of their own worth. This stark and unembellished data underscores the arduous nature of the wizarding path. During Moro's discourse, he also touched upon the land beneath their feet, the Old Soil Continent. To the wizards of the flourishing continent, the term Old Soil Continent is essentially a jest. Only those born from this land refer to it as such. Others know it instead as the Fringe Island. In this vast world, the Old Soil Continent may seem immeasurable to its inhabitants. Yet to wizards with a vision spanning countless realms, it is merely a considerable island. As for the origin of the name Fringe Island, it is not due to its geographic position, but rather to the scarcity of vibrant elements present in the air. Elemental wizards here expend greater effort to draw upon inert elements for their craft, which is evidently an unwise endeavor. Thus, this place is predominantly deemed a wasteland by elemental wizards. Those extraordinary beings who once resided on this island have since departed, leading to its designation as the Fringe Island. Naturally, within the vast wizarding hierarchy, those specializing in elemental magic constitute only a small fraction, rendering it unnecessary for all to vacate the Fringe Island. Nevertheless, for wizards, regardless of their specific area of expertise, they invariably possess some knowledge of elemental spells. Consequently, with more favorable lands available for respite, why linger on the Fringe Island? The term marginalized essentially refers to a place that has been relegated to the periphery by the sorcerers. Elon was still entranced by the splendor of the sorceress realm, momentarily oblivious to the unfolding conversation until Count Eaton spoke, jolting him back to reality. Eaton remarked, "I have heard that you are preparing to depart for Waterford next month to officially complete the inheritance ceremony of the Viscountcy. The Pat family has steadfastly guarded the coastal defenses, continuously supplying provisions to the vanguard camp, making a significant contribution in the fight against the Knights of the Ceylon Kingdom. If the king were to learn of this, you would likely find yourself exempt from going to Waterford. To be sure, there would be no need for such a journey." As soon as the Mont family uttered a word, not only the hereditary Viscountcy, but even the earldom could be within reach. Though young, Elon was far from naive. No matter how powerful the Mont family was, they remained mere mortals within the Golden Sparrow Empire. Moro, despite being but a single individual, stood backed by an entire realm of radiant fantasy. Thus, Elon was resolute in declining Eaton's proposal. After pondering for a moment, just as he was about to speak, he felt a gentle nudge from Angell under the table. Turning his head, he noticed Angell's expression, which was one of hesitation. Understanding his unspoken message, Elon addressed Moro. "The morning dew after the rain actually belongs to my brother. Let Angell decide for himself." Upon hearing this, Eaton raised an eyebrow, casting a penetrating glance at Elon. The outside world often claimed that the two brothers of the Pat family were at odds. Yet this seemed merely a rumor. The fact that Elon would bestow such a significant opportunity upon Angell revealed the depth of his affection. With Elon having already made his intentions clear, Eaton refrained from further comment. At this moment, the attention of the gathering shifted away from Elon and focused instead on the previously silent Angell. Under the scrutiny of 5 pairs of eyes, Angell exhibited no sign of trepidation. His noble demeanor was evident, coupled with the gentlemanly poise instilled in him by his mentor from the otherworldly land of Huaxia. Not only was his expression serene, but every gaze he cast exuded a gentle warmth. "As for troubles, while I am uncertain of what burdens my brother carries, I personally possess 2 concerns. One is rather substantial, having lingered in my heart for a considerable time. The other is smaller, having recently emerged and is almost negligible." Angell turned to Moro. "If Mr. Moro could assist me in resolving my significant worry, I would gladly forego mentioning the lesser one." Moro replied, "Pray tell. What weighs heavily upon your heart?" When Elon ceded the floor to Angell, Moro felt a surge of delight. What troubles could a boy nurtured in a sheltered environment possibly have? Perhaps merely an infatuation with a certain young lady that he dared not confess. To him, it seemed a trivial concern, yet to the boy, it was a monumental dilemma. Elon sighed inwardly. He had already anticipated the nature of Angell's significant worry. It appeared Angell had resolved to bestow this favor upon John. As expected, Angell spoke plainly. "The significant worry I refer to concerns my mentor, John, who, 20 years ago, was fortuitously taken in by my father. He has since imparted his knowledge to me, yet recently, my mentor's health has been deteriorating." Chapter 10, Breaking the Illusion. Angell, accompanied by Moro, ascended to the stilted house where the mentor resided. The mentor had already retired for the night. "Mr. Morrow, please forgive me as I announce my arrival," Angell said. With a nod from Morrow, Angell stepped onto the second floor ahead of him. The house was architecturally unique. A delightful surprise to behold such an extraordinary structure on the old continent. Morrow offered a faint praise for the stilted house's design. Having seen numerous peculiar edifices on the prosperous continent, he recognized that while the stilted house was ingeniously constructed, it ultimately belonged to the realm of the mundane. His commendation stemmed primarily from the fact that its creator was an ordinary mortal. Despite Morrow's indifference towards the stilted house, Alan and Aaron could not contain their curiosity. They wandered around the small dwelling, even braving the rain to observe the vine trellis in the yard, where John had cultivated various vegetables and fruits. The youthful exuberance of the siblings had not entirely waned. Even while attempting to appear mature, their occasional actions still hinted at a lingering innocence, evoking smiles from those around them. Seeing the siblings' interest in the grapevine, Leon had a sudden inspiration. He retrieved 2 bottles of red wine, sealed for 2 years, from the cellar and poured for everyone. The wine was rich and fragrant. Taking advantage of their camaraderie, Leon and Eaton began discussing matters from the front lines, with Eaton eager to dispel the awkward silence. Their conversation soon flowed effortlessly, lightening the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Angell reached the upper floor, where he first awakened the mute servant to assist the minter in changing his attire. After sending the servant away, Angell conveyed his purpose to the minter. John, roused from slumber, initially struggled to regain his wits until Angell uttered the word wizard, causing him to react sharply. "A wizard? You mean you encountered a wizard?" John exclaimed. Incredulity etched on his withered features as he grasped Angell's sleeve. To be precise, a third-level wizard apprentice. That is how Morrow refers to himself, Angell clarified. A flicker of contemplation and curiosity crossed John's eyes, followed by a dawning realization as he repeated, "So that's it. So that's how it makes sense. A wizard. A wizard. I have studied physical data for years, and many formulas eluded activation. The source was here. I was mistaken from the outset. This world is anything but ordinary. It's a realm imbued with extraordinary powers. I always believed my perspective surpassed that of the natives here, only to find myself ensnared by my own narrow view. Is this what it means to weave oneself into a cocoon?" John gazed vacantly out the window, his voice rising with fervor, filled with a mix of defiance and revelation. His exclamations were laden with deep emotion, a blend of resentment and enlightenment, resonating even in the first-floor hall where the others could hear. Morrow listened intently to John's self-deprecating lament, his expression one of confusion. "What language is this?" "It is not the common tongue," he pondered. Angell had not disclosed all of John's background, nor mentioned that the morning dew after the rain was John's cultivation. Thus, Morrow had always assumed John was simply a citizen of the Empire. "This is the language of John's homeland. What is it called? Who 11 language?" "I'm not entirely sure myself," Leon admitted, equally perplexed. With this thought, Morrow decided to close his eyes and began to meditate. Before long, Angell descended the stairs with a composed John. John declined Angell's assistance, for he had previously designed a wheelchair that allowed him to navigate the stairs effortlessly, utilizing a series of axles and springs. Morrow, having learned from Leon that the wheelchair beneath John was self-designed, could not help but admire his mechanical prowess. He mused that if John possessed such talent, perhaps he could have achieved great success in the field of alchemy. Alas, even with innate ability, age had caught up with him. Morrow's initial impression of John was firmly anchored in the notion of old, approaching 80 himself. And having failed to ascend to the rank of a formal wizard, he had resigned himself to the ravages of time on his appearance, although he managed to present himself as merely in his 60s. As for John, had Angell not previously mentioned that he was in his 50s, Morrow would have assumed him to be well over 100. Was it a physical ailment, a decline of lineage, or possibly a curse hastening the decay of his body under the relentless passage of time? The great worry Angell had voiced was precisely in hopes that Morrow could heal John. Thus he began to ponder John's affliction. As John approached, Morrow furrowed his brow. A peculiar sense of dissonance emanated from John, reminiscent of the otherworldly slaves he had witnessed at the Crimson Auction, beings that seemed utterly out of place in this realm. Was John a visitor from another dimension? Morrow frowned. Yet he recalled from his studies in the Academy's library that the illustrious Archmage Bazel had written about the pros and cons of interdimensional expeditions, clearly stating that while other planes might harbor sentient beings, none had been discovered that resembled humans. Of course, there were many humanoid creatures, three-eyed beings, those with fish scales behind their ears, diminutive beings the size of a hand, and winged entities. Though these possessed human-like features, They were collectively categorized as humanoid races. Could this individual be one of those? Moro speculated internally, all the while maintaining a facade of benevolence. If indeed he were a creature from another realm, capturing him and selling him to a wizard could yield at least 10 magic crystals. Moro had toiled for years, accumulating fewer than 100 crystals. This thought caused a gleam of ambition to flicker in his eyes. Once John was seated, Moro cleared his throat and stated, "Allow me to conduct a plague detection. As long as we find the correct direction, I foresee no issues with treatment." Without waiting for John or Angell to respond, Moro summoned a crystal orb and began muttering incantations. In a short while, ethereal green halos emerged from the orb, gradually enveloping John's form. John, astonished by the extraordinary phenomenon, felt the soothing embrace of the green light, his tension easing, and his complexion gradually becoming more vibrant. Ultimately, he closed his eyes in silent surrender, entering a profound state of slumber. The dispelling of illusions was a supportive spell, capable of revealing enchantments or deceptions, while ostensibly a mere illusion-breaking trick. The essence of witchcraft defies simplistic definition. Much like the greasy art, which serves to hinder progress yet can be ingeniously repurposed to ignite flames. Any form of sorcery harbors boundless potential. The pursuit of truth by a sorcerer embodies the transformation of infinite possibilities into absolute certainties. The act of dispelling illusions follows suit. With slight adjustments, shifting the target from oneself to another, the outcome can yield different insights, such as discerning the ethnicity of the individual in question. However, this application hinges on the cooperation of the subject. Should they exhibit any resistance, the enchantment is destined to falter. At this moment, Moro, under the pretense of providing healing, knew John would not resist. The verdant aura persisted for half a minute, initially enveloping John's head before gradually descending to his feet, akin to a scanning process. Once complete, the aura coalesced into the crystal orb. A human? A veritable pure human? With the realization that John was not an otherworldly entity, Moro, having unburdened himself, began to honor his promise to Angell. He continued to wield the crystal orb, silently weaving a new model of enchantment with his magical prowess. This time, the model he crafted was a true detection spell for plagues. Chapter 11. Another concern with unwavering confidence, Angell gazed at Moro, firmly believing that as long as the esteemed wizard intervened, their mentor would surely be saved. The two brothers harbored differing thoughts, yet shared an unshakable conviction that John's affliction could undoubtedly be remedied by Moro. However, reality often diverges starkly from expectation. As the verdant aura dissipated from John's form, Angell instinctively moved to inquire with Moro, only to be halted by Leon. Moro once again levitated the crystal orb, his demeanor shifting from initial ease to a grave perplexity. Could it be that even the great wizard was unable to heal their mentor? Was John's myriad of ailments truly the result of Gaia's consciousness rejecting an outsider? No, it could not be so. The once soaring hopes of Angell began to waver in trepidation. After a prolonged silence, Moro ceased his incantation, a flicker of confusion gracing his features, for he had found no trace of illness afflicting John. The feedback from his spells indicated everything was normal. Yet, the very notion of a normal outcome was, in itself, profoundly abnormal. To any discerning eye, the emaciated John was clearly gravely ill. Coupled with his barely 50 years, such frailty was undoubtedly abnormal. Yet, inexplicably, no anomalies could be detected. Could it be a curse from a malevolent spirit? With this uncertainty, Moro extended his mental tendrils, probing John's essence. Any deviation from the norm would surely leave a trace for his mental faculties to capture. Nothing. Still nothing. Moro found himself at an impasse. Having just ascended to the rank of a senior apprentice, he had yet to commence the study of level 3 spells. He had deployed every spell at his disposal for disease detection, yet was utterly at a loss with John. He was powerless. As he observed Angell's anxious countenance, a twinge of embarrassment washed over him. Having previously boasted of his abilities, he was now confronted by the harshness of reality. Clearing his throat with a faint cough, Moro adopted an apologetic expression and addressed Angell. "I must confess, I am currently unable to treat your mentor. I have conducted my assessments, and his body shows no signs of ailment. Since the examinations yielded no issues, physical treatment is, of course, unfeasible." Moro's tone shifted. However, he certainly appears to be in a state of severe illness. Perhaps the issue lies within his psyche or soul. Angell recalled his mentor stating that his body was indeed sound, attributing the organ failure to Gaia's consciousness. Although Moro's words did not explicitly mention Gaia, he affirmed that John's body was free of problems. Thus, it must be the spirit or soul that was in jeopardy. Was Gaia's consciousness encroaching upon their mentor's soul? Unbeknownst to Morrow, his statements led Angell to form a somewhat plausible yet ambiguous conclusion, which, regardless of its accuracy, Angell found himself believing wholeheartedly. So, if the issue resides in the soul or psyche, is there truly no remedy? Angell inquired earnestly. There are certainly methods available, Morrow replied with a weary sigh. But at present, I possess no means to enact them. Should I ascend to the rank of a formal wizard, I might find a way to provide healing. However, as a mere apprentice, I am utterly devoid of options. Can a formal wizard heal the mentor? Angell inquired. I cannot presume to gauge the abilities of a wizard, but reviving an ordinary person should pose no challenge. Even if a person has passed away, a wizard can rescue their soul from the realm of eternal darkness. Angell pressed further. Then, when will you ascend to the rank of a formal wizard, sir? Molo paused, then shook his head with a rueful smile. It took me nearly 60 years to attain the rank of a third-level wizard apprentice. As for becoming a formal wizard, I have little hope of that in this lifetime. Such a realm cannot be achieved merely through the passage of time. Molo elucidated the hierarchy of wizards to Angell. Talent determines the pace of advancement to formal wizardry. Once one becomes a formal wizard, the significance of talent diminishes considerably. However, prior to that, talent is paramount. Some individuals become formal wizards within a few years of study, while others spend their entire lives struggling to surpass the status of a novice apprentice. This reflects the disparities in talent and opportunity. Molo regarded his own talent as having reached its limit, believing that his ascension to formal wizardry would hinge solely on fortuitous circumstances. Yet, such opportunities cannot be summoned at will. Moreover, in most cases, the likelihood of peril is 99, with only a slim chance of opportunity emerging. Opportunities must be wrested from fate itself. Those that are easily obtained are exceedingly rare, unless one happens upon extraordinary fortune, as I have this time. Molo's words plunged Angell into a profound despair. Formal wizards are nearly extinct in the old Earth continent. Where could he possibly find one? Silence enveloped the group. Leon patted Angell on the shoulder, intending to offer comfort, yet finding himself at a loss for words. After an indeterminate time, Molo spoke again. I recall you mentioned earlier that you have two concerns. Since I am unable to assist you with this particular worry, why not share your other concern? The other concern. A flash of inspiration crossed Angell's mind. He remembered Molo saying that once one becomes a wizard, they can heal their mentor. If he possesses sufficient talent, he could become a formal wizard in a short time. Talent? If he were to become a wizard, could that mean he could heal his mentor himself? Angell recalled his earlier small worry, rooted in his curiosity about the extraordinary, and his yearning to follow in the footsteps of the transcendent. He too desired to become an extraordinary being. Mr. Molo, may I become your apprentice and learn the knowledge of wizards? Angell stated earnestly. Molo was taken aback, and after a moment, he erupted into hearty laughter. Becoming a wizard is not as simple as you might think. The prerequisite for aspiring to be a wizard is possessing talent. I have traversed the entirety of the empire, testing nearly 10,000 individuals, and only my 2 grandsons have shown any talent. This highlights just how rare it truly is. Angell, undeterred by Molo's words, insisted. Then, sir, could you ascertain whether I possess talent? Molo scrutinized Angell from head to toe, and after a prolonged silence, he nodded. Testing for wizardly talent is quite straightforward. If you wish, we could even have everyone at the Pat Manor undergo the assessment. Consider it my way of repaying your favor. Furthermore, in essence, testing one's talent does not deplete any resources. It merely requires a medium. This medium can be utilized repeatedly and suffers negligible loss. Chapter 12. The talent test. Leon instructed his servants to gather all individuals under the age of 50 in the hall, so that Morrow could conduct the talent test for everyone. Angell had initially intended to be the first to undergo the test, but Leon intercepted him. Whispering softly in his ear, "Let the servants go first. You shall follow afterward." Leon provided no further explanation, yet Angell understood. Morrow had just mentioned that those possessing talent were exceedingly rare. Should he test first and reveal a lack of talent, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. However, if he allowed the servants to be tested prior to his own turn, any lack of talent on his part would not stand out as glaringly. Of course, this was contingent upon the absence of any talent among the servants. Soon enough, nearly 100 servants under 50 years of age lined up at the entrance of the manor. Although many had been roused from their slumber in the dead of night, none dared to complain, standing with trepidation and straightened postures. With everyone present, the testing could commence. Morrow declared, "One by one, please." The testing venue was a cramped storage room, from which Leon had previously instructed the servants to remove all items, leaving only a few objects arranged by Morrow. Morrow took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by Angell, Leon, and the Allen siblings on either side. Opposite him lay an empty space reserved for the test subjects. A lamp on the table burned with a deep-sea oil candle, casting a soft, bright glow that illuminated the small storage room. Morrow withdrew a red crystal ball from the folds of his voluminous robe and placed it on the table. This red crystal ball appeared rather unremarkable compared to the transparent orb floating beside Morrow, seeming rather dull in comparison. This was the Eye of Aberath, also known as the Talent Sphere, crafted from the eye of the peculiar and formidable beast Aberath from the abyssal plane. Morrow explained, although Aberath does not possess overwhelming strength, its soul is remarkably powerful. The Talent Sphere, made from its eye, can reflect a person's innate abilities. The first to enter for testing was the maid, Ollie, who attended to Angell's daily needs. At 15 years of age, she was 1 year older than Angell. Their interactions were harmonious, resembling that of friends rather than master and servant. Thus, when Ollie entered, her expression was serious, yet when no one was watching, she discreetly winked at Angell. Angell briefly explained the nature of the test to her. Upon hearing the details, Ollie's eyes sparkled with excitement. If one possesses talent, could they truly become a legendary wizard? Her heart raced, each beat echoing in her ears. This was an opportunity, a chance to alter her destiny. Realizing the weight of this moment, her previously relaxed demeanor tightened with anticipation. She offered a respectful bow to Morrow and, suppressing her exhilaration, took her seat across from him. Morrow gestured towards the red talent sphere, stating, "The test is quite simple. You will touch this crystal ball with your hand and keep your hand in place. Pay close attention to everything around you. Observe if there are any changes. Should any changes occur, it will signify that you possess talent." Changes? Ollie, momentarily perplexed, was met with a similar lack of understanding from the others, prompting Morrow to elucidate. This transformation varies according to individual differences among the gifted, resulting in diverse manifestations. Allow me to illustrate with an example. When I first made contact with the talent sphere, I observed that the flames in the nearby hearth suddenly surged from a mere flicker to a roaring blaze. Such changes, invisible to outsiders and perceptible only to me, exemplify the presence of talent. After concluding his explanation, Morrow reflected for a moment before continuing. The talent sphere cannot ascertain the strength of an individual's gift, but it is said that one can glean insights regarding their future path from these changes. Of course, this assertion lacks substantial evidence. Personally, I harbor doubts. For despite my mastery of fire magic, I do not necessarily progress more swiftly than those who specialize in water magic. My granddaughter, Eileen, upon touching the talent sphere, discerned a cacophony of disordered sounds in her ears. This too constitutes a change. Morrow then gestured towards the plump Allen. During his talent assessment, he noticed an inexplicable addition of a piece of black bread on his plate, which also qualifies as a change. If, within 1 minute of touching the talent sphere, nothing changes around you, then regrettably, it signifies a fundamental lack of talent. Morrow shrugged. After delivering his remarks, he fell silent and nudged the talent sphere towards Ollie. Ollie swallowed deeply, trembling as she extended her hand to rest upon the talent sphere. The small hourglass on the table completed a full rotation, 1 minute. And with a look of disappointment, Ollie shook her head at Morrow before stepping back voluntarily. Morrow maintained a stoic expression. Next, as time progressed, dozens of individuals took their turns, yet regrettably, none exhibited any talent. At that moment, a stout-hearted young man, after touching the talent sphere, was suddenly illuminated by a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. I felt a refreshing breeze wash over me, as if I were immersed in an ocean of wind. The young man made a gesture as if to embrace the sky, his face radiating joy. "Is there a change? A gifted individual has emerged," exclaimed Count Eaton in astonishment. He had not anticipated the emergence of a gifted person in this rural setting, especially when none had appeared in the imperial capital. Lion's expression turned animated as he eagerly inquired of the head maid Mana about the young man's identity. Fox. Lion had not heard of him, but that was of little consequence. It was entirely normal not to recognize the numerous servants in the estate. With delight, Lion instructed Mana, "Please fetch 100 gold coins from the storeroom to reward." Hold on. Suddenly, Morrow's somber voice resonated throughout the room. Upon hearing Lion's mention of a reward, Fox's eyes brimmed with pride. However, at the sound of Morrow's voice, he instantly wilted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. An ocean of wind? Huh. In the imperial capital, No one dared to deceive me. Yet here, someone dares to weave tales before me. Truly believing that the white wizard lacks temperament? After uttering this, Moro snorted coldly, and a fierce whirlwind began to swirl around Fox. Since you wish to immerse yourself in an ocean of wind, I shall grant your desire. Experience the whispers of the wind. After a piercing scream, Fox was swept out of the window by a whirlwind, plummeting from the lofty third floor to the ground, his cries of anguish echoing incessantly. Moro sneered, stating that while change can only be perceived by those involved, outsiders remain oblivious. However, once a change occurs, the talent orb would shimmer, signaling the presence of a gifted individual. With Moro's words, the onlookers quickly grasped the preceding events. They had observed throughout that the talent orb had not flickered at all, clearly indicating that Fox had been deceitful. Upon hearing this, Lioness' face betrayed a flicker of restrained anger as he addressed Mana, the head maid. From tomorrow onward, I do not wish to see Fox in Gru Town. Mana nodded respectfully and exited. The aftermath concerning Fox no longer captured anyone's attention. Moro adjusted his robe, concealing any signs of impatience, and resumed the testing. 2 sandglasses later. Every servant had undergone testing, including the head maid Mana and the guarding knights, none of whom possessed any talent. At this juncture, Moro's gaze shifted to Angell. Angell understood that it was his turn. I shall go first. I am quite intrigued by wizards. I just heard Mr. Moro mention that wizards enjoy prolonged lifespans, achieving immortality, which aligns perfectly with my aspirations. Lion interjected, positioning himself in front of Angell. If longevity is bestowed upon me, the vistas I can behold will multiply. For I yearn to witness all the wonders of this world. Observing his brother stepping forward, Angell did not retreat. Instead, he settled beside Lion. You go first. Angell signaled Lion with a clenched fist gesture, a childhood sign of encouragement between them. Lion chuckled, tousling Angell's soft hair, then smiled faintly as he reached for the talent orb. The white sands of time within the hourglass began to descend slowly. Lion's gaze meandered around the room, seeking the elusive change. A minute elapsed, and disappointment clouded Lion's eyes as he withdrew his hand from the orb. It seems I lack talent, Lion lamented, having discerned no alterations during that minute. Indeed, as Moro had stated, gifted individuals were exceedingly rare. It's your turn now, Lion patted Angell's shoulder. Angell nodded, placing his hand gently upon the orb's smooth, lustrous surface. Chapter 13. Wandering through Wonderland. At the moment Angell touched the talent orb, a brilliant flash of red light flickered across its surface. Red, red, red. The crimson glow. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the talent orb. Truly, a talent bearer had emerged. A spark of delight ignited in Leon's eyes, astonished that Angell possessed a talent. An uncontrollable exhilaration surged from the depths of his heart, causing him to clench his fists tightly. If a servant had talent, it would bring him joy, yet ultimately, that talent belonged to another, granting only fleeting advantages through familial ties. However, if Angell possessed talent, the implications were vastly different. As members of the same family, and with their close bond, should Angell become a wizard, even if only as an apprentice, the Pat family would reap immeasurable benefits. Count Eaton's expression of surprise flickered momentarily before contemplation began to brew in his eyes. Undoubtedly, the Pat family was on the verge of ascendance. In this foreseeable rise, if the Ming family extended an olive branch early on, they might cultivate connections with numerous extraordinary individuals in the future. Regarding Angell's talent, Alan and Eileen did not share their father's extensive thoughts. Alan, with his round face, displayed no discernible emotion, merely tilting his head in curiosity toward Angell. Meanwhile, Eileen's lips curled into a sweet smile, her heart elated at the prospect of studying magic alongside Angell. Even her initial reluctance to be far from home had dissipated, leaving only anticipation for the future. A flicker of astonishment passed through Moro's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Angell, the center of attention, found himself ensnared in a peculiar celebration. Upon touching the talent orb, Angell discovered his body levitating, a thrill coursing through him. As this unusual floating sensation heralded change, could it be that he indeed possessed talent? A glimmer of joy illuminated Angell's face. However, just then, he heard a distant rhythmic drumming from outside the storage room, akin to a grand choir singing hymns. Huh? Hadn't his brother instructed the band to leave? Why had the music resumed? As Angell turned to inquire of Leon, he suddenly noted a strange occurrence. Aside from his own levitating form, the storage room was utterly devoid of anyone. His brother was absent, Mr. Moro was gone, as were Count Eaton and his children. Angell made another observation. Though the room was empty, The talent orb remained on the table, and the candles continued to burn steadily, everything seemingly normal. At that moment, the external music became increasingly melodious, and with a furrowed brow, Angell gently floated toward the door, pushing open the entrance to the storage room. Beyond the door lay a corridor, resplendent in its opulence, adorned with elegant draperies and large wall paintings. As he walked through, he occasionally glimpsed suits of armor and statues around the corners. This extravagant noble style was favored by his father, Old Pat, and the two brothers had maintained it even after his passing. The curtains fluttered in the night breeze, and Angell stealthily peered out the window, finding only an eerily quiet and dark expanse. How strange, truly how strange. Despite the familiarity of his surroundings, from the furnishings to the decorations, an inexplicable sense of strangeness enveloped him. Each door in the Pat estate was adorned with lanterns shaped like lion hearts, the emblem of the Pat family. Servants would diligently refill these lanterns with oil, igniting them at night to cast a radiant glow until dawn, symbolizing the eternal flame of the lion heart. Yet now, there was not a flicker of light outside. Even the iron gates of the castle remained unlit. Where was this place? Was it truly the Pat estate? Where had everyone gone? Doubts began to stir within Angell's mind. The melodious strains of music grew increasingly enchanting, yet to Angell, they bore an eerie undertone. He glanced out the window once more, only to be astonished by the celestial tapestry above, for the sky was adorned with stars he had never before witnessed. It was well known that in the frost moon month, the town of Gru offered a scant view of stars. Typically, one could only discern a handful of distant celestial points. On a clear night, seeing 7 or 8 twinkling stars was already a remarkable sight. Yet now, the night sky was a veritable sea of stars. Reminiscent of a summer night in Gru, a sense of dread crept slowly from the depths of Angell's heart. Everything felt so incongruous. Perhaps he was no longer within the true Pat estate. In the old world, the concept of playing cards did not exist. Yet John had once crafted a deck for Old Pat, who had taken a liking to this novel card game, which swiftly became a sensation within the estate. However, what puzzled Angell was the fact that this card game had not spread beyond the estate. Could there be a connection to Earth? The two playing cards before Angell bore a striking resemblance to the deck crafted by John, even featuring the same intricate designs, albeit magnified several hundred times. The cards were of a size suitable for adults, one displaying the ace of hearts and the other the ace of spades. Most astonishingly, both cards possessed limbs resembling bamboo poles, swaying as they moved. The ace of hearts wielded a crossed sword and a lance, while the ace of spades brandished a round shield and a chain mace. With astonishing speed, the two playing cards rushed towards Angell while he stood in a daze. By the time he reacted and attempted to flee, it was already too late. In the next moment, Angell found himself caught between the two cards. They seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing their forward march, yet their broad forms left him no room to evade, and he was swept along with them. Despite his desperate attempts to escape, even hovering in midair proved futile, as their sheer size rendered any resistance impossible. Reluctantly, Angell surrendered to the flow, advancing alongside the playing card soldiers. Before long, he discovered that he had been brought into the grand hall, from whence the enchanting music emanated. Upon surveying the stage, he noted that no one was playing. The instruments were producing sound due to a few teacups, marked with hearts, leaping before them. Teacups could play music? Angell had yet to compose himself from the shock when he noticed that the red heart swordsman and the spade guardian who had let him in had vanished without a trace. The hall was ablaze with light, filled with an array of peculiar objects engaging in various activities. In addition to the previously mentioned teacup playing the piano, Angell observed self-moving toy soldiers, a green-feathered owl plush frolicking near the crystal chandelier, and vividly colored dragonflies patrolling the air in formation, alongside unknown moonstones and sunstones shifting in hue. Was it because he was unseen, or was it simply a lack of interest? Angell could not discern. After floating for a while longer, he vaguely perceived a fluttering of fabric at the main dining table in the distance, where someone appeared to be seated with their back to him. Exercising caution, Angell carefully maneuvered his floating form towards the dining table. The closer he drew, the more convinced he became of his initial assessment. He had begun to faintly hear the sounds of cutlery clinking against porcelain plates, as well as the rustling of pages being turned. Reading while dining? A sudden curiosity arose within Angell regarding the identity of the individual seated in the chair. He harbored a nebulous suspicion that he might no longer be in Pat Manor, but rather in a parallel dimension. His mentor had alluded to parallel worlds, although on Earth, it remained a conjecture. This place was not Earth, and it might not even belong to the same universe as Earth. Thus, The existence of a genuine parallel world did not seem implausible. In this parallel world, there existed Pat Manor, yet the Pat family was conspicuously absent. Perhaps the person seated in the chair was the owner of Pat Manor in this alternate realm? Angell mused, his thoughts meandering through the possibilities. Chapter 14. Mr. Rabbit. As he took a turn in the air and shifted his perspective, Angell finally discerned the identity of the figure seated at the dining table. By appearance, the being could hardly be classified as human. To be precise, it was a diminutive rabbit donned in gentlemanly attire. Or rather, it should be referred to as Mr. Rabbit. Standing at less than half a meter tall, its fur glistened with a snowy sheen, while its delicate, pink-tinted ears were adorned with shy tufts of fur. Its eyes, resembling pigeon blood-red gemstones, sparkled on its adorably small head, the length of its ears nearly equaling that of its entire body, beyond the slightly fantastical embellishments. It was undeniably an exquisite, enchanting rabbit that would elicit excited squeals from young girls. Were the circumstances different, Angell believed he too might find affection for this rabbit. However, in this unknown realm, his vigilance had reached its zenith, leaving him little inclination to ponder the rabbit's adorableness. Instead, his attention was primarily captivated by the peculiarities of Mr. Rabbit himself. Moreover, what piqued Angell's curiosity the most was the revelation that Mr. Rabbit was not seated in an armchair as he had previously surmised, but rather, he was levitating before the table, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on a thick, purple-bound tome. As Angell meandered around Mr. Rabbit, he discovered that, much like other beings, Mr. Rabbit seemed oblivious to his presence. It was also plausible that he was so engrossed in his reading that he failed to notice the unexpected visitor. After lingering in the hall for a while longer, Angell's curiosity about this world intensified. Was this truly a parallel universe? Had he traversed dimensions? He could not conjure an answer, and more crucially, he found himself uncertain whether he had even passed the wizard's aptitude test. Just as despair began to creep in, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Return? Without a moment's hesitation, Angell embraced this revelation, not pausing for thought. He did not know the source of this epiphany, but he instinctively placed his trust in it. As he turned to depart the hall, he heard the sound of pages rustling from Mr. Rabbit as he flipped through the book. The purple tome stood upright, allowing Angell to clearly observe its cover. The cover was unremarkable, reminiscent of the romantic novels favored by noble young ladies. At the top was a series of strange symbols that Angell could not decipher, presumably the title of the book. Below that was a somewhat cartoonish illustration, featuring a castle sketched in a few hasty strokes as the background, with a slightly blurred cartoon girl in the foreground, a red hat, brown curls, a blue dress, and white shoes. Neither the girl's features nor attire were detailed, resembling the whimsical doodles of a child, the only redeeming quality being its vibrant colors. With a castle and a girl depicted on the cover, could this be a fairy tale about princesses, as recounted by his mentor in his youth? When he was little, bedtime stories were often narrated by John, predominantly ancient anecdotes imbued with moral lessons, with only a few tales drawn from the Brothers Grimm. Although Angell was not particularly fond of them, he retained a general recollection of their titles, the most famous being the tales of Snow White and Cinderella. Thus, upon encountering such a youthful cover, Angell was reminded of the princess stories his mentor had shared. Angell did not linger long over the cover, for he could not decipher the text inscribed upon it. Instead, he drifted to the rear of Mr. Rabbit and began to peruse the contents of the book. He had previously caught a glimpse of this work and recalled it to be a comic. Standing behind Mr. Rabbit, although unable to comprehend the words, he surmised the narrative from the vivid illustrations, which hinted at a fairy tale. Entranced by the story, Angell felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, he swiftly cast aside any unnecessary emotions and continued to immerse himself in the tale. Time slipped away unnoticed as the events began to spiral out of control. Not only did Mr. Rabbit turn the pages in sync with Angell's reading pace, but the owl puppet, the card guards, the teacup rabbit, and the colorful dragonflies in the hall began to encircle him. However, Angell remained oblivious, entirely captivated by the splendorous journey within the story. The oddities and incongruities surrounding him did not disturb his bliss. Instead, he felt a joyful connection with the protagonist of the fairy tale. Angell believed he had transformed into the hero of the story, racing alongside a talking rabbit. Everything was enchanting. Despite their peculiar appearances, all the creatures he encountered radiated kindness. He even felt as though he had entered a realm of enchantment. Just as he reveled in this magical world, a piercing laughter echoed from a distant castle. Oh no! The Queen of Cards is approaching. Sava, you must leave this place at once, or the Queen will turn you into a card. The anxious rabbit urged. The Queen of Cards? Leave here? Sava? Confusion flickered in Angell's eyes. Who was Sava? Am I not called Angell? Wait, what is my name? A sense of unease began to unfurl within him. He remembered glimpsing a gentlemanly rabbit in the castle of the manor, but what was the rabbit doing? The once splendid and fantastical journey crumbled into fragments within Angell's mind at that moment. Something was amiss. He felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. A resolve surged within him. He must remember. Angell's heart cried out, yet his memories remained fragmented, to the extent that he could not recall what he had been doing just moments prior. Sava, why are you still dawdling? Run, the rabbit implored, grasping Angell's hand. The Queen of Cards is already here. We must flee to my rabbit hole to escape safely. In his daze, Angell was pulled along, moving forward unconsciously. The distant mountains maintained their verdant hue, yet the earlier dreamlike quality had vanished, replaced by a sense of lifeless dissonance. That is my rabbit hole, quickly. Hide inside while I deal with the Queen, the rabbit urged, nudging Angell. Stumbling, Angell fell to the ground. The rabbit continued to hasten him toward the hole, but suddenly, a surge of alertness rose within Angell. A flash of insight struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. The storage room? The fog of confusion in Angell's eyes suddenly cleared as he recalled the storage room. He still recalls the moment when he was testing his talents and inadvertently stumbled into a peculiar parallel world. There, he encountered a gentleman rabbit engrossed in a book. In an instant of clarity, as Angell's gaze sharpened, the cosmos transformed, and all that existed faded into oblivion. The once familiar rabbit hole was supplanted by a gaping moth, dripping with blood and adorned with jagged teeth. Moreover, the charming rabbit that had trailed behind him had been transformed into a tattered, patchwork doll. Step by step, Angell retreated, hastily distancing himself from the menacing abyss. The ease that once graced his eyes had vanished, for he now found himself encircled by a legion of card soldiers. Chapter 15. The healing ice coffin. Not merely the card soldier, but a multitude of adorably whimsical dolls surrounded him. Most significantly, Angell discovered Mr. Rabbit, who had been engrossed in a book, slowly floating before him, his crimson orbs fixated upon Angell. Unable to decipher the meaning behind that gaze, Angell felt an inexplicable chill crawl up his spine, dispelling the earlier sense of whimsy. All that remained was sheer terror as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a card sentinel lunged toward him, sending a jolt of fear through Angell's heart. Instinctively, he seized a book from the table and hurled it at the approaching soldier. The violet-covered comic book, suspended in midair, unexpectedly revealed a gaping moth filled with jagged teeth, which voraciously devoured the card soldier before him. Angell stood aghast at the unfolding scene, and seizing the opportunity while the surrounding beings were captivated by the monstrous mouth, he dashed forward with all his might, racing toward the hall's exit. Cackle, cackle. Don't run, Shava. Come play with me. A voice, reminiscent of a haunting specter, echoed from behind. Though Angell heard it, he did not falter, speeding toward the next corner. He recalled that by turning, he could reach the storeroom. Safety awaited him there. This thought, though uncertain in origin and validity, had become his sole option. As he neared the storeroom's entrance, Angell charged recklessly inside. However, just as he crossed the threshold, an agonizing pain erupted from his back, causing him to collapse to the ground. Turning to glance back, he beheld a woman adorned in a sumptuous, intricately patterned dark gown. Her red hair and heavily made-up face marred by a myriad of stitches. A black heart-shaped crown perched atop her head. Angell did not recognize her. Yet he noted the blood dripping from her razor-sharp fingernails. Coupled with the acute pain in his back, he harbored no doubt that the blood was indeed his own. The stitched woman's eyes glinted with malice as she howled in fury, but despite her vehement curses, she did not cross the threshold. It was as if the storeroom door separated two distinct realms. After observing her for some time and confirming that she could not enter, Angell allowed himself a moment of relief. Yet, once the tension subsided, another wave of worry washed over him, though he had narrowly escaped. He pondered his next course of action. Once more, Angell surveyed the storeroom. Aside from the furniture, there were only flickering candles and a crimson crystal orb, the Eye of Abylos. A talent sphere. Drawn inexplicably toward the shimmering red orb, Angell approached it tentatively, placing his hand upon it. Aha! To think that in this remote town, I not only stumbled upon an opportunity for advancement but also discovered a gifted one. Blessings upon Morrow, blessings upon my family of grace. The boisterous laughter of Morrow resonated in Angell's ears. Had they not noticed his earlier transgression? Or was it not a transgression at all? Merely a transformation during the talent assessment? If it were indeed a transformation, how perilous it had been. Angel, do not dawdle. Mr. Morrow inquires about your transformation. Leon remarked with a chuckle. Oh, Angel responded gloomily, devoid of any joy at becoming a gifted one. Instead, he was engulfed in profound fatigue after narrowly escaping danger. Upon touching the talent orb, he found himself suspended in midair. Before Angel could finish his thought, Morrow interjected, suspended? Indeed, this signifies transformation. You are undoubtedly a gifted one. Mr. Morrow, if I possess this talent, may I then become your apprentice and learn the arcane arts of a wizard? Despite having endured an unpleasant experience in the parallel realm that had darkened his mood, Angel's resolve to become a wizard remained unshaken. Upon hearing Morrow's words, Angel momentarily froze. To depart from this place for the unknown Coral Floating Island Academy? Although he had harbored some suspicions beforehand, he now felt somewhat at a loss. Furthermore, he had promised his brother to accompany him to the ceremony of title inheritance. They were to leave tomorrow, and he wondered when they might meet again. But Angel hesitated, knowing his elder brother could sense the worries within him. He remained silent, while others attributed John's condition to mere illness. Only he understood that it was the world's consciousness driving John away. Unless a wizard intervened, none could save him. Just as Angel was caught in his turmoil, Morrow, who had been listening intently, spoke up. Are you troubled about your mentor? Yes. Morrow, however, could not comprehend why Angel was so fixated on John, who was merely an introductory mentor, not a master teacher or a family member. This sentiment of an intergenerational bond eluded Morrow's understanding. After scrutinizing Angel deeply, Morrow suddenly said, I once spent 2 full years' worth of savings at the Scarlet Auction House to acquire a magical scroll named the Healing Ice Coffin. While this artifact cannot cure your mentor, it can temporarily sustain his vital signs for 5 years. Would you be willing to accept this? 5 years? Angel's pupils dilated sharply. 5 years could bring about significant changes. Though he doubted he could become a wizard within that time, the mere possibility kindled hope within him. Just as Angel was about to agree to Morrow, he noticed Leon stepping forward, bowing to Morrow. There is no such thing as a gratuitous gift. Although I do not comprehend the world of wizards, as you just mentioned, Mr. Morrow, wizards are still human, and as such, they cannot escape the bonds of human relations. Therefore, may I inquire what conditions you require for the costly potion you intend to expend on John? Leon's words awakened a realization in Angel. Morrow was merely a guide. Despite the scarcity of gifted ones, a guide who was already one would not be overly concerned. Thus, what did Morrow seek in exchange for the healing ice potion? Morrow appraised Leon with an expression of admiration. The likelihood of Angel becoming a wizard within 5 years approached 0, rendering the healing ice coffin seemingly futile. However, I am still willing to entrust it to you, provided Angel consents to one condition. Chapter 16, The 3 Architectures as the Frost Descends Upon the Month. Delicate snowflakes begin to dance through the air, and even the distant ocean succumbs to the icy grip of winter. Along this coastal mountain road, a grand carriage, adorned in a lustrous black lacquer, glides slowly forward. The coachman, with one hand firmly grasping the reins of the elegantly saddled steed, holds a copper warming stove in the other, frequently bringing his frostbitten face close to the stove to absorb the meager warmth wafting from its vents. On either side of the ebony carriage, there are sliding glass windows, one of which is pushed open by a lovely young maiden who blinks her eyes and gazes around curiously, just as she becomes engrossed in her surroundings. A chubby hand reaches over from the side and shuts the open window. Ah, Chew. Aaron, it's so cold. Please don't open the window. The wind is nearly freezing me, exclaims the adorable boy, his voice still tinged with childish innocence. Aaron retorts, Humph, you're such a wuss. You can't handle a little breeze. Look at Brother Pat. He hasn't complained at all. It's only you who keeps whining about the cold. Seated within this carriage are the companions of Morrow, having departed from Grue Town. Angel finds himself unexpectedly caught in the siblings' quarrel, yet he refrains from joining their debate, choosing instead to chuckle softly and remain quietly at one side of the carriage. Beside him, Morrow sits in meditative silence, eyes closed. Alan pouts, muttering under his breath. Always Brother Pat this, Brother Pat that, as if he asked your actual brother. Erin, with her keen ears, catches his words but does not take offense. She merely huffs, rolling her eyes at Alan before leaning closer to Angel and initiating her own conversation. Unfortunately, Erin seldom travels far, and her tales mostly revolve around the trivialities of noble society in the capital. Though Angel lacks interest, he does not interrupt her monologue, often nodding in response, appearing to engage earnestly in the discussion, while in reality, he remains lost in his own thoughts. It was on that day that Moro presented a condition. As long as Angell agreed, he would hand over the magical parchment for healing the ice coffin. Ultimately, Angell acquiesced to Moro's terms, as they did not seem overly burdensome. Once Angell advanced to the rank of a second-level apprentice wizard, he must accompany Moro to explore a certain ruin. Moro did not elaborate on the nature of this ruin, merely stating that he too was uncertain of its dangers. Despite the potential risks of this journey, the prerequisite of being a second-level apprentice wizard seemed reasonable. Moro had spent nearly a decade advancing to the rank of a mid-level apprentice, and Angell himself was unsure if he could even reach that level. Thus, trading possible peril for the healing of the ice coffin felt like a fair exchange. After utilizing the healing ice coffin from Joan, Angell spent one more day at the estate, and with a heavy heart from Leon, he packed his belongings and embarked on the journey to the unknown continent alongside Moro. As night cloaked the land, the biting cold of winter intensified, compelling even the seasoned coachmen to halt their progress in search of a temporary refuge. Awaiting the passing of the night, they found a large, half-embedded stone where the group set a fire in the indentation to camp. While the coachman covered the horses with blankets, tethering them nearby, Alan huddled pitifully, embracing his legs like a plump ball, muttering, "So cold, so cold. Really, I can't endure this little chill. What a waste of my flesh." Though Erin grumbled, her eyes betrayed a deep concern for her elder brother, and she did not forget to retrieve a thick cloak from the tent to drape over Alan. Moro observed the interaction between his two grandchildren with a smile in his eyes. He gently waved his hand, and a green orb of light entered Alan's body. This temperature-regulating spell could maintain warmth for 10 hours. However, relying on magic is not a long-term solution. You have been frail since childhood, hence, you must engage in daily exercise to naturally enhance your constitution, making you less susceptible to such cold. Moro said to Alan, "If your talent leans towards the bloodline aspect, your physique will significantly improve once you commence your training." Alan nodded in confusion, and after the green light enveloped him, he distinctly felt a change in the surrounding temperature, deepening his curiosity about the arcane arts. "Grandfather, haven't we already tested our talents? Doesn't the talent orb test count? When we go to the Coral White Floating Island Academy, will we have to retest?" Erin inquired, puzzled. Angell perked up his ears, eager to learn the answer as well. The events during the talent test had been exceedingly bizarre. He had privately asked Alan and Erin about their experiences. Erin had heard static noise, while Alan noticed an extra piece of black bread in the plate. Although there was a change, it remained within the realm of comprehension. However, when it was Angell's turn, he had inexplicably traversed. This was utterly inconceivable. While Angell classified this encounter as a shift in the talent testing, he was not entirely convinced. Thus, when Erin brought up the talent test, his attention was immediately captured. Moro chuckled, stroking his beard, and explained to Erin, "The Eye of Abylas can only ascertain whether an individual possesses talent. However, it cannot determine the inclination of that talent. Once you arrive at the Coral White Floating Island Academy, a more comprehensive talent evaluation will take place, at which point you will gain clarity. Nevertheless, I must remind you that the Academy's talent assessment is not definitive, even if it indicates a propensity towards elemental magic. You are not obligated to specialize in that area. It ultimately depends on your own will." Moro paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, although you may choose to disregard the inclination of your talent when studying any discipline, some branches are not accessible merely through effort, such as certain special branches within the mystical aspect, like prophecy or astrology, which still heavily rely on innate talent. I seem to have yet to discuss the categories of wizards with you. Let me elaborate today." Moro contemplated for a moment. The path of a wizard is remarkably diverse, and after thousands of years of refinement, the system is now well established. There are numerous branches, and I shall not elaborate on each. Instead, I will introduce you to the three major structures currently recognized in the wizarding community. The elemental aspect encompasses the natural composition and the essence of all things. The bloodline aspect involves drawing upon the blood of formidable beings to strengthen oneself. The mystical aspect delves into the secrets of the abyss. These three frameworks essentially summarize the entirety of the wizarding system at present. Beyond the three principal frameworks, numerous related systems exist, such as alchemy and summoning. However, most wizards possess at least a modicum of knowledge in these domains, albeit to varying extents. There are indeed some who specialize in these auxiliary systems, though they are quite rare. Among the three frameworks, those inclined towards elemental magic are the most numerous. Virtually all wizards are adept in several elemental spells. Conversely, practitioners of the mysterious arts are exceedingly scarce, with their power distribution being remarkably peculiar. Some are immensely powerful, while others are pathetically weak. This disparity arises from the sheer complexity within the mysterious framework. In the southern regions, the most renowned representatives are the archaeologist Mantora and the illusion master Sanders. Both belong to the secondary tier of the mysterious system, yet their strengths differ vastly. Reflecting on these two figures evokes a deep sense of contemplation in Morrow. His words lead the group into profound thought. Curiously, Eileen inquires, "What category does grandfather belong to?" He replies, "If we consider the three main frameworks, I would fall under the elemental category, specifically the fire element. However, I devote the majority of my energy to the art of rune drawing. Thus I am more akin to an auxiliary rune wizard." The exchange of questions and answers continued for much of the day as the night deepened. The distant mountains and forests transformed into indistinct shadows, resembling monstrous entities clawing at the wind. Gradually, fatigue overcame the group, ushering them into slumber. Lying in the humble tent, Angell's eyes shimmered with a subtle brilliance. The evening's discourse profoundly moved him. He had not anticipated the vast classifications within wizardry. Even within the elemental fire category, there exist branches such as flame, lava, and cold fire, each representing a fusion of elements. Whether through specialization or broad study, one could embark on the pursuit of truth. Under John's enlightenment, Angell developed an insatiable curiosity about the fundamental nature of all things, particularly as John recounted the myriad wonders of the universe, stirring a yearning within him. He pondered if, as a wizard, he might one day uncover these enigmatic mysteries. With aspirations for the future, Angell gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 17. The Port of Vichy. After a series of carriage changes, the group finally arrived at the northernmost point of the Golden Sparrow Empire, the Port of Vichy. After a fortnight's journey, transitioning from the old continent to the prosperous continent is no simple feat each year. Only at the dawn of the new year does a single trade ship from the prosperous continent arrive at the Port of Vichy, pausing for but 2 days before departing. Thus, to avoid missing this fleeting opportunity, the group arrived at the port before the month of revival. Upon concluding his remarks, Morrow led the group to the Bounty Guild. Situated in the heart of the city, the Bounty Guild serves as a collective for all knights adhering to the kingdom's code, facilitating the distribution of tasks sanctioned by the state, allowing knights to undertake missions and receive appropriate rewards. However, Morrow's purpose for visiting the guild was not to accept a task, but rather to access the most opulent accommodations in the entire Moonlight City, available exclusively to those who can afford them. The services and lodging provided by the Bounty Guild far surpass those of any other inn in the city, clearly illustrating its prioritization of wealth. As a venerable elder of the Ming Inn family, Morrow carried a substantial amount of gold coins. He paid for everything, including Anger's expenses, without regard for the currency. Upon hearing they could explore freely, Alan and Aaron exchanged glances, subsequently bursting forth with immense excitement. The two children resembled liberated prisoners, eager to embrace the essence of freedom immediately. Alan's small eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, while Aaron could hardly contain her joy, though her attention was chiefly directed towards Anger, who stood nearby. "Brother Pat, let us venture out together," Aaron exclaimed sweetly to Anger, her enthusiasm palpable as she nearly tugged at his arm. Anger, somewhat exasperated, regarded Aaron. Over the course of the month-long journey, their camaraderie had deepened significantly. Aaron had grown bolder, shedding her initial shyness, and while she refrained from physical contact, she adeptly employed her charms and playful demeanor. At this juncture, Anger, though still youthful, had discerned Aaron's affections. He found it perplexing that such tender feelings could blossom after merely a few days of acquaintance. Indeed, the intricacies of a young girl's heart are often inscrutable. However, burdened by his youth and the looming 5-year pact, he found himself unable to entertain any other thoughts. Thus, he resolved to maintain a respectful distance from Aaron, both for his own sake and as a gesture of respect towards her. Disappointed, Aaron pouted slightly, ultimately stamping her foot before following the bewildered Alan out of the guild. Once inside his room, Anger did not immediately delve into the training assignments set by his mentor, but instead took a leisurely moment to observe his surroundings. His room, positioned on the seaside, boasted a spacious terrace from which he could gaze upon the bustling port of Vichy in the distance, as well as the shimmering ocean adorned with dancing waves. From a lofty vantage point, observing the bustling activities of the Vichy harbor below, resembling ants scurrying about, Angell found himself simultaneously marveling at the splendor of the Sea Moon City while grappling with an unexpected sense of solitude. gazing southward through the vast expanse of rolling grasslands. He envisioned the mountains beyond, concealing a tranquil town, the place he had called home for the first 14 years of his life. "Brother," Mentor Angell murmured softly, a profound melancholy enveloping him. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Morrow had enlisted a band of knights from the Bounty Guild, who vigilantly watched over the trading ships arriving from the mainland at the harbor. Meanwhile, the Allen siblings had been reveling in their newfound freedom, indulging in a plethora of purchases, returning home at all hours, their spirits undeterred by the biting cold. In stark contrast, Angell had not ventured outside at all during these days, instead immersed in organizing his recent acquisitions, particularly engrossed in unraveling the puzzles left to him by John. These enigmas demanded extensive calculations and an integration of various academic disciplines. Should a scholar from Earth behold them, they would surely marvel at the breadth and complexity of the subjects involved, even without a profound mastery of each. One would need a panoramic perspective to attain any significant breakthroughs. The fact that John entrusted such challenges to Angell reflected his confidence and regard for him. Since departing from the Pat estate, Angell had begun his calculations, yet over a month had elapsed, and he had only managed to decipher a quarter of the puzzles, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Nevertheless, he understood that he must persevere in solving these conundrums, for they were linked to something his mentor had bequeathed him. Only by unraveling all the questions and arriving at the final answer could he unveil what his mentor had left behind. On the second weekend of the month of revival, the weather was surprisingly clear. Perhaps buoyed by the joy of melting ice, the harbor buzzed with even more vigor than in previous days. After days of seclusion, Angell deemed it appropriate to venture out. Thus, after much time had passed, he finally donned his casual attire, groomed his appearance, adorned his countenance with a gentle smile, and stepped out of his room. The bustling hall of the Bounty Guild remained as frenetic as ever. Upon entering, he was greeted by the pungent scent of sweat. The clientele here were predominantly knights, living on the edge, with even the most gallant female knights often neglecting their personal hygiene. A reflexive frown creased Angell's brow, but he quickly recalled that this was no longer Grue Town, and without his brother as protection, he was merely a noble dependent in the eyes of the world. With this thought, his brow unfurled, and he resumed his benign smile. In a small tavern off to the side of the hall, he ordered a glass of rum infused with palm grass and some roasted meat. He sipped the rum sparingly. It was far less delectable than the estate's milk wine, leaving only a sharp, fermented aftertaste. As he savored the roasted meat, he perked up his ears, keenly listening to the animated discussions of the surrounding adventurers. In such a diverse establishment, unique tidings were easily gleaned. This was an insight Angell had gathered from John's tales of martial arts novels from Earth. His experiences in the world beyond have been rather limited, leaving him uncertain of the accuracy of the knowledge gleaned from books. Yet, this does not deter him from joyfully eavesdropping on the conversations of adventurers, even if many are merely boasting. He listens with rapt attention. "Have you heard?" one adventurer exclaimed. "The kingdom of Hylon, currently at war with the Empire, has recently encountered a significant upheaval. Numerous dukes have died under mysterious circumstances, their gruesome fates causing even the knights on guard to feel unease in the dead of night. Our guild's esteemed mercenary order, the Radiant Golden Sparrow Knights, has not made an appearance for several months. Do you think the tragedy in Hylon could be their doing?" At a nearby table, a group of adventurers engaged in gossip about the distant front lines. Remember, 6 months ago, when the Lord of the Imperial Capital personally issued a bounty for the assassination of Halen's commander. I suspect these two events are undoubtedly connected. Their voices resounded loudly, with some raising their tones to emphasize their own achievements. Hence, the speaker's words reached nearly every patron within the tavern. Everyone concurred. One side was the enemy nation, while the other was their own guild's mercenary group, and their bias was unmistakably one-sided. Amidst the boisterous discussions, a voice as cold as ice interjected. "The Radiant Golden Sparrow Knights? Humph, your understanding is woefully shallow. I assure you, the Hylon tragedy was not perpetrated by them. Their strength is not yet so formidable." The speaker, clad in a flowing cerulean robe adorned with silver embroidery, appeared to be of considerable worth. "How dare you speak that way? Who are you to make such claims about the Golden Sparrow? Do you comprehend the consequences of your words?" The crowd turned to face the speaker, their gazes sharp and fierce. "Ah, it's you again. Don't think that just because you possess a certificate from the Hylon Chamber of Commerce, you can run rampant in the Golden Sparrow Empire. As a Hylon native, you should conduct yourself with humility in our land. yet you dare to interject? It seems you seek your own demise." A burly man rose, his voice brimming with hostility. The Hylon merchant merely cast a cold glance, and immediately, over a dozen fully armored knights encircled him for protection. Although the burly man stood alone, he was no match for the knightly guards surrounding his adversary. However, this was the territory of the Golden Sparrow Empire, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, many knights swiftly sided with the burly man. After all, he was one of their own, and it was not for the people of Hylon to teach him a lesson. With both sides composed of a dozen fiery armored men, the atmosphere in the tavern felt as though it had solidified, caught in the tension of the standoff. Chapter 18. Farewell anecdote. As the two factions were poised to clash, they were unexpectedly interrupted by the vice president of the Bounty Guild of Moonlight City. Through his persuasive entreaties, both sides lowered their banners and ceased hostilities, allowing the impending conflict to dissipate without resolution. Angell felt a pang of regret at this turn of events. Once the merchants of Hylon had settled down, one of them coldly declared, "I previously asserted that the radiant Golden Sparrow Knights could not be the architects of the Hylon tragedy, for it was not a product of human malice." After uttering these words, the Hylon merchant lapsed into silence. Was it not human? Could malevolent spirits be to blame? Although the crowd was perplexed, none dared to inquire further. As the prosperity of Moonlight City, thriving on maritime commerce, ranked just below that of the capital. Having lived for 14 years, Angell had only witnessed the grandeur of Watford. A town under the jurisdiction of Gru Town, Moonlight City alone boasted an expanse comparable to 4 Watfords, not to mention its superior infrastructure. As Angell ambled about, he observed the myriad emotions of the populace, reflecting on snippets of culture and connecting them with the literary masterpieces recounted by his former mentor, thereby gaining insights. Soon, he arrived at his destination, the Sambina Trade Street, a renowned thoroughfare in Moonlight City mentioned by Aileen just days prior. Its fame stemmed from the unique wares imported from distant lands via maritime trade, many of which were absent in the Golden Sparrow Empire. On that occasion, Aileen had purchased a plethora of items from Sambina Trade Street, including several books whose origins were unknown, such as court cosmetic techniques, color tones, and fan language. Despite their whimsical titles, the contents merely comprised recommendations on makeup techniques and color coordination for noblewomen. Angell glanced at them briefly before setting them aside. While Aileen reveled in her discoveries, even acquiring some cosmetic materials to grind into powder for her face. At such a tender age, she had already begun her own interpretation of beauty. Inspired by Aileen, Angell sought to procure a few books himself during this visit to the trade street. Should he find suitable ones, he intended to send them to his mentor to enrich the compilation of historical materials. Upon entering Sambina Trade Street, he was greeted by a statue of a gentleman clad in formal attire, situated at the center of a fountain. This sculpture depicted Sambina Plensi, a pivotal figure from 2 centuries past who had initiated maritime trade. In homage to this nobleman, the street bore his name, a testament to the reverence of posterity. The street was lined with low yet spacious buildings, their brick and tile facades adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors, each shop striving to catch the eye with its exterior. The signs and promotional methods at the doorways were equally ambitious. Angell observed a confectionery shop where a circus clown was performing juggling tricks at the entrance, eliciting a cacophony of excitement from the crowd. Some unruly children tugged at their parents, throwing tantrums and wailing if they did not purchase sweets. The entire street buzzed with liveliness. Although Angell endeavored to maintain the decorum befitting his noble upbringing, his youthful spirit shone through. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, darting from one spectacle to another. Ultimately, Angell's inaugural purchase was not made at his intended destination, the bookstore, but rather at a dairy shop adorned with a life-sized cow plush at its entrance. After savoring a generous bowl of sweet milk in solitude, Angell's eyes squinted into slits as he smiled contentedly. He wiped the remnants of milk from the corners of his mouth and departed with satisfaction. Not long after, he stumbled upon a bookstore adorned with the ancient imagery of the Sorcerer wisdom god. Upon entering, he discovered that the majority of the books were bound with pulp paper. While rare leather scrolls were few and far between, the stories were captivating, and at times, they revealed profound meanings, proving to be quite rewarding. Angell was not stingy when it came to books, quickly filling the leather paper bag provided by the shopkeeper. "My dear sir, I see that your taste in literature is quite eclectic. I once collected a variety of obscure texts myself. If you are interested, why not linger a little longer?" The shopkeeper, delighted by Angell's substantial purchase, felt a surge of joy in his heart. Such a patron was a rarity, especially in these times when true book lovers were scarce. He also noted the diverse genres Angell was willing to buy, which sparked his enthusiasm. Over the years, he had amassed numerous books from various trade fleets, yet many were too ancient, some even damaged or written in obscure languages, languishing in his warehouse, neglected. Finally encountering a discerning customer, he could hardly contain his excitement. Are there more hidden treasures? Angell's eyes gleamed with interest, and without inquiring further, he accepted the shopkeeper's proposition. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper eagerly ushered Angell to the upstairs parlor, offering him a glass of fruit wine before hastily retreating to the warehouse. After a while, he returned with 2 assistants, bearing 3 large wooden crates emitting a musty odor. The pungent smell caused Angell to frown. It was hard to imagine how damp a place must be to produce such an aroma. Recently, the trade caravans from the Sima Kingdom have not visited. And without dry stone powder, the coastal city of Haiwei is quite humid, causing these books to absorb some moisture in a short time. But fret not. I have ensured that all the books are sealed internally. No dampness can penetrate, the shopkeeper assured, patting his chest. Angell, not overly concerned, nodded and gestured for the crates to be opened. Just as he was about to examine the contents in detail, a thunderous horn echoed above the skies of Haiwei City. Chapter 19. The patterns of growth. Angell gazed out with a sense of perplexity. For the resounding blast of the horn was the first he had encountered since his arrival in Ocean Moon City. Could it be that an urgent situation had arisen? At that moment, the bookstore owner approached the window, pinching his meticulously groomed mustache, squinting as he peered toward Vichy Harbor. Oh, it appears that merchant ships from the mainland have arrived. It seems the sea routes of the whale's beard have completely thawed. Once these cargo vessels unload their goods, the atmosphere will surely become lively. With this, the shopkeeper instructed his assistant to head to Vichy Harbor for vigilance. After all, there were more than just his bookstore in the city, and those eager to procure finer goods would have to rely on their own capabilities. The thawing of the whale's beard sea route? Does that mean the ships from the prosperous continent are on their way? Or perhaps they have already arrived? Angell remained silent, gazing into the distance, his heart filled with a blend of hope and melancholy. After a moment, Angell once again donned a smile, dismissing unnecessary thoughts as he began to sift through the tomes in the box. To his surprise, the majority of the books within the 3 boxes were rare leather scrolls. Although the quality of the leather paper was evidently poor, it was quite normal for such homemade parchment to be of lesser quality. Given that mainstream leather scrolls were typically housed within noble families, the shopkeeper had indeed wrapped all the books securely, as he had claimed, ensuring they were free from mildew. Noticing that the day was still young, Angell settled down to read through them one by one. The most luxurious inn on the northern shore was undoubtedly the Crown of Glory. The shopkeeper, having heard of it, promptly instructed his assistant to carry the boxes and follow Angell. Books, by their very nature, were costly, and with Angell purchasing such a considerable number, he had spent a total of 30 gold coins, an amount equivalent to a decade's income for a family of 4. Angell felt a pang of discomfort at the expense. Yet he consoled himself with the belief that books equate to knowledge, and knowledge can be transformed into wealth. Nevertheless, he was aware that this was merely a self-serving justification. As he made his way, Angell could distinctly sense the exhilaration among the throngs of people surrounding him, each face adorned with joy. The unimpeded passage of the whale's beard signaled the promising onset of a prosperous year for shipping. Upon returning to the inn, the sun had just fully set beyond the horizon. A faint blush lingered along the coastline, while Ocean Moon City had already succumbed to the embrace of night. Before Angell could step through the door, he noticed the door directly across from him swing open, revealing the siblings Moro and Alan approaching him. I have just received word that the ships from the prosperous continent have reached the mouth of Ocean Moon. They will arrive at Vichy Harbor by tomorrow morning. Make sure to prepare everything you wish to take tonight. We shall board the ship by noon tomorrow. Moro cast a glance at the bookstore assistant accompanying Angell and then at the entire box of books, chuckling, "You are indeed well prepared. Acquiring some books is a wise choice. We will be aboard the ship for nearly half a year, and having reading material will certainly help pass the time." As the night birds sliced through the sky, Vichy Harbor, which had been bustling throughout the day, finally fell into complete silence after midnight. The tranquil port was shrouded in darkness, save for a few wooden posts adorned with a couple of flickering oil lamps almost burned out. At that moment, from a secluded corner on a small boat, a shadow suddenly darted through the dim light, revealing a figure cloaked entirely in black. The cloaked figure sprinted swiftly, soon exiting the port of Vichy. He traversed a path devoid of illumination, guided only by the moonlight, revealing a pair of luminescent green eyes, with no other distinguishing features. The figure resembled a solitary wolf racing through the night, silent and untainted by the sin of the mundane, yet possessing a speed that rivaled that of a cheetah. As he reached the central district of Moonlight City, he suddenly uttered a soft exclamation and halted his rapid pace. That delicate sound, imbued with a melodious quality, unmistakably belonged to a woman. How peculiar it felt, as if a trace of enchantment lingered in the air. Was it possible that the ancient king and the denizens of the savage caverns had forged an alliance? The black-clad woman's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. If indeed a specter were to appear, she would surely find herself ensnared in an inescapable fate. How vexing it was, merely a tattered hat. And yet it had pursued her relentlessly for 2 years. Did that crown, besides symbolizing royal authority, possess some other extraordinary significance? Her gaze was directed precisely towards the location of the Bounty Guild. Beneath the soft glow of the moonlight, Angell lay in slumber, his eyes closed. His hand unconsciously scratching at his back, his expression in dreamland marked by distress. Unbeknownst to him, a faint greenish vein began to unfurl from a small point near his scapula, resembling a creeping vine, gradually extending outward. Angell was roused from his slumber by the sound of Morrow's knocking. With a touch of fatigue, he opened the door to reveal Morrow cloaked in black, accompanied by the already prepared Allen siblings. Angell paused momentarily, surprised at their early rising. Had they already dined? A fleeting confusion crossed his mind. If memory served him correctly, Morrow had mentioned embarking on the ship at noon today. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Angell's face. Gathering his thoughts, he cleared his throat and spoke. My apologies. I packed my belongings rather late last night, so please wait a moment. I will be out shortly. Without awaiting their response, he swiftly closed the door. Observing the firmly shut door, Morrow said nothing, while a puzzled expression adorned Eileen's face as she followed the indifferent Allen downstairs. Gazing out at the bustling scene beyond the window, Angell realized that he had indeed overslept, and without further contemplation, he hastily attended to his appearance. It was not until he had dressed and summoned the attendant to carry his luggage that a wave of perplexity washed over him. The previous night, he had retired at a normal hour. Why then had he not been awakened until the sun was high in the sky? This was an unprecedented occurrence for someone like Angell, who held a profound regard for time. After much reflection, he could only vaguely sense that his slumber had not been restful. It felt as though ants were crawling beneath his skin, provoking an unbearable itch accompanied by an indescribable burning sensation. Might his prolonged sleep be connected to this? Instinctively, Angell reached behind to scratch his back, yet felt no abnormality. Surely, it was but an illusion? Even upon reuniting with Morrow and the others, Angell remained without conclusion, resigning himself to attributing it all to mental fatigue. Chapter 20. The red-haired Hewis. Upon boarding the carriage, the group swiftly arrived at the port of Vichy. The cargo ship, Zijing, which had traversed from the mainland, had already docked in the morning. After a morning of unloading, the vessel was cleared, awaiting the new cargo to be loaded for its next departure the following day. Morrow had brought the group aboard a day in advance as a precaution. After all, it only made the journey once a year, and missing it would leave them with no one to voice their regrets to. Once aboard, it would be prudent for them to refrain from wandering or causing trouble, for the Zijing had a formidable reputation that was not to be trifled with. Leading the trio towards the ship, Morrow repeatedly cautioned them. The Zijing could break through ice and navigate perilous seas, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary vessels. Rumors circulated that the Zijing was backed by the enigmatic Sky Mechanical City. If these rumors held truth, neither he nor even a formal wizard would dare challenge its might. Thus, he impressed upon them the necessity of tempering their noble tempers, even in the presence of mere sailors. Morrow's tone was more severe this time. His recent experiences in the Golden Sparrow Empire had exposed him to many reckless noble scions, eager to draw swords at the slightest provocation. To avoid unnecessary conflict, he deemed it essential to emphasize this point. The three nodded vigorously, recognizing Morrow's extensive experience in social matters and trusting his guidance. While Morrow shared his wisdom, Angell was intently observing the Zijing before him. The ship was indeed colossal, yet, when compared to the cargo ships described by his mentor from Earth, it seemed somewhat smaller. Nevertheless, for the uninitiated Angell, the Zijing was the grandest mode of transportation he had ever encountered. Its size rivaled that of half a castle within the Pat Manor, and the elegant steel hull, adorned in shades of purple and white, shone brilliantly. What captivated Angell most was the figurehead at the bow of the ship, a young woman in a flowing robe, her hands clasped in prayer, with long hair cascading softly, dotted with blooming purple flowers. She appeared both pure and solemn, her beauty infused with grace, unmistakably crafted by a skilled artisan's hand. Most intriguing was the pale pink gemstone embedded in the center of the figurehead's forehead. Angell found this gem peculiar, yet he could not articulate precisely what was amiss. "Ah, over there, could it be?" Morrow exclaimed suddenly, his eyes widening in shock as he gazed towards the ship's exit. Following Morrow's gaze, Angell beheld a young man with red hair clad in a black coat with golden patterns, white shirt, and black trousers. His brown boots firmly planted as he descended from the Zijing with an expressionless demeanor. The vibrant red hair was striking, yet his countenance was stern. His gaze icy and indifferent, exuding an aura that warned against intrusion. Aloof and austere, a paragon of restraint, Angell murmured under his breath in Chinese. "Brother Pat, what are you saying?" Unbeknownst to him, Eileen had approached his side, close enough for him to catch the faint, delightful fragrance emanating from her long hair. Eileen also noticed Morrow's peculiar behavior and turned to ask him, "Grandfather, who is that person?" Rarely having encountered such fierce experiences, Eileen pouted in discontent. However, Morrow offered no words of comfort and continued his swift stride towards the ship. Only Alan trotted forward, using his chubby little hand, akin to a lotus root, to gently wipe away the tears at his sister's eyes. Angell softly reassured Eileen, saying, "I'm certain Mr. Morrow has his reasons for acting this way." Yet, in his own heart, Angell harbored doubts, wondering why Morrow's countenance had changed so drastically upon seeing the young man, to the point where he dared not glance at him again. Could it be that the young man was an enemy of Mr. Morrow? As the group boarded the cargo ship, the red-haired youth cast a puzzled glance towards the deck. An odd aura lingered. Could it merely be a figment of his imagination? The red-haired youth dismissed it and continued onward, for his current objective lay elsewhere, rendering it unnecessary to squander time on trivial matters. A night passed, and the sun began to rise in the distance, painting the horizon with a golden hue. The sound of a horn echoed, signaling the raising of the anchor and setting sail. Tears mingled with farewells at the port, while silence enveloped the deck. Under such an atmosphere, the Zijing bid farewell to the old continent and set its course towards the unknown. Angell stood on the deck, watching the continent shrink into the distance, feeling not only a profound sense of loss but also an inexplicable premonition that this departure might signify a true separation from this land. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. The ship sailed steadily, devoid of any sense of rolling, and the seasickness that Angell had initially feared never manifested. However, many discomforts stemming from the unfamiliarity of life at sea left his complexion somewhat pallid. A series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Angell set down his pen and opened it, revealing a beautiful young girl standing at the threshold, dressed in a white lace princess gown. Her soft pink hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate face bore a hint of shyness. Upon seeing Angell, her eyes lit up, and she affectionately called out, "Brother Pat." The visitor was none other than Eileen. During these 3 days, apart from mealtimes in the dining area, Angell had remained in his room, engrossed in his studies. This was his first encounter with Eileen since boarding the ship. Angell nodded, saying, "All right, just a moment, I'll change my clothes." The three of them resided in a cabin located on the mid-level of the cargo ship, while the lower levels were primarily occupied by crew members and sailors. Morrow's quarters were situated on the upper level, where the inhabitants' identities remained unknown, likely either nobility or extraordinary individuals like Morrow himself. Under the guidance of the attendant, Angell and Eileen arrived at Morrow's cabin. Upon entering, they found Alan with a piece of cake, taking a large bite of the whipped cream, white froth forming at the corners of his mouth. Morrow sat nearby, serious in demeanor, holding a scroll. Upon hearing the door open, Morrow looked up, surprisingly nodding at the two of them, signaling them to take a seat before him. By this time, Alan had finished his cake and, wiping his mouth, approached with a cheerful smile. Irene shot him an indignant glare before yielding her space beside her, deftly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the smudge from Alan's mouth. Upon taking his seat, Angell's gaze was immediately drawn to the leather scroll resting on the table, which bore an image of a person alongside the inscription at the top. Wanted notice. I sense your curiosity about my whereabouts these past few days, and it is no trouble to enlighten you. Morrow began, shifting the conversation. The ship, the Zijing, is home to 3 sorcerer organizations that maintain a long-term presence here. Their purpose is twofold: to guide those of talent and to safeguard cargo vessels from the threats posed by sea beasts. Among these 3 resident sorcerer organizations is our very own White Coral Floating Island Academy. For the past few days, I have been engaged in discussions with the escort sent by the Academy, exchanging intelligence regarding the red-haired figure known as Uis. As for Uis, Morrow paused momentarily, He is the red-haired youth from that day, and he is here for this wanted notice. As to his true identity, you shall learn of it upon your arrival at the academy. I will merely advise you, should you encounter him, it would be wise to steer clear, as his temperament is notoriously volatile, recognized throughout the southern region. With the gravity of his previous remarks slightly lifted, Moro smiled at the trio and added, "The reason I summoned you here is of another nature. In recent days, I have conferred with the escort stationed aboard the Zijing. Since you are gifted individuals, it would pose no significant issue to impart the meditation technique to you in advance. Hence, my purpose in gathering you is to teach you this method of meditation." Chapter 21. The Triangular Guidance Method. However, as Moro shifted his tone, an enigmatic glimmer flickered in his eyes. Before imparting the meditation technique to you, I must first reveal two profound truths that pertain to the universal laws governing the realm of sorcery. Firstly, whether they be white wizards or black wizards, all adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. The commitment to this rule is markedly more stringent among white wizards than their darker counterparts. Secondly, for a wizard, everything has a price. Only knowledge remains priceless. Unless bound by an exceptionally close relationship, one must pay a corresponding price to acquire knowledge from a wizard. At this juncture, Moro cast a glance at Angell. I can freely impart the meditation technique to Aileen and Alan, as they are my kin. However, you cannot expect the same. To obtain the meditation technique, a price must be paid, and at present, you possess nothing of what I seek. Angell's expression remained unchanged as he nodded in understanding. From a very young age, John had instilled in him the notion that no one is benevolent without reason. Throughout their journey, Moro had treated him with considerable kindness, even bestowing upon him a valuable magical scroll for a promise that may never come to fruition. Though Angell displayed an outward calm, internally he felt a twinge of anxiety over this seemingly altruistic generosity. It was only when Moro articulated these words that he felt a slight release of tension. Aileen, displaying a sense of urgency, attempted to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by Moro's stern gaze. Although I cannot teach you the meditation technique at this moment, once you arrive at the academy and have attained a mentor, the technique will naturally be passed down to you. Should your talent prove commendable and you become a true disciple of a certain esteemed wizard, the quality of the meditation technique you receive will be even greater. After speaking, noticing Angell's inclination to depart, Moro added, "There is no need for you to rush away. I summoned you all for a reason. While I cannot teach you the technique, you may gain preliminary insight into the significance of meditation for wizards." With that, Moro refrained from further ado and addressed the group. Pay close attention. Moro closed his eyes, seemingly engaged in an unseen task. After 2 or 3 seconds, a wanted notice began to levitate above the table, and under Moro's guidance, it danced gracefully in the air, sometimes curling, sometimes folding, swirling, and then descending like a feather. The eyes of the 3 children sparkled with wonder. Despite having become accustomed to Moro's extraordinary powers, they remained unabashedly excited. Once the wanted notice gently descended, Moro finally opened his eyes. I did not cast any spell just now, yet the scroll still detached itself from its anchor and remained under my control. Do you know the reason for this? After posing his question, he smacked his forehead. Ah, how foolish of me. You have had no exposure to wizards. So why would I pose such a question to you? Moro then adopted a serious demeanor. Let me speak plainly. This is the power derived from meditation, commonly referred to as mental strength among wizards. The degree of one's mental strength directly influences the efficiency of magical guidance. The meditation technique exists to enhance the efficacy of magical channeling. Let us delve into the concept of mental strength. For the vast majority of sorcerers, mental strength serves as a conduit for magical energy. However, it is essential to recognize that mental strength possesses its own significance, capable of influencing the material realm. For instance, this parchment was relocated purely through the exertion of mental strength. Yet, you must bear in mind that mental strength is an exceedingly volatile force. The purpose of meditation techniques is to establish a framework that stabilizes this power. Moro lamented that within the 3 primary structures, certain specialized branches do indeed merge mental strength with magical prowess. Nonetheless, such techniques demand a profound reservoir of knowledge. Only those who have attained the rank of a formal sorcerer may hope to wield them. Moro meticulously elucidated a portion of the meditation method's precautions before handing a slender booklet to Alan. You must remember, he cautioned, the triangular guidance method is absolutely not to be disseminated in private. You 2 siblings must memorize it and promptly incinerate it. Should I discover that you have imparted this knowledge to others, not only will the individual face dire consequences, but you too will be subjected to severe punishment. Moro's stern warning rendered Aileen momentarily speechless. The prospect of death at a mere disagreement offered her a fleeting glimpse into the harsh realities of the sorceress world. Although Aileen and Alan had long admired sorcery, their youth and limited education rendered their inquiries rather unconstructive. One of Aileen's questions even elicited a frown from Moro. She had previously inquired about innate talent, a topic Moro had already addressed days ago. The fact that he refrained from striking her was a testament to his restraint. Alan's query, regarding the distinctions between white and black sorcerers, was a matter of common knowledge that would naturally be clarified upon their arrival at the academy. To pose such a question to Moro at this juncture was to squander an opportunity. Though Moro deemed Alan's question somewhat pedestrian, it was nonetheless preferable to Aileen's. Thus, he expounded a bit further. The terms white sorcerer and black sorcerer may suggest a dichotomy of good and evil. However, in essence, there is no fundamental difference between the two. The labels of black or white are merely constructs defined by apprentice sorcerers. To a formal sorcerer, such distinctions are irrelevant, as they pertain solely to differing styles of conduct. The so-called white sorcerers typically exhibit a more temperate demeanor, while black sorcerers may display more violent and ruthless tendencies. Yet, this is not an absolute rule. On a day when a white sorcerer is in ill spirits, one could easily find themselves obliterated should they cross their path. The terms black and white merely reflect the preferences of sorcerers in their ordinary states. Overall, there is no significant distinction. Once you ascend to the rank of a formal sorcerer, transitioning from a black sorcerer to a white sorcerer in the blink of an eye poses no challenge whatsoever. While sorcerers themselves may be devoid of color distinctions, organizations of sorcerers do exhibit differences. For example, our academy, the White Coral Floating Island Academy, generally embodies a more temperate sorceress organization. In the absence of necessity, sorcerers do not resort to indiscriminate violence against apprentices. Indeed, should they witness apprentices in peril, sorcerers may occasionally extend their assistance, albeit with the expectation of compensation thereafter. In the continent of Fan, some sorceress organizations adhere to a philosophy of survival of the fittest, perceiving apprentices as mere materials for experimentation in the eyes of sorcerers. Hence, your admission to the White Coral Floating Island Academy represents a considerable stroke of fortune. After standing up with a certain reserve and performing a respectful bow, Angell finally inquired about the perplexity that lingered in his mind. What is the principle behind the release of magic spells? For a sorcerer, magical energy serves as the fuel for spellcasting. However, the essence lies not solely in the magical energy itself, but in the knowledge employed to construct the spell. It can be asserted that knowledge constitutes the very foundation of a sorcerer's existence. The pursuit of origins, the quest for answers to all things, and the search for truth, all knowledge can be transformed into immortal wonders through the conduit of magical energy. For instance, within the realm of minor tricks exists a spell known as the dog-nose technique. By casting this spell, one can temporarily elevate their sense of smell to that of a canine's. To execute this spell, one requires not only magical energy but also a comprehensive understanding of the anatomical structure of a dog's nose, as well as the corresponding olfactory knowledge, alongside necessary preliminary adjustments to one's own nasal cavity. Thus, for sorcerers, the accumulation of knowledge and the insight to perceive all things creatively are of utmost importance. Chapter 22. The Strange Seabird. In the days that followed, Moro did not reappear. Aaron and Alan commenced their studies in triangular guidance, while Angell immersed himself in the inquiries set forth by John. Moro had asserted that knowledge was the most vital asset of a wizard. Angell remained uncertain of the utility of Professor John's teachings, yet he recognized that such knowledge could illuminate his intellect, liberating his perspective from the constraints of immediate trivialities. Whether useful or not, Angell was indifferent. As time progressed, he sensed himself drawing ever closer to the correct answers. On this particular day, Angell set down his quill and massaged his temples. For nearly 2 weeks, his mind had been engaged in strenuous activity, and the number of problems he had resolved was steadily increasing, with only 10 remaining before he reached the final solution. However, the relentless concentration had begun to take its toll, particularly that morning when he experienced tinnitus and fleeting darkness of vision. His body was issuing alarms. Despite his eagerness for the answers, he reluctantly chose to pause. At the age of 14, still in the throes of adolescence, he understood that reckless ambition could disrupt his bodily equilibrium, potentially jeopardizing this crucial phase of his life. He recalled John's cautionary tale of his own adolescence, during which poor habits had led to a severe illness, stunning his growth at 165 centimeters. Angell was uncertain whether John's account was genuine or merely an excuse. Yet it was wiser to err on the side of belief. With a yawn, he stretched his limbs and straightened his legs. A glance at the clock on the wall revealed it was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Such timepieces were rare in the Edge Island. Part of the old soil continent, even the Pat Manor had relied on hourglasses. In the flourishing continent, however, clocks had long been commonplace among the populace. Pushing open the circular cover on the wooden panel, Angell was immediately greeted by the briny scent of the sea. This circular wooden cover served as a porthole. The mid-deck guest rooms of the Purple Blossom still boasted such ventilated windows, a privilege not afforded to the lower deck accommodations. The sunlight was radiant, and the shimmering waves made the eyes squint. The fresh air from outside mingled with the confined atmosphere of the room, and Angell, unbothered by the slight odor of the sea, languidly closed his eyes, allowing the gentle sea breeze to carry his thoughts into a wandering reverie. Angell's determination to accompany Morrow to the flourishing continent and become a wizard was not solely driven by the desire to heal his mentor deep within. He harbored aspirations to rejuvenate his family lineage. In the old soil continent, even wizard apprentices received far greater respect than nobility. Morrow had once mentioned that a formal wizard's lifespan was measured in centuries, with the potential for millennia should one surpass the ordinary limits. While Angell did not harbor dreams of safeguarding his family's legacy for a millennium, he deemed it sufficient for his kin to thrive for at least a century, extending through 3 generations. The calmness of the outside world instilled in Angell a desire to relax, prompting him to retrieve a bag of tea from his belongings. The tea contained dew collected after a rain. Initially, Angell had divided all the dew from the manor into 2 portions, one for Morrow and the remainder for himself. Though Angell was not particularly fond of the slightly bitter tea, he recalled Morrow's words, stating that this tea was considered a low-grade magical plant. As he was on the brink of stepping into the enigmatic world of wizards, indulging in it occasionally might prove beneficial, wouldn't it? Indeed. If he were a tad older and his features more mature, it would be even better, Angell murmured to himself while gazing into the mirror. Upon finishing a cup, he experienced, as always, the post-rain morning dew's offering, which, apart from its bitterness, presented a grassy flavor. It was not unpleasant, yet it could hardly be deemed delightful. As for the magical properties Morrow mentioned, they seemed largely irrelevant to him. While Angell was lost in contemplation about the nuances of the tea, a bird call broke the silence from outside the window, followed by a flurry of wing beats. Looking up, Angell beheld a peculiar seabird perched on the windowsill, seemingly having arrived from nowhere. The bird was about the size of 2 palms, adorned with grayish-brown feathers, red talons, and an orange beak, its eyes gleaming a vivid green. While these features aligned with those of a seabird, what struck Angell as odd was the embellishments upon it. The bird sported a white top hat, a blue and white bib around its neck, and a reflective pattern on the bib. Most astonishingly, it also bore a small blue satchel slung across its body, reminiscent of a fairy tale messenger pigeon. The seabird chattered away, its green eyes fixed intently on Angell, as if engaged in conversation with him. Angell chuckled heartily, his youthful spirit taking precedence as he playfully mimicked the bird, speaking to it in a mock-serious tone. The seabird responded with a chirp. With a smile, Angell inquired, "So, you say your name is Jigu? How amusing. Who is your master, to have you dressed so stylishly?" The bird squinted at him, disdainfully chirping in reply. Angell, with his slender fingers, gently tapped the bird's head, teasing, "To say you are stylish, and yet your tail is all perked up, oblivious to any potential offense." He continued to joyfully engage with the bird. During their playful exchange, Angell noticed that the small satchel the seabird carried bore the same intriguing pattern as its bib. It appeared quite peculiar, leaving him to wonder about its significance. Could it be a family crest? Angell smiled at the thought. If it were indeed a crest, this family must possess considerable ambition. If not a crest, then what could it be? Though puzzled, he did not dwell on it, as his curiosity quickly faded into the background. While it is often said that curiosity is the foremost virtue of a learner, he preferred to direct his inquisitiveness towards the pursuit of truth. Angell also observed that the seabird's satchel appeared quite full, suggesting it contained something. However, he refrained from reaching for it. Taking something without asking, even from a creature, was not in his nature. "Little Jigu, what brings you to my abode? Are you hungry or thirsty?" Upon hearing the name Little Jigu, the seabird nearly rolled its eyes, yet as Angell continued with his inquiry, its eyes sparkled with interest. Nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, Angell gazed out of the window at the boundless expanse of the sea. There were no islands in sight. Could it be that the extraordinary beings residing on the top floor of the Zijing were nurturing it? Chapter 23. The Death of Antiquity. Placing the crumbled remnants of a biscuit before the seabird, Angell was filled with anticipation, believing the creature would delight in the offering. To his dismay, he was met with nothing more than a disdainful glance from the bird. Concluding that it was uninterested in the biscuit crumbs, he resorted to offering fruits and small pieces of dried meat instead, yet the seabird merely turned away, showing no interest. Could it be thirsty? Just as Angell pondered this, the seabird began pecking at grains again. Ah, indeed it was thirsty. Without a second thought, Angell poured a cup of cold water and placed it before the seabird. However, the bird, with a swift flap of its wings, sent the cup tumbling into the vast, unending sea. What happened next astonished Angell. The seabird flew directly into the room, fluttering around the cramped space before landing in front of his teacup, which still contained the tea leaves steeped in the morning dew after the rain. Oh! Angell suddenly realized that it was the morning dew that had attracted the seabird. What is the essence of morning dew? Previously unknown to him. He now understood that it was a magical plant. Was it possible that this seabird was drawn by the allure of such a magical entity? Angell speculated that this creature might indeed be a pet of an extraordinary being. Only a wizard possessing incredible powers could nurture such an unusual companion. The seabird flapped its wings, pointing at the teacup and then at Angell. Understanding the silent communication, Angell added warm water to the teacup. The tea from the ancient land of Huaxia emphasized the tradition of brewing tea twice. The second infusion produced a flavor even richer than the first. Initially, the seabird seemed somewhat disdainful of the second-hand tea, but as the fragrance enveloped the room, it became entranced, its wings fluttering in delight. As the cup overflowed, the seabird did not wait for the water to cool but plunged its sharp beak into the teacup, slurping the liquid until only the tea leaves remained at the bottom. Unsatisfied after finishing the tea, Angell refilled the cup. After all, he had plenty of this tea, and since he had already consumed his share, he saw no harm in letting the seabird indulge. To Angell's surprise, after several cups, the seabird consumed the leftover tea leaves, saving him the trouble of disposing of them. Perhaps it would be fitting to name it the sanitation worker, for it spared no remnants. Angell shook his head in disbelief. After finishing the tea, the seabird appeared thoroughly satisfied, its eyes crescent-shaped with contentment. Ignoring its newly bestowed title, it solemnly nodded at Angell, seemingly expressing gratitude for the tea. Then, in front of Angell, it tilted its head and retrieved a small golden card from its satchel, placing it before him. Noticing Angell's lack of reaction, the seabird nudged the card closer toward him. Oh, is this for me? Realizing the bird's intention, Angell picked up the thin golden card. As Angell picked up the card, a seabird emitted a soft chirp, seemingly attempting to convey something. Before Angell could respond, it darted out of the window. Peering outside, Angell observed the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, devoid of any trace of the seabird. How amusing, he thought, to show gratitude. Shaking his head with a low chuckle, he recalled his mentor's words about a small favor being repaid with a great act of kindness. Was this card a token of such gratitude? Disregarding the vanished seabird, Angell shifted his focus to the card in his hand. The golden card featured a blank side and a side adorned with a design, the image of a plump lady with purple hair, found on the seabird's apron and handbag. His fingers traced the design, which had a slight raised texture, as if it had been intricately carved. The exquisite craftsmanship on such a thin card undoubtedly held significance. However, Angell remained oblivious to the meaning behind the design. Even if the card possessed profound implications, he did not wish to dwell on matters he could not comprehend. He simply tucked the card into his pocket and continued his journey of relaxation, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the waves and the humming of the ocean's undercurrents. Angell retrieved a book and began to peruse its pages. The title read, Reflections of Antiquity. It was not until the evening glow spread across the horizon that he set the book aside. After reading, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Rather than Reflections of Antiquity, it could more aptly be titled The Demise of the Ancients. The fate of every deity within its pages ended in downfall. Some perished to save humanity, others in battles against demons, while others simply succumbed to age or illness. There were no happy endings. The veracity of ancient myths has become increasingly ambiguous. Perhaps those so-called deities were merely powerful sorcerers. Ordinary individuals often harbor an inherent fear and unspoken aversion towards extraordinary powers. The phrase divine downfall could merely signify sorcerers departing from the old continent. The human imagination, potent as it is, may have concocted tales of divine downfall in the absence of the extraordinary. Stretching languidly, Angell laid the book aside, glanced at the sky, and resolved to head to the dining hall for a meal. After nearly a month aboard the Zijing, he had garnered a fair understanding of the vessel. The Zijing boasted several dining halls, each floor featuring its own. The decor and the sophistication of the cuisine allowed one to discern the hierarchy aboard the ship. The topmost dining hall, the Zijingwa restaurant, was the most opulent, accessible only to apprentice sorcerers. Rumor had it that a formal sorcerer resided on the ship. Though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain, there were a number of gifted individuals like him aboard the Zijing, approximately a few dozen in total. Identified by the leaders of the three major sorcerer organizations, the White Coral Floating Island Academy, the Gravity Forest, and the Hurricane Tower. These gifted individuals constituted the mid-tier echelon on the Zijing, dining at the mid-level Baifu restaurant. In contrast, sailors and servants were relegated to the lower-level Mukeo cafeteria. Upon arriving at the Baifu restaurant, Angell found himself amidst the bustling crowd at mealtime. In that moment, the pride of the gifted seemed to dissipate as they dutifully collected their trays and settled down, eating whatever the chefs had prepared. Regardless of whether one was a noble or a wealthy individual in the past, here, one merely stands as a novice on the precipice of the wizarding path. A novice ought to embody the essence of a beginner. Unnecessary pride can be reserved until one's wings have fully unfurled. Angell, adhering to the doctrine of moderation imparted by his mentor, refrained from seeking the limelight. Like the others, he humbly accepted the platter of roasted fish and bread from the chef, while also gathering some lettuce and slices of winter fruit from the vegetable section. He complimented his meal with a bowl of garlic-infused potato soup and settled into a seat by the window. After feasting on roasted fish for half a month, Angell found himself yearning for the Chinese cuisine his mentor prepared. The thought of enduring several years without savoring palatable food caused his expression to sag. Had he known he would be living alone, he would have learned to cook from his mentor. Angell sighed inwardly, all the while maintaining a facade of decorum. The half-open wooden door creaked as it swung, allowing individuals to enter and exit. From his vantage point, Angell could observe the entrance of the restaurant, where a young man clad in a silver-gray plaid lace shirt pushed open the door, entering with a slow, irksome gait that exuded an air of arrogance. Since boarding the vessel, Angell had consistently adopted a low profile. In the harsh realm of wizards, he lacked the indulgent brother who might spoil him. The key to survival lay in remaining inconspicuous. Thus, throughout the month, apart from the Allen siblings, he had refrained from socializing with others. Even as Eileen and her companions endeavored to expand their social circles, Angell had not engaged with anyone else, devoting his time solely to study and problem-solving. Despite his reclusive nature, Angell recognized the young man who epitomized the effete demeanor of a noble. It was evident how renowned this individual was aboard the ship. He was none other than Dev, the third in line to the illustrious Silver Heron royal family of the Central Empire in the Continent of Revelation. Chapter 24. The indifferent reality the Continent of Revelation is, in comparison to the Old World, the true landmass, while the Old World is, at best, a mere marginal island. Although Revelation still cannot be equated with the Grand Continent, it is nonetheless acknowledged for its significance within the realm of sorcery. Dev, designated as an exchange student by the Royal Silver Egret Wizarding Academy, embarked on a journey to the Hurricane Tower in the southern domain of the Grand Continent for educational exchange. This is what Dev himself professed. In truth, the gifted individuals aboard the ship were well aware that the so-called Royal Silver Egret Wizarding Academy comprised merely of apprentices from the Hurricane Tower, who had failed to advance to formal wizards and were now attempting to make their own way after leaving their mentors. Leveraging past connections at the Hurricane Tower, they managed to secure recommendations for some gifted individuals. Thus, the notion of an exchange student was utterly preposterous. Would an organization steeped in a millennium of heritage, with established wizards at its helm, truly engage in dialogue with a collective of frail and inept apprentice wizards? Surely, one must be still asleep to entertain such a thought. Given this connection, coupled with the Central Empire's abundant resources, no one dared to offend Dev excessively. Even as his behavior remained insufferably arrogant and hedonistic, they quietly endured. As Dev stepped into the dining hall, the surrounding clamor diminished significantly. Consequently, anger caught the faint whispers of those nearby. Why is he here alone today? Where are his usual lackeys? It seemed Dev had overheard, for he shot a fierce glare at the speaker, who promptly cowered and resumed eating, prompting Dev to chuckle as he departed. However, as Dev moved away from the crowd, his formerly haughty demeanor swiftly turned to one of discontent. He had sought out his entourage, only to find their rooms entirely shut, leaving him in ignorance of their whereabouts. Those wretched bastards, Dev muttered through gritted teeth, cursing under his breath. Without his sycophants to serve him, he was even compelled to fetch his own meal. Despite his habitual arrogance among the gifted, Deaf was evidently aware of the formidable reputation of the Zijing ship and thus refrained from clashing with the chef, obediently carrying his tray to find an empty seat. Anger, upon Deaf's entrance, cast a brief glance his way, but thereafter paid him no further mind. He was currently ensnared in a mild perplexity upon Deaf's arrival. Anger distinctly heard the sound of the door's slats creaking twice, yet only Deaf had entered. Could it be that his recent cognitive exertions had led to auditory hallucinations? He relished the explosion of flavors that exquisite cuisine offered, even to the point of indulgence, provided it qualified as fine dining. However, regarding the mere sustenance on his plate, he chose to accept it without succumbing to indulgence. As he dined, his thoughts wandered, opening the door to calculations regarding unresolved enigmas. A piercing scream suddenly shattered Anger's reverie, jolting him back from whatever distant realm his mind had traversed. "Who are you?" "Step out." A sharp male voice reverberated through the dining hall, followed by the cacophony of shattered cutlery. Anger frowned, displeased, and turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Not far off, the once proud prince of the Central Empire, now in disarray, clutched his neck with one hand, blood seeping through his fingers in a steady stream. With one hand, he lifted the tablecloth and waved it around, shattering ceramic dishes all over the floor. Defoe, like an enraged bulldog, flailed his limbs in every direction. Yet, it proved futile, for within a 20-meter radius, there was not a soul in sight. Was he truly losing his mind? No, something was amiss. He was bleeding. "Did you not notice the gash on his neck?" Someone murmured softly. Strange, but he was alone, wasn't he? Could it be a ghost? The onlookers, endowed with unique abilities, chattered amongst themselves, but none dared to approach and offer assistance. Setting aside Defoe's notoriously vile temperament, the bizarre circumstances were enough to deter them. The blood flowed swiftly, though not in torrents. It appeared to be a vein that had been severed. Angell cast a glance, contemplating, even with a mere venous laceration, at this rate of blood loss. Without immediate medical attention within 10 minutes, his demise was all but certain. There were signs of a wound, yet no assailant in sight. Scanning the vicinity, Angell found no one near Defoe, suddenly recalling the peculiar second sound from earlier. His brow unfurled, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes. How fascinating. Could there be an invisible assailant? Perhaps an apprentice of sorcery? Or, indeed, appear endowed with a unique talent? Angell leaned towards the latter. If it were an apprentice, there would be no need for stealthy assassination, and certainly, one could not afford to miss their mark. Lost in thought, he observed Defoe's escalating madness, though his cries grew fainter with the passage of time. Suddenly, as if struck by an unseen sound, he seized a bottle of red wine from the nearby table and hurled it towards the southeast, where the window was situated. The crimson liquid did not splash against the wooden wall as anticipated. Instead, it abruptly halted 5 meters away in midair. The wine slowly cascaded down, revealing a red figure gradually materializing. Indeed, there was someone present, and it was an invisible individual. Gasps erupted as a figure emerged from the wine-soaked shadows. Could it be a sorcerer? Someone exclaimed. A sorcerer? Do not jest. The exalted sorcerer would never resort to stealth to eliminate us with but a single spit. They could ensure our demise, another scoffed. Let us wait and see. The identity shall soon be revealed. A nearby gifted individual pointed at the invisible figure, recalling Lord Coman's mention of the art of invisibility, the illusionary cloak, which concealed one through deception, the shroud of the unseen, which allowed entry into alternate dimensions, and the light and shadow illusion, which created visual distortions. The first two could only be mastered by formal sorcerers, while beneath that level, the only means of invisibility was the zero-level cantrip, Shadow Flicker. The aforementioned Lord Coman was a guide of the sorceress organization Gravity Forest, a second-tier apprentice sorcerer. Those utilizing Shadow Flicker would surely reveal themselves upon contact with external objects. Of course, one could not discount the possibility of the adversary wielding an alchemical device of invisibility. However, even Lord Coman could not afford such a device. As the discussion progressed, the invisible figure, drenched in red wine, revealed his true form. Angell observed. Raising an eyebrow, it was a strikingly handsome youth, clad in tattered garments and bearing an air of defiance. A destitute youth, defiant and unyielding, stands before an aristocratic prince, whose noble lineage is marred by a life of excess. The impoverished boy gazes at the bleeding deaf, a derisive and bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips, hinting at the exhilaration of revenge. The once esteemed prince, upon witnessing the true nature of the common lad, is engulfed by disbelief and a venomous rage, his expression marred by a flicker of regret. Angell shakes his head, preparing to depart from the tumultuous scene, unwilling to squander time on such a melodramatic spectacle. Just as he rises, a middle-aged noblewoman, adorned with silver hair and exuding an air of sophistication, appears amidst the chaos. This elegantly dressed lady, known as Lady Merlin, is a third-tier apprentice which affiliated with the wizarding organization, the Hurricane Tower. With her arrival, the fate of the bloodthirsty youth seems all but predetermined. Suddenly, Angell's attention sharpens as Lady Merlin strides to the center of the scene, disregarding the nearly lifeless Death sprawled on the ground. Her expression transforms into one of delight as she scrutinizes the knife-wielding boy. With a mere wave of her hand, she cleanses the filth from the youth's form. "What is your name?" Lady Merlin inquires of the destitute lad. "Isley." "Esteemed Lady Merlin, my name is Isley," he replies with reverence, omitting his surname, for he bears none. A surname signifies a family lineage, and as an orphan, he was named after a nobleman's hunting dog he once served. To earn this name, he fought fiercely with the dog, ultimately breaking its neck, after which the nobleman bestowed upon him the name Isley. "Isley, very well. I shall remember your name. You possess remarkable potential," Lady Merlin exclaims. "The flow of magical energy has already been established. Could it be that your mental acuity exceeds 20 points? She extends her hand, reaching directly for Isley's forehead. "Remember this. A wizard's spells are founded upon knowledge and magical energy, both of which are indispensable. You have now crossed the threshold into the realm of a novice wizard apprentice. From this day forth, you shall reside on the top floor." Meanwhile, Death lies on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. As Lady Merlin's graceful figure vanishes from the White Lotus restaurant, Death's eyes reflect a growing despair, slowly becoming vacant. Ultimately, no one extends a hand to him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his body succumbs to the chilling grip of death. "Isley, the killer," he muses, casting a fleeting smile at the cold corpse before turning away. No one reproaches him, nor does anyone dare call out to him. At least aboard this ship, Isley has undergone a transformation, emerging as a being capable of wielding dominion over life and death. Angell departs silently, acutely aware that wizards are devoid of moral dichotomies. Concepts of good and evil are utterly trivial in their eyes. The Silver Egret Royal Wizarding Society, to which Death belonged, is also associated with Lady Merlin's faction. Yet she remained indifferent, refusing even to spare him a glance. This exemplifies the callous and brutal demeanor wizards hold towards mortals. In light of this incident, anger has further intensified his efforts to diminish his presence. Without the backing of power, the scythe of death will perpetually loom over him. Such is the harsh reality, the most unforgiving truth of the wizarding world. Chapter 25. The cloud wails adrift in the sky upon returning to his humble abode. Angell immersed himself in the study of the problems left by his mentor, often neglecting even his mealtime. Days turned into weeks, during which he learned of the enmity between Isley and Dev, a noble who cruelly tormented a young girl to her death, prompting her childhood friend to transform her grief into strength. Enduring humiliation, she ultimately seized the moment to exact vengeance, slaying the noble. Although melodramatic, this tale resonated with a stark reality. In a world where laws are but instruments of oppression for the impoverished, the actions of the aristocracy remain exempt, a peculiar privilege. Fairness exists only among equals in strength. Having heard this narrative, Angell felt a twinge of sympathy for Isley, despite his noble lineage. He had been educated on Earth by John, fostering a nonchalant view of class distinctions. However, his perception of Isley diminished significantly upon hearing an unsettling revelation. Dev had entered the dining hall devoid of any attendants because Isley had ruthlessly exterminated all of them. These attendants included members of minor families seeking power, newly recruited companions aboard the ship, and even captives, both beautiful and skilled, who had been forcibly taken by Dev. The former need not be mentioned, but the latter too bore no animosity towards Isley. In fact, they shared a bond of mutual suffering. Yet, he had annihilated them all without mercy. Though Angell disapproved of such brutality, he did not harbor malice towards Isley. Rather, his sympathy waned, replaced by a cautious vigilance. The world of wizards was far more savage than he had anticipated. As time passed, the whale's beard sea remained tranquil, and the vessel, the Zijing, ventured into the fearsome waters known as the Devil's Sea. This treacherous expanse was rife with malevolent pirates, colossal sea beasts, and capricious weather, even rumored to harbor ghost ships. For civilian vessels, the Devil's Sea presented an insurmountable barrier, a chasm too perilous to cross. Yet, the Zijing was distinct, under the protection of a wizard, rendering it impervious to malevolent forces. Halfway through their journey in the Devil's Sea, Erin reappeared in Angell's chamber after a prolonged absence of nearly a month and a half. Her countenance was pale, her demeanor dispirited, devoid of her usual vitality. As she slumped onto the stool by the window, "Brother Pat, it is only now that I realize how foolish I am. I don't even know whom to confide in. Just the day before yesterday, my brother felt the stirrings of mental energy. Yet, for over a month, I have made no progress in my meditation. Not a trace of magical power, nor even a shadow of mental energy has graced me." Erin recounted her meditative experiences over the past month, oblivious to whether Angell was truly listening. As she continued, her nose reddened, tears brimming in her eyes, her lips quivering. She appeared utterly aggrieved. Angell sighed, unsure how to console the young girl, and could only reiterate, "You will surely succeed. It is merely a matter of time." The more he reassured her, the more intensely she wept. Comparisons to Alan and the recently illustrious Isley only deepened her sorrow. Not only did she weep, but she also began to lament the tedium of meditation and the chaotic thoughts that plagued her during practice. Fortunately, Erin retained enough composure not to divulge the core principles of the triangular guidance method. Despite everything, Angell still gained a great deal, meticulously noting the potential drawbacks of meditation in his mind. Once Erin had finished her lament, she wiped her tears and felt a tinge of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. In her moment of distress, she had unconsciously taken Angell as a confidant, a mere sounding board for her grievances. It was only after regaining her composure that she realized her behavior lacked decorum. Would Angell think her overly self-indulgent? The atmosphere turned somewhat serene as Erin fidgeted with her hands, her eyes darting around as she pondered how to lighten the mood. Hoping to make Angell forget her earlier display of emotion. "Brother Pat, what are you writing?" Erin inquired, noticing a stack of paper filled with text on the desk. Her curiosity piqued. She recognized the characters from her time at the Pat Manor's stilted building, referring to them as Chinese characters. "It's a diary," Angell replied. "These days have been nothing but reading and sleeping, which is terribly dull. Writing in a diary helps pass the time." He told a small fib. In truth, he was solving problems, but explaining that would be cumbersome and might involve secrets pertaining to his mentor. Fortunately, in this realm, apart from his mentor, no one else could decipher Chinese, so he felt secure in his deception. Erin glanced at the papers for a while, but realized she couldn't comprehend them. So she set them aside, seeking other topics to ease the tension. However, her conversation still lingered too closely to the perspective of a noble young lady. And Angell found it unbearable after a while. Just as he was about to interrupt, the ship suddenly rocked violently. The two of them quickly grasped the iron railings on the wall to steady themselves. Sailing across the ocean without encountering a bit of turbulence was simply inconceivable. Moreover, they had entered the treacherous waters of the Devil's Sea, notorious for its capricious storms. Thus, over the past month, they had grown accustomed to the smaller waves every 3 days and the larger swells every 5. It was precisely because of such characteristics that Angell's desk was devoid of anything aside from paper and a pen. The tumult lasted for 5 minutes, which, in their month-long experience, could be considered merely a minor disturbance. This bout of turbulence dissipated the awkwardness that had previously filled the air. Erin brushed aside her slightly disheveled hair, while Angell stretched his brown shirt, which had wrinkled to the point of revealing his abdominal muscles. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a moment of surprised laughter. However, the light-hearted atmosphere did not endure for long. Before either could fully react, they heard a series of chaotic footsteps echoing from the wooden ceiling above, reminiscent of many people in a frantic rush. What could be happening upstairs? This question loomed in both their minds. Erin leaned over the windowsill, peering outside with curiosity, when suddenly she exclaimed, "Angell, come look." Hastening at her call, Angell approached and gazed out. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, with an enormous creature obscuring the brilliantly blue sky. Angell strained to discern the creature's identity, but its sheer size rendered it difficult to distinguish its head from its tail. Alarm surged within him, and he swiftly declared, "We must go see." Such a colossal being, if it were to attack the Violet, would spell doom for them if they remained hidden in the cabin. Erin understood this as well and unhesitatingly followed in Angell's footsteps. Upon exiting, they noticed the doors to the other rooms along the corridor were all ajar, with every occupant displaying expressions of tension and even panic as they rushed towards the deck. Upon their arrival on the deck, they discovered it was already brimming with people. The gifted, the crew, and the deckhands formed clusters, all gazing in rapt attention at the colossal creature floating in the sky. However, Angell observed that the expressions of the gifted were tinged with anxiety and fear. In contrast, the The sailors and deckhands aboard the Zijing were filled with curiosity and awe, devoid of any trace of trepidation. Noticing this, Angell's previously anxious heart began to ease. If those who had spent years at sea were unafraid, it seemed the giant creature posed no threat to their safety. With this sliver of hope, Angell steadied himself and scrutinized the immense being in the heavens. Unable to discern its full form within the confines of the cabin, he finally caught a glimpse of its true visage on deck. It was an enormous whale, measuring at least 200 meters in length, suspended 100 meters above the ground. Its two massive fins resembled wings, each beak conjuring a whirlwind. The earlier towering waves must have been stirred by its powerful vortex. The whale's eyes sparkled like azure gemstones, shimmering with a gentle luster. Its streamlined forehead bore a prominent horn, which appeared to be enveloped in an enigmatic mist against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds. To Angell's astonishment, the legendary cloud whale truly existed within the treacherous Devil's Sea. Someone exclaimed in wonder, "The cloud whale is known for its gentle nature. However, as a precaution, we must prepare for the worst." Not far off, the first mate of the Zijing was issuing commands to the sailors, then turned to the three lords behind him. "My lords, the Zijing requires the activation of the mirror technique. I implore your assistance." The first mate, clad in knightly garb, knelt before the lords. These three lords were the guardians of the Zijing, hailing from the three prominent wizarding organizations. One woman and two men. The woman, elegantly attired, was none other than Madame Merlin, the third-level wizard apprentice from the Hurricane Tower, whom Angell had seen a few days prior. Among the two men, one was a young and handsome figure with black hair and brown eyes, dressed in leather armor, hailing from the Gravity Forest, known as Lord Kerman, a second-level wizard apprentice. The other was an elderly man with a face marked by age, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He was Lord Florin, a third-level wizard apprentice and guardian of the White Coral Floating Island Academy, where Angell and his companions were soon to be initiated. Behind Lord Florin stood a black-robed elder and a youth, and upon seeing them, Eileen's eyes lit up as she waved her arms. The elder and the youth were none other than the long-absent Morrow and Alan. Chapter 26. The blood which Eileen tugged at Angell, urging him closer to Morrow. Though Angell felt a twinge of embarrassment, he approached slowly upon noticing the absence of any hostility in Morrow's gaze. "Grandfather, brother, you are here too." Eileen affectionately leaped into Morrow's embrace. With a playful smile, Morrow exchanged light-hearted banter with Eileen before advising, "In a moment, Lady Merlin will channel magical energy into the Nightmare Stone. It would be prudent for you to stand back." At that moment, the elegantly clad Lady Merlin glided to the bow of the ship. Under the gaze of all present, she deftly levitated the figurehead of the ship, a statue of a veiled maiden with hands clasped in prayer, using either mental prowess or sorcery, and gently lowered it before her. When Angell first encountered the statue, he had been drawn to the gem embedded in the center of the maiden's forehead, sensing an enigmatic quality about it. Though still not an extraordinary being, his intuition had hinted at something significant. Now, witnessing the grand display of Lady Merlin's magic, his initial suspicions were vindicated. The pale pink gem upon the statue's brow was indeed an extraordinary artifact, a natural magic crystal known as the Nightmare Stone. As Lady Merlin manipulated the Nightmare Stone, Morrow elaborated on its properties to the three apprentices. The exact origin of the Nightmare Stone remained unknown, yet it seemed to be linked to the fabled realms beyond. Its rarity was unparalleled. Even without intricate engravings, it possessed the ability to conjure illusions, rendering it a treasure of unparalleled mystery in the realm of illusionary magic. A mere grain-sized piece of this stone could envelop an area of dozens of meters in a dreamlike haze. The stone adorning the Prayer Maiden statue was the size of an infant's fist, capable of casting illusions that could encompass an entire mile. "Proceed with your tasks." Lady Merlin instructed her knightly aide with a wave of her hand, signaling him to depart. Kermorn, hailing from the Gravity Forest, gazed fervently at the cloud whale soaring in the sky and remarked after a prolonged silence, "The cloud whale commands the ocean's energy and can exchange air through the air sacs in its chest to soar through the skies, making it one of the finest mounts in the sea. If only I could." Kermorn's words trailed off, yet his longing for the cloud whale was unmistakable. "Look, something is falling from the sky," shouted several sailors on the deck, their voices rising in alarm. This outcry compelled those still on deck to glance upward. In the expanse of nearly 1,000 meters above, a crimson speck descended slowly, akin to a drifting feather swaying in the breeze. Yet it merely spun in place without veering away. Moreover, the landing point was unmistakably the Zijing. Due to the distance, Angell and the others could not discern what was plummeting, but the four apprentice wizards present cast their far-seeing spells, their eyes shimmering with various hues. "It is a person," Kermorn exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. A woman clad in red. The speaker is Morrow, whose observations are more meticulous than those of Cummern, directly revealing the visitor's gender. An umbrella? Lady Mellon hesitated for a moment before softly uttering a single word. Yet, this solitary utterance showcased her profound expertise, surpassing that of both Morrow and Cummern. This woman would descend from the sky like a feather, all thanks to an exquisitely ornate umbrella. The final voice belonged indeed to Florin, his expression grave. His gray hair and beard seemed to defy gravity, floating upwards, and though he bore a kind demeanor typical of his age, there was an added severity to his countenance. However, a careful observer would discern a subtle hint of fear in Florin's eyes. It is Flora. Florin's voice trembled slightly. Flora? Which Flora? Cummern's confusion was palpable. At that moment, Lady Mellon seemed to grasp the situation. Her pupils dilating in sudden realization as she pointed a trembling finger at the crimson dot in the sky. Are you referring to the blood witch Flora? Flora nodded slowly and solemnly. At that instant, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Affected by this unusual atmosphere, the three youngsters fell silent as well. Angell, witnessing the shock on the faces of all the wizard apprentices, surmised that the newcomer must possess considerable significance. Having already encountered the harsh realities of the wizarding world, Angell feared that any misstep could provoke the visitor into violence, prompting him to pull Eileen and Alan back. Ultimately, the three found themselves leaning against the door to the observation deck. You must remain inside and refrain from speaking. The visitor is a formal wizard, albeit a dark sorcerer. Generally, formal wizards do not concern themselves with the lives of mortals. As long as you do not appear before her, she will not take notice of you. Morrow earnestly cautioned the trio, his expression one of distress as he closed the door to the observation deck. Morrow, feeling a mix of anxiety, positioned himself beside Florin. He had not misled the three. Formal wizards indeed would not actively seek to harm mortals. It was not out of compassion, but rather due to the vast chasm that separated mortals from wizards. The realms of wizards and mortals are worlds apart, akin to the unlikely interactions between humans and vermin. In fact, to the formal wizards, they, the apprentices, bore little distinction from mere mortals. Yet, they had no choice. After all, they were the most formidable forces aboard the vessel. If they did not confront the formal wizard, would they send mortals to face her? Especially when the visitor was none other than Flora, the infamous Flora. Renowned throughout the southern domain for her bloody reputation, Morrow felt his legs begin to tremble. If Lady Flora is aboard this cloud whale, it implies that this very creature could likely belong to her mount. In the presence of a formal wizard, even Lady Mellon was compelled to use honorifics. Despite knowing that Flora was considerably younger than herself, the group employed the eagle eye spell once more to gaze upon the cloud whale. Indeed, they discovered something peculiar. In the higher skies above the back of the cloud whale, a flock of falcon demons circled and soared. Falcon demons, originally derived from polar eagles, were transformed by wizards into substitute scouts. Unable to survive in the ocean, falcon demons required daily landfall for sustenance. Yet, in the vast ocean, where could they find nourishment for terrestrial raptors? It is evident that these creatures are domesticated, and considering the position of the falcon-like demons as they circle, their daily supply point must surely be located on the back of the cloud whale. The falcon-like demons are also the favored magical companions of that individual. This thought brought an unspoken fear to the faces of the onlookers as they exchanged glances. Should that individual harbor animosity towards the Zijing vessel, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lord Sabo to withstand such hostility. Originally, Kameen had harbored aspirations towards the cloud whale, but at this moment, he entirely relinquished that notion, daring not even to entertain the thought. Chapter 27, The Master of Illusions. He. Look what I have discovered, a sizable piece of nightmare stone. Could today be my fortunate day? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ears of everyone aboard the Zijing ship. A tone reminiscent of a 7- or 8-year-old child, yet devoid of the innocence typically associated with youth, infused instead with an unsettling allure. Angell heard commotion on the deck outside, accompanied by sailors exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? The mirror magic has failed." He mused that the blood witch Flora, who instilled terror in all the apprentice wizards, must have arrived. He attempted to sneak a glance out the window to observe the unfolding scene, but before he could rise, he was firmly restrained by Erin. Tears brimmed in Erin's eyes as she shook her head vigorously, silently conveying, "It's dangerous. Don't move." On the other side, Alan clutched his sleeve tightly, fear evident in his gaze. Angell smirked slightly, thinking these siblings were rather cowardly. Little did he know that as Flora's body passed through the mirror magic barrier created by the Nightmare Stone, ripples of magical energy akin to water patterns began to undulate in the air. At that moment, all mortals present were overwhelmed by the aura emanating from these ripples, leaving them breathless, a sensation that instilled a primal fear, compelling them to retreat. This was, in essence, the effect of the mirror magic. Yet, as the sorcery was disrupted, the magic dissipated into the air, leaving only a minuscule fragment to linger within the bodies of the mortals. Even though this was a rudimentary version of mirror magic conjured by an apprentice wizard, for regular humans, any trace of the extraordinary felt insurmountable. The inexplicable dread experienced by the errant siblings was a direct consequence of this phenomenon, leading some sailors on the deck to leap overboard into the abyssal devil's sea in sheer terror. Angell remained unaffected by this aura, though the reasons for his immunity were best left unspoken. While he contemplated the cowardice of the siblings, a fierce shout pierced the air. "Stop. Flora, think carefully. If you dare to meddle with the Nightmare Stone, you are provoking us from the Sky Mechanical City." Sky Mechanical City? I wondered who was so wealthy. It turns out to be your ship? TSK, TSK, TSK. There are 3 other minor organizations stationed here. Could this be a ferry for them? Flora quipped. What a pity. There is not a hint of bloodshed. I suspect any apprentices you ferry are as soft as you are. The minor organization apprentices made Angell discreetly wipe the sweat from his brow. The exchange of voices outside continued, and amidst this, Angell swiftly organized the information he had gathered. Engaging in a verbal duel with Flora was evidently not the domain of the 3 major wizarding organizations. Apprentice wizards dared not retort to a formal wizard. Earlier, when Flora had derided them as a minor organization, they could only nod in agreement. Those bold enough to speak plainly to Flora were undoubtedly formal wizards of the same rank. The Sky Mechanical City. Angell pondered deeply. Morrow had once mentioned that the Zijing ship might possess an extraordinary background. This must be the source of its confidence in navigating the waves. It had been said aboard the ship that a formal wizard was stationed there, likely the very wizard currently sparring verbally with Flora outside. The atmosphere was suffocating, as those present found themselves overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the formal wizard, leaving only Angell with the leisure to reflect on the unfolding events. The sounds from outside gradually faded, and it appeared that Flora and the wizards aboard the Zijing had reached some form of accord. Before Angell could attentively listen, the 2 departed entirely. When Angell approached the lookout window to gaze outside, he only glimpsed 2 silhouettes soaring towards the cloud whale. One, a robust male figure, was presumably the wizard from the Sky Mechanical City. The other, a petite form clad in a flowing red gown, with a black veil and an exquisitely crafted parasol. Could only be Flora. Observing Flora's retreating figure, Angell felt an inexplicable sensation, as though a shadow circled behind her. Was it merely an illusion? Before he could ponder further, the 2 youngsters beside him erupted into wails. Aaron and Alan, seemingly aware that the danger had subsided, transformed their earlier anxious silence into a torrent of tears and thunderous cries. Angell rubbed his temples in exasperation, retrieving a spare silk handkerchief from his inner pocket, suppressing the urge to leave, and lowered his voice to comfort the siblings. As Angell gently soothed them, the door to the lookout tower swung open, and Morrow stepped inside. His complexion appeared pale, and his brow was furrowed, suggesting he was preoccupied with some troubling matter. Upon witnessing Angell tending to the siblings, Morrow's expression softened slightly. "Grandfather, has she left?" Aaron quavered, her voice trembling through her sobs. Morrow nodded, abstaining from sharing details about Flora, instead ruffling Aaron's hair to console her not to cry. Once the siblings had calmed their weeping, Morrow led the 3 children out of the lookout tower, prompting Aaron to cautiously inquire, "Grandfather, why did that esteemed wizard visit our ship?" Morrow shook his head, advising, "It's best not to dwell on the affairs of those high-ranking individuals." As Angell walked, he absent-mindedly scratched his back, feeling an unexpected itch. The sensation coincided precisely with the location where, during the aptitude test, he had been scratched by the Poker Queen's nails while escaping the bizarre illusion. Following the conclusion of the test, Angell had inspected the area in front of a mirror. Discovering no marks from the Poker Queen's grasp, his back bore no visible wounds. Yet, why had it suddenly begun to itch now? Angell touched the itchy spot but found no abnormalities. The smooth texture of his skin felt no different from elsewhere. After scratching for a while, the itch subsided. Angell surmised that this discomfort might stem from some sort of insect bite. With that thought, he resolved to take a bath at the Grand Bathhouse that evening. Meanwhile, atop the cloud whale, a miniature estate reminiscent of a pastoral scene quietly emerged on its vast back. The estate featured tents of various sizes, But the most striking was the magnificent tent with a grand dome situated at its center. Within the confines of the tent, a towering figure, known as the Madbear Sabo, an official wizard from the mechanical city of the sky, engaged in a cautious and respectful dialogue with a slender middle-aged man, whose back was turned to him. The contrast was stark. Sabo, typically brimming with the wild energy befitting his moniker, now appeared subdued and deferential. The slender man, clad in a black tailcoat and a white lace-collared shirt, topped with a round high hat, boasted elegant green curls and a refined countenance, resembling an aristocrat of utmost grace. It was hard to fathom that this genteel gentleman was in fact a formidable figure, a second-level wizard revered throughout the southern domain for his prowess. Known as the Master of Illusions, Sanders' attention was evidently not on Sabo. Instead, he was intently observing an experiment unfolding before him, his gold-rimmed monocle perched upon his nose. Wisps of smoke swirled around his hands, giving birth to various illusions. Sabo, casting a furtive glance, felt a sharp sting in his eyes, compelling him to lower his gaze and speak humbly. The location of the Barbie restaurant remains elusive. We have been traversing the Devil's Sea for several weeks. Yet the locator device reveals no sign of Lady Gria, Sabo reported respectfully, with a flick of his hand. Sanders shattered the illusions in his palm as if they were mere bubbles, then turned his attention to Sabo. It is not unusual to lose track of the Barbie restaurant. Gria delights in such games of hide and seek. Though she is a culinary sorceress, she often indulges in the mystique of a prophetic wizard, making it necessary to rely on fortune for an encounter with her. Sanders smiled and shook his head. If that is the case, Sabo, I shall entrust you with the task ahead if you find yourself with the time. Sabo was taken aback, raising his head abruptly to meet Sanders' half-smiling visage. After Sabo departed, Flora muttered under her breath, at least he knows his place. Otherwise, humph. However, Sanders merely shook his head in silence, his gaze returning to the experiment at hand. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he uttered a soft exclamation, glancing outside. Teacher, what is it? Flora inquired, puzzled. Without a word, Sanders pondered inwardly. Strange, why does a trace of the Nightmare Realm's aura emanate from here? He lowered his eyes, considering the implications. Could there be an unknown passage connecting to the Nightmare Realm within the Devil's Sea? A flicker of excitement crossed Sanders' eyes at the possibility. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on the almost familiar aura. Moments later, he opened his eyes, the excitement replaced by a deeper perplexity. Just as he sensed the aura from the Nightmare Realm, it vanished instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 28. Sanders, perhaps due to the Nightmare Stones aboard the vessel below, a resonance of origin was established, leading to a fortuitous connection with the realm of nightmares. Sanders pondered. Such an infinitesimal probability of coincidence had occurred throughout history. The overlap between dimensions, if not a result of immense magical prowess, could only be deemed serendipitous. The initial excitement within Sanders began to dissipate. Should a stable entrance to the realm of nightmares truly be discovered, there would be no need to seek out Grea specifically, having lived for centuries. Sanders swiftly quelled his emotions, momentarily setting aside the sudden influx of nightmare energy. At that moment, a black-feathered owl unexpectedly soared into the tent, circling twice before perching upon Flora's shoulder. A visible ripple emanated from the owl's beak, which Flora began to analyze for information. Shortly thereafter, a subtle smile graced Flora's lips. Master, Aisha informs me that the blood duel in the fourth chamber has concluded, with Baruba emerging victorious. Aisha was indeed the black-feathered owl, beloved by Flora as her alchemical familiar. Oh? Sanders glanced nonchalantly towards the southwest, an enigmatic shimmer of magical energy flickering in his gaze, as if the distant scene lay just before him. The fourth chamber was a vast, enclosed quadrilateral stone structure. At that moment, a bare-chested youth with deep brown skin stood atop a mountain of human corpses, his eyes aflame with crimson light. Ancient, azure-hued totems began to creep across his muscular form. Like other wizarding organizations, the one to which Sanders belonged, the Barbaric Cavern, would also seek out gifted apprentices during the thawing of the seas. Yet, their method of recruitment was far from gentle, unlike that of the vessel's Ziching. They apportioned all talents proportionally among various chambers for blood duels, with only the survivors emerging as the elite among the elite. Only those who had endured the trials of bloodshed could ascend to the ranks of newly initiated apprentices in the Barbaric Cavern. The bald youth of the fourth chamber was the sole survivor within that room. With a gentle and refined smile, Sanders regarded the situation with profound significance. Ah, who would have thought that the final victor would be a half-breed of the otherworldly barbarians in humanity? Alas, he is not a true denizen of this world. Lacking the corresponding strength, The will of the world shall inevitably cast him aside, unless he is banished to another dimension. Flora, employing her ocular sorcery, observed the panting figure amidst the sea of corpses. Master, do we have any plans for this individual? The wizard's lore seeks truth and glimpses the ultimate cosmos, leveraging one's own knowledge to manipulate the fundamental forces of the universe. Such a magnificent art cannot be compared to the limited abilities prevalent in the otherworld. It is precisely because the wizarding arts are applicable across realms that otherworldly beings have long coveted them. Sanders pondered for a moment, this half-breed of barbarian and human, while his identity and background are overtly clear, cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of foreign lineage harboring ulterior motives. The likelihood of him being a spy may be low, yet it cannot be overlooked. Regardless of the possibility of treachery, his fate is destined to be grim, for half of his bloodline derives from an otherworldly entity. Sanders smiled faintly, unconcerned, and remarked, "Do not pay heed to their opinions. They are well aware that if we were to employ the broad recruitment tactics of the three organizations aboard the Zijing, the notorious name of the Savage Caverns would not rank among the top 10 in the Southern Domain. Only through bloodshed can one truly comprehend the rules of the wizarding world." Flora frowned and sighed. "Oh, let us not dwell on such matters. Teacher, once we locate the Barbie restaurant, wouldn't it be simpler to just abduct Greya? Otherwise, every time we need to ascertain our coordinates, we have to seek her out, which is utterly exhausting." However, Sanders shook his head, chuckling softly. Although Greya lacked combat prowess, she had devised numerous peculiar spells. While he might achieve victory through force, successfully abducting her alive was an impossibility. If it weren't for my earlier pursuit of enlightenment, sealing half of my passageway, would I be in this predicament now? Sanders silently lamented. Once again, it was a gloomy night. The winds howled outside, and the torrential rain cascaded like an unending curtain of water, showing no signs of abating. The sea danced wildly in the tempest, with colossal waves making the Zijing resemble a chaotic cradle, swaying uncontrollably. Angell had not slept a wink the entire night, preoccupied with maintaining his balance. By the time dawn arrived, calm and sunny, he had slept until the moon hung high in the sky. Upon rising, he was momentarily choked by the pendant hanging from his chest. Extracting it from beneath his clothing, he beheld a transparent oval crystal nestled within a metallic web-like setting. The Eye of Heaven. Angell gazed at it quietly, suddenly reminded of his home thousands of miles away, of his brother, and of Mentor John. After rising, Angell resumed his routine, eating, solving problems, and sleeping, a monotonous cycle. Another week passed, and as he passed by the restaurant one day, he inadvertently glanced at the mercury mirror hanging at the entrance. In the reflection, Angell's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. The once handsome young noble now bore a shadowy visage. His eyelids drooped, dark circles encircled his eyes. His lips were parched and gray, and his complexion appeared pallid and despondent. In such a short span, exhaustion and stress had wrought this change upon him. He had even forgotten the last time he had laughed heartily. As Angell leaned over the basin to wash his face, submerging his visage in the cool water, he sought to calm his racing thoughts. The weight of the 5-year deadline had caused him to lose sight of his original intentions. Even the etiquette ingrained in his very being had been reduced to mere fragments. His current state of mind was somewhat pathological, yet he was reluctant to alter it. At least, until he unraveled the mysteries left by his mentor, he had no intention of loosening the taut strings of his nerves. Moreover, in the absence of recreational facilities aboard the Zijing, while other gifted individuals could engage in meditation, what else could he do besides solving problems? Chapter 29. To my disciple Angell. As time has passed, Angell's daily life has remained remarkably unchanged. However, his spirits have notably improved compared to the despondency he experienced a few days prior. During his days of problem-solving, Angell discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The ship, the Zijing, seemed to be circulating within a confined area. Not long ago, he spotted the red reef he had first encountered a fortnight ago, and today, he beheld it once more. This marked the 4th time he had seen this uniquely shaped reef in nearly half a month. Consequently, Angell concluded that the Zijing had no intention of departing the Devil's Sea but was merely traversing in the vicinity. It was evident that the navigator aboard the ship was aware of the Zijing's stationary maneuvering. Yet their reluctance to elaborate suggested that a significant figure might be orchestrating this strange behavior. Who could command the helm of the Zijing? Undoubtedly, it could only be the esteemed sorcerer. Upon arriving at this deduction, Angell refrained from further inquiry. Regardless of the sorcerer's intentions, how could an insignificant mortal like himself intervene? Moreover, in the vast, boundless expanse of the Devil's Sea, He relied solely on the Zijing for his survival. Whatever decisions the sorcerer made, he could only acquiesce. This sense of helplessness was not one he relished, yet he had no choice but to comply. He could only hope that one day he would possess the strength to safeguard himself, no longer entrusting the weight of his existence to others. Today marks the 167th day since Angell departed from Gru Town, and it is also the final day of his problem-solving endeavor. With solemnity, Angell opened the red lacquered wooden box from his luggage, revealing a square crystal panel, no larger than a matchbox, and as thin as a cicada's wing. This crystal panel did not originate from this realm. It was brought by John from Earth. In fact, this crystal panel serves merely as a vessel for a holographic communication device, which has been designed in the form of a wristwatch distributed globally. Over the years, the strap of this smartwatch had deteriorated, prompting John to remove it entirely, leaving only the intact core panel. Angell closed the door to his room and deftly pressed the slightly protruding power button located at the bottom right corner of the panel. A rudimentary holographic screen projection, accompanied by a row of holographic buttons, materialized before his eyes. The screen displayed a series of Chinese characters. Question 100. Using the sidereal 5 aberrations. Recalibrate the following holographic map and, according to the spectral arrangement, extract the final password using the vernal matrix. Question 100. This was the last challenge John had set for Angell. Before embarking on the ship, he had always used the panel discreetly, memorizing the questions before shutting it down. Once aboard, with the privilege of a private space, he felt emboldened. Each problem solved would automatically reveal the next one. Angell delved into the various disciplines encompassed in John's questions: chemistry, physics, medicine, mathematics, and even philosophy. Although the physical constants in this world differed slightly from those on Earth, John's questions were fundamentally applicable, and Angell found himself capable of addressing them. Today, he shall unravel the ultimate enigma. After an entire afternoon spent in contemplation, when Angell meticulously arranged the answer to this final riddle, he was momentarily struck dumb. 937-1201. This was a sequence of digits that would baffle any outsider. Yet Angell comprehended its significance. According to the calendar of the Golden Sparrow Empire, year 937, first day of the Frozen Earth month, December 1st. This date marked Angell's birthday. Is this truly the final answer? With a sense of perplexity, Angell entered the number into the answer field on the screen. Once the digits were inscribed, a cascade of light and shadow ensued, followed by a series of system notifications. Correct answer input. The screen is now unlocked. The administrator may reset the login password within the system. As the text faded away, a pristine image of a meadow materialized on the screen before Angell. In the upper right corner of the desktop, 2 icons appeared, one representing a folder and the other a document labeled Angell. Although Angell had heard John mention the operational methods of such smartwatches, this was his first time engaging with it personally. With a blend of curiosity and anticipation, Angell gently tapped the document's icon. In the next moment, an electronic correspondence quietly presented itself before him. To my disciple Angell, I wonder how long these 100 questions have posed a challenge for you. I also ponder where you are at this moment, in some distant realm. Often, I feel you are too hard on yourself, feeling the need to strive so ardently for this old frame of mind. I once remarked that my homeland is a civilization with a history of 5,000 years. However, in comparison to the history of this world, it is not particularly ancient. In a neighboring country to my homeland, there exists another nation rich in history, where a poet, who lived life as a philosophy, once proclaimed, "The sky bears no trace of wings, yet I have soared. My life, indeed, has been vibrant, born on earth, I shall die on an alien world." Having witnessed 2 realms of sky, both equally azure, albeit from different temporal dimensions. Alas, my unfortunate wife and child, who thought it merely a brief separation for a research expedition. Who would have imagined that this departure would be our eternal farewell? Nonetheless, contemplating from a different perspective, my wife and my daughter could be considered a part of the Earth's sky, a testament to my existence. And you, my disciple Angell, represent the mark I have left upon this alien sky. For you have not only inherited the culture of Huaxia, but shall also ignite the flames of civilization on this realm. Speaking of my bird-like legacy, it is indeed remarkable, transcending both time and cosmic quadrants. Others traverse dimensions to seek vengeance, yet my journey aims to disseminate the gospel of civilization. While I may meet my end before those protagonists of novels, do I not still live with a certain distinction compared to you? Regarding the world of wizards, I find myself truly intrigued. I had presumed this realm to be as mundane as Earth, only to discover it conceals such a mysterious corner. However, I doubt I possess the fortune to glimpse this extraordinary aspect. What a pity. Nonetheless, while I may not be able to explore, you certainly can. Thus, I hope you, my disciple Angell, can explore the realm of sorcery to its utmost limits. Like every scholar devoted to their discipline, let the concept serve as the singularity, igniting a new universe with knowledge. The previous 100 inquiries have concluded, and now I present to you a new task, to compose an essay that embodies the essence of the wizarding world. Are you willing to undertake this? The purpose of my letter, beyond what I have just articulated, is to urge you to wisely employ the knowledge I have imparted to you. Although certain physical constants in this realm may be asked for a scholar, the outcome is undoubtedly significant, yet the methodology of arriving at that outcome holds equal importance. The approach has already been taught to you. I hope you can discover a path that suits you. By the way, if my intuition serves me correctly, you should currently be at sea. With little entertainment to be found upon the waves, I have stored some items within this intelligent ship as a parting gift, hoping you will find joy in them. Yours sincerely, John. Upon reading this electronic missive, Angell remained silent for an extended period. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. He was uncertain of the emotions that compelled John to pen this letter. Yet he could sense the tender affection woven into each word. With a sigh, he lamented, though he knew not for whom he mourned or what he lamented. Only then did he shut down the electronic correspondence. With a touch of melancholy and an inexplicable sense of anticipation, he opened the solitary folder on his desktop. Chapter 30. Stored knowledge. John mentioned that he had left a gift for Angell. Initially, Angell did not pay much attention to this present until he opened the folder. Upon discovering it filled to the brim with documents, he realized the profound value of the gift bestowed upon him by his mentor. John had transferred all the data stored in the chip within his mind into this folder. Within it, one could find a wealth of information on astronomy, geography, scientific disciplines, literary works, and even various cultural trends, culinary recipes, and music. Previously, Angell had been puzzled by his mentor's extensive knowledge across numerous fields, his expertise in agriculture, architecture, and culinary arts, as well as in various academic subjects. Now, Angell understood that such capabilities were inherent to Earth's technological civilization. Every inhabitant of Earth is born with a parasitic chip, akin to a computer that is not online, but can autonomously store various data while connecting to the brain's hippocampus, ensuring that memories are never forgotten. It is likely that John had preserved various pieces of knowledge, ensuring that even when transported to another world, the flame of civilization would not be extinguished. Had it not been for the inability to transfer the parasitic chip from John's mind, he might have sent it directly. After all, the parasitic chip is bound to the brain, never to be lost, and it connects to the memory repository in the mind, granting one an extraordinary ability akin to photographic memory. Nevertheless, lacking the parasitic chip was not insurmountable. With the presence of the holographic tablet, although the speed of memorizing knowledge was somewhat reduced due to its inability to directly connect to the hippocampus, persistent effort would eventually lead to erudition. With this realization, Angell carefully concealed the holographic tablet, for it held greater value to him than all his other possessions combined. Thus, equipped with the holographic tablet, Angell's life underwent a significant transformation. He became almost entirely absorbed in the world of the tablet, only setting it aside when it required solar energy replenishment. Rather than immediately delving into the knowledge left by his mentor, Angell first scanned and stored the numerous boxes of books he had purchased from Moonlight City, one by one, into the tablet. As John had said, knowledge is of utmost importance to a scholar, which is why Angell prioritized transferring the books into the tablet. The scanning process was not without its challenges. Although the holographic tablet was equipped with a camera for recording and photographing, it ultimately produced images. While the system offered a text-image conversion feature, it was restricted to Earth's languages, and the official script of the Golden Sparrow Empire was absent from the system. Consequently, Angell could only temporarily store all images in a folder, planning to translate them into Chinese one by one when he had the time. By the time he completed scanning all the books and organizing them into categories, a week had passed. Once the books were fully scanned, he found himself with nothing left to occupy his time. Coupled with the monotony of life at sea, and with the Allen siblings engrossed in their training, seldom visiting him, Angell felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and boredom. Driven by a spark of curiosity, he began to explore the information contained within the holographic tablet. At the outset, Angell perused various esteemed scientific papers published by renowned Earth scholars. However, he soon discerned that much of the data contained within these works was applicable solely to the unique cosmic environment of Earth, leading him to reduce his reading to merely absorbing select ideas. Gradually, Angell's interests broadened. He even indulged in the leisure of exploring artistic and entertainment files, listening to Earth-S music and perusing grassroots novels that did not delve into the realm of literature. After immersing himself in numerous novels, Angell came to understand why his mentor had proclaimed in the letter left for him that life was more sophisticated than the protagonists of time-traveling narratives. The absurdly sensationalist passages, where characters lamented, "If heaven seeks to extinguish me, I shall defy the heavens. If gods obstruct me, I shall vanquish these deities," left Angell feeling a peculiar sense of embarrassment. However, he did discover time travel tales that resonated with him, which he read with great enjoyment. At the very least, they served to pass the time effectively. After delving into countless literary works, Angell's curiosity about Earth intensified. He yearned for the opportunity to witness the splendor of its bustling metropolises and advanced technological landscape. At this moment, he remained unaware that the entertainment subsection of his folder contained thousands of films and television shows, any of which could vividly portray the beauty of Earth. But that is a tale for another time. Before he could reach the dining hall, a sharp whistle pierced the air, echoing throughout the ship. The whistle sounded in a rhythmic pattern, 3 long notes followed by 2 short ones, and Angell immediately recognized it as the alarm signal for the Zijing. On his way back, he observed that many of his fellow gifted individuals had opened their cabin doors to engage in discussions, speculating about the reasons for the ship's lockdown. Some suggested a sea beast attack, others a looming storm, some mentioned a grounding incident, while others claimed that the cloud whales in the sky intended to assault the Zijing. The conjectures varied widely, but none were reassuring. Each face bore a subtle expression of concern and fear. In the vastness of the ocean, fear is a natural response, and the uncertainty of the future only exacerbates it. Though Angell harbored his own apprehensions, he recognized that worry would not alter his circumstances, lacking the ability to change his own fate. He could only silently pray for a favorable outcome. Upon returning to his cabin, Angell promptly opened the small ventilation window to peer outside. To his disappointment, the view offered nothing but an impenetrable fog, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. The unknown always stirs boundless imagination. Ultimately, Angell, despite his usual maturity and independence, began to feel anxious. He continually reassured himself that the ship's lockdown was merely a precaution due to the extreme fog, and that everything would return to normal once the mist lifted. Yet, even he found little solace in this reasoning. At this point, he was powerless, forced to cling to the most optimistic conjectures to calm his restless heart. The clock's hands moved steadily, inching towards 4 in the afternoon, yet the dense fog outside remained unyielding, and the Zijing had not sounded the all-clear signal. Everything seemed unchanged. But then, change arrived abruptly. Chapter 31, The Culinary Mirage. At that moment, every individual aboard the vessel simultaneously caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting from the culinary delights. Before the hypothalamus could issue the command to indulge, they were ensnared in a mirage woven from the scent of delectable food. Angell was no exception. Before him floated an array of exquisite, vividly colored dishes that beckoned to be savored. Coupled with the rich fragrance that clung to the air, he instinctively reached out for the nearby honey-glazed roasted chicken leg. When desire expands unchecked, it can influence all physiological indicators of a person, including reason. In other words, desire can interfere with the brain's reception of informational signals. When desire swells, messages struggle to reach the rational mind. At such times, the emotional brain, or instinctual brain, takes dominion over one's thoughts. The essence of humanity remains rooted in its animalistic nature, and the instinctual brain governs this primal part, synthesizing emotions and desires to express the most fundamental instincts akin to that of animals. As the urge to consume overwhelmed Angell's mind, he succumbed to a lack of rationality. His logic muddled and thoughts hindered, resembling a creature of instinct. Not only Angell, but all the ordinary souls aboard were similarly ensnared by their cravings, howling in madness, coveting the food within the mirage. Just as Angell teetered on the brink of indulgence in this fervor of appetite, an unbearable itch emerged near the scapula on his back. The origin of this itch was unfathomable. It surged forth like the froth of a fine beer, bubbling over before the bottle was even uncapped, instantly overshadowing everything else. The itch was relentless, a true itch that penetrated to the very bone. Any entity, once it finds a breach, harbors the potential for upheaval. The same applies to reason, which, though initially subjugated by emotion, can reclaim its ground at the slightest slackening of emotional pressure. The itch rendered Angell's appetite mood, compelling him to scratch repeatedly. Yet, just as swiftly as it arrived, the itch dissipated. When the sensation abruptly ceased, Angell discovered that his hunger had entirely vanished, devoid of appetite. The mirage of culinary delights could no longer sway his rationality. He gazed at the array of food still suspended before him, a wave of trepidation washing over him. For he knew all too well that the honey-glazed chicken leg he had coveted was, in reality, merely the wax he typically used for lighting. Had he ingested the wax, mistaking it for the chicken leg, Angell shuddered at the thought of the dire consequences. The culinary illusions were no longer to be trifled with. Such mirages could only be conjured by innate sea creatures of extraordinary talent or by sorcerers of formidable power. Angell dared not speculate on the intentions behind such illusions by these extraordinary beings, nor did he wish to remain enslaved to desire. Thus, he resolved to adopt a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, and closed his eyes to the gastronomic phantoms before him. Perhaps the extraordinary being that conjured the culinary illusion harbored no malevolent intentions. Angell refrained from engaging with the illusion, which similarly did not trouble him further. Much to his immense relief. After a while, Angell, puzzled, touched his back. His brow furrowed tightly, for he was acutely aware that the itchy spot exhibited no conspicuous anomalies. At least on the surface. The only peculiarity was the strange woman who had scratched him during the aptitude test within the illusion. Initially, Angell believed it to be a mere illusion, a fabrication of the Eye of Eberath. After the test concluded, he had deliberately checked in the mirror and found no marks on his back. However, with the recent episodes of inexplicable itching, he began to entertain doubts. Perhaps that realm was not an illusion at all, but rather an eerie parallel world. As he had speculated during the aptitude test, the scratch on his back might be a conduit for the energy of that strange world, which could explain his current predicament. Angell was uncertain if his conjecture held any merit, but given his limited perspective, it was the best he could deduce. Would the itching return? Would there be more severe repercussions beyond the itching? These questions remained unanswered. Under this veil of uncertainty, Angell resolutely decided that if he could navigate this crisis, he would disclose his situation to Morrow upon their next encounter. Time was not a luxury he could afford. Who knew if the next bout of itching might jeopardize his life? Thus, he felt compelled to seek Morrow's assistance directly rather than waiting until he had advanced his studies. As Angell pondered these matters, the Zijing had already ventured into the depths of the fog, where a group had arrived at the source of the fragrant illusion. Upon the massive back of the falcon demon sat Sanders, a figure of silent elegance adorned in a high-crowned hat, exuding an air of aristocratic sophistication. Meanwhile, Flora, with a mysterious smile, perched on the edge of the falcon demon's wing, cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the individuals standing aboard the Zijing. On the deck, leading the group was Sabo, flanked by 5 companions on either side. In addition to the guides from the 3 major wizarding organizations, Morrow and Isley, who had just ascended to the rank of first-level wizard apprentice, had also joined them. Flora appraised Sabo and his companions for a moment before breaking into a soft chuckle, her voice a beguiling blend of innocence and allure, as she remarked, "Hee. Mad Bear Sabo, when did you take up the role of a nanny? Are you here to nurse a gaggle of children?" The 3 major wizard academy leaders, dubbed as children, bowed their heads in silence. Though Sabo felt a surge of indignation at Flora's taunt, he dared not show any sign of dissent in the presence of Sanders, opting instead to feign ignorance of the sarcasm and respond with a forced joviality. "Ha, the blood sorceress is jesting. It is a rare opportunity to encounter the restaurant of Greya. These inexperienced youngsters simply wish to broaden their horizons," Sabo explained with a hearty laugh. Flora narrowed her eyes, internally scoffing. The pretense of broadening horizons was merely a facade, for their true intention was to mooch food and drink at Greya's establishment. However, Greya was no accommodating chef. Seeking a free meal? Not a chance. Greya epitomizes the quintessential member of the Candy House lunatics. Despite their seemingly carefree and whimsical demeanor, they remain steadfast and unyielding when it comes to matters of principle. To gain entry into Greya's restaurant, one must possess an invitation card. Without one, even a legendary sorcerer would face rejection from her. This time, in pursuit of access to Greya's establishment, Sanders incurred considerable expense to acquire a bronze-level invitation card. Oh. Flora suddenly finds herself anticipating the expressions on the faces of this reckless group when they uncover the truth. Chapter 32. Bringing someone in. Flora, with no intention of giving them a warning, cast a playful glance at the youthful Isley, who stood behind Lady Merlin. Such a magnificent aura he possessed, accompanied by a vibrant spiritual energy. A faint smile graced Flora's lips, recognizing a promising talent, a potential adept in the realm of mental prowess. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Flora gracefully utilized a levitation spell, gliding effortlessly to Isley's side. Little brother, would you be interested in exploring the wild caverns? I could introduce you to a mentor, she said, her alabaster fingers gently tapping Isley. The moment she made contact, it was as if he had been jolted by electricity. A blush swiftly enveloped his handsome visage. Flora hovered before him, enshrined in swirling mists. The hawk demons cried out. The air was thick with moisture, and beads of warmth formed upon his palms. At that moment, everything around Isley felt suspended in time. Since the tragic demise of his childhood companion, his heart had not experienced such vivid sensations. Flora's appearance was that of a youthful maiden, petite and delicate, with an innocent countenance. Yet, her deep emerald eyes bore an alluring depth. A mere raised brow or fleeting glance held an irresistible charm. Her voice resonated with a harmony that mirrored this duality. An exquisite fusion of contrasting extremes. Not only were her eyes captivating, but her attire also ignited the imagination. Her soft, rose-brown hair was intricately styled into floral shapes, with only a few wisps escaping to frame her face. A crimson lace veil shrouded her hair and half of her visage, while a blood-red, slightly sheer gown adorned her figure, its pleats embroidered with dark red roses. Flora's bare, porcelain feet were visible beneath the translucent fabric of her dress. To Isley, every inch of Flora, from her delicate toes to the blush of her nose, beckoned him irresistibly. He found himself at a loss, unsure of where to direct his gaze. Flora's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing a sense of triumph. A fellow sorcerer, with whom she shared a cordial rapport, had entrusted her with the task of locating a gifted individual whose mental capacity exceeded 20. He required such an adept to assist him in the design of a spell. However, her search had yielded no results until now, when she unexpectedly encountered Isley. Whatever fate awaited him in the hands of that notorious sorcerer, known for his cruel experiments, was of no concern to her. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Flora teased, playfully tugging at Isley's collar, drawing their bodies perilously close. Isley, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words, his heart racing and cheeks flushed. The rosy images that had never crossed his mind during his days as a slave now flashed before him in rapid succession. Yet, being a naive young man, he found himself utterly captivated by Flora's proximity, his thoughts consumed by her presence. Well, Isley murmured, his gaze clouded with bewilderment. Flora giggled, poised to lead him away, when suddenly a chilling scoff echoed in her ears. Flora, you wish to take Isley away, yet you have already resolved to wage war against me at the Hurricane Tower? Flora narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing in the direction of the speaker. Emerging from the dense fog upon the vast ocean were two figures clad in enigmatic robes, a middle-aged man in a black and gold robe, soaring through the air, his metallic staff pointing forward, propelling him hundreds of meters ahead. Beside him, a young woman cloaked in a shimmering spray of water, walking upon the waves, her bare feet barely grazing the depths where a shadow akin to a long ribbon lingered beneath. The speaker was none other than this middle-aged man. So it is you, the silver alchemist, Gerald. Upon recognizing the identity of the visitors, Flora's voice lost its allure, turning instead to a tone of cool indifference. What is it? Do others wish to depart, yet you refuse to let them go? After speaking, Flora cast a scornful glance at the ever-distant saber. The two arrivals were, respectively, Gerald, the silver alchemist of the Hurricane Tower, and Heloin, the CEO of the White Coral Floating Island Academy. Both were formal wizards of considerable renown, particularly Gerald, whose title as a silver alchemist indicated a profound understanding of the transformative properties of metallic elements. While Gerald's combat prowess might not be exceedingly high, his identity as an alchemist granted him an esteemed status within the southern wizarding circles. Even Sanders would prefer to avoid enmity with Gerald unless absolutely necessary. The sudden appearance of these two could be surmised without much thought. It was undoubtedly Saber who had tipped them off. Hence, Flora's deliberate glance towards Saber after her remarks. Saber, however, felt quite aggrieved, being held captive by Sanders and Flora in this treacherous sea, ostensibly in search of the Barbie restaurant. But who could say whether the talents aboard would survive the whims of these two unpredictable wizards once they found the restaurant? With his backing from the Sky Mechanical City, he had contingencies in place and feared not their wrath. Yet, he was tasked with ensuring the safe passage of all talents to the mainland. Thus, to mitigate any potential risks, he had sent a warning to the three organizations supporting the talents aboard. In an instant, Gerald stood before the group. He first offered a solemn nod to Sanders, observing that Sanders had no intention of intervening, before turning to Flora and saying, Flora, take a closer look at the mental energy circulation within Isley. He has already learned the six-pointed star guiding method of our hurricane tower. Do you intend to forcibly take Isley away, perhaps to pry into the secrets of our hurricane tower? In the world of wizards, each organization possesses its own guiding methods. To intrude upon another's guiding method could indeed incite enmity with the corresponding wizarding organization. However, this is merely a possibility, not an absolute. For guiding methods vary in quality. For the majority of wizarding organizations, the methods passed down are those of the common folk, with limited efficiency in channeling magical energy. Moreover, wizards, by nature, tend to be transient and accustomed to freedom. Occasionally, the sharing of guiding methods does not amount to anything particularly significant. Certainly, those precious and even rare guiding techniques inherently possess their unique anti-theft measures. Such techniques are typically conferred solely upon the core members of wizarding organizations, and there are numerous restrictions attached. Thus far, conflicts among wizarding organizations resulting from guiding techniques have been virtually non-existent. However, Gerald's use of this pretext to silence Flora is entirely justifiable. A green glimmer flickered in Flora's eyes as she cast a sweeping glance at Isley. The intricate model constructed by her inner mental energy indeed manifested the semi-virtual, semi-real hexagram structure that Gerald had described. With a disdainful snort, Flora remarked that it was merely a dilapidated framework, easily deducible at a glance, and of no particular interest. After her words, she turned and flew to Sanders' side, disregarding Isley entirely. Isley, with a complexion tinged with unease, felt a pang of disappointment within. Upon noticing this, Gerald shot him a glare and, with a grim expression, reprimanded him harshly. "Get to the back, you disgraceful fool." Isley's face turned ashen, and he swallowed hard, shrinking back with his head bowed. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of malice glinted in his eyes, and his fist, tightly clenched within his sleeve, betrayed his concealed ire. Chapter 33. Nothing extraordinary having concluded their dispute, Gerald and Halloran stood upon the deck of the Zijing. With the arrival of formidable reinforcements, Sabo's demeanor had notably relaxed. Gerald, however, remained in a state of displeasure, gripping his metallic cane tightly. The tip of the cane struck the sturdy deck, resulting in a colossal hole, sending smoke and splinters soaring into the air. His action startled all the wizard apprentices present. Upon witnessing this, Isley retreated in shock, ultimately halting before the mast. The muscles in his calves quivered violently as he almost forgot that he was not facing the frivolous scion of the Silver Egret dynasty, but rather the esteemed wizard himself. Isley's fear escalated. He longed to kneel before Gerald and plead for mercy, yet the imposing aura radiating from Gerald robbed him of even the courage to do so. Fortunately, it seemed Gerald had no intention of inflicting harm. He merely cast a cold, admonishing glance at Isley before retracting his menacing presence. At this moment, Sabo recognized that Gerald's lesson had concluded and approached with a cheerful demeanor. With a simple incantation of a level 0 cleaning spell, he swiftly cleared the debris from the shattered deck. Sabo refrained from mentioning the recent incident and curiously inquired, "Why are only the two of you here? What of the individuals from the Gravity Forest?" "The one from the Gravity Forest is the Treeman Boku," came the reply. "However, he was sidetracked by a magical plant on an island midway, and I suspect he is still devising a method to transplant it." Though referred to as a treeman, it was well known among the group that Boku was, in fact, human, not a denizen of a parallel dimension resembling a humanoid tree species. His moniker stemmed from his path as a bloodline wizard, not through the infusion of beastly traits, but rather by integrating plant life into his being. The specific flora he had implanted remained a mystery, yet during combat, he would reveal a formidable form akin to that of the treeman race, leading to his enduring title. Standing behind Sabo, Corman felt a sense of relief upon hearing that their organization had also sent someone. It was indeed the Treeman Boku, whose magical engraving skills were reputedly exceptional. The ones he crafted were considered exquisite even within the mechanical city of the skies. Sabo nodded in acknowledgement. Halloran remained silent, a smile gracing her lips. After a round of pleasantries, Gerald and Halloran approached the leaders of their respective organizations. Halloran stepped forward to Florin, dispelling the thin veil of water surrounding her to reveal her true visage. She was a strikingly graceful young woman, with cascading hair and star-like azure eyes, clad in a gradient gown of the same aquatic hue, evoking the essence of a being from the sea tribe. Casting her gaze toward Moro, who stood behind Florin, Halloran raised a light blue eyebrow. "I remember your name, Moro. Was it Mongen? 20 years ago, you studied flame sorcery under my mentor." Moro, taken aback, bowed deeply, nodding repeatedly. "Lady Halloran, I never imagined that someone as busy as you would remember this old man. who has achieved so little. It is truly an honor. Halloran cast a glance at Moro, noting his status as a level 3 wizard apprentice, and nodded slightly, expressing a hint of approval. This mere nod ignited an uncontrollable joy within Moro's heart. Had he made an impression on a formal wizard? Do not underestimate the seemingly trivial impression often. The slightest recognition from a formal wizard can alter the fate of an apprentice. Moro had heard a tale of a fortunate lad who, by leaving a minimal impression on a wizard, received scraps after the wizard conducted a grand experiment. These scraps saved the lad decades of effort, allowing him to ascend to the rank of level 3 wizard apprentice before the age of 30. Subsequently, he surged forward, ultimately becoming a revered wizard. Contemplating this inspirational story that has motivated generations of apprentices, how could Moro's heart not burn with fervor? However, Halloran was not overly focused on Moro's thoughts. Instead, she turned to Florin and inquired, "Have we received any promising talents this time?" Florin respectfully bowed, and then recounted the general situation of the gifted individuals taken in by the White Coral Floating Island Academy on this vessel. "Are there any with special physiques or extraordinary talents?" Halloran asked. She had not recruited true apprentices for decades, primarily due to the scarcity of exceptionally talented candidates. This time, she was determined to accept an apprentice. If she encountered a student of remarkable talent, she would certainly seize the opportunity. Thus, upon her arrival, she prioritized inquiring about the new recruits before even familiarizing herself with the Bobby restaurant. The records indicated a descendant of a wizarding family whose talent was tested with the Eye of Ibyrus, revealing that every star in the night sky moved along a distinct trajectory. The vast expanse of stars transformed into innumerable star trails. I recall that the records mentioned this gifted individual was tested on a starless night. Following detailed assessments, it was confirmed that this talent was indeed exceptional, with a developmental inclination towards the mysterious field of astrology, ultimately leading him to specialize in astrological divination. At this point, Halloran shook her head with a sense of regret. Alas, he never became a wizard, succumbing to the relentless passage of time, thus squandering his remarkable talent. The others present were equally moved by the sentiment. No matter how great the talent, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. Without becoming a wizard, one ultimately returns to dust. If the gifted individual you mentioned truly possesses astrological talent, that would indeed be commendable, Halloran sighed. Regrettably, I have no knowledge of the mysterious arts. If I were to accept him as a student, it would be somewhat of a waste. Of course, it is not impossible to take him on, but investing substantial time in teaching him would likely yield a low probability of him becoming a formal wizard, resulting in a waste of both time and emotional investment. Halloran had no desire to engage in such a thankless endeavor. She subtly shook her head and inquired further, "Aside from this individual, are there any other gifted individuals?" Florin shook his head. "Apart from these 7, there are 3 others recruited by Moro, but I am unfamiliar with their circumstances. If one merely exhibits levitation, their talent is rather average. The other individual's talent is also unremarkable," Moro asserted with conviction. After listening to the recounts of the two, Halloran's expression revealed a hint of disappointment, as she lamented the scarcity of those endowed with remarkable talent. Contemplating this, she cast a glance towards Isley, who was not far away. Had it not been for the fact that the lad had already mastered the guidance technique of the Hurricane Tower, she might have entertained notions of seizing him for herself. With such exceptional mental prowess, he possessed the potential to become a wizard, regardless of the discipline he chose to refine. Alas, such a promising seedling had already been claimed by the Hurricane Tower. Despite Gerald's earlier show of authority and reprimands, he had not truly harmed Isley. One must understand that. Given Gerald's notorious temper, the opponent would typically be left severely wounded, if not dead. This time, however, Gerald had shown leniency, a gesture motivated by Isley's undeniable talent and potential for advancement to wizardry. Otherwise, the consequences would not have been as mild as merely lifting him up and setting him down gently. Once this matter is settled, "Bring me the new recruits for my inspection," Halloran declared. The test of the Eye of Ibyrus could only be deemed a preliminary assessment, and errors could occur. Now that they were at sea, after attending to the immediate affairs, she resolved to take some time to observe for herself. Moro and Florin, upon hearing Halloran's words, could not help but fully grasp her intentions and secretly envied the fortunate destinies of this group of talented individuals. Halloran's reputation within the academy had always been quite favorable. Unlike other formal wizards, her demeanor towards apprentice wizards was not aloof, marking her as a refreshing anomaly in the wizarding world. Just a moment ago, Morrow had felt elated at the prospect of making a favorable impression on Halloran. Yet now, he found himself deeply envious of the promising candidates who had caught her attention, even though his 2 grandchildren were among them. Chapter 34. Welcome to the Barbie restaurant. Approximately half an hour later, the dense fog enveloping the sea gradually dissipated, and the enchanting illusion composed of tantalizing aromas shattered along with the retreating mist. As the mirage faded, the individuals aboard the Zijing vessel, previously dominated by their appetites, awakened from their stupor. The awakening ignited a chaos akin to a frenzied scramble. Some, who had indulged in greasy delights within the illusion, found themselves gnawing on table legs upon regaining consciousness, having lost several teeth in the process. Others discovered themselves in a bloody struggle, embracing companions as they bit down in desperation. Even more alarming were those mesmerized by the illusion, who had feasted upon burning candles, only to awaken with singed hair, scorched eyebrows, and charred lips. This was nothing short of a calamity for the mortal souls aboard the Zijing. However, for the extraordinary beings among them, it was merely a trivial game. Ultimately, no lives were lost, prompting even the leaders of the 3 major organizations to forego reminders. Thus, it was the ordinary individuals, unable to seize their fates, who bore the brunt of the suffering. On the deck, as the fog completely vanished, a chorus of joyful childlike voices echoed from the southeast. All extraordinary beings turned their gazes toward the source of the melody. Before them stood a magnificent maritime structure, revealed in all its enchanting glory as the mist receded. The building boasted vividly colored, shell-shaped spires, adorned with whimsical, distorted murals, while the sky above was filled with balloons of various shapes, puppies, hearts, and kittens, infusing the air with a sweet fragrance. The delightful aroma, the innocent melodies, and the dreamy bubbles rendered the Barbie restaurant utterly resplendent. Resembling a fairy tale castle where a princess might reside, every detail infused with the essence of youthful whimsy. There it was, the Barbie restaurant. Sanders gazed at the dazzling, playground-like structure on the sea, whispering in awe. The enormous circular base supported the fantastical castle, its edges rippling with waves that danced joyfully, as if welcoming all who approached. Except for Sanders and Flora, it was the first visit for everyone else to the Barbie restaurant. Upon seeing this castle-like eatery, they were utterly astounded. Many men shook their heads in disbelief, and even the woman, Herolin, furrowed her brow in mild discontent. Inwardly, they all criticized the rumored culinary sorceress, astonished by her peculiar taste. La la, la la la, clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, from the opulent and vibrant entrance of the Barbie restaurant, 2 rows of toy soldiers, clad in red and white uniforms and standing only knee-high, burst forth. The left column wielded tin drums, while the right column struck red-tasseled gongs. Amid the rhythmic clanging, the 2 lines of toy soldiers formed up neatly. With a synchronized march, they stowed their instruments and saluted toward the center, as if awaiting inspection in a grand parade. A peculiar and high-pitched laughter reverberated from within the door, followed by the emergence of an eccentric figure, whose gait resembled a strange, exaggerated shuffle. Upon stepping outside, this odd individual abruptly leaped into a ballet-like dance, executing a 1,080-degree spin before concluding with a gentlemanly hand-over-heart gesture. Ha ha ha. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Barbie Restaurant. The bizarre cadence and flamboyant tone emanated from the curious figure's lips. As his words faded, toy soldiers on either side commenced their musical performance, drums resounding as balloons ascended skyward, accompanied by cascading ribbons and vibrant paper flowers drifting down from above. Once the colorful streamers settled, clarity returned to the crowd's gaze, revealing the true visage of the eccentric figure. It was a humanoid creature, lanky and diminutive, yet possessing an oversized head. With a triangular cranium, upward slanting baggy eyes, a bristly tuft reminiscent of a hedgehog, and a mouth that stretched nearly to his earlobes. He sported several long whiskers akin to those of a beast. The amalgamation of his features was both comical and unsettling. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I extend a warm welcome to you at Barbie Restaurant. The peculiar figure leaped into the air, executing a 360-degree ballet spin. As he landed, he produced an alchemical microphone from seemingly nowhere, performing a split while introducing himself. Ha ha ha. I am the head steward of Barbie Restaurant, responsible for receiving all esteemed guests, Taoyu. The audience, momentarily captivated by the extravagant display, remained silent. Taoyu, noticing the lack of reaction, unabashedly turned to the toy soldiers. Barking, "You worthless trinkets," applaud. A scattered applause emerged from the ranks of toy soldiers. Satisfied, Taoyu spun 720 degrees in another ballet flourish. Concluding with a dramatic kick to an imaginary crown, then sauntered towards the nearest elevated platform with his peculiar shuffle. Flamboyant, ostentatious, childish, Sanders remarked, adjusting the brim of his hat with a cynical smirk. Grea's peculiar taste remains unchanged. Upon hearing Sanders' words, Tao glanced up at him, perched upon the back of his falcon. Unfazed by Sanders' demeanor, Tao closed his eyes and continued to twirl and leap as sunlight streamed through the restaurant's entrance. The sound of crashing waves replaced the melodic chants, prompting Tao to gesture with utmost elegance toward the gathered crowd. Esteemed guests, the time has come. You are warmly invited to enter. Suddenly serious, his voice lost its frivolity. As his words lingered in the air, the grand, vibrant doors of the restaurant slowly swung open, releasing an unusual aroma that wafted forth. This scent was not fragrant, yet it bore an enchanting quality, subtly enticing and unsettling the senses, provoking involuntary salivation despite its lack of pleasantness. Even devoid of fragrance, it stirs one's appetite, Sabo remarked, stepping inside the Barbie restaurant alongside Sanders. Sanders, expressionless, led Flora through the colorful entrance, at which point Flora turned her head suddenly, offering Sabo a radiant smile. Before Sab could comprehend the meaning behind Flora's smile, toy soldiers suddenly leaped out from either side. One brandished a gun on the left, while the other wielded a sword on the right, blocking Sab and his companions at the entrance. Repelled by the toy soldiers and subjected to the amusement of the younger generation behind him, Sab's face fluctuated between shades of green and red. What does this imply? Sab cast a cold glance at Tang Yu, a smoldering anger simmering beneath the surface. Could it be that he harbors discontent towards me? Chapter 35. The gold card holder. The chilling presence of Sabo caused the temperature around him to plummet instantaneously. However, Tang Yu, unperturbed, cast a casual glance in his direction before reverting to his flamboyant demeanor, addressing the crowd with a gleeful tone. Hee, allow me to remind you all. The old rule of the Barbie restaurant is that card holders are permitted entry. Depending on the tier of the invitation card, one may bring along a varying number of guests. Sabo, with a frosty countenance, was on the verge of losing his temper. Observing this, Tang Yu grinned broadly, although his squinted eyes betrayed a glimmer of coldness. Should you have any grievances regarding the restaurant's policies, feel free to voice your complaints to the duty manager. Today's manager is Nier. Shall I summon that roasted chicken for you? Nyo. Sabo had never heard that name before. Yet, as he caught a glimpse of Flora and Sanders, he noticed their brows instinctively furrowing upon hearing it. A chill crept down his spine. Calm down, he silently urged himself. Regardless of who Nier might be, he must refrain from provoking trouble now. With these two formidable figures present, should he truly unleash his wrath, he would not only be looked down upon but would also become the subject of ridicule. Suddenly, he recalled Flora's earlier smile, and connecting it to their conversation outside, he finally grasped the reason behind her enigmatic grin. She was merely relishing the prospect of watching the spectacle unfold. A surge of anger ignited within Sabo, yet his expression remained inscrutable. They were permitted entry due to their possession of invitation cards, were they not? At that moment, Gerard, standing beside Sabo, stepped forward and pointed at Flora, inquiring of Tang Yu. With a graceful pirouette, Tang Yu responded, not quite. Only Lord Sanders possesses an invitation card, though his is a bronze card, allowing him to bring 2 guests. Can one acquire such an invitation card now? Halloran asked, furrowing her brow. Although her purpose for coming was not the Barbie restaurant, encountering this famed establishment naturally sparked her curiosity. Tang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. How invitation cards are distributed, I am unaware. I have heard that Grea dispenses them based on her mood, and her preferred method is to casually toss them aside. At this juncture, Flora chimed in with a playful laugh. You might want to search the vicinity. Perhaps you'll stumble upon an invitation card that Grea has discarded. However, with so many of you, it seems only the legendary gold card will allow you all to enter. After saying this, Flora turned her back to the crowd and waved goodbye, vanishing into the shadows of the restaurant. As for Sanders, he displayed no interest in the ongoing dispute, having already ventured deep into the restaurant without pausing to glance back. At the main entrance of the Barbie restaurant, the group exchanged glances. The younger ones appeared indifferent, yet the 3 official wizards felt their dignity slipping away. Alas, with regulations as they were, did they truly wish to wage war against the Barbie restaurant for a mere meal? Weighing the potential gains and losses, Sabo shook his head in refusal. Grea, like them, is a first-class sorceress, yet the organization she belongs to is notoriously formidable, comprising individuals who are recklessly fearless and fiercely protective of their own. Moreover, with Sanders and Flora already present in the dining hall, He could not fathom Sanders' motives for seeking the Barbie restaurant. After months of searching for it, even involving the Zijing ship, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Should they find themselves at odds with Greya, who knows the repercussions of confronting that terrifying man? Contemplating this, Sabo set aside his intention to force his way in. The reason Sabo had summoned Gerard and the others was indeed due to Sanders. With this thought, Sabo resolved to depart. However, at that moment, the weasel suddenly glanced toward the hatch on the deck, his expression transforming into one of peculiar surprise, exclaiming in an astonished tone, "To my astonishment, besides Lord Sanders' copper card, there is yet another esteemed guest present, and it is a holder of the gold card." A gold card holder? The weasel's words did not escape the ears of the gathered crowd, including Sabo. Was there truly a gold card holder among them? Who could it possibly be? Could it be the tree man Boku? Halloran pondered. Gerard instinctively closed his eyes and waved his metallic short staff. Shaking his head upon reopening them, "It is not Boku. Within 100 miles, there is no trace of his presence." Who then could it be? Sabo turned his gaze towards the apprentices of the three major organizations. Could the gold card holder be amongst them? A closer inspection revealed their expressions of utter bewilderment. Sabo scoffed. If there were no official sorcerers among them, how could these apprentices possibly possess one? Indeed, if they did not have one, what sort of individual could this gold card holder be? The crowd once again directed their attention to the weasel, who spoke in almost melodic tones. The weasel, however, showed no inclination to conceal the truth, or perhaps he simply did not feel the necessity to do so. The Barbie restaurant has always accorded the highest treatment to gold card holders. With his signature laughter and a pirouette reminiscent of a spinning top, the weasel leapt through the main entrance of the Barbie restaurant, tracing a white arc across the sky before landing gracefully on the deck of the Zijing ship without a trace of dust. With a rhythmic gait, he donned his hat as he walked, his tattered garments gradually transforming into a clean and polished attire. When he stood before a bewildered young man, the weasel's appearance had undergone a complete metamorphosis, transitioning from a disheveled and erratic figure to a well-groomed gentleman, his hair glossy and exuding an air of fervor. Although his features remained unchanged, the overall impression he conveyed was markedly different, a sentiment shared by all the extraordinary beings present. The rejuvenated weasel halted before the young man and executed an elaborate, yet rhythmically elegant noble greeting. "Ah, esteemed gold card holder, welcome to the Barbie restaurant. I am your dedicated host for today, Weasel You. You may address me simply as you." This straightforward statement, imbued with respect and courtesy, embodied the essence of a noble attendant, save for that signature laughter. Meanwhile, the other extraordinary beings gawked in astonishment, having believed that Weasel was his true name. Did the reason why Tang Yi refrained from revealing his true name stem from a belief that they were unworthy? Contemplating this notion, Sabo's expression darkened once more. However, recalling that Tang Yi had not disclosed his true name even in the presence of Sanders, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. At the very least, they now possessed knowledge of Tang Yi's true name, did they not? Yet, the youth who was so honored by Tang Yi remained in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 36. The Restaurant of Dark Winds. A mere 10 minutes prior, the dense fog dissipated, and the illusion shattered. All aboard the Zijing vessel returned to normalcy. Although some were significantly weakened, many hastened to the deck, eager to discern the events that had transpired. In the presence of formal wizards, they dared not act recklessly. Yet the rarity of such a grand spectacle ignited their curiosity. Thus, near the cabin door, they peered through various crevices to catch a glimpse. Amidst them was Angell, who, before he could locate a suitable position to spy, was unceremoniously shoved to the forefront by a nearby talent bearer with ill intentions. "Esteemed gold card holder, welcome to Barbie restaurant." Angell, bewildered, was ushered into the establishment by the weasel-like Tuni, followed closely by a throng of individuals. This assembly comprised all the extraordinary beings aboard the Zijing, and, notably, each bore a distinct expression. Sabo and Gerald appeared impassive, yet the unnatural glint in their eyes and the occasional cough betraying their discomfort revealed their embarrassment. They had successfully infiltrated the venue using the gold card of a mere mortal youth, and the thought of being scrutinized by that boy, who regarded them with the unabashed gaze of an adult taking advantage of a naive child, left them feeling utterly unsettled. Halloran, on the other hand, scrutinized Angell, who stood beside Tuni, her gaze filled with intrigue, occasionally lost in thought. As for the apprentices of the three major wizarding organizations, their expressions ranged from envy to hostility, from malice to silence. Yet, amidst this eclectic array of emotions, curiosity reigned supreme. They were fascinated by the decor of Barbie restaurant, intrigued by its offerings. But most of all, they were eager to uncover how this unremarkable yet somewhat attractive youth had acquired a gold card, a privilege even formal wizards lacked. Leading the way, Angell attracted the attention of the gathered crowd. Though his countenance remained unperturbed, his heart raced with trepidation, each step feeling perilous. As if he were teetering on the edge of an abyss. He still could not fathom that the peculiar seabird he had dubbed Jigu had bestowed upon him a golden card, which was, inexplicably, the VIP card of this accursed Barbie restaurant. While a VIP card might seem a trivial matter, merely granting access to a restaurant, Angell was taken aback to find that a multitude of lofty, extraordinary beings insisted he bring them all along into the establishment. As a newcomer to the world of wizards and an ordinary person at that, did he dare to refuse? Certainly not. Thus unfolded the peculiar scene before them. Save for Angell, every other individual wore an expression of utter peculiarity. The lofty wizards had sought the aid of a mere mortal. Should their peers learn of this spectacle, where could they possibly hide their faces? Though Sabo and the other wizards felt a pang of embarrassment. The rumors circulating within the wizarding community regarding Barbie restaurants' food possessing enlightenment-inducing qualities quickly overshadowed their concerns about dignity. What was a little humiliation compared to the potential benefits? At worst, after leaving the Barbie restaurant, one could eliminate all witnesses present, thereby ensuring that no one would ever know the interior decor of the Barbie restaurant. In stark contrast to its innocent exterior, possesses a distinct character of its own. Shades of black, deep crimson, gold, and silver intertwine in a tapestry of serious yet opulent colors, adorned with intricate, twisted patterns that appear to follow a peculiar order. Thorns, roses, vines, and blood. Even the paintings gracing the walls exude a rich, dark aesthetic, entirely discordant with the restaurant's outward appearance. However, if the time-traveling visitor John were present, he would instantly recognize that the style here is a fusion of Baroque and Lolita, a quintessential representation of dark Lolita fashion. While it transcends age in its meaning, it still broadly aligns with the fairy tale genre, albeit leaning towards an adult interpretation. Although Angell is familiar with Earth's culture, he has yet to delve deeply into such cultural studies. After all, his age is a limiting factor. Thus, he finds himself quite intrigued by the restaurant's unique style, which embodies an exotic flair. Inwardly, Angell mused that upon witnessing the decor of the Barbie restaurant, he began to realize how far he had strayed from the old continent. And the foreign sights he would encounter in the future would only increase. Just as Angell's thoughts became a whirlwind, a wizard apprentice briskly approached him. Turning his head, Angell immediately adopted a slightly respectful expression. The newcomer was Moro, the only one among this group of extraordinary beings with whom he shared a semblance of familiarity. Though Moro had not paid him much heed since boarding, Angell owed his entry into the world of wizards largely to Moro's assistance. Additionally, Moro had aided his mentor John, and despite the exchange of favors, Angell felt a sense of obligation towards him. As Moro approached, Angell promptly concealed his aloof demeanor and exhibited profound respect. Observing Angell's attitude, Moro smiled contentedly, stroking his slightly graying beard. "Angell, your presence in the Barbie restaurant is thanks to you," Moro remarked with a grin, his wrinkles unfolding like layers of a blooming daisy as his mouth stretched wide. This situation profoundly affected his safety, and with no other extraordinary individuals to consult, Angell resolved to ask Moro directly. With this determination in mind, Angell inquired, "Lord Moro, about the day I tested my talent. Moro, I am rather curious, where did your gold card originate?" Moro's question interrupted Angell's voice. This inquiry was also on the minds of everyone present, including the three formal wizards who pricked up their ears. And even the weasel beside Angell wore a look of curiosity. Angell retrieved the peculiar gold card gifted by the strange seabird from his inner pouch. One side of the card appeared blank, yet had a tactile relief, while upon closer inspection, intricate patterns could be discerned. The reverse side, similarly crafted with dark engravings, were color, revealing a clear half-body portrait of a lady with violet hair. "This card?" "Yes," the weasel replied. "Indeed, esteemed guest. This is the gold card of the Barbie restaurant. It allows you to enjoy a complimentary meal here, though it is limited to just one occasion. After the guests depart from the restaurant, the golden card will automatically vanish." Chapter 37. The Enigmatic Bird. It is worth mentioning that the acquisition of this card is somewhat related to Lord Moro. This event transpired nearly 3 months ago. Angell recounted the peculiar encounter with the strange seabird to Moro. After sipping tea brewed from the morning dew following the rain, the oddly adorned seabird departed. leaving behind this golden card. Upon finishing his tale, Angell noticed a peculiar expression on Morrow's face, a mixture of regret and envy. It is noteworthy that when Angell departed from the Pat Manor, he had generously bestowed upon Morrow a significant portion of the rain-soaked morning dew. Although the morning dew is merely a low-tier magical plant, its unique effects rival those of the renowned Blanc potion. For the overwhelming majority of wizard apprentices, the Blanc potion is a coveted elixir, unattainable due to its exorbitant cost. Little did Morrow anticipate that his meticulous concealment of the dew, in hopes of seizing a fleeting opportunity, would pale in comparison to Angell's nonchalant consumption, which ultimately led to his own serendipity. Morrow felt a pang of bitterness. Had he known, alas, he sighed despondently, in this world, foresight is a luxury seldom afforded, merely a reflection of one's lack of fortune and the relentless passage of time. No one noticed the subtle shift in Morrow's demeanor. Even if they did, it would have gone unheeded. Ha ha ha, so your golden card was gifted by Lord Toby, exclaimed the weasel. Lord Toby? The strange seabird with the backpack? Angell inquired, puzzled. The weasel performed a graceful ballet turn, eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed. It is none other than Lord Toby. He is the most cherished familiar of the master, holding an equal status within the Barbie restaurant. When Angell sought further information regarding Toby, the weasel merely chuckled and replied, ha ha ha. The guest will naturally encounter Lord Toby during their meal. The focus of the weasel's story had been on Toby, while the other extraordinary beings were primarily interested in the morning dew. However, as Angell walked alongside the weasel, they were not as familiar with him as Morrow was. Thus they kept their thoughts to themselves. As for the formal wizards, upon learning of the origins of Angell's golden card, they shifted their attention elsewhere. The effects of the morning dew held no allure for them. Only Halloran from the White Coral Floating Island Academy cast a profound glance at Angell. Good fortune is, after all, a facet of strength. Should Angell maintain this streak of remarkable luck, ascending to the rank of formal wizard might not be an impossibility. Halloran mused internally, considering that if the lad's talent were commendable, it would be prudent to observe him further. By the way, what had he intended to ask Morrow? What transpired following the talent assessment? It seemed Morrow had interrupted him. No matter, he was merely a fortunate talent. It remained to be seen whether he would amount to anything substantial. In the depths of the corridor, walls were adorned with creeping vines that filled every crevice, and occasionally, a vibrant blood-red rose would bloom, presenting an exquisite beauty in stark contrast to the surrounding gloom. At the end of the corridor, a crimson curtain obscured the view, behind which lay the banquet hall of the Barbie restaurant, specifically designated for the distinguished guests holding bronze cards. Ah, the seeds of the devil's vine here have ripened, ready to be sown in the cerebral matter of the black-skinned goblins. In just 3 months, one can harvest the most delectable brainflowers. A voluptuous woman with 6 chins and flowing purple hair raises a cocktail glass before Sanders, filled with a fragrant yet ominously dark concoction, a white viscous substance. My old friend, would you care for a sip? She inquires with a mischievous laugh. Consuming this black goblin brainflower will elevate your focus and vitality for 10 days and nights without fatigue. Removing his black top hat, revealing his short, gray-green curls, Sanders places the hat on the table and accepts the cocktail glass from Greya, nonchalantly downing the mysterious brew. Oh, I forgot to mention. The black goblin brainflower also induces a potent release of Shulamon. Do you fancy that? Greya, the purple-haired woman, squints her eyes playfully. Sanders remains impassive. I can feel it. A significant secretion of pheromones. Greya leans closer to Sanders, inhaling deeply near his neck, yet perceiving no scent. Frowning slightly, she casts a disdainful glance at him. You dull man, impeding the secretion of Shulamon, and yet you wish to smell what I have? I presume your aroma is as uninspiring as your demeanor. Greya's remarks draw a vigorous nod of agreement from Flora, who floats aimlessly nearby. Flora's support earns Greya a flirtatious wink, though it is met with a roll of Flora's eyes in response. With a detached gaze, Sanders interjects, let us refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. Your invitation card is not easily obtained. Greya, with her ample figure and crimson-tipped fingers propping up her chin, gazes at Sanders with alluring eyes, her dramatic makeup creating a mesmerizing ripple effect with each exaggerated glance. Yet, Sanders offers no acknowledgement, not even a fleeting glance. Indeed, he appears to be averse to passion. A beauty stands before him, yet he fails to seize the moment. Greya rolls her eyes in exasperation, swaying her generous hips as she saunters over to the table laden with ingredients. The table is adorned with an array of wondrous items. Various floating glass vessels filled with eclectic ingredients, all bearing unconventional appearances, dark, glistening chunks of meat, viscous liquids exuding a purplish haze, writhing soft-bodied creatures with moving eyes, and even swirling gas in vibrant hues. These ingredients have been gathered by Greya from diverse locales. One of the reasons her Barbie restaurant drifts from place to place is to procure unique ingredients. At times, she even ventures into alternate dimensions for her bounty. For instance, the ingredients emanating a purplish-black aura are often sourced from the abyssal plane, while gaseous components predominantly hail from the burning plane. Draped in a light mauve form-fitting dress, Greya poses in what she deems the most flattering stance before the kitchen, lifting her layered chin and grasping a massive, jewel-encrusted ladle. "Shall we proceed with the distortion of the Baryan parasite?" she inquires. Sanders nods in agreement. Greya let out a disdainful scoff, curling her lips in contempt. An insipid man. The twisted Babasia is a peculiar parasite, incapable of reproduction, and it does not exist in nature. The sole method of acquisition lies within the realm of Greya's self-invented sorcery, which involves a meticulous concoction of various ingredients. The final culinary outcome is a peculiar dish, devoid of utility for anyone save for Sanders, a living food of great significance. Greya unleashed the enigmatic and exquisite sorcery unique to the culinary arts, employing her exclusive utensils to commence the preparation of the ingredients. Just as she completed a fraction of the task, the drapes of the banquet room were flung aside, and a diminutive, disheveled figure, an oily, sharp-nosed man, squeezed his way inside. This small man's stature was roughly comparable to Flora's, his limbs exceedingly thin, stooped over, presenting the appearance of a lazy and slovenly laborer from the lower echelons of society. "Ninny, what brings you here?" Chapter 38. The Golden Card VIP. Hee. When did the waitstaff at the Barbie restaurant become so unruly? Flora scoffed. However, Nieniu displayed no hint of indignation at the sarcasm. He picked his nose while firmly stating, "Lady Greya, Tunio has brought a guest who requires your personal attention." "There is still a guest?" Sanders raised an eyebrow. In this vast ocean, could it possibly be that group of wizards from the wild chickens outside? Flora furrowed her brow, recalling how Tunio had not allowed that group entry, indicating they lacked an invitation. Who could it be then? Greya remained engrossed in her culinary tasks, utterly undisturbed, not even glancing up at Nieniu. As a culinary sorceress, she adhered strictly to her principles regarding food. What guest could possibly demand such consideration? Did they not see that there were others present? Could it be a silver card holder? Flora continued her relentless mockery, seemingly harboring some grudge against Nieniu. In the small banquet room, while Greya worked diligently in silence, Flora's voice resonated loudly. When Flora mentioned the silver card holder, Greya's ears twitched. Yet her hands did not falter. Nieniu appeared to extract something from his nostrils, then unhesitatingly consumed it. Not a silver card. Greya, relieved by the unexpected news, resumed her principled work as a culinary sorceress. Nieniu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's a golden card." Flora, unable to comprehend, frowned and muttered. Clang. The utensils in Greya's hands suddenly fell, producing a cacophony of metal clashing. "A golden card? Are you certain?" Greya, momentarily forsaking her professional decorum, inquired loudly. "Indeed, my lady." Greya cast aside her diamond-encrusted tools and hurried to Nieniu's side. "Then let us not delay." The golden card holders at the Barbie restaurant were granted only 3 per cycle, their status surpassing even her own. Upon completing her statement, Greya promptly followed Nieniu out. Her urgency stemmed from the golden card system, a mandate not of her making but imposed by a certain esteemed individual whose words she was bound to uphold. That individual was the very faith of Fairy Tale Town, and under no circumstances would she defy their directive. Flora exclaimed, wanting to call Greya back, but Sanders intervened. "No need to fret. Now that Greya has been located, there is no rush. The card system is a tradition of the Candy House lineage, upheld in both Greya's Barbie restaurant and Felicia's Butterfly Tavern." After a pause, Sanders smirked coldly. "However, I am quite curious to know who this golden card holder is." With that, Sanders donned his black felt hat elegantly, adjusted the brim, and turned to exit the banquet room. Under Tunio's guidance, the group arrived at their dining destination. No one anticipated that upon leaving the dim and eerie corridor, the golden card banquet hall would appear in such a manner. The grand banquet hall, reminiscent of a theater, exudes opulence and magnificence with its gilded splendor. The carpet is crafted from the pelts of enigmatic beasts, its pure white, soft fibers interwoven with delicate golden velvet. The walls are adorned with exotic silver-threaded embroidery, featuring arcane motifs that capture the eye. The furniture, carved from magical flora, emanates a serene aura. While the tableware consists of exquisite, pristine porcelain, accompanied by lampstands gleaming with the engravings of abyssal beast heads. The aesthetic of the Barbie restaurant transitions from whimsical charm to dark baroque, culminating in its current luxurious state. Despite the seemingly peculiar decor, the overall ambience harmoniously blends the various styles. Perhaps it is the eccentricity of the staff that contributes to this unique atmosphere, Angell mused. Throughout their journey, they encountered an array of strange employees: the ballet-loving ferret, the nonsensical ghostly janitor, the disheveled and greasy head waiter Neo, and the stiff, awkward waiter known as the eyeless man, not to mention the imposing figure of Greya before him, who caused Angell to swallow nervously, not out of attraction to her alluring makeup, but rather from intimidation. Upon entering the Golden Card banquet hall with Neo, Greya immediately sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from the card. To her surprise, she had expected the card holder to be at least a peer among wizards, only to discover that it belonged to an ordinary individual devoid of any mental constructs of magical prowess. Greya's astonishment flickered briefly in her mind before she composed herself. She had just received a message from the ferret, informing her of the gold card's origin belonging to a youth named Angell. To her astonishment, it had been gifted by the little rascal Toby. Greya raised an eyebrow, pondering what made that morning dew so special as to catch Toby's attention. Neo discreetly retreated to an inconspicuous corner, while the ferret guided the guests to their seats. Halloran, Gerald, and Sabo naturally settled down, but the other wizard apprentices hesitated. Not due to a lack of seats, but from a reluctance to sit. In truth, Angell shared their reservations. He felt compelled to remain standing under the watchful gaze of the ferret, who wore an incessant smile. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, Angell awkwardly took a seat, prompting the ferret to saunter away. Gerald huffed disapprovingly at the notion of dining alongside an ordinary person, but refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware that he was reliant on the gold card. Halloran and Sabo engaged in conversation, while Angell sat expressionless, feeling like a fish out of water, as no one spoke to him, creating an uncomfortable tension. It was then that Greya sauntered over, her ample figure swaying enticingly as she approached Angell. "Delighted to meet you." "Esteemed guest," Greya purred, elegantly perching herself on the table before him, a lace-trimmed fan in hand, gently tapping it against his shoulder. Angell shivered at her touch. "I am Greya, your chef for today," she declared. As Greya introduced herself, Halloran, Sabo, and Gerald all turned their attention toward her. Initially, they had assumed this formidable figure was merely a staff member, only to realize she was the very owner of the Barbie restaurant, Greya, the indomitable Barbie. Sabo remarked, "So you are Greya. I have heard my mentor Mydal speak of you during my time in the Sky Mechanical City." Sabo. Halloran is acutely aware of her position. The three of them are merely accompanying Angell for sustenance. Thus, she harbors no intention of conversing with Greya. Instead, she observes with keen interest the interaction between Greya and Angell. A formal wizard who requires the service of ordinary people. What an intriguing spectacle. "Gee, Greya, my lady. I am Angell Pat, a preparatory student from the White Coral Floating Island Academy." Angell stands awkwardly, bowing to Greya. Greya, using her folding fan to obstruct Angell's gesture, replies, "Angell Pat, is it? I shall call you simply Angell, if you don't mind. There is no need for formalities. Since you are in my restaurant, you're my guest, and the protocols of the wizarding world need not apply." As she unfurls her fan, the lace covering obscures her crimson lips. "Furthermore, you are indeed the most esteemed gold card VIP of the Barbie restaurant." Chapter 39. Customized culinary desires beyond the golden drapes. Sanders stood with his arms crossed, casually leaning against the wall. Beside him floated Flora, her bare feet suspended in the air, drifting leisurely up and down. "Ah, I never expected it to be this group of people, lingering like restless spirits," she remarked. Greya covered her mouth in feigned surprise, but her expression swiftly transformed into her customary smile. "However, I must admit, I'm surprised that the gold card holder is an ordinary individual. He was probably still aboard the Zijing when we arrived. No wonder we didn't notice him." Suddenly, Greya feigned anger. "These people are indeed shameless. Taking advantage of commoners to indulge themselves, how audacious. And to think, it's a gold card. I absolutely must prepare customized dishes for him. It's such a waste to use a wish on an ordinary person. By the way, since he is just an ordinary person, I could threaten him to include me as well, and I could enjoy the feast too. What a brilliant idea. I'm so clever." Greya chattered to herself, while Sanders remained silent until she finished, at which point he nonchalantly remarked, The highest protective magical array of the Barbie restaurant is set up right here, with layers of magical traps. Are you certain you wish to intrude? Flora blinked innocently at Sanders. Master, aren't you going to help me? Sanders cast her a sidelong glance. If you desire to see the Barbie restaurant utterly obliterated, I could certainly assist. Even the master cannot enter through conventional means? Flora mused internally. The defensive level of this gold card banquet hall is exceedingly formidable. Inside the banquet hall, Greya casually glanced toward the drapes, fully aware that Sanders and his apprentice were eavesdropping outside. Had it been anyone else, she might have instructed Neo to drive them away, but as for Sanders, as he himself stated, although he couldn't enter the banquet hall through conventional methods in a short time, he undoubtedly possessed the power to reduce the Barbie restaurant to ashes. Thus, Greya was not inclined to offend such a formidable expert. Angell, as the esteemed gold card guest of this banquet, I shall, as per the restaurant's custom, craft a bespoke dish tailored to your desires, Greya proclaimed with a solemn tone, as though completing a sacred ritual. She then adopted a more frivolous demeanor, lifting Angell's chin with a folding fan. Dear boy, feel free to express any specific effects or requirements you desire for your customized delicacy. You are still an ordinary person. I recommend selecting a dish that enhances your innate talents or mental capacity, as it would greatly aid you in your pursuit of becoming a formal wizard. After making this suggestion, Greya fell silent. Enhancing mental capacity and improving innate talents? Every apprentice wizard present widened their eyes in astonishment, dreaming of attaining even one of those benefits. Formal wizards may dismiss such concerns, for after their ascension, the significance of mental capacity and innate talent diminishes considerably. Their focus shifts to the accumulation of knowledge and self-awareness. However, for the apprentices, even a slight enhancement in talent could offer them a chance to reach the pinnacle of wizardry. Without achieving wizardry, one is bound to decay. As for the pursuit of knowledge and truth, it remains a distant aspiration for these precarious apprentices. The restlessness of the sorcerer apprentices seemed to capture the attention of Greya, who shifted her gaze from Angell to the others present. Greya remarked, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. At my Barbie restaurant, the custom delicacies for copper card VIPs can only be selected at levels 1 to 2 and cannot be shared with others. The silver card VIP custom delicacies will be elevated to level 3 and can be shared, but I will only prepare one serving. Whether you eat it or someone else does, that is not my concern. As for the gold card VIP," all ears perked up at the mention of gold. After piquing everyone's interest, Greya unveiled the details. For gold card VIPs, the custom delicacies will still be at level 3. And I will prepare a serving for each of you present. There are 8 of you in total, so I will make 8 portions. By the way, you owe this opportunity to young Angell. He has certainly provided you with a bargain. Her words intensified the commotion in the room, and the eyes of the sorcerer apprentices sparkled with excitement. They were included, regardless of whether Angell chose to enhance his talent or increase his mental capacity points. They would be able to further elevate their qualifications, bringing them one step closer to becoming official sorcerers. Moro was nearly leaping with excitement. This was the opportunity he had fervently prayed for. He had not anticipated that after leaving the Pat Manor, Angell would once again bring him a chance. He had originally thought that after being promoted to a level 3 sorcerer apprentice, his fate was sealed. Yet here he was, facing another opportunity, brought forth by that very youth. At that moment, Moro felt a pang of regret. Had he known Angell was such a fortuitous star, he would have shared the triangular guidance method with him as soon as he boarded, to avoid any decline in Angell's regard for him. Alas, such regret. However, it mattered not. After today, he would have the chance to mend their relationship. On the other hand, Isley, the least powerful and the most recent addition to the group at the Barbie restaurant, was also quite exhilarated. During these days aboard the Zijing ship, Mrs. Mellon had taken great care in guiding him, imparting a wealth of knowledge about sorcery. He was well aware of the significance of enhancing talent and mental capacity limits in the process of advancing to an official sorcerer. With a mental capacity value of 23 points, if his talent were to improve further, his ascension to an official sorcerer would be a certainty. Isley gazed at Angell, who appeared indecisive, wishing he could shout in his ear, "Choose to enhance your talent." Yet, as the individual with the least authority in the room, he could do nothing but silently pray with a worried expression. All the sorcerer apprentices were almost ready to embrace and celebrate, firmly believing that Angell would undoubtedly choose one of the two options, for it represented the most significant enhancement for him. Angell indeed leaned towards selecting one option, and as the head chef, Greya was unlikely to deceive him. However, he remained uncertain about the state of his talent and mental capacity. In the midst of his internal struggle, Gerald, who had maintained a serious demeanor, suddenly inquired, "Do you have any fragmentary mayflies here?" The ephemeral mayfly, akin to the distorted boa parasite, is a creature that does not exist. However, unlike the nearly obsolete market for the distorted boa parasite, the ephemeral mayfly draws hordes of wizards as soon as it is present in the world. Its unparalleled ability to create a new bilateral passage in a stable plane is highly coveted. Although this passage is one-time use, it remains immensely valuable to wizards, allowing them to embark on clandestine journeys without relying on the expansive planar passages of large wizarding organizations. Should fortune smile upon them, they could reap substantial rewards, thus elevating its worth to a level that daunts the majority of wizards. Nevertheless, the rarity of the ephemeral mayfly is commensurate with its high value. Its origins within the wizarding realm remain shrouded in mystery, and its whereabouts are unknown. There are whispers, however, suggesting that each appearance of the ephemeral mayfly is accompanied by the shadow of Fairy Tale Town. The Barbie restaurant is a part of the candy house under the jurisdiction of Fairy Tale Town, which explains Gerard's inquiry. Chapter 40. Fragmented Mayflies. Gerald's inquiry was understood by all the extraordinary beings present. If fragmented mayflies were indeed available here, then aspirations for enhancing talent or mental fortitude could be set aside. A direct allocation of one fragmented mayfly per person would serve as a perfect resolution. Thus, the apprentice wizards welcomed the prospect with enthusiasm. Outside the banquet hall, Flora was in a state of fervent agitation, repeatedly shouting, "Fragmented mayflies! Oh, I want one too! How shameless these people are! Hurry and let me in. I wish to join the feast." As for Angell's opinion, they had never considered it. After all, they could always offer some trivial compensation later. Even without recompense, what could an ordinary person accomplish? "Is there?" Gerald inquired once more. Greya, with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement, cast a glance at Gerald and then at Angell, whose expression was stoic yet whose trembling arms betrayed his anxiety. After a brief pause, Greya opened her folding fan to obscure her expression and softly remarked, "Ah, fragmented mayflies. Of course, they exist. They are my exclusive delicacy." The eyes of all the wizards sparkled with interest. Sabo, in particular, wore an expression of astonishment. The Sky Mechanical City, while indeed a large wizarding organization, also thrived as a bustling trade hub. It could be said that a significant portion of the financial flow within the wizarding realm passes through here. Sabo was acutely aware of the value of fragmented mayflies, having been in close contact with the Sky Auction House for many years, thus gaining insight into various intricacies. Fragmented mayflies are artificially crafted, rumored to be the creation of a wizard employing a unique spell. Unique implies a challenge in replication, and fragmented mayflies epitomize this uniqueness. For nearly a century, they have been sold exclusively and in limited quantities. Sabo had not anticipated encountering the creator of fragmented mayflies in this setting. If he could establish a connection with Greya, even if he did not secure exclusive sales rights, acquiring a few fragmented mayflies from time to time would be immensely profitable. With this thought, Sabo's gaze towards Greya underwent a subtle transformation. Not only were there fragmented mayflies, but also Snow Knight's secret tree pastries, sea cloud raccoon soup packages, magical crab meat, steam magic spirals. Greya listed a long array of names, each promising enhancements such as brain domain development, removal of magical obstructions, and opening vortex magic energy flows. Every single item was immensely alluring to wizards. "I want fragmented mayflies," Gerald declared with conviction. Gerald's unilateral decision caused Halloween and Sabo to furrow their brows. Halloween desired brain domain development, while Sabo sought to augment his magical prowess, yet it appeared they could only choose one. Ultimately, neither spoke up. Fragmented mayflies were indeed a worthy choice, and even if they had no use for them, selling them for something they needed was a valid option. There was no need to offend an alchemist with the title of Silver Transformer. "The decision is not yours to make," Greya said, gesturing toward Angell. Gerald replied without hesitation, "He will agree." Upon finishing his statement, Gerald turned his gaze toward Angell, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. This opportunity to enter the Barbie restaurant was thanks to this young man. Otherwise, this journey would have yielded no gains and might have resulted in embarrassment before the apprentices. Yet, despite this, Gerald felt no gratitude. Instead, he directed his inexplicable embarrassment towards Angell. Deep down, a tinge of hostility towards Angell lingered. Yet Gerald maintained a semblance of decorum in the eyes of the public. "Angell, is it? Should you choose to take the fragmented mayfly and hand over your share to me, I shall offer you a vial of the Midnight Elixir, which enhances your mental capacity by 2 points in exchange. Upon hearing Gerald's words, Angell felt a surge of anger simmering beneath the surface, but he refrained from unleashing it, opting instead to take deep breaths and silently reassure himself to remain calm. Since boarding the Zijing, Angell had often felt as though he were a pawn in a game, unable to seize control of his fate. This time was the most severe, yet he dared not defy. Adhering to the sage advice of Mentor John, a wise man knows when to yield. A moment of impatience can disrupt grand plans. Even if Angell yearned for a youthful display of bravado, he recognized the absolute disparity in strength and thus chose to temper his temperament and adopt a more composed demeanor. "Little brother, do you have a choice now?" Greya inquired with a smile. Whether Angell opted for the fragmented mayfly or the customized package to enhance his aptitude, Greya saw no fault in either decision. The enhancement package she had crafted was not necessarily superior to the Midnight Elixir. Consequently, Greya did not impede Gerald's discourse. Otherwise, given Angell's gold card privileges and the stipulations left by that individual, she would have inevitably intervened. After a prolonged silence, Angell finally spoke. "I believe I will choose the fragmented mayfly." Upon hearing this, Gerald nodded, dismissing the uncertainty implied by Angell's choice of belief. "However, before I make my decision, may I inquire about something?" Angell glanced at Morrow, who exhibited a fleeting look of confusion that quickly transformed into a semblance of understanding. Morrow tentatively ventured. "Are you inquiring about your mentor?" Angell nodded and, addressing Greya, slowly articulated the details of John's condition. Of course, he refrained from divulging John's true origins, merely emphasizing the changes in John's physical state and the current situation. Greya raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment. "Is your mentor's body autonomously deteriorating? Are his limbs beginning to atrophy?" Angell affirmed with a nod, and at that moment, Morrow interjected. "I have used a disease detection method, and there is no discernible ailment afflicting your mentor." No discernible ailment, yet autonomously deteriorating? The collective minds of all the wizards present conjured a singular conclusion. However, no one spoke first. It was the typically reserved Halloran who shattered the silence. In the absence of a medical cause, autonomous deterioration of the body is highly likely to be a result of rejection by the world's consciousness. After a pause, Halloran casually continued. "Your mentor may not be from this realm." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Greya concurred with Halloran's assessment. Angell remained silent, aware that his mentor was indeed not of this world, yet he dared not voice this truth. At this moment, Morrow once again rendered him assistance. "I have tested through the dispelling of illusions, and it appears that his mentor must be a being of this realm. For the detection results unequivocally indicate a human. Unless, of course, there are humans in other planes beyond our witching world." Morrow's words plunged the crowd into further perplexity. Humans are believed to exist solely within the witching realm. This is the consensus among wizards. Any humans from other realms or planes are either transplants from the witching world or humanoid life forms, rendering the existence of genuine alien humans impossible. Not to mention, John is a pureblood human. The crowd was left in a daze. Halloran pondered for a moment and remarked, "If he is indeed human, then he should not be rejected by the world's consciousness. Well, if it is not an illness, it might be akin to a curse or similar sorcery." Just as Morrow intended to mention that John bore no traces of sorcery, Halloran interjected, "Perhaps it is an ability from another plane, thus eluding sorcery detection." Consequently, with the contributions of the group, John's condition was thus classified. Angell initially sought to ascertain whether Greya possessed any food capable of rescuing the mentor. If so, he would go to great lengths, even at the risk of offending Gerald, to acquire it. Yet, after the crowd's extensive speculation, John's affliction had taken an unexpected turn. If food were tailored according to the exaggerated interpretations of John's condition, it would surely fail to remedy him. The true reason for John's decline lay in his status as a time-space traveler, struggling with unfamiliar surroundings. Angell, hesitant to clarify, could only laugh it off. "Is there any further inquiry?" he inquired. "If there are no questions, I shall commence the preparation of the ephemeral mayfly." "No more questions. Please proceed." Angell bowed to Greya, preparing to withdraw, when he suddenly recalled the inexplicable itch on his shoulder. "Ah, I have one more matter I wish to consult, pertaining to myself." Chapter 41. Unique talents. Several months prior, the esteemed Morrow conducted a talent assessment for me. Upon my interaction with the talent orb, I was abruptly enveloped in a transformative experience, finding myself suspended in midair. As Angell recounted his tale, the expressions of those present grew increasingly peculiar. The annual compendium of Abelas talents contained numerous records pertaining to the Eye of Abelas, the talent orb, yet none bore resemblance to Angell's account. Nevertheless, based on Angell's current narrative, the assembly reached a consensus. Angell's talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. It could very well be a unique talent, or rather, it was certain to be a unique talent. The specifics, however, remained elusive. Morrow's eyes widened as he gazed at Angell, silently pondering. Was the phenomenon he tested not levitation? At that moment, Morrow recalled the circumstances. After the talent assessment, Angell had indeed mentioned levitation first. Yet he seemed to have more to articulate. However, at that time, having just advanced to a level 3 apprentice, my magical energy was in disarray, and my demeanor was somewhat restless, leading me to interrupt Angell before he could finish his thoughts. Reflecting on this, Morrow rubbed his temples in frustration. How could he have overlooked someone with such a unique talent right under his nose? Had he been aware earlier, he might have leveraged Angell's talent for his own benefit. With a sigh of regret, Morrow lamented his oversight. At that moment, he felt a piercing gaze directed his way. Stealing a glance, he noticed Halloran casting a frosty stare in his direction. Previously, outside the Barbie restaurant, Halloran had inquired about talents of unique disposition, to which he had confidently denied any existence. Yet, within the span of an hour, reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. Morrow felt unjustly wronged. Though Halloran glared at Morrow, her mind was occupied with speculation regarding the nature of Angell's unique talent. Deep down, she had already set her sights on Angell. Yet she refrained from interrupting his discourse. After all, it was clear that Angell was firmly committed to joining the Academy of White Coral Isles. Discussing matters post-repast would suffice. With this mindset, Halloran felt considerably more at ease. I was fortunate to have already reached the storage room when that woman, her face sewn with a myriad of stitches, grasped at my back. Angell continued to share his experiences, and every extraordinary individual pondered the nature of Angell's talent. Standing just beyond the curtain, Sanders and Flora had also been privy to Angell's words. Flora contemplated for an extended period but could not discern a clear understanding, while Sanders furrowed his brow, faintly recalling a similar situation he had encountered before. Later, I frequently sensed an itch upon my back. Yet each time I examined it in the mirror, there were no marks to be found. The texture felt identical to that of any other part of my body. Angell scratched his head and continued. Just a moment ago, I was ensnared by an illusion of exquisite cuisine aboard the Zijing. At that moment, an intense itch erupted on my back, even overwhelming my appetite. It was precisely because of this discomfort that I managed to break free from the grip of the illusion. As Angell recounted this, Greya interjected, "That was a mirage. Such occurrences arise when we culinary wizards are preparing food. Those devoid of a mental structure find it nearly impossible to escape the encroachment of a mirage. You mentioned that the itch liberated you from it. Thus, the source of this wound must be rather extraordinary." Upon hearing Angell mention the itch, Sanders' brow flickered, as if recalling something, and his expression suddenly morphed into one of intrigue. "May I inspect your back? I believe I encountered a similar occurrence in some ancient tome." Halloran pondered for a lengthy moment before addressing Angell. Angell paused for a heartbeat, hesitating briefly, yet ultimately removed his shirt in the gaze of the assembly. His slender, pale torso shimmered under the resplendent lights, possessing a certain translucent allure. Alas, Angell was still quite young. His physique had not fully matured, and to those present, his form resembled that of a child, devoid of any peculiarity. Greya, still in a teasing mood, playfully pinched his scrawny arm. Meanwhile, Angell, shyly lowering his gaze, awkwardly covered his abdomen with his hands. The months spent aboard the ship had deprived him of the opportunity to exercise, causing his once defined abs to swell. Now, they could only be regarded as a faint remnant of their former firmness. When Angell turned his back, everyone beheld his bare skin, flawless and devoid of blemish. Not even a single mole. However, this was not the focal point. All eyes were drawn to the area near his scapula. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss. Greya employed a minor sorceress trick, the true sight, to inspect further, yet her conclusion remained unchanged. No anomalies were present. Greya then utilized a spell reserved for official wizards, Dispel Illusion. Nevertheless, even with this, she found nothing out of the ordinary. How perplexing. Greya mused. Could it be that Angell was fabricating his tale? Yet, if he were indeed lying, how could he have extricated himself from the mirage? Moreover, there was no reason for Angell to deceive in front of so many wizards. He claimed to have been scratched by a woman with a face full of stitches. Yet no such mark was found. Whispers circulated among the apprentice wizards, exchanging their opinions. Meanwhile, the official wizards each harbored their own thoughts. Perhaps we should proceed this way. I shall administer a formal test to Angell to ascertain his true talent, thereby addressing the issue of the scratch, Halloran proposed. After all, Angell will soon be a student at our White Coral Floating Island Academy. Whether we conduct the test now or later, the outcome remains the same. Halloran emphasized the words White Coral Floating Island Academy with resolute clarity. Should Angell's talent prove remarkable, it would undoubtedly be of a unique nature. While a special talent does not guarantee one will become an official wizard, should such an individual ascend to wizardry, they are bound to be exceptional. Halloran's emphasis on Angell being a prospective student of the White Coral Floating Island Academy serves to ward off the covetous gaze of other wizard organizations. Among the official wizards present from the three major organizations, Poku from the Gravity Forest is absent and thus irrelevant. Sabo, a wizard from the Sky Mechanical City, will also not partake in this matter. Therefore, Halloran's remarks were evidently directed at Gerald of the Hurricane Tower. Gerald, discerning the underlying significance of Halloran's words, nodded in tacit agreement. For official wizards, exceptional talents may elicit intrigue, yet without becoming a wizard, one remains mired in decay. The Hurricane Tower's acquisition of a student with such high mental prowess as Isley is commendable, thus rendering any further aspirations unnecessary. Upon seeing Gerald's nod, Halloran approached Angell with a smile, preparing to conduct a formal talent assessment. Every individual with potential, upon entering their respective wizard organization, is afforded an opportunity for a formal evaluation of their abilities. This assessment is markedly different from the superficial testing of the Eye of Abilers, as it encompasses a comprehensive evaluation of the individual's talents. Generally, following such an all-encompassing assessment, the individual is considered formally affiliated with the wizard organization. During the process, the organization extracts a sample of the test-taker's blood. Once examined, this blood is transformed into an identification document marked with the organization's emblem, which is then returned to the individual. Through this exchange, the tester is naturally deemed a member of the organization. While Angell remained oblivious to the implications, those around him were acutely aware. Florent and Morrow regarded Angell with a newfound intimacy. Just as Halloran basked in the anticipation of acquiring a new apprentice, a sudden, violent noise reverberated through the hall. Chapter 42 The Encounter of Fate. The violent tremors compelled all the extraordinary beings to employ their sorcery to stabilize their forms. The infrastructure of the Barbie restaurant is adorned with intricate magical sigils designed to maintain spatial stability, ensuring that regardless of the restaurant's state or location, be it in flight, drifting, or even mechanical movement, its occupants would remain unaffected by any turbulence. However, at this moment, they felt an intensity of shaking that suggested only one possibility. The restaurant was under attack. The ferocity of the assault had surpassed the threshold of the magical sigil's capacity. With a relentless barrage akin to an overwhelming tide, the sigils teetered on the brink of collapse. The exquisite crystal chandelier hanging from the central ceiling swayed like a pendulum, while the cacophony of clashing sounds melded into a singular din. Angell, the only ordinary person present, anticipated that he would surely embarrass himself amidst such tumultuous shaking. Yet, just as he was about to be flung from the shattering floor, a weasel gracefully leapt beside him in a balletic pose, employing some form of sorcery that bestowed upon him an unexpected sense of stability amidst his impending loss of balance. Though he stood upon the quaking floor, he felt more secure than if he were on solid ground. Truly, wizards are the most astonishing beings in existence, Angell mused. As he pondered this, Greya suddenly ascended into the air, directing an irate shout outward. Sanders, what do you intend to do? Following her inquiry, the tremors ceased momentarily, and a light chuckle floated in from beyond the curtains. Hee, I merely wish to confirm something, but alas, the defenses within are too formidable. I can only confront them head-on. The deep timbre of his voice caused a palpable shift in the expressions of all present. They were taken aback to discover that the assailant of the Barbie restaurant was none other than Sanders. Had it been anyone else, they might have united their strength to mount a defense, but against this formidable figure, even doubling their numbers would not guarantee their escape. When Szabo had been forcibly detained by Sanders in the Devil's Sea, he had secretly enlisted the help of Gerald and others, not because they possessed the power to confront Sanders, but because they represented the organization behind him. If Sanders disregarded the reputation of the wizarding organization, their only recourse would be to flee swiftly while he had yet to become fully enraged. For decades, Sanders had been a level 2 wizard, while their side comprised solely level 1 wizards. The difference between these levels may appear minor at a glance, Yet the chasm between them is far deeper than that between an apprentice and a full-fledged wizard. Moreover, even among level 2 wizards, Sanders stood at the pinnacle. They found it peculiar that Sanders, who had always maintained a gentle disposition towards the Barbie restaurant, would suddenly erupt in fury. Furthermore, his assertion that he needed to enter to verify something raised questions. What could be so significant that he would risk a confrontation with Greya? Did this matter hold such weight that he would not hesitate to sever ties with her, thus resorting to violence? Greya contemplated this deeply, aware of the intricacies involved. Every decade or so, Sanders would seek her out to synthesize the distorted bot parasite, though their relationship could not be described as particularly close. A basic camaraderie did exist between them. Generally speaking, Sanders has always maintained a mild demeanor towards the Barbie restaurant, primarily because she alone possesses the ability to synthesize the distorted bot parasite within the entire wizarding realm. Moreover, Sanders is one of the few individuals aware of that great being's existence. Under the threat of such an entity, it is inconceivable that Sanders would easily turn against her. In light of this dual intimidation, the fact that Sanders dares to take action suggests that the matter at hand is of utmost significance, directly pertaining to his own future. Otherwise, given Sanders' indifferent nature, he would never engage in such behavior. When it comes to his future, he seems indifferent even to the distorted bot parasite. Could it be? Greya mused, casting a sidelong glance at the young man standing beside the weasel, that he is the reason? Angell, the fortunate lad favored by Toby. What could he possess that would compel Sanders to risk turning against her in such haste? If not for him, why did Sanders suddenly intervene when Angell was to be assessed for his abilities? Greya scrutinized Angell from head to toe, her gaze ultimately resting on his bare back. A sudden flash of insight illuminated Greya's mind, hinting at a conjecture. She recalled Angell's earlier account of entering a bizarre world. At the time, she had dismissed it. But in light of Sanders' drastic actions, a strange connection began to emerge between the two. Sanders is known as the master of illusions. Those unfamiliar with him might erroneously assume he specializes solely in illusionary arts. However, Greya understood that the title of Master of Illusions is not merely a reflection of his skill in illusions, but also stems from a peculiar and unstable plane known as the Nightmare Realm. The Nightmare Realm is a dimension with unstable positioning, only cataloged in the Endless Plane expedition 200 years ago, and to this day, no stable passage connects it to the wizarding world. Currently, entry into the Nightmare Realm can only occur through randomly opening spatial rifts during its periodic approach to the wizarding world, allowing for serendipitous access, projecting reality into the illusory, thus generating the tangible. Greya had never ventured into the Nightmare Realm, yet she was aware that much of Sanders' prowess bore the hallmarks of that realm. The evaluation of the Nightmare Realm reminded her of Angell's previous description. It was strikingly similar to Pat Manor, yet inhabited by a host of peculiar creatures. Could this be considered a projection of the Nightmare Realm? As Greya pondered this, she once again linked Sanders and Angell together. If the place Angell visited during his aptitude test truly was the Nightmare Realm, then Sanders' sudden aggressiveness would find its explanation, although Greya had grasped the critical points. The challenge now lay in how to navigate this predicament. On one side stood the most esteemed gold card holder of the Barbie restaurant, while on the other loomed the renowned master of illusions from the Southern Domain. That great being had departed the Southern Domain for centuries. Relying solely on his reputation would inevitably have its limits. Greya's silence was met with Sanders' continued rampage. Amidst the violent upheaval, even the flames of the chandelier were dislodged. Had it not been for the control of the weasel and the gluttonous bird, the flames would have already begun to spread. Yet, within those mere minutes, several opulent carpets had ignited into flames. At last, Greya sighed, waved her hand, and instructed Niao to lift the restrictions on the banquet hall. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose Sanders. Sometimes, reality compels one to bow, rendering even the most splendid future a mere illusion. As the drapes of the hall were drawn aside, a man of noble bearing, clad in black, entered with a steady and assured stride. It was hard to believe that this elegant middle-aged gentleman was the very instigator of the earlier tempest. Angell discreetly observed the newcomer. His gray-green curls peeked from beneath the brim of a black felt hat, and his slightly weathered yet strikingly handsome face bore the marks of time. A pair of gold-rimmed monocles perched upon his prominent nose, complemented by a black tailcoat and golden-trimmed white silk gloves, alongside a black cane. Every movement of this gentleman exuded grace, his aura reminiscent of aristocracy passed down through millennia, distant yet refined, instilling a sense of reverent admiration that felt sacrilegious to breach. Each step Sanders took stirred the hearts of all present. What was his purpose here? What did he seek to confirm? All the extraordinary beings regarded the composed man before them with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Ultimately, Sanders came to a halt before Angell. "Good afternoon, young man." The two exchanged glances, leaving Angell somewhat bewildered. Particularly after the recent upheaval, he leaned weakly against the table, still clad in his disheveled attire, his upper body bare. A cold breeze swept in from beyond the drapes, chilling him to the bone. The awkward gaze between the bare-backed youth and the impeccably dressed Sanders was palpable. Halloran felt a pang of confusion. Could it be that Sanders had come for Angell? Otherwise, why would he intervene just as she was about to administer a test? A sudden sense of crisis surged within Halloran, not a threat to her life, but rather a feeling of impending loss of opportunity, or perhaps a sense of regret. Morrow, who had been standing beside Angell, suddenly withdrew several steps, distancing himself from Angell. He dared not approach Sanders. Even a furtive glance at him sent shivers down his spine. As Sanders stood before Angell, a flicker of realization crossed Grea's eyes. Indeed, it was for him. The atmosphere grew silent in that moment. Chapter 43, The Red Death. Grea. To bring me a portion of that ephemeral moment? A sudden, melodious yet beguiling voice pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. They turned towards the source to find Flora, draped in a flowing crimson gown, floating gracefully into the hall. As she glided, she murmured, "Mentor, I never expected to misjudge you. You are certainly not the stone in the cesspool. You were so kind to me. Knowing my desire for the ephemeral moment and going to such lengths to let me in. Both rough and gentle, I adore it." Sanders, who had earned the rather unpleasant and unyielding title of the Stinking Stone from his apprentice, paid no heed to Flora's words. Instead, he crouched down to scrutinize the young man before him. This girl, suspended in mid-air, was none other than the Blood Witch Flora, whom all the extraordinary beings had feared and kept their distance from. Flora's exquisite appearance failed to capture Angell's attention. Rather, it was the shadow looming behind her that widened his eyes in astonishment. He recalled that on the deck of the Zijing, when Flora and Sabo had flown toward the Cloud Whale, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of what seemed to be a dark figure behind her. That shadowy silhouette appeared to have noticed Angell's gaze, slowly lifting its face obscured by a tattered black hood. In an instant, two eerie green flames, alongside a ghastly white skull, materialized before Angell. The figure beneath the black cloak was, in fact, a skeleton. Startled by the sudden horror, Angell stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Due to Sanders' presence, Angell was already the focus of attention. Thus, his reaction did not go unnoticed by the others. Why was Angell suddenly so frightened? With this question in mind, the crowd followed his gaze, which led them to the audacious Flora, who had demanded the ephemeral moment. Despite Flora's sinister demeanor and penchant for blood, her beauty was undeniable. What had Angell seen that had instilled such fear in him? Sanders glanced at Flora, then back at Angell, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You can see the Red Death," he stated, not as a question, but with utmost certainty. The crowd murmured, "Red Death? What on earth is that?" Flora, who had been engaged in trivial banter with Grea, abruptly turned at Sanders' remark, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded Angell. Sanders' gaze remained fixed on Angell, who suddenly realized that the conversation was directed at him. With a hint of hesitation and trepidation, Angell stammered, "The Red Death? Is it the figure in the black cloak behind that esteemed individual?" He struggled to find the words to describe the skeletal apparition. Sanders chuckled, "That gathering soul skeleton? Indeed, it is the Red Death." "Huh. You can truly see the Red Death. Splendid." Did he hear correctly? Sanders had said splendid? Sanders was actually complimenting someone. And the Red Death? Where was it? Was there a Red Death behind Flora? Why couldn't he see it? The assembly of sorcerers secretly employed their divinatory spells, yet to no avail, and were met with a fierce glare from Flora, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Can you see Little Red?" Flora abruptly appeared before Angell. Her sudden presence bewildered him, prompting a hesitant inquiry, "Who is Little Red?" Flora pointed to the shadow upon her back, declaring, "That is Little Red." Angell's gaze fell upon the pallid skull beneath the hood, and he swallowed uneasily. "Indeed, you can see Little Red." Observing Angell's expression of trepidation, Flora's eyes glinted mischievously. "Hee, Little Red, say hello." As her words faded, a drawn-out sound reached Angell's ears, causing him to shudder. Cautiously looking up, he confirmed that the source of the sound was indeed the Red Reaper. From its dark eye sockets, the eerie green flames transformed into a moonlit white, curving whimsically into a crescent shape. Then, before Angell's horrified gaze, a bony arm trembled forth from the tattered black robe, delicately presenting a resplendent crimson rose to him. A rose? Angell was momentarily taken aback. Is it for me? The soul fire within the Red Reaper's eye flickered, nodding affirmatively. With a tentative demeanor, Angell extended his hand. Though Flora remained silent, her expression darkened the instant she witnessed Angell's gesture. Throughout the exchange between Flora and Angell, Sanders had remained silent. But now a grave expression emerged in his eyes, visible to all present. Angell's actions did not escape the attention of those around him, however. They could not perceive the Red Reaper. The inexplicable extension of Angell's hand, along with the sudden change in Sanders and Flora's countenance, left the others to speculate about the existence of a being only visible to Flora, Sanders, and Angell, known as the Red Reaper. As Angell reached out, it was to accept something from the Red Reaper. What could it be that caused Flora and Sanders to alter their expressions? In the depths of her intuition, Halloran sensed that should Angell accept that enigmatic offering, she might lose something of great significance. She attempted to call a halt to Angell's actions, but as she moved, a formidable force bore down upon her, robbing her of the strength to even utter a word. She could clearly hear the murmurs of those nearby. Yet she found herself utterly immobilized. Halloran gazed in terror at the man, who did not even glance in her direction but rendered her powerless to act. He undoubtedly knew her intentions. Silently, and without drawing anyone's attention, he had stripped her of control. What a terrifying man. Finally, Angell's hand made contact with that of the Red Reaper. A chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips. Was this the feel of bone? The sensation was undeniably real. Yet an inexplicable strangeness stirred within Angell, though it was fleeting. Hesitantly, he accepted the remarkably vibrant rose from the Red Reaper's grasp. The rose's hue was a crimson more vivid than blood. As Angell grasped the rose, a sudden murmur erupted around him. Unbeknownst to Angell, to the onlookers, he appeared to reach into an unknown void with a slow, deliberate motion from the once empty palm of his hand. After a moment of hazy distortion, a resplendent rose materialized. For those endowed with extraordinary abilities, conjuring objects from thin air is not an arduous task. Yet, who is Angell? He is but an ordinary mortal, one who has yet to encounter the guiding methods of sorcery. How could a mere mortal's hand suddenly conjure a rose? Was there truly an invisible red specter among them, unseen by their sorcery? Gazing at the rose in his hand, Angell noted that, apart from its vibrant hue and intoxicating fragrance, it bore no distinction from an ordinary flower. While Angell was engrossed in his examination of the rose, Flora, astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief. She darted glances between Angell and Sanders, her expression a mixture of confusion and revelation. She had sworn that she had merely instructed Little Red to play a prank on Angell by presenting him with the rose. As Little Red existed beyond the realm of reality, and without any special sorcery, could not possibly intersect with the real world. However, Flora was utterly unprepared for the astonishing reality that Angell had indeed obtained the rose. It had manifested as something tangible, appearing in the world they inhabited. How utterly incredible. Staring at the bewildered Angell, Flora suddenly recalled something. She swiftly turned to Sanders, her face a portrait of feigned innocence, and exclaimed, "Mentor, this is all for him." "Isn't it? It must be. I knew it. How could you suddenly be so kind to me?" So that's it. Chapter 44. Destiny and Choices. Sanders remained indifferent to Flora's incessant clamor, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips, softening his otherwise austere visage. "You are remarkable, illuminating the illusion and manifesting the real. Your talent is indeed extraordinary." He extended his hand toward Angell, who had fallen to the ground. Angell hesitated for a moment, acutely aware that he stood before a man who even formal wizards feared. Would he be struck if he did not reach out? After a brief internal struggle, he grasped Sanders' hand. With a firm pull, Sanders lifted him up, gazing into Angell's eyes with his deep brown orbs. "Do you wish to be my student?" Before Sanders' words could fully dissipate, a hushed murmur amongst the extraordinary individuals surrounding them abruptly ceased, only to be followed by an eruption of astonished chatter. Sanders intended to take Angell as his apprentice. This was surely the most significant news in the southern region this year. Thus far, Sanders had only taken 2 students, both of whom had ascended to formal wizards. This mortal lad had indeed struck gold, rather than merely being fortunate. Should one not ponder why Sanders chose to accept him as a disciple? What made him so exceptional? Was it the bizarre tale he recounted during the aptitude test? Whispers of disbelief circulated. Didn't Sanders' prior actions, rushing to the hall before Halloran could assess Angell's aptitude, already indicate something amiss? Someone exclaimed, prompting a wave of contemplation among the crowd. However, regardless of how extraordinary one's talent may be, it merely embellishes a formal wizard's capabilities. No wizard would genuinely adopt a disciple solely based on talent. For the journey to becoming a formal wizard encompasses numerous considerations. Both ordinary and extraordinary talents possess their own advantages. Once one truly becomes a formal wizard, talent merely establishes a baseline, while the accumulation of knowledge remains the pivotal factor determining a wizard's ultimate potential. Thus, if we follow this line of reasoning, Angell's talent must be so compelling that Sanders is willing to make an exception and accept him as a student. What, then, would be the height of Angell's potential as a wizard? The crowd's imagination ran wild, and all the apprentice wizards cast envious glances towards Angell. Their futures were still uncertain, while this youth had already garnered the attention of the most elite wizards in the southern region. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Moreover, this young man seemed to be exceptionally fortunate. With golden cards and opportunities for apprenticeship, why were they left out? The atmosphere was palpably odd. It was not only the apprentice wizards who felt envy, but even several formal wizards who held a tinge of admiration. The difference between a level 1 and a level 2 wizard was vast. Had they had a level 2 wizard guiding them, perhaps their current achievements would have been even greater. At that moment, Halloran finally comprehended the source of her unease. So this was the reason. Undoubtedly, Angell's talent was exceptionally remarkable. Otherwise, why would Sanders have acted before her evaluation of him? Here was a genius student on the brink of entering the White Coral Floating Island Academy. Yet he was intercepted midway. No wonder her heart was restless. In Halloran's enchanting gaze, she was engulfed in turmoil. Though she yearned to utter something, Sanders maintained his oppressive hold over her, and the weight of his pressure intensified, rendering even her fingers immobile. Halloran could only silently pray in her heart, "Do not acquiesce, please do not acquiesce." She was acutely aware that such prayers were nearly futile. The discussions among the crowd were fleeting, yet the situation on the field remained unchanged by their clamor. Angell sensed that ever since encountering the peculiar seabird aboard the Zijing, something had begun to ferment and evolve. Throughout the entire experience, he had remained in a state of bewilderment, yet an unknown force had propelled him to this juncture. He had naively accepted the golden card, stepped onto the deck, been taken away by the weasel, and chosen for the ephemeral trials. Just when he believed this bewildering journey was nearing its conclusion, he was presented with an apprenticeship invitation from a man of noble bearing. This enigmatic force compelled Angell toward the unknown, altering the course of his future amidst myriad uncertainties. If one were to engage Earth's idealistic philosophers in discourse regarding this power, perhaps they would bestow upon it a new appellation: fate. "Sir, I have promised Lord Morrow that I shall attend the Coral Island Academy. Are you referring to your mentor whom you wish to rescue?" "If my memory serves me correctly." "His name is John?" Sanders inquired. "Yes. Then do you believe that upon your arrival at the Coral Island Academy, a formal wizard will instruct you and provide a method to save your mentor within 5 years? "I am uncertain, but I will endeavor." Angell hesitated. He had heard from Morrow that apprentices entering wizard organizations were assigned a formal wizard as a mentor, yet they were merely nominal students, and the knowledge imparted depended on the wizard's disposition. Gaining true apprenticeship under a formal wizard was indeed a formidable challenge. On the other hand, Halloran wished to proclaim, "I will teach you." However, she lacked the opportunity to voice her thoughts, and the other wizards would not dare to offend Sanders at that moment. Sometimes, effort does not yield favorable outcomes. "If you choose to become my apprentice, I shall personally instruct you," Sanders mused, adjusting his white gloves. 5 years hence, if you have yet to acquire the power to save your mentor, I can offer you a magical scroll that can freeze any living entity in any state, granting you an additional 5 years with your mentor. However, should you remain powerless after a decade, then his demise would be deemed fated. Sanders' words prompted Angell to abruptly lift his head. 10 years. What say you? Do you have an answer?" Sanders appeared remarkably relaxed and unconcerned with Angell's decision. Yet, only Flora, who was most familiar with him, discerned the urgency and obsession lurking beneath his calm exterior. Flora even speculated that should Angell choose to decline, Sanders might resort to forcibly abducting him. What manner of talent could elicit such esteem from a mentor? Even Flora felt a twinge of envy toward Angell's fortunate circumstances. Angell pondered for a moment before glancing toward Morrow, who stood not far away. Morrow did not perceive Angell's gaze, yet he became acutely aware of another's stare, Halloran. Halloran glared at him with a fierce intensity. Initially, Morrow could not fathom the cause of her profound anger. But upon recalling the regretful look she had cast upon Angell earlier, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. It was evident that Halloran blamed him for failing to recognize Angell's extraordinary talent from the outset. Otherwise, how could Sanders have emerged on the scene? Morrow felt unjustly accused. During the talent assessment, who could have anticipated that Angell's gifts extended beyond mere levitation? Moreover, at that moment, he had just ascended in rank, and in his exhilaration, it was inevitable that he might overlook certain details. Nonetheless, Morrow dared not engage in a dispute with Halloween. Should he provoke her ire? What standing would he retain within the academy? Feeling the weight of her resentment directed at him, a chill ran down his spine. As a mere apprentice, he felt akin to an ant before a formal wizard. Halloween could easily crush him, and the academy would likely regard it as a matter of course. Contemplating the daunting uncertainties of the future, he clenched his teeth resolutely, making a decisive choice within his heart. Chapter 45, The Regretful Morrow. My Lord Sanders. Angell has already joined the White Coral Floating Island Academy, so. Morrow faltered, not because he was intimidated by Sanders, but rather due to the intensity of the gazes directed at him, which made him break into a cold sweat. When Angell was the focus of attention, he exhibited the fearless audacity of a fledgling, unfamiliar with the world of wizards. Despite feeling uneasy, he was at least able to articulate his thoughts. In contrast, Morrow, seasoned in the ways of human sentiment, often understood the importance of timing and context. When confronted by the gaze of formal wizards, he involuntarily adopted a subservient demeanor, which rendered him nearly speechless, stuttering under the scrutiny. Halloween silently cursed his lack of resolve. Florin, feeling uncomfortable, raised a hand to conceal her slightly flushed cheeks. Although Morrow struggled to express himself, the essence of his message was clear. Standing awkwardly in the center of the gathering, he felt as if he were about to be engulfed by the suffocating silence, when suddenly, a bewitching laughter shattered the palpable tension. Did you say Angell is already a student at the White Coral Floating Island Academy? How did I not notice? It was Flora, floating midair as if reclining in an armchair, adopting a leisurely half-reclined posture, her smooth legs crossed elegantly, her alabaster toes playfully wiggling. He boarded the ship with me. So what? Just because he boarded your ship, does that mean he must join that disreputable organization? Flora adopted a mocking tone. And besides, he appears to be an ordinary person, without even a constructed mental model within him. How can he be considered one of you? Flora produced a splendid parasol, pointing it at Angell. If I recall correctly, your organization employs the triangular guidance method, am I right? So tell me, have you taught the triangular guidance method to Angell? If you have, then I have nothing more to say. Just like that fellow named Isley from earlier, I would have no qualms about yielding him to you. But from the Edge Island to the Devil's Sea, such a long journey, you surely must have taught him something along the way. Haven to you? Flora's remarks caused both Morrow and Florin to stiffen. Indeed, they had not provided any instruction. Flora then turned her gaze to Angell. Angell, let me share something with you. Generally speaking, organizations like theirs are referred to as academic factions, akin to the white wizard sect spoken of by certain wizard apprentices. These wizard organizations typically place great emphasis on gifted individuals, and they would pass down their guiding methods during the voyage. I glanced at the gifted aboard the Zijing ship, and at least 50 of them had already constructed their mental pathways. This implies that if they valued a gifted individual, they would have imparted the guidance method early on. Yet look at yourself. After spending so much time aboard the Zijing, you remain an ordinary person. Do you not comprehend? Higi, they never regarded you with any significance. Flora's words struck home. Am I mistaken? If you taught Angell the guidance method, then according to the unwritten rules of the wizarding world, we would not impede your taking him away. However, if you have not taught the guiding method, then the choice lies with Angell, and you need not chatter on. Morrow stood frozen, yet every individual present was extraordinary. How could they fail to notice that Angell was merely an ordinary mortal, bearing no trace of having practiced the guiding method? Flora's words were simply a slap in Morrow's face, echoing Gerald's earlier reasoning. Moreover, Morrow found himself at a loss for words to refute her. Logically speaking, Angell had neither studied the guiding method at the White Coral Island Academy nor undergone a formal aptitude test. He could at best be considered a preparatory student of the academy. A preparatory student essentially enjoys freedom, having not signed any contract and being unbound by emotional ties. Even if Morrow attempted to argue from a moral standpoint, there was no basis for it. At this point, Morrow finally fell silent, quietly retreating to the side. Observing the resentment in Halloween's eyes, Morrow could only lower his head in shame, realizing that had he known it would come to this, he should have set aside his pride and taught the guiding method directly, thus resolving the issue. The triangular guiding method was hardly of great significance. Alas, had he known. With an overwhelming sense of melancholy, Morrow seemed to age a decade in an instant, standing forlornly in a corner. Angell, my dear brother, have you made a decision? Flora floated beside Angell, gazing at him with an enchanting expression. Do you not wish to be my junior? However, Flora's allure did not have the intended effect. Angell's eyes remained clear and discerning, even furrowing his brow in confusion at her flirtation. Flora paused, cursing the little brat inwardly, then rolled her eyes and floated over to Greya to discuss culinary matters. Angell glanced at Morrow, then at Sanders. His prolonged contemplation stemmed not from fear of offending anyone, but rather from pondering Sanders' true intentions towards him. He harbored doubts about unsolicited generosity, much like how Morrow had refrained from imparting the triangular guiding method to him, which had instead afforded him a sense of security. The circumstances surrounding Sanders' arrival were too suspicious. He firmly believed that Sanders had ulterior motives. Angell's hesitation arose from the fear of being unable to provide what Sanders sought, potentially inciting his wrath. What could Sanders possibly desire? To what extent could he fulfill those desires? These questions rendered Angell's decision-making challenging. Were he to choose the White Coral Island Academy, such considerations would be unnecessary. However, could he truly save his mentor's life within 5 years by selecting the academy? On one hand, he was preparing for himself, and on the other, he was contemplating for his mentor. Gritting his teeth, Angell finally raised his head and uttered a single word to Sanders. Good. As the word left his lips, Sanders smiled. Pleased. Flora's expression towards Angell softened due to his decision. Among those present, apart from the members of the White Coral Island Academy who displayed regretful expressions, everyone else's gaze towards Angell grew solemn. Before entering the Barbie restaurant, this young man may have merely been a fortunate individual, hardly deserving of their attention. However, in merely half an hour, this young man's status would ascend due to the name of his mentor, and no one would dare to underestimate him any longer. Although he may currently be an ordinary individual, the future remains shrouded in uncertainty for all. Chapter 46. Living Food. Angell had come to a clear conclusion. Choosing the White Coral Floating Island Academy might not provide the freedom he envisioned. Conversely, opting for Sanders did not necessarily imply a lack of freedom either. Furthermore, the White Coral Floating Island Academy did not offer him a safety net, while Sanders had personally promised him that if he did not achieve success within 5 years, he could extend his mentorship for another 5 years. Thus, Angell's ultimate choice of Sanders was entirely justifiable. What Angell remained unaware of, however, was that it was not the White Coral Floating Island Academy that denied him a safety net, but rather that Halloran was rendered powerless by Sanders' overwhelming presence, making any promises of benefits impossible. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura surrounding Halloran dissipated entirely after Angell made his decision. Halloran let out a sigh of relief. Though within just a few short minutes, her entire body was drenched in sweat. Oh dear, who would have thought I would witness such a heartwarming scene in my restaurant? Greya, with her considerable bulk, approached Sanders and pronounced the word heartwarming with evident disdain. She was infuriated that he had disrupted the rules of her establishment and shattered a significant portion of the magical energy array. Had it not been for Sanders' presence, she would have already thrown a fit and expelled the intruders. Suddenly, Greya reined in her anger, turned her head, narrowed her eyes, and leaned towards Sanders, whispering, "What exactly is this boy's talent? You would go so far as to destroy my magic array just to recruit him?" Her curiosity was palpable, and although it appeared to be a private exchange, she did not employ any magical means to obscure her voice, allowing everyone present to hear her inquiry clearly. Even Angell himself was intrigued by the answer. What could Sanders possibly seek in taking him as a disciple? Unfortunately, they were met with disappointment, as Sanders merely raised an eyebrow, showing no desire to respond. Greya rolled her eyes in frustration. "You have turned my restaurant upside down, yet you cannot even answer my simple question?" With an air of nonchalance, Sanders picked up the staff resting on the table and beckoned Flora to leave. "Where to? Where exactly are you going? Be clear." The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. Sanders cast Greya a mysterious glance before wordlessly leading Flora out of the hall, ensuring that Angell was included in their departure. "By taking Angell with you, does that mean you no longer require his gold card for customized food?" Angell felt his face flush crimson as it was the first time he addressed someone other than John as mentor. Sanders appeared quite pleased with his new pupil's promptness. "Choose for yourself. Feel free to decide," Sanders said, pausing momentarily before adding, "However, Greya's living food is unparalleled throughout the wizarding world." Living food? Just hearing that term made Angell uneasy. Flora elaborated for him. Living food refers to the unique creatures created by Grea's original sorcery. Beings that do not exist in the world. Each of these creatures serves a specific purpose. For instance, the ephemeral mayfly is one such example of living food. Halloran, with a stoic expression, found it difficult to come to terms with anger being intercepted midway, and naturally, her appetite had diminished. Sabo, lost in contemplation, occasionally cast a glance at Angell, seemingly pondering the latter's extraordinary talent. In contrast, Gerald wore a somber expression, yet refrained from issuing commands to Angell with the same arrogance as before. Angell observed Gerald, then looked at Sanders, and suddenly an epiphany arose within him. This seemingly unassuming mentor appeared to be quite remarkable. Lady Grea, I have made my choice. I shall select the fragmented mayfly, Angell declared. Upon his words, a collective sigh of relief swept through those present, particularly from Gerald, whose gloomy demeanor visibly softened. The fragmented mayfly held immense value for him, a treasure he had sought for years without success. Missing this opportunity would leave him uncertain of when he might find it again. Thus, when Angell made this decision, Gerald's perception of him swiftly shifted from mild hostility to a sense of gratitude. Had Angell still been an unremarkable mortal, Gerald would not have experienced such a transformation. However, with Sanders as his support, even Gerald could no longer underestimate him. After a brief pause, Angell, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, "Might it be possible to procure an additional fragmented mayfly for my mentor and Flora?" Flora paused, the smile on her face faltering momentarily before brightening once more. "You truly are impressive. It is no wonder even the mentor values you. Hee, in the savage cavern, I will protect you, ensuring you stride confidently." Although Sanders had no need for the precious fragmented mayfly, who could resist something offered for free? Grea shrugged. "Very well. As a gold card VIP, your word is law." Earlier, under the pressure of circumstances, Grea had chosen Sanders. Now that Sanders and Angell had established a mentor-student bond, Grea naturally leaned toward the gold card holder. Upon leaving the gold card banquet hall, the group consisted solely of the three of them. Angell felt so uneasy that the very air around him seemed thin. Flora floated in high spirits, humming an unknown tune. Angell followed closely behind Sanders, his heart a mix of anxiety and anticipation for the uncertain future ahead. Gerald, an alchemist of extreme temperament and narrow-mindedness, possessed formidable skills. Known as the Mithril Reformer, his contributions to the enhancement of Mithril were a significant event in the alchemical world a century ago. Maintaining a good relationship with him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Sanders' voice broke the awkward silence. After listening, Angell nodded earnestly, reflecting on how Sanders had indeed placed the choice in his hands. Had he not chosen the fragmented mayfly, he would have undoubtedly incurred Gerald's ire. Although Angell had taken Sanders as his mentor, his status and position were still far inferior to Gerald's. Given the cold and selfish nature of wizards, even should Gerald wish him harm, it would not matter greatly. Thus, maintaining this basic level of cordiality was, in fact, the most favorable outcome. The trio arrived at the copper card banquet room previously occupied by Sanders, finding it momentarily deserted. Grea remained in the gold card banquet hall, preparing the fragmented mayflies for everyone. Sanders closed his eyes, feigning slumber, a slight smile gracing his lips, indicating a rather pleasant mood. Flora seized this opportunity to engage Angell in conversation about the myriad legends surrounding the Barbie restaurant. In contrast to the flamboyant and vague introduction provided by the Weasel, Flora's narration resonated more profoundly with the public's intuitive impression. After a while, Angell developed a rudimentary understanding of this elusive, enigmatic establishment. The eccentric waitstaff were hardly noteworthy. If one had ventured into Fairy Tale Town, they would discover an abundance of peculiarities. Compared to those tin men, scarecrows, and heartless princesses, at least Grea's thoughts could be deemed relatively sane. Flora concluded with this observation. Chapter 47. The True Sorcerer Fairy Town is a remarkably unique alliance of sorcerer organizations in the Southern Domain. It can be described as a concept formed by numerous sorcerer organizations willing to embrace this idea. Additionally, some organizations, being too feeble amidst the dominance of powerful factions, have joined the alliance for self-preservation. The sorcerer organization to which Grea belongs is known as the Candy House in the Forest. This establishment became part of Fairytown 4 centuries ago and stands out among the many factions within the town. As the majority of culinary sorcerers in the Southern Domain hail from the Candy House, The advancement of culinary sorcerers ranks among the most challenging in the realm of the arcane, and only a handful have publicly emerged in the southern domain. Greya is among the elite within this select group, although her combat prowess is not particularly formidable. The peculiarities of her magical arts often deter even the bloodline sorcerers renowned for their offensive capabilities. Flora, after discussing Fairy Town, shifted her focus to Greya, stating that she would certainly rank among the top 10 sorcerers she would prefer not to oppose. Having earned the golden card from Barbie Restaurant, you have forged a bond with her. Once you ascend to the status of a formal sorcerer, this connection may yield unexpectedly significant rewards. Flora's remarks were rather pragmatic. Yet this is the nature of the sorceress world, where sentiment often proves more advantageous than mere profit. Sanders nodded subtly and offered his own evaluation of Greya. She is a true sorcerer, deserving of respect as both an adversary and a friend. A true sorcerer? Angell murmured to himself, puzzled by the meaning of a true sorcerer. Did it imply that others were not genuine sorcerers? Sanders simply smiled at Angell's confusion, refraining from revealing the deeper significance of his words. The path of a sorcerer must be traversed individually. Premature revelations might lead one into a quagmire. Nevertheless, Sanders added, forge your own path, unencumbered by the constraints of predecessors. Persist with unwavering dedication, even when the future remains uncertain, for that, too, is a distinctive landscape. Such sorcerers are the true sorcerers. As he caressed his staff, Sanders lamented, regrettably, many sorcerers comprehend this principle and aspire to tread this path. Yet their knowledge is insufficiently cultivated, and their understanding leaves much to be desired. Consequently, true sorcerers are becoming increasingly rare. Sanders chose not to elaborate further on this topic, but his words left a profound impact on Angell, guiding him towards a path uniquely his own in the contemplation of his future. As the conversation progressed, Angell sensed a significant thawing of the initial awkwardness, and under Flora's guidance, he began to share aspects of his own life. However, his existence has revolved around a monotonous triad: studying, eating, and sleeping. Believing that his newly appointed mentor would find his life exceedingly dull, Angell gazed apprehensively at Sanders. On the surface, Sanders appeared inscrutable. He placed his cane on the table, crossed his legs, and casually remarked, considering your past experiences, it seems you possess an attitude akin to that of a wizard, albeit one that is rather gentle. Perhaps you are better suited to the role of an academic wizard. Upon hearing Sanders' words, Angell was momentarily taken aback. From their earlier interactions, Angell had gleaned that both Sanders and Flora hailed from the Barbaric Cave, a prominent organization in the southern domain predominantly occupied by dark wizards, with only a few white wizards, who were essentially dissenters of the Barbaric Cave. The academic wizards that Sanders referred to were, by and large, white wizards. From the perspective of a wizard apprentice, both Sanders and Flora belonged to the dark wizards. Yet Sanders had now assigned him the label of an academic wizard. Could it be a sign of his discontent? Recalling the earlier conversation between Flora and Morrow, which contained a certain disdain for academic wizards, Angell felt a wave of insecurity wash over him, mentally chiding himself for being overly sensitive. Yet he could not help but dwell on it. His inner turmoil was evident on his face, prompting Sanders to cast a glance at Flora. I harbor no dislike for academic wizards. My sentiments stem solely from certain academic wizards within our barbaric cave who are utterly duplicitous. Not from a general aversion to such practitioners, Flora stated. Upon hearing her words, Angell realized that his thoughts had once again been laid bare, causing a faint flush to rise to his cheeks. Fortunately, at that moment, Greya entered gracefully, bearing a tray that diverted the attention of the group. The exquisite ceramic tray was gently placed before Angell, captivating everyone's gaze. Following Greya were the Weasel and the Nibbler, each carrying their own trays, which they positioned before Flora and Sanders. Such elaborate presentation is futile, as it will merely be stored away, Flora remarked, simultaneously lifting the lid. Within the tray lay a teardrop-shaped transparent crystal bottle, its cap fashioned from straps and a cork, the cross-section subtly shimmering with magical runes. The bottle contained water that appeared empty, but with the aid of true sight magic, one could discern a lively transparent worm swimming within. This creature was known as the fragmented mayfly. To use it slowly? Am I to drink this water? Angell pondered, unable to see the fragmented mayfly. He merely shook the crystal bottle in confusion. Sanders seemed exceedingly confident in Angell's potential to become a wizard, while Greya observed him with keen interest, her unconfirmed suspicions stirring her curiosity. Gria instructed the weasel to remain on standby beside Angell while she approached the kitchenware. Now, Sanders, it is your turn. Are we still discussing the twisted baryon worm? Gria inquired, her tone appearing casual, yet her lowered brow concealed her true thoughts. Sanders smirked. As the inquiry seemed innocuous on the surface, it held deeper implications. He understood that Gria was merely inquisitive about Angell's talents, rather than genuinely seeking to pry. Nevertheless, as someone who relished in the intrigue of others, he was not inclined to easily satisfy such curiosity, especially when it concerned his own student. With the protective mode activated, Sanders replied with a calm gaze, of course. Chapter 48. Toby and Creation. If Angell's talent is indeed connected to the nightmare realm, then he must have inadvertently entered the true nightmare realm during the talent assessment. Could it be that Angell's gift serves as a bridge between reality and the nightmare realm? Gria chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering how implausible that notion was. For the dimensional passageways cannot be traversed by mere mortals. Initially, Gria speculated that Angell's talent might be akin to the effects of the twisted ball worm, which prompted her to inquire further. However, it has become evident that her assumptions were misguided. Shaking her head, Gria resolved to set aside her perplexities. Recognizing that the individual seated across from her was a significant figure from the southern domain, and she lacked the authority to compel him to speak. With a sigh, Gria suppressed her curiosity and began preparing the twisted ball worm as requested by Sanders. As she busied herself with the ingredients, a flurry of wings and a sudden rush of air caught the attention of those present. Following the sound, they beheld a diminutive seabird, scarcely the size of 2 palms, darting through the curtain. With gray feathers, green eyes, red claws, and an orange beak, it appeared no different from an ordinary seabird. Yet, what if this bird were adorned in a peculiar attire? A white hat, a blue bib, and a small satchel slung over its shoulder. Such an ensemble would typically seem incongruous on a seabird, but oddly, it appeared surprisingly harmonious. Perhaps this was due to its lively eyes that mirrored human-like expressiveness? Ah, it is little Jigu. Upon sighting the seabird, Angell instinctively gasped. In response to Angell's voice, the bird twirled in midair, then with a final flap, landed atop Angell's golden locks. Ho ho ho, Toby my dear. Unbeknownst to him, Gria had already moved to Angell's side, nuzzling the seabird Toby with her plump cheeks. Since the bird had settled on Angell's head, Gria took the liberty of pulling Angell into her embrace. The sudden impact left Angell momentarily dazed, his surroundings swirling before his eyes. Surrounded by the plushness of her form, Angell felt as though his face was being squished. Aside from his late mother, this was the first time he had experienced such close proximity to a female. However, there was no room for romantic thoughts. He merely sought to extricate himself from her grasp. After a bout of struggling, Gria finally released Angell. Toby remained perched atop Angell's head, albeit with its feathers now slightly ruffled. Angell, on the other hand, was far worse for wear. His meticulously styled hair, which had gleamed in the morning light, was now a chaotic mess thanks to Toby's arrival, compounded by Gria's affectionate assault. What a bird! Is there no decorum? Its name is Toby, my beloved pet. Gria shot an annoyed glance. Regardless of its name, it is still just a bird. I can't be bothered with it. With great care, Gria lifted Toby and placed him on her shoulder, then swayed her hips as she returned to the task of crafting the twisted ball worm. That bird is live food, Sanders remarked suddenly. Live food? Could it be Gria's creation? Flora inquired, astonished. It seems so. Suddenly, Flora's expression changed. No, I observed it closely just now. It is undeniably a magical bird. Although it is a low-tier beast, how could it possibly be a living food created through synthesis? You could discern its essence by dispelling the illusions. Sanders wore a look of admiration. After a moment, Flora turned with a look of astonishment. Upon using the illusion-dispelling technique to examine the seabird, she discovered a phenomenon of severed origins. This was a typical remnant of creation. In the past, Gria's creation techniques could only cultivate and synthesize various non-intelligent beings. It is astonishing that in just a few decades, she has managed to nurture a magical avian that may possess intelligence. Clearly, her powers have reached a critical juncture, Sanders remarked, if she had not strayed from her path. Given her another 20 years, she might have become the first level 2 culinary sorceress in the southern domain. It is worth noting that, whether it be the fragmented mayfly or the distorted baroplasma, although they possess wondrous abilities, they lack consciousness and are merely suitable for use as materials by sorcerers. However, magical beasts differ. Although many can be dealt with by mere mortals, once they attain awareness, they may even become formidable beings with the right opportunities. Is this the essence of being a true sorcerer? Flora pondered, reflecting on the path she has traversed, which seems to diverge ever further. What is creation? Unable to contain his curiosity while listening to their conversation, Angell inquired. Sanders gestured toward Greya. You will soon witness her unique techniques. The living food crafted by Greya is typically taken directly by her clients, hence she does not utilize specific utensils for its preparation. Her movements were swift. Various, unnameable ingredients were gathered into the magical apparatus unique to culinary sorcerers. Vortex gases, multi-eyed creatures, smoke, worms, ores, and unknown solutions. All these materials, peculiar in nature, exuded an extraordinary aura. Suddenly, Greya tossed all the ingredients into the air, muttering incantations, and beams of light radiated from her fingertips. Angell observed as both living and dead materials transformed under the luminous aura, altering shapes and colors, reshaping like moist earth, sprouting anew. While Angell was captivated by the spectacle, Sanders and Flora discerned a wealth of knowledge and technical applications within, complemented by the unique fluctuations of the culinary sorcerer and the unseen will that seemed to guide the transformation from death to life, ultimately creating living beings based on various templates. How magnificent, how wondrous, was Angell's assessment. The vastness of knowledge and the ever-changing logic were truly astounding. This was the sentiment shared by Flora and Sanders each time they witnessed Greya's release of her creation techniques. Observing the vibrant worms, Angell quietly asked, is creation merely the act of giving life? He recalled that in Earth's mythologies, whether Eastern or Western, the creation of life was an endeavor reserved for the most powerful deities. Yet in the world of sorcerers, could it be that any martial sorcerer could create life? After a moment of silence, Sanders replied, yes, and yet no. True creation of life may only be within the grasp of the gods of creation from myth. However, the sorcerers do not believe in deities. They place their faith solely in truth and knowledge. Greya's unique magical technique, known as creation, appears to be the act of birthing life. Yet, it encompasses a multitude of theories, including the biology of mythical beasts, microbial structural reorganization, and the principle of equivalent exchange of magical sources, among other profound concepts, rather than mere fabrication as depicted in mythological tales of creation gods. Indeed, he is still but a child. Sanders shook his head, as he certainly did not believe that Angell truly comprehended this. He merely thought that the young man's indomitable spirit led him to feign composure. Nevertheless, he was entirely unaware that, in certain logical aspects of knowledge, Angell had already emerged as a competent scholar. Sanders chose not to expose this, allowing his newly accepted student to retain a semblance of dignity. Chapter 49 Farewell and a New Journey. As Angell departed from the Barbie restaurant, the moon had quietly ascended the horizon, illuminating the sky. The starry expanse mirrored upon the ocean's surface, creating an enchanting scene where the dark sea appeared adorned with a carpet of twinkling fireflies. A surge of waves crashed, shattering the shimmering patterns, while the gentle moonlight rippled in response. For Angell, the events of this day were beyond imagination. The outcome remained uncertain. Yet he understood that it was time to bid farewell to his mundane past. Standing on the deck, he gazed at the two figures gradually fading from view, the resplendent cosmos serving as a backdrop, while the colossal cloud whale represented Canaan. Tomorrow, he too would embark on a drifting vessel, commencing a new journey. The path ahead was long and fraught with the unknown, easily leading one to feelings of disorientation. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed Angell's face as he lingered on the deck for a while, until he was abruptly roused by the gathering crowd around him. Hey, what were you doing in that building over there? What was it like inside? Oh, by the way, what is your name? Is it from the Hurricane Tower? Who was that person on the big bird? Do you know them? How did that peculiar ballet dancer manage to take you in? Are you acquainted with them? The gifted individuals aboard the Zijing vessel surrounded him with eager inquiries. Angell surveyed the crowd, noting the expressions of envy, jealousy, curiosity, flattery, and indifference. The cacophony of voices reached his ears, and despite some inquiries laced with defiance or disparagement, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. During his time at the Barbie restaurant, he often felt as if he were walking on clouds, weightless yet unanchored. For an ordinary person, maintaining composure within the restaurant was no small feat. Perhaps this was the mindset befitting a mortal. This night was destined to be sleepless, for both Angell and the others aboard the Zijing. Leaning against the window, his thoughts flowed like a cascade. The moonlight, gentle and enveloping, filled his vision, while the ocean shimmered, reflecting in his bright eyes. The world is ever-changing. Where one moment lies, the next moment is elsewhere. The journey of life is perpetually laden with uncertainty. With trepidation, he set forth, the path ahead may hold winds, rains, or tumultuous waves, all mere scenery along the way. It was not until the moon reached its zenith that Angell regained his composure. Tomorrow, he would leave the Zijing to embark on a new expedition. His mentor had graciously granted him one evening to organize his belongings and prepare for the next chapter. He could not afford to waste any more time in self-pity. Angell promptly set to work. The first order of business was to arrange his luggage. He possessed little in terms of belongings. Aside from a few changes of clothing and some basic necessities, the bulk of his possessions consisted of books acquired from Haley City, filling 2 large wooden crates. Most of the volumes were exquisite leather-bound editions, with only a few being paper-bound, while not crafted with the finesse of noble productions. They were nonetheless treasures of the common folk. Eager to bring all 2 crates of rare tomes with him, Angell recognized that for him, books symbolized knowledge. Nothing holds greater significance than knowledge, a sentiment echoed by both John and Sanders. Yet, he could not possibly carry both trunks alone. Should he solicit his mentor for assistance? The very thought of his mentor helping him with luggage was too disconcerting for Angell to contemplate. After much deliberation, he resolved to relinquish the 2 trunks. The tomes within had long been digitized into his holographic tablet, but his reluctance to part with them stemmed from a profound love for rare books. Having decided against transporting the trunks, he felt compelled to find them suitable new owners. Discarding books was unbecoming of a bibliophile. Among the few acquaintances he made aboard the ship were the Morrow and Allen siblings. It felt inappropriate to bestow the books upon Morrow, as their relationship lacked the camaraderie necessary for such a gesture, and given Morrow's discerning taste, he might not regard these ordinary works with any esteem. Thus, Angell resolved to bequeath the 2 trunks to the Allen siblings. The clock indicated it was 11 p.m., and without knowledge of when he would depart the next day, Angell intended to check on the siblings, even if they had succumbed to slumber. Perhaps it was the day's culinary illusions that had caused widespread distress among the gifted aboard the Zijing. As Angell navigated the narrow corridors, he could distinctly hear the anguished cries of some, while others wept in solitude. With each step, his sorrow deepened. He was no saint, nor did he harbor sympathy for the afflicted. His grief arose solely from a shared plight. Witnessing those at the bottom of the wizarding hierarchy suffer due to their inability to control their fates filled him with desolation. Particularly, he understood the truth behind the illusions, mere mirages conjured by culinary wizards during their food creation. No wizard intended to oppress them. It was merely an inadvertent aura that plunged the gifted aboard the ship into endless terror. What more could be said? This was the fate of the weak in the world of wizards, and Angell himself was, at this moment, one of those weak. His sorrow was merely a reflection of his own inability to steer his destiny. After traversing several intersecting corridors, Angell located the quarters of the Allen siblings. Upon arrival, he unexpectedly noticed the door to Eileen's room slightly ajar, with soft sobs emanating from within, accompanied by Allen's gentle words of comfort. Rather than eavesdrop, Angell knocked lightly on the door. Upon hearing an invitation to enter, he gently pushed it open. To his surprise, not only were the Allen siblings present, but Morrow, draped in a black robe, was also among them. Chapter 50. Flora's request. While indulging in the culinary mirage, Aaron unexpectedly tripped over the corner of the table, tumbling in a most disheveled manner. At that moment, Angell entered to find Allen tenderly applying medicine to Aaron's feet. Upon recognizing Angell's presence, Morrow's expression turned peculiar and complex. A mix of jealousy, envy, regret, and resentment that sent shivers down Angell's spine. Ultimately, Morrow uttered not a word, only letting out a sorrowful sigh. Meanwhile, Aaron's face blossomed into a shade of crimson, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Angell with a pitiable look. As Angell stood perplexed, unaware of Aaron's predicament, Allen provided clarity. Angell, I heard that a prominent figure has taken you as a disciple and that you are soon to depart from here. Is that so? Allen's voice was sweetly innocent, his chubby, fair hands gripping Angell's sleeve, brimming with curiosity and admiration. Thus, it became clear to Angell. He understood that Aaron's naive feelings toward him were not true love, but rather an emotional manifestation typical of youthful infatuation. Much like an ancient verse from Earth that described the youth's ignorance of sorrow while feigning distress, it was merely an expression of the exuberance that comes with adolescence. Infatuation, puppy love, these are often illusions born from the exuberance of youthful hormones. Consequently, Angell maintained a composed demeanor toward Aaron's emotions, viewing them with the detached wisdom of an elder. However, he had never considered that this godlike perspective on the delicate matter of emotions was, in itself, a form of youthful folly of which he was unaware. In essence, Erin harbored feelings for Angell, and learning from Morrow of his impending departure, she exhibited such longing behavior. After explaining his future intentions, Angell mentioned to Alan that he could occupy himself with reading during the journey, prompting Alan to eagerly agree, as the books were a gracious gift. Alan's enthusiasm contrasted sharply with Erin's quiet lamentation. Before long, Alan had transported all the books to his room, and once everything was settled, Angell finally felt a slight sense of relief. When it came time to bid farewell, Angell approached Morrow with solemnity, offering an apology for his choice of Sanders at the Barbie restaurant. Perhaps others would not perceive any fault in his decision, nor would they think him deserving of an apology. Yet, Angell was acutely aware that Morrow had guided him away from the mundane realm, and despite any preconceived notions, he felt deep gratitude. To him, Morrow was the true beacon leading him into the world of wizards. His choice of Sanders was driven by personal desire, an inclination that, in the eyes of the world, bore no wrongdoing. However, raised under the gentle teachings of John, Angell felt that this choice contradicted his true nature. Morrow's thoughtful response to Angell's earnest apology left him momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, Morrow finally spoke. "Your choice is not wrong. Had I been in your position, I would have made the same decision, perhaps even more swiftly." Morrow gazed upon that youthful face, seemingly innocent yet adorned with a solemn and earnest apology. The torrent of resentment that previously consumed him evaporated into thin air. A sudden curiosity enveloped him. How had Angell's mentor, John, managed to cultivate such an individual? The unexpected apology was perplexing. The tenacity behind it was equally curious, yet the entirety of this exchange instilled a sense of comfort. Angell understood that choices are not inherently right or wrong. However, to promise one's allegiance to the White Coral Floating Island Academy and then to waver midway constituted a breach of trust, regardless of the circumstances. "I shall honor my commitment. Once I ascend to the rank of a Level 2 Wizard Apprentice, I shall journey to the White Coral Floating Island Academy to fulfill my promise." On the tranquil deck, a corpulent woman draped in a deep purple gown suddenly materialized. "Ho ho ho, my dear, let me see where that young man is." Her voice, sharp as a blade, sliced through the night air without disturbing a soul. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, it became evident that the newcomer was none other than the formidable Greya, accompanied by her beloved pet, Toby. Greya's mental tendrils recklessly roamed, inevitably alerting the 3 official wizards aboard the vessel. Yet, upon discerning a subtle pheromone released by Greya, they opted to restrain their actions, choosing to disregard her presence. Why would she seek out Angell at such an hour? Halloran shook her head, filled with regret at the mere thought of Angell. Fortunately, Sanders had refrained from revealing the nature of Angell's talents. Thus, Halloran's lamentations remained within reasonable bounds. Upon scanning for Angell, Morrow was abruptly shaken by an overwhelming pressure, causing him to tremble. Before he could comprehend the situation, Greya's imposing figure appeared before him. The ample dimensions of Greya made the already cramped room feel even more constricted. "GG Greya." Ignoring Morrow's exclamation, Greya turned her attention to Angell, who too was puzzled by her arrival. Before Greya could articulate her purpose, Toby, the seabird perched on her shoulder, flapped his gray and white wings and gracefully landed atop Angell's head, settling snugly in his golden locks. Angell pondered, "Why does Toby prefer to rest upon my hair? Greya, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Greya regarded Angell with a focused gaze. "I have a small request that I hope you can assist with." Angell promptly expressed his willingness to help. "Earlier in the dining area, you mentioned exchanging a type of tea called Morning Dew After Rain for a golden card. Is that correct?" "Indeed. This tea is cultivated by my mentor," Angell affirmed. "Excellent," Greya continued. "My purpose here is precisely for that tea. As a culinary wizard, I harbor an insatiable curiosity for anything edible in this world. Therefore, I am eager to procure some of your Morning Dew After Rain. Might you be willing to oblige?" However, as his peripheral vision caught sight of Morrow, he unexpectedly altered his intention. "Upon departing from home, I entrusted the majority of the morning dew collected after the rain to Mr. Morrow, as adults could indeed procure it from him. As for resentment, in the cutthroat world of wizards, the grievances of an insignificant ant would only yield boundless suffering." Greya raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at Angell before subtly smiling and turning to discuss pertinent matters with Morrow. When the subject of the compensation for the transaction arose, Morrow firmly insisted on offering it as a complimentary gift, considering it a favor from a formal wizard. Yet, Greya did not grant him this opportunity. Upon receiving the morning dew, She presented Moro with a small pouch of magic crystals. Once the transaction was concluded, Greya turned her gaze back to Angell. This visit, aside from the morning dew, I actually have another matter to entrust to you. Chapter 51. A Charge of Guardianship. Toby. Greya raised her hand, and the seabird perched upon Angell's head flapped its wings, descending gracefully onto Greya's palm. Since its inception, Toby had remained by my side. It is a new life I inadvertently crafted from an ordinary seabird, amalgamating various ethereal spirits and precious materials. Since its birth, I have endeavored to recreate that moment, to conjure another beast akin to it, yet all efforts have proven fruitless. It is safe to say that Toby is one of a kind. As Greya spoke, her gaze towards Toby was imbued with an unusual tenderness. Throughout the years, Toby has accompanied me, although it lacks the extraordinary powers possessed by other magical beasts. Its intelligence is remarkably high. Toby can now comprehend human language, and its mental capacity is akin to that of a wizard's apprentice. At this juncture, Angell began to sense Greya's intentions of entrusting Toby to him. The Barbie restaurant has perpetually traversed various regions in search of ingredients, and under my protection, Toby is naturally safe. However, I have reached a critical juncture in my advancement as a culinary wizard aspiring to ascend. I require a substantial quantity of unique ingredients and mystical recipes. I have scoured the southern domain for centuries, although there may be some omissions. I have largely integrated it into my own system. Yet, despite this, I still have not amassed enough for my advancement. Thus, I have resolved to depart from the southern domain, venturing into more distant territories, or perhaps delving into the unknown realms of the multiverse. Such a notion had never crossed my mind before. However, this impasse has constrained me for a century. If I remain directionless, I fear I may never grasp another opportunity. Hence, I have decided to take this leap. As Greya spoke, she employed a soundproof barrier, ensuring only Angell could hear her. Upon concluding her discourse, she fixed her gaze intently upon Angell. Truthfully, she had numerous alternatives, such as leaving Toby at the candy house or entrusting him to a close friend. However, after expressing her intentions to Toby, he stubbornly refused to remain elsewhere, insisting on staying by Greya's side. After much persuasion, Toby reluctantly chose a companion. This companion was not one of Greya's acquaintances, but rather someone Toby had only met once, Angell. Although the reasons behind Toby's choice of Angell remain unclear, Greya considered Sanders' esteem for Angell, his character, and potential future achievements, ultimately deciding not to contest the matter. With the knowledge that Angell would depart with Sanders the following day, she ventured to the Zijing ship under the cover of night. Toby also understood Greya's words, its bright eyes fixed on Angell, seemingly awaiting his response. Angell pondered. Indeed, this is a charge of guardianship, though it is not yet a lifelong commitment. It is close enough. With one large and one small pair of eyes gazing at him, Angell was inclined to refuse. For he himself was uncertain about the path ahead. Who can fathom why Sanders chose to take him as a disciple? Who can tell whether he will meet his mentor's expectations? What awaits him in the savage caves remains a mystery. These questions eluded Angell's understanding. However, the one who made the request was Greya, a true sorceress whom even Sanders deemed worthy of respect. Flora had also advised him to maintain a good relationship with Greya. With this thought in mind, Angell clenched his teeth, deciding to go ahead regardless. After all, things could hardly get worse, even if he could not satisfy Sanders. Perhaps with Toby's mediation, Sanders would show some leniency for Greya's sake and not put him in an awkward position. Observing the expression on Angell's face, which resembled that of a condemned man, Greya couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. As Greya spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Toby, nestled in her palm. For an extended moment, the atmosphere gradually fell into a tranquil silence. From Greya's demeanor, it was evident that her bond with Toby was profoundly deep. Angell felt a twinge of envy. In the realm of mortals, he had both a mentor and a brother, but upon entering the world of sorcery, would he encounter individuals with whom he could forge such life and death connections? After what felt like an eternity, Greya slowly withdrew her sorrowful expression, gently raising her hand to release Toby. He circled above her head for a considerable time. Go, she urged. Toby hesitated for a moment before gracefully flying to perch once more upon Angell's head. With this topic concluded, Greya prepared to take her leave. However, before departing, she left Angell a capsule-shaped soft bubble. This was a spatial soft pouch crafted for microorganisms that thrived within the crystal walls of dimensions, capable of holding a significant amount of items. Yet, it was a one-time use. Inside, it contained some of Toby's daily essentials. as well as a token of gratitude for watching over him. Simply crush the soft pouch to retrieve its contents. After conveying this, Greya was about to exit when suddenly, the door swung open, and a bewildered Alan rubbed his eyes as he stepped inside. "Grandpa, Eileen has fallen asleep, and I need to." Who are you?" Initially, Greya paid little heed to Alan's abrupt intrusion, dismissing him as merely a child. However, when she glanced at him, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Is he your grandson?" Greya inquired, pointing at Alan and looking at Morrow, who stood nearby. Morrow, believing Greya was scolding Alan for his impudence, nodded in terror. "Yes, he is my grandson, Alan. My lady, my grandson is young and naive." Greya waved her hand, interrupting Morrow. "I ask you, what changes occurred when your grandson was testing his aptitude?" "Changes?" Morrow stammered, perplexed. The change was creation from nothing. During the aptitude test, Alan had seen a piece of black bread appear in the empty plate before him. Creation from nothing was the most common form of change documented in the Aberras Talent Compendium Manual. With Greya stating this, how could Morrow fail to comprehend? Does Alan possess the talent to become a culinary sorcerer? He wondered, casting a glance at the plump and cherubic boy he had always cherished. The thought of him having the aptitude for culinary sorcery was indeed astonishing, especially considering Alan's usual interests revolved around food, either consuming it or searching for more to eat. Even today, amidst the mirage created by the Barbie restaurant, Alan remains ensnared yet unyielding to the whims of appetite, refraining from any indiscreet actions. In the past, Morrow would not have pondered these signs deeply, merely believing that his grandson was merely growing and that a little extra nourishment would do him good. However, with Greya's subtle revelations, these seemingly insignificant clues all point to Alan's innate talent. Indeed, those embroiled in their own circumstances often find themselves perplexed. After Greya's departure, Morrow's emotions began to entwine in a web of uncertainty. Should he send Alan to the candy house to become a culinary wizard? Although culinary wizards belong to the realm of the mysterious, they are often regarded as weak within the wizarding community due to their limited combat prowess. Many apprentices who pursue the culinary path, lacking the ability to ascend to full wizardry and possessing feeble combat skills, find themselves aligning with the strong, ultimately becoming mere chefs for the powerful. While Alan possesses a culinary gift, he need not necessarily tread this path. The choice lies within him. With Greya's endorsement, at least in the candy house, Alan would not fade into obscurity. Yet, the journey of culinary mastery is fraught with challenges to become a formidable figure. Morrow harbors no desire for his grandson's fate to culminate in becoming another's cook. The conflict within him intensifies. Chapter 52, The Alchemical Familiar on the following day. As Angell departed, the Alan siblings gathered on the deck to bid him farewell. The next meeting was shrouded in uncertainty. Life is fraught with partings, and in this moment, Angell began to yearn for their reunion. As he drew closer to the great cloud whale, the awe of its monumental presence became increasingly palpable. When the hawk demon carried Angell past the creature's head, he distinctly felt the immense azure eyes of the cloud whale gazing upon him, tracking his ascent. Those stunning blue orbs, reminiscent of the newborn sun gracing the ocean's surface, were tranquil yet tender. The cloud whale's attentive gaze bestowed upon Angell an unparalleled sense of wonder, while simultaneously instilling a newfound courage within him. The trepidation that accompanied his inaugural flight into the skies gradually dissipated under the warmth of the whale's eyes. The hawk demon gently set Angell down upon the whale's back. Upon landing, Angell was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Was this truly the back of a cloud whale, or rather a serene and leisurely pasture? A vast expanse of verdant grass stretched endlessly, immersing him in the essence of a boundless prairie. Black and white dairy cows were scattered like stars across the green canvas, lazily swishing their tails as they grazed on tender grass. The hawk demon soared through the air, alighting upon rocks to rest when weary, and quenching its thirst at the water pool nestled in the heart of the pasture. Everything appeared so natural and harmonious. Even the various tints dotting the landscape seemed to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. Angell found himself before the grandest and most opulent dome tent in the pasture, contemplating whether to lift the flap when a figure adorned in a crimson gown, Flora, gracefully emerged from within. He. I sense you have many questions. Follow me, and I shall provide the answers you seek." After a brief pause, Flora continued. "The mentor is currently engaged in an experiment involving light radiation. Without protective spells, your physical faculties may easily wane. Thus, I will take you to meet him tonight instead. For now, allow me to escort you to your quarters." "Oh, isn't that Greya's foolish bird perched atop your head?" Flora raised an eyebrow, extending her hand to seize Toby from Anger's tousled hair. The previous night, Anger had spent hours communicating with Toby, urging him to find a different resting place rather than nesting atop his head. Although he was unconcerned about his appearance, presenting himself with a disheveled hairstyle felt particularly impolite. Despite Anger's earnest efforts, Toby persistently raised his small head, regarding him with innocent eyes that conveyed a message of incomprehension. Anger found himself at an impasse. Although Greya claimed Toby understood human speech, she never suggested that he could respond in kind. Resolute in his feigned ignorance, Toby left Anger with no recourse. However, Anger silently resolved to procure a hat at the earliest opportunity, something akin to the minter's tall felt hat, and then witness where this rascal chose to roost. Toby, having initially curled up in slumber, found Anger's golden locks to be a soft blanket. Suddenly grasped in someone's hand, Toby initially appeared drowsy and bewildered. However, when it noticed Flora gazing at it with an expression brimming with inquisitiveness, it suddenly recalled the peculiar eccentricities of wizards that its master had once mentioned. Toby flapped its wings in a panic, but being firmly grasped by Flora, it found itself utterly unable to escape. Terrified, it chirped incessantly, its pitch rising to a high note. This foolish bird was born from the art of creation, yet it seemed devoid of any exceptional traits. Flora murmured to herself, contemplating the desire to dissect it. In a sudden fit of fear, Toby shook its head vigorously, watching as Flora's face drew ever nearer. Rolling its eyes back, it kicked its legs in sheer fright and promptly fainted. Such a lack of fortitude, so timid. Flora carelessly tossed the unconscious Toby to Angell. He hurriedly caught the little creature, for it was entrusted to him by Greya, and any mishap would be difficult to justify. Awake now? Such a timid thing. And Lady Greya claimed you could take care of yourself. Angell sighed, realizing he would have to exert more effort in the future. How did this foolish bird end up with you? Did Greya gift it to you? Flora inquired, puzzled. Ah, that explains it. Flora suddenly furrowed her brow. Aside from being able to comprehend human speech, it possessed no other remarkable abilities. But that cannot be right. Every living being created by Greya through the art of creation possesses unique functions. The ephemeral mayfly can construct dimensional passages. The distorted barbed parasite can locate spatial coordinates through historical resonance, and the bull-headed butterfly can enhance the exoskeleton of its wings. It is astonishing that a living being devoid of special abilities has been birthed. How I wish to dissect it and understand further. With a glint of curiosity in her eyes, Flora leaned closer to Toby, who, terrified, flapped its wings and took flight, frantically seeking refuge in Angell's embrace. Angell, deciding to place Toby in the pocket of his inner lining, donned a white shirt paired with a brown plaid jacket today, exuding a matured aura compared to his previous innocence. He couldn't help but chuckle at the creature's anthropomorphic antics. Flora shrugged, observing, "It seems the foolish bird is too frightened to emerge. Perhaps this is for the best, to spare my hair from further disarray." Angell tugged at his slightly tousled hair. Despite its lack of extraordinary abilities, it would suffice as a magical pet for alchemy. Suddenly invigorated, Flora proposed, "Shall I assist you in transforming this foolish bird into an alchemical familiar?" "What is an alchemical familiar?" Angell questioned, perplexed. Flora smiled mysteriously, then whistled into the sky. Almost immediately, a sound resembling the rush of wind echoed from afar, startling a herd of cattle, and as the dust settled, a black-feathered owl landed gracefully upon Flora's shoulder. Its ebony plumage stood erect like bristles, exuding an imposing presence. A golden tuft on its forehead resembled a crown, as it held its head high, embodying a regal demeanor. What a majestic owl, Angell mused inwardly, although he noted that the creature's eyes were a cold, indifferent shade of green. This indifference was not a natural instinct of a beast, but rather a mechanical detachment. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my alchemical familiar, Aisha." In order to swiftly acquire information, or when a wizard is reluctant to reveal his true self, they often employ spies. Firstly, there are the doppelganger scouts. Secondly, the alchemical familiars. The doppelganger scouts are also products of biological transmutation, yet they possess self-awareness. Conversely, alchemical familiars are almost akin to lifeless entities. Their existence sustained solely by the magical energy circulating within them, entirely reliant on the wizard for sustenance. Their eyes serve as the wizard's eyes, and their ears as the wizard's ears. The wizard can exercise complete control over the alchemical familiar, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from an extension of the wizard's own senses. However, it lacks any self-awareness. As Anger contemplated, should he seek a spy in the future, you might consider creating an alchemical familiar. Yet, the thought of transforming Toby into such a being was daunting. Not only would he have to contend with whether Greya would forgive him, but he also faced the internal conflict of his own conscience. He had vowed to care for Toby, and breaking such a promise would be unworthy of a true man. Chapter 53. Growth. Anger declined the proposal of the alchemical magical pet, leaving Flora with a tinge of disappointment. Had Anger acquiesced, she could have delved into the study of the foolish bird, perhaps even unraveling the crucial data behind Greya's creation technique. Alas, it was not to be. However, Flora's regret lingered only for a fleeting moment, for even if she were to obtain the original data of the creation technique without embarking on Greya's path, replicating it would be a formidable challenge. Her curiosity stemmed solely from a wizard's innate thirst for knowledge. For instance, as they passed a square stone house, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Yet, as Anger turned, that unsettling sensation of being watched returned. A sense of unease enveloped Anger. Flora seemed to notice his discomfort, but refrained from offering any explanation. As they walked past a completely metallic structure, Anger felt an unusual atmosphere emanating from the tightly shut door, and whether it was merely his imagination, he detected a foul stench reminiscent of decaying corpses. The sun shone brightly, the grass was lush and green, cows grazed leisurely, and eagles soared freely. At a glance, the ranch appeared refreshingly natural. Not long ago, Anger had felt the same. Yet, the myriad of bizarre occurrences, the sanguine scent, the malevolent gazes, and Flora's occasionally meaningful smiles all conspired to create an unsettling ambience at the ranch. Perhaps hidden beneath the sunlight lay an abyss of unfathomable evil. Anger had no intention of probing further, yet this initial impression imparted a distinctly different atmosphere compared to the Zijing. Perhaps this was the divergence between the White Wizard Organization and the Black Wizard Organization, as spoken of by the apprentices. Although the Zijing had its share of sordid affairs, as long as one did not provoke trouble, safety was assured. On the Zijing, Anger had never felt the prickling fear that now gripped him. Having just set foot on the Yun Whale, he sensed every nerve taut, as if a monstrous beast could spring forth from the shadows at any moment. Previously, conversing easily with Flora had led Anger to believe that having such a senior was a delightful fortune, bringing him ease and comfort. Yet in this moment, silence enveloped him. His acquaintance with Flora and Sanders was but a fleeting encounter, and despite being taken on as an apprentice, how could one form an opinion based solely on a single day's impression? Even Morrow had remarked that Flora was a notorious black wizard of the southern domain, known as the Blood Witch. Sanders, a formidable figure known for his ruthless prowess, would not recklessly regard him with favor simply because he had entered the fold. Anger felt a pang of anxiety regarding his future. It was reminiscent of the classic psychological case from Earth, the Stockholm hostage incident. Two criminals with prior convictions, having failed in their attempt to rob Stockholm's largest bank, took 4 bank employees hostage. After a standoff with the police lasting 130 hours, the ordeal concluded when the perpetrators surrendered. However, several months after this incident, the 4 bank employees who were taken hostage continued to exhibit feelings of compassion towards their captors. They refused to accuse the kidnappers in court and even raised funds for their legal defense. They expressed that they did not harbor hatred towards the criminals, instead conveying gratitude for the care they received, despite the threats to their lives, and displayed hostility towards the police. Remarkably, one female hostage even fell in love with one of the robbers and became engaged to him during his imprisonment. The 2 criminals held their captives for 6 days, during which they threatened their lives, yet occasionally showed moments of mercy. In an unexpected psychological twist, these 4 hostages resisted the government's efforts to rescue them. Although the Stockholm Syndrome situation differs from Angell's current predicament, many parallels can be drawn. In a state of extreme psychological distress, humans instinctively cling to any semblance of hope. And Angell now finds himself engulfed in such anxious uncertainty. If his subjective perception begins to shift due to Flora and Sanders' kindness, what distinguishes this from Stockholm Syndrome? With this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Angell's brow. The Savage Cave, after all, was operated by a dark sorcerer organization. If he naively believed that secular morals applied here, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. Flora clearly observed Angell's transformation. Much like the previous encounter with the stench of blood and decay, she refrained from saying much, though a glimmer of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Angell, still an inexperienced youth, could not expect her and her mentor to become his caretakers. He must grow strong in this cannibalistic world to secure his own place. Ahead lay his tent. How do you feel about it? Flora pointed to a circular tent with a white top and red flag. Angell was momentarily taken aback. The tent seemed quite ordinary, yet it was merely 100 meters from the magnificent tent where his mentor resided. A straight path, just over a small hill, would lead him there, but Flora had taken him on a detour of over 1,000 meters. Looking at Flora, Angell suddenly grasped something, though many aspects remained unclear. He smiled, saying, "All right, thank you. As long as you like it, you may enter. I will come by in the evening." As Flora prepared to leave, Angell quickly inquired, "Could you tell me why the mentor accepted me?" Flora paused, turned, and smiled radiantly, her eyes crescent-shaped. Actually, I am quite curious about that too. In the evening, you might as well ask him yourself." The small white dome tent was simply arranged, featuring a cot, a bedside table, sheer white fabric curtains, and intricately carved dark brown furniture. Aside from that, there was a clock and a candlestick, akin to the room arrangements on the Zijing, yet with a higher level of refinement. Angell sat in the chair, placing his belongings on the table. Within the modest leather backpack lay all his possessions, clothing, toiletries, and a pair of suede hunting boots. Additionally, there was a small wooden box containing fragments of ephemeral memories acquired from Greya, as well as several bamboo tubes filled with dried morning dew collected after the rain. To Angell, the items in the backpack were trivial. He would not mourn their loss if discarded. The truly precious belongings, such as his holographic tablet and the Eye of the Beyond, were kept close at hand. After organizing his spare clothing, Angell found himself at a loss for what to do. He had intended to open the holographic tablet to continue reading his novel, but considering he was on foreign territory, with his mentor's ambiguous attitude and the earlier warnings from Flora regarding the watchful eyes of sorcerers, he hesitated to activate the tablet, fearing he might be under surveillance. With no tablet to occupy his time, and having given away all his books to Alan, Angell was left with nothing to do but stare into space. Chapter 54. Nausicaa. Angell rested his head upon the table, gazing through the window at the cerulean sky. The warm sunlight cascaded onto his skin, softly tracing a golden edge and enveloping him in a gentle and soothing aura, which made him irresistibly drowsy. How long had it been since he last experienced such a feeling of languor? Ever since boarding the Zijing, Angell had not truly relaxed, partly due to his state of mind, and partly because of the inevitable turbulence of the sea. On the Zijing, he often felt as if he were walking on cotton. Yet, aboard the Cloud Whale, the stability felt akin to that of solid ground. This tranquility allowed Angell a rare sense of peace, with nothing to occupy his mind. Basking in the warm sunlight and inhaling the fragrance of fresh grass, he inadvertently succumbed to slumber. A small stone arced gracefully through the air, thrown from outside, and landed on the table with a sound neither too loud nor too soft, disturbing Angell as slumber. As he opened his slightly bleary eyes, the recently awakened Angell remained momentarily in a daze, until another stone fell in, bouncing to a stop beside his hand. Who could be playing such a prank? Stretching his neck, Angell peered outside. The lush green grass swayed gently in the warm breeze, while the Cloud Whale glided smoothly through the sky. Clouds occasionally obscured a distant lawn, where he could faintly discern the movement of cattle and sheep. Angell looked left and right, finding nothing amiss. Just as his confusion deepened, a languorous, husky voice floated into his ears. "Hey there, boy, are you looking for me?" Before him sat a voluptuous woman clad in a brown leather jacket, adorned with silver-scaled pauldrons. She resided in the tent directly opposite Angell, previously concealed by mist, which had prevented him from noticing her. Although he could not see her entire figure, the cascading waves of her brown hair and her alluring silhouette suggested a tall and statuesque form. Her beauty was strikingly mature. Resting her chin on her hand, her profile appeared both sensuous and languid. Even Angell, a young boy still grappling with his notions of femininity, could not help but be captivated. Accompanied by a melodic breeze, Angell and Nausicaa engaged in their inaugural conversation. Nausicaa, the lady across from him, was remarkably loquacious, effortlessly seizing the initiative in their dialogue. Even when Angell attempted to steer the conversation, she adeptly redirected it through her expressions, gestures, probing questions, and eloquent rhetoric, gradually reclaiming the conversational lead. Throughout their exchange, Angell felt no discomfort. Despite the frequent shifts in topic, the interaction remained harmonious and delightful. She was a natural leader. "Surely, you are not from the 9-cabin blood duel?" Nausicaa playfully brushed her bangs aside, her emerald green eyes fixed upon Angell. "The 9-cabin blood duel?" Angell murmured in confusion. "Indeed, it is so. You bear no trace of sanguine essence. What a fortunate little fellow you are, Nausicaa remarked, producing a long-handled black gold pipe from an unknown pocket. She took occasional puffs, the smoke rings mingling with the wisps of cloud, perpetually enveloping her in a shroud of white smoke. He has now come to understand why. Upon passing a square stone house earlier, he was struck by a pungent scent of blood. For that place was indeed a stone chamber where the gifted engaged in a brutal blood fight. Within that chamber, only the sole victor is permitted to enter the savage cave. As Nausicaa recounted, the victors of the stone chamber achieved their triumphs through cunning, deceit, and even feigned death. However, only 2 were truly entitled to victory through sheer martial prowess. Nausicaa exhaled a puff of smoke. One was the barbarian Baruba from the 4th chamber. And the other? Angell inquired. Nausicaa fixed her gaze upon Angell, a tantalizing smile spreading across her lips. The other, my dear, is me. In her presence, Angell felt no trace of bloodshed. Instead, he sensed tranquility and languor. Could such a woman truly be ruthless enough to slay an entire chamber of people to secure her survival? Is it cruel? Not at all. This is merely the reality of the world. Nausicaa smiled gently. For survival, one can resort to any means. Nature selects the fittest. Survival of the fittest, Angell slowly articulated. Nausicaa regarded Angell with a discerning eye, summarizing his insight with precision. Such a statement hardly seemed fitting for one of your age. Angell, noncommittal, pursed his lips. Indeed, it was not his own words, but standing on the shoulders of giants, fortified by the foundation of Earth's civilization. He had acquired knowledge from both East and West, which was no small feat. Now, lingering here feels rather idle. I merely wish to engage in conversation to alleviate my boredom. Having talked for a duration, let us conclude here. Nausicaa reached out, gently pulling down the white curtain at the window. Allow me to remind you, without undergoing the blood fight, some may not be satisfied with you. Nausicaa gestured towards a few distant tents. Do you see those tents? They are the victors of the 9th chamber. Angell turned to look, but due to the distance, he could only discern small tents. However, he distinctly noticed that as he gazed in their direction, several tent flaps were subtly drawn down, indicating that those individuals had been watching him intently. This evoked memories of the earlier moment when Flora had led him on a roundabout route, making him feel as though he bore a thorn in his back. That chilling, sinister sensation perhaps emanated from those individuals. After all, those who triumphed in the blood fight of the 9th chamber carried a certain air of superiority. Many disputes in this world arise from inequality. Do you understand, young boy? It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequity. Though Angell comprehended this truth, he had only just boarded the Cloud Whale today. Had the blood fight in the 9th chamber concluded long ago? However, you need not worry aboard the Cloud Whale. The wizard earlier did not set up any prohibitive arrays outside your tent. You are free to leave at any moment. Meanwhile, we are confined within our tents by the prohibitive arrays, unable to venture outside. Nausicaa added, this is also one of the reasons why they may look upon you with disdain. As for Nausicaa, despite their seemingly pleasant conversation, Angell remained ever vigilant in his heart. As she mentioned, those who emerge from the blood fight of the 9th chamber are hardly individuals with whom one can easily engage. Nonetheless, Nausicaa's final reminder lingered in Angell's mind. It is not a matter of trust in Nausicaa, but rather a profound skepticism towards humanity. As the clouds disperse and the stars awaken, the night's curtain is gently drawn back by the soft glow of the moonlight. After having dined, Angell pondered whether he should proactively seek the attention of his mentor when Flora gracefully appeared before him. Good evening, Angell. Good evening, Miss Flora. Flora paid no mind to Angell's formality. Although her origins differed from Isley's, she bore no surname, having been adopted by Sanders at a young age. She wished to take on her mentor's name, but he had not acquiesced. The mentor's experiments have concluded. I believe it is time for you to meet with him. Chapter 55. The meeting amidst the twinkling stars. The Cloud Whale glided effortlessly through the thin wisps of clouds. Were it not for the ethereal mists that continuously appeared and vanished, Angell would scarcely have sensed the movement of the Cloud Whale. He mused whether possessing a magnificent steed like the Cloud Whale would enable him to traverse the world with his brother and mentor. Such daydreams were indeed enchanting. Yet he remained blissfully unaware that the costs associated with nurturing a Cloud Whale surpassed the annual expenses of a modest wizarding organization. As Angell indulged in his reveries, Flora had already guided him to the opulent tent where Sanders awaited. Step inside. Your mentor is expecting you. Angell had assumed Flora would accompany him, but she seemed to have no intention of entering alongside him. With a gentle lift of the tent's entrance, he stepped inside with decorum. The tent appeared diminutive from the outside, yet within it sprawled an unexpectedly vast space. Angell speculated that some form of spatial magic might be at play, for he noticed golden runes shimmering against the black canvas. Surprised, are you? Sanders, clad in his customary black attire, lounged with one leg crossed over the other at a writing desk. His unloved, slender fingers interlaced as he regarded Angell through golden monocles. "Good evening, Mentor," Angell greeted, performing a noble gesture of acknowledgement. "Do not be so formal. As my student, you ought to embrace your own character. I have no desire to cultivate students who are oblivious to their own identities." Upon uttering this, Sanders inquired whether Angell found the space larger than it appeared outside. To achieve merely this, one must master both alchemy and rune studies. As for how to expand space, that delves into another field of study. This is the essence of being a wizard. Many concepts cannot be succinctly encapsulated in a mere phrase. Are you prepared to enter the realm of wizards? In just a few succinct sentences, Sanders had opened before Angell a resplendent gateway, one that led to a world distinct from the mundane, a realm teeming with formulas and symbols. Fraught with peril and opportunity, beginnings and endings, truths and philosophies, it was the world of wizards. Angell nodded earnestly, for he was already prepared. Even if not for the sake of his mentor, he longed to step into the wizarding world. A life devoid of brilliance would be no life at all. Sanders nodded in satisfaction. Although he had accepted Angell due to the promising potential he saw, now that Angell was his student, he felt a sense of responsibility for his future. "I suspect that apprentice named Morrow has imparted some knowledge of wizards to you. Therefore, what I wish to convey is this. If you aspire to embark on the true path of a wizard, from this day forth, forget everything that individual has told you. A wizard is not merely a definition. You must seek for yourself, ponder over challenges independently, and carve out a path that belongs uniquely to you as a wizard." Sanders then led Angell to a partitioned area, where double-sided bookshelves laden with tomes towered, each reaching 4 to 5 meters in height. A wheeled ladder had been affixed to the central aisle for access. Of course, if your sole ambition is to ascend to the rank of wizard. The choice to learn or not is entirely yours. After Sanders finished speaking, he tossed a gold coin to him. The obverse of the coin bore an elegant inscription: "Roses never fade, glory endures." The reverse featured a striking image, a double-winged longsword piercing through a thorny rose. This was a quintessential noble emblem, leaving Angell puzzled as he looked at Sanders, unsure why he had been given this insignia. It served as a pass for the tent. Possessing it allowed unrestricted access. Without this pass, a backlash from the magical energy array could reduce one to mere dust. The thought of a living being turned to dust sent a shiver down Angell's spine. He had not anticipated the perils associated with merely entering a tent. Indeed, one must approach all matters related to wizards with utmost caution. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Noticing the implication of departure in Sanders' words, Angell felt a pressing urgency to voice his most pressing question, which remained unanswered. "Mentor, may I pose a question?" However, in the midst of Angell's hopeful gaze, Sanders curtly responded, "No," and turned to leave. While Sanders smiled, Angell had harbored hopes of receiving permission. He had even meticulously crafted his inquiry, only to be met with Sanders' unyielding refusal as he departed without hesitation. Was he being toyed with? To offer no hope, while smiling, seemed quite cruel. Watching Sanders' receding figure, Angell felt a surge of frustration welling up inside him. "I know what you wish to ask. When the day comes that you become an apprentice wizard, I shall tell you," echoed Sanders' ethereal voice, lingering in Angell's ears. With Sanders gone, Angell had anticipated receiving answers today, yet he remained empty-handed. It seemed his anxiety would persist. Nevertheless, this visit had not been entirely fruitless. The absence of a flat routine allowed him to indulge in reading, which was a source of joy. Moreover, the books here were all related to wizardry, offering a sumptuous feast of knowledge that juxtaposed and fused the old with the new, a delightful experience for someone like Angell, who had endured over a decade of scientific education. As he gazed upon the rare tomes, his spirits soared to the clouds. However, Angell found himself somewhat perplexed by the scarcity of parchment volumes here. Most were bound in paper. In the kingdom of Goldfinch, parchment tomes were favored by the upper echelons of society, while paper-bound volumes were more common among the general populace, with a significant price disparity underscoring the rarity of the former. Yet, in Sanders' collection, parchment books were few and relegated to the corners, covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating that Sanders did not place much value on them. Among the more than 10 rows of bookshelves, a staggering 95 were paper-bound editions. Could it be that paper-bound books were the prevailing medium of dissemination in the continent of abundance? Casually, Angell picked up a thick paper-bound volume entitled 15 Popular Meditation Techniques of the Land of Sleeplessness. Meditation techniques, in essence, are methods of guidance. In ancient times, they were often referred to as meditation methods, but in modernity, due to the rise of expressionist schools, some individuals have rebranded these methods with a hint of idealism as guidance techniques. Later, as the news spread, the wizards found the term guidance method quite fitting and adopted it. An intriguing tale unfolded regarding the name. A certain wizard apprentice, perhaps unable to endure the monotony of the guidance method, published a rather trivial rebuttal in a small journal aimed at apprentices one day. The content was nonsensical and hardly worth mentioning. Yet its aftermath ignited a protracted conflict that lasted for years, the infamous dispute over the names of the guidance method and the meditation method. It resembled the age-old debate over sweet and savory tofu pudding. In truth, everyone observed the spectacle with a sense of jest, occasionally stoking the flames of contention. Eventually, even some established wizards found themselves ensnared in this quagmire, leaving the wizarding community in the southern region in a state of bemusement. The apprentice who initially published the rebuttal likely never anticipated the tumultuous uproar that would ensue. As Angell opened the book, he discovered that the paper was immaculate and smooth, crafted from fine pulp without any visible blemishes, and the black print was distinctly legible. In comparison to the yellowed and grayish pages of the Golden Sparrow Empire, it was exponentially superior. After only a brief perusal, Angell's prejudices against pulp-bound books were utterly dispelled. Such pristine clarity, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of ink, would surely delight any bibliophile. Angell felt that reading from such a volume would elevate one's spirits considerably. No wonder the precious scrolls of his mentor had gathered dust on the shelves. Chapter 56. The collection and the tapping. As Angell turned to the first page of the book, he was unexpectedly greeted by a map of the Eternal Night Kingdom. Within the Golden Sparrow Empire, any type of map is deemed an absolute military secret. Civilians, even those who might inadvertently acquire such maps, face severe penalties. Yet, this book boldly displayed the map on its very first page, detailing everything from elevation to basin measurements with meticulous precision. Was it that the military strength of the Eternal Night Kingdom was so formidable that it feared no challenges? Or had the continent of prosperity reached a state of peace where nations could exchange without the threat of war? The shape of the Eternal Night Kingdom resembled an overturned tortoise, and based on the scale indicated in the lower left corner of the map. Angell was astonished to discover that this small kingdom was indeed several times larger than the old soil continent. As he continued to peruse, he found an introduction to the Eternal Night Kingdom. It is one of the nations in the southern region of the Prosperity Continent. Its territory not particularly vast among the great powers, not particularly vast in comparison to the many formidable nations in the south. Suddenly, Angell felt that the inhabitants of the Prosperity Continent referring to the old soil continent as a marginal island was indeed justified. Compared to the diminutive Eternal Night Kingdom, did the old soil continent not resemble a mere small island? Angell also noted that the map of the Eternal Night Kingdom featured an extensive network of transportation lines. Initially, he assumed these were main roads, but upon observing the annotations on the right side, he realized that a significant portion of these lines were railway tracks for steam trains. The advent of steam trains signified that the civilization of the Prosperity Continent had entered the steam age, or perhaps even the electric age. Angell pondered this thoughtfully. Turning to the next page, he encountered an introduction to the wizarding organizations in the Eternal Night Kingdom. The text recorded only two prominent wizarding organizations, namely the City of the Sleepless and the Blade of the Murky Night, alongside 17 relatively ordinary organizations. The latter half of the book began to expound upon the collective meditation practices of the wizarding organizations located within the Eternal Night Kingdom. Having gleaned some understanding of meditation principles from Morrow, Angell felt he had only scratched the surface. The insights were always somewhat veiled. However, the book in Sanders' possession provided the foundational knowledge, making it exceptionally suitable for Angell to read and comprehend the world of wizards. Angell settled into a focused reading, the passage of time slipping away in this tranquil atmosphere. "Are you planning to sleep here tonight?" Flora's enchanting voice pierced through the silence, reaching Angell's ears. Though he had grown accustomed to Flora's voice over the past 2 days, hearing such a sound, both youthful and sharp, yet alluring in the stillness of the night, while he was engrossed in his reading, startled him. "Good evening, Miss Flora," Angell replied, setting down the book and greeting her with respect. "I never expected the mentor to grant you access to the collection here. It seems he truly values you, Flora said as she descended from her floating stance, her bare feet gliding over the soft carpet as she circled around Angell. I wonder, would you mind sharing your talents with me? My talents? I do not know. The mentor has not informed me, Angell replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. Ah, that is not quite right. Is this really his character? Flora murmured softly. Could you recount the events in their entirety? A genuine wizard? Hiki. A sly smile played on Flora's lips as she scrutinized Angell with an air of curiosity. Ah. So it is true. Not even the guiding method was explicitly taught to you. You were merely instructed to come here and read. Your mentor truly values you. Flora repeated this sentiment for the second time, her tone now imbued with a newfound gravity compared to her earlier jest. Miss Flora, do you know something? Can you share it with me? Angell, sensing Flora's knowing expression, inquired hastily. Indeed. Are you familiar with the ecology of wizards? In the realm of wizards, apart from the exceptionally close bonds, there exists an implicit principle of exchange, equivalent exchange. Flora shifted the topic. Equivalent exchange. Angell understood this concept well. During his time aboard the Zijing, Morrow had refrained from imparting the triangular guiding method due to the principle of equivalent exchange. Wait. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Angell. Do you believe there exists a bond between you and your mentor? Flora regarded the overflowing bookshelves and remarked. Only the second day of your acquaintance, and yet so many precious tomes are freely available to you. Do you not feel apprehensive? In the wizarding world, many things are distinctly priced, but knowledge is invaluable. With her back turned to Angell, Flora couldn't suppress a smirk that crept onto her face, concealed from his view. After delivering her playful jabs, she swiftly departed the scene. Were she to linger any longer and witness the pitiable and fearful expression on Angell's face, she would surely burst into laughter. Unbeknownst to Angell, he had just been playfully mocked by both Sanders and Flora in succession. He found himself deeply contemplating Flora's words, realizing their profound wisdom. The fact that his mentor had presented him with such a significant gift merely 2 days into their acquaintance surely harbored ulterior motives. To put it in earthly terms, it was akin to offering flattery with hidden intentions, perhaps even deceitful. What could they desire from him? He surmised it must pertain to his elusive talent. The more he pondered, the darker his thoughts became, leading him into a mental dead end. Ultimately, Angell's eyes spiraled in confusion as he collapsed onto the ground. When Flora, using magic to secretly observe him, witnessed his state, she couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was due to Sanders' regard for him, or perhaps a hidden jealousy. She found herself irresistibly drawn to tease the younger apprentice. Her earlier remarks, though seemingly logical, were merely a means to take advantage of Angell's naivety as he ventured into the world of wizards. Indeed, knowledge is priceless. But it also depends on the nature of that knowledge. A few books meant for wizard apprentices hold no more value to seasoned wizards than toilet paper. Certainly, within Sanders' library, there exists a collection of rare tomes, some of which even seasoned wizards covet. However, for Angell, still a mere mortal, the value of these volumes is utterly beyond comprehension. Unless Angell manages to memorize the extensive texts, spanning thousands of pages, no equitable exchange can be established. Her earlier attempts to inflate their worth were merely a reflection of her own dissatisfaction, a playful desire to tease Angell. Despite being on the brink of becoming a wizard herself, she has yet to discover the true path of wizardry. It is worth noting that the genuine journey of a wizard cannot merely be orchestrated by others, it hinges upon one's own insight and fortune. Yet, she finds it irksome that Angell, still an ordinary individual, possesses such a high starting point. Observing Angell's current state of anxiety, Flora felt a significant portion of her resentment dissipate, and humming a tune, she turned to leave. Shortly after her departure, Sanders emerged in the very spot she had occupied, letting out a soft sigh and shaking her head, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 57. Toby's Daily Life in the Realm of Wizards. Even the relationship between teacher and student adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Not to mention, for a wizard, knowledge is of utmost importance. So, what do you possess that could be exchanged? In the darkness, a figure emerged, revealing a cruel, blood-red grin. If your talent is insufficient, then trade your life instead. Suddenly, the shadow lunged at Angell. As the light and darkness intertwined, Angell felt the world around him gradually collapse. The final image he beheld was his own body sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, while beside him stood a figure laughing maniacally towards the heavens. With a start, Angell bolted upright in bed, a cold sweat trickling down his spine, his dilated pupils filled with panic and dread. As his breath steadied, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing it had all been a dream. Rubbing his temples, he sighed softly, murmuring to himself, I hope this is merely a dream. Sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting dappled shadows upon his soft golden hair, awakening the little creature nestled within. Gurgle, gurgle. Toby, no larger than a palm, stretched his wings as if yawning, then chirped a few sounds before rising from Angler's golden locks. Angler swiftly caught him, exclaiming, You little rascal, taking advantage of my slumber to ruffle my hair again. I truly do not understand why you enjoy perching on my head so much. It seems I must hasten the matter of acquiring a hat, he muttered under his breath. Unperturbed, Toby flew to a nearby perch after being released, retrieving a small, soft capsule from Angler's satchel. Flapping his wings, he fluttered back to Angler, placing the capsule before him. This capsule was a disposable spatial soft pouch left behind by Greya, seemingly containing Toby's belongings, along with some recompense for Angler. It had been 7 days since they boarded the Cloud Whale, and Angler had yet to open it. Given Greya's fondness for Toby, who could fathom the treasures within? Moreover, as it was a one-time use item, once crushed, it would vanish. If the contents amounted to several rooms' worth, where would he put them? Hence, Angler had decided to wait until they reached the Savage Cavern to open it in a more stable setting. However, Toby had now tossed the spatial pouch in front of him, implying that he should open it. You want me to crush it? Angler asked tentatively. Toby nodded his little head eagerly. Angler furrowed his brow, inquiring with a hint of caution, Are there many items inside? If there are too many, shall we wait until we are settled in the Savage Cavern to open it? Toby blinked his innocent eyes, seemingly perplexed by Angler's words. Observing Toby's feigned innocence, Angler's lips twitched slightly. Hadn't Greya assured him that Toby possessed significant intelligence? Though unable to speak, she claimed he could surely comprehend human speech. Typically, when conversing with Toby, he would understand, but whenever it involved persuading him not to nest in Angler's hair, Toby would feign ignorance. Thus, this little rascal was indeed toying with him. It is fortunate that you are but a bird, for your countenance betrays no expression. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing. Angell mused, contemplating that if this rascal were human, his face would surely display an infuriating expression that screamed, I dare you to bite me. After a moment of reflection, Angell grasped the spatial soft pouch. What treasures could possibly reside within that you so eagerly desire? He glanced at the garments and then at Toby, who stood stark naked, and with difficulty inquired, Do you wish to change your attire? Without hesitation, Toby nodded vigorously. Why are you so vain for a mere bird? Your postman's outfit is still quite pristine. Can't you endure wearing it for a few more days? Angell nearly shouted, his voice resonating loudly enough for Nausicaa, in the tent across from him, to curiously peek through the curtain. With an apologetic nod towards Nausicaa, who responded with a bewitching smile before closing the curtain, Angell turned back to the oblivious bird, who had reverted to its foolish demeanor, exuding an air of confusion as if to say, I am but a bird. I do not comprehend your human language. With a sigh, Angell moved aside, clutching the spatial pouch. Alas, I hope its contents are not too numerous. He delicately pinched the pouch between his slender thumb and forefinger, and with a gentle motion, it ruptured. Instantly, a cascade of ethereal objects, reminiscent of smoke or rippling water, disrupted the equilibrium of three-dimensional space. As the spatial ripples dissipated, a veritable mound of items materialized before Angell, occupying 1/10 of the tent's available space. Although the quantity appeared modest, the sudden emergence was indeed overwhelming. To Angell's dismay, he discovered that 99 of the contents were merely a plethora of clothing, lace dresses, color-blocked shirts, gentlemen's suits, chef's attire. Astonishingly, there were even suits of armor, knightly garb, and scale mail. Could this diminutive creature possibly support such garments? Most baffling of all, Angell stumbled upon an array of animal costumes, bunny ears, mermaid tails, and bear cub outfits. Why would a creature that is itself an animal don the attire of others? And what of its gender, for why was there also a catgirl outfit? Beyond clothing, there were various household items, including plates, cups, a small quilt, and a wooden cot. Upon spotting the little wooden bed, Angell's eyes brightened. With this, it should no longer rub against my hair at night. After a brief organization of Toby's belongings, Angell waved his hand, allowing the bird to select its new attire. He then extracted a plump little cloth pouch from the heap, elegantly inscribed with the words, For Angell. Surely, this is the reward bestowed upon him by Greya. Curiosity piqued. He opened the pouch, revealing approximately 30 translucent crystal coins. Before his entry into the realm of Yunjing, Angell may have been oblivious to the nature of these objects. However, Having perused numerous tomes in the modest minter's library over the past few days, he had become well acquainted with the common knowledge of the wizarding world. The transparent crystals within the pouch were none other than the universal currency of the realm, known as magic crystals. Angell recalled that Morrow had once mentioned that his annual earnings barely amounted to 100 magic crystals. And the healing ice sarcophagus he provided to his minter cost less than 30 crystals. Life is unpredictable at that time. Angell was immensely grateful to Morrow for the healing ice sarcophagus. Yet now, before he had even truly stepped into the realm of wizards, he possessed 30 magic crystals. Perhaps this is the essence of life's fortuity. Angell carefully tucked the small pouch into the inner pocket of his attire. After Angell finished, Toby selected a new outfit for himself, a black gentleman's suit adorned with a burgundy tie, complemented by a matching top hat. Once Angell dressed him, Toby deliberately brought the hat to Angell's attention, raising his little head in an unmistakable manner. Observing Toby's haughty demeanor, Angell couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper implication. Could it be that this rascal was wearing the hat in front of him as a form of mockery? Simply because he had mentioned wanting to buy a hat? Angell felt he had unraveled the truth. Given Toby's mischievous nature, it was entirely plausible that he would engage in such antics. Chapter 58. What is a wizard? Throughout this week, his daily existence has been characterized by a monotonous routine, with the minter's library becoming an essential destination. During breakfast, Angell contemplated the books he had perused over the past few days. He understood the wisdom of moderation. The literature he had been exploring was foundational, beginning with 100 questions every apprentice should know, a detailed explanation of magic, the role of mental models, and the basics of magical sources. He had started to construct a comprehensive outline of a wizard in his mind. Sanders had refrained from providing guidance, and Flora had not disturbed him. The vision of the wizard he was forming was entirely his own, derived from literature, dissecting definitions, uncovering fundamentals, stripping away the extraneous, and filling in the essence with self-awareness. This was the wizard residing in his heart. Although this figure lacked distinct features, ropes, or any tangible organs, everything remained nebulous. Angell held steadfast in his belief that with increased knowledge and reading, this figure would gradually become more defined, ultimately resembling his own visage. At that moment, he would truly become a wizard. Angell mused that perhaps the minter's intention in allowing him to explore and reflect independently was to cultivate this very understanding. A grand edifice is not constructed in a single moment. Each individual's comprehension of truth varies. If one merely follows in the footsteps of predecessors, one lives for them rather than for oneself. Angell was beginning to grasp why Sanders urged him to forget Morrow's words. A wizard cannot be defined by anyone, as each person's interpretation is unique. Angell was diligently working to refine the image of the wizard within him, relying on his own insights and experiences. As Angell made his way to the minter's tent, he passed by the tent of the victors of the blood duel, where he could still feel the scrutinizing gazes imbued with varying emotions, some contemptuous, others malicious, indifferent, or haughty. Initially, he felt discomfort under such scrutiny, but gradually he became accustomed to it. The wizards who emerged from the blood duel indeed possessed formidable qualities. However, the absence of decorum among them might signify another form of tragedy. Rumors across the multiverse depict wizards as bloodthirsty and ruthless, perhaps a reflection of their arduous paths. Even the gentlest individuals, when surrounded by ravenous wolves, either succumb to being devoured or must adapt to survive. This may explain why many wizards exhibit extreme personalities. While Angell harbored hope for the world ahead, he also wished to remain true to himself and not transform into the wizard of whispered tales. If one lives without boundaries, it may be perceived as true freedom by many. Yet, life experience teaches us that indulgence often teeters on a fleeting thought, while restraint demands considerable effort. In his youth, Angell frequently exhibited laziness in studying, calligraphy, rising early, and reading, often seizing opportunities to be idle when John was not attentive. Upon noticing this, John would frequently advise him, stating that it takes 21 days to form a habit, but merely a second to abandon it. Cultivating a good habit is a form of restraint against indulgence. Digressing from the point, Angell disregarded the predatory gazes and made his way to his minter's tent. As per usual, Angell settled in the library, delving into one tome after another. Before truly becoming a wizard, his reading was superficial, merely enriching his understanding of what a wizard meant to him. He remained immersed in his studies throughout the day. Upon emerging from the library, he discovered Sanders, who had been absent for several days, seated at his exquisite desk, engrossed in an ancient manuscript. Noticing Angell's arrival, Sanders set aside the book and regarded him with an air of leisure. Angell offered a respectful greeting. Sanders nodded noncommittally. Angell knew his mentor was not particularly concerned with formalities, as Flora often behaved quite casually in his presence without eliciting any reprimand. However, Angell's upbringing instilled in him a sense of decorum that he felt compelled to uphold, at least until he became more familiar with his mentor, having read so extensively. "Do you have any thoughts?" Sanders inquired, foregoing specifics about the books. Angell tilted his head in contemplation for a while before slowly articulating his response. "I have no concrete thoughts, but many reflections. Such as, from these readings, I have grasped a singular truth. Becoming a wizard is exceedingly difficult." Angell shook his head without hesitation. "I do not know." Sanders chuckled softly. "Then continue your quest until you uncover the answer." Another week passed, and the cloud whale continued to soar over the vast ocean. It is well known that the speed of flight far surpasses that of sailing. Yet, after 2 weeks aboard the cloud whale, they had yet to reach the continent of Fanzhong, which left Angell both astonished and relieved. Astonished by the ocean's boundlessness. It likely exceeded the vastness of Earth's 5 oceans. This was but a single expanse of water, a testament to the unimaginable scale of this world. Relieved that he had not chosen to remain on the Zijing, for had he done so, the journey to Fanzhong would likely have spanned years, jeopardizing his 5-year pact with Joan. Throughout these days, Sanders had not departed. Each day, upon completing his readings, Angell would be met with the same query from Sanders: "What are your thoughts? What is a wizard?" And Angell's answer remained unchanged. Instead of reiterating his advice to continue searching until the answer was found, Sanders smiled approvingly at Angell, stating, "Not knowing is indeed the best answer. May your path to becoming a wizard commence soon." Taken aback, Angell listened as Sanders continued, "I have perused the books you read, and they are quite commendable. Not aiming too high, but starting from the fundamentals is a wise choice." After a slight commendation, Sanders inquired, "Having read those texts, do you now possess any insights regarding becoming a wizard's apprentice?" "Indeed. Then do you know how to construct a mental model of magical power?" The guiding method allows one to establish a stable mental model within the mind. Different guiding methods yield varying degrees of stability in the mental force model, resulting in differing rates of magical energy flow. Chapter 59, The Source of Magic. What is the relationship between the mental power model and magical energy? Sanders posed this question once more. Without elaborating on his inquiry, he shifted the topic, stating that in approximately 10 days, we would arrive at the kingdom of Gumen, situated on the western edge of the continent of Fan. At that juncture, we would disembark there. Before our landing, I shall present you with a choice regarding the guiding method. Sanders paused, gesturing for Anger to visit him the following evening. On the subsequent night, Anger arrived as promised. Before Sanders lay several stacks of tomes, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he engrossed himself in the scroll he held. Only upon Anger's approach did he set down the books and beckon him to sit beside him. "As I mentioned yesterday, today I will offer you a choice that will determine your future path. Once made, altering this decision will prove quite challenging. Therefore, it is imperative that you contemplate thoroughly, for your choice will lay the groundwork for the road ahead." Upon examination, Anger discovered that the cover of the book bore a title inscribed in the common script, "The Triangular Guiding Method." This was indeed the guiding technique that Morrow had imparted to the Allen siblings a few days prior, serving as the foundational guiding method of the Academy of White Coral Floating Island. Isn't this the guiding method from the Academy of White Coral Floating Island? How could the mentor possess it? Anger pondered in confusion. Curious about how I came to possess this guiding method? The answer is rather simple. Although the wizarding community acknowledges this method as the proprietary technique of the Academy of White Coral Floating Island, deemed unsuitable for outsiders to learn, its inherent simplicity renders it easily disseminated. Consequently, this guiding method has circulated widely, often dismissed as trivial and unworthy even by many apprentice wizards. Thus, my possession of it is not particularly remarkable. I present this guiding method to you solely to convey one essential truth. The guiding method holds immense significance for us wizards. Your decision not to study the guiding method aboard the Zijing was indeed a prudent one. These inferior guiding methods are best left unlearned. With a subtle gesture, Sanders extended his hand and lightly pinched the air. The triangular guiding method in Anger's grasp crumbled into confetti, cascading to the ground. Meditation, or the guiding method, serves as a means for wizards to achieve clarity of thought, constructing a stable mental power model within their minds. Furthermore, it is akin to a form of magic, enabling apprentices to wield the mental energy residing within them with relative ease. To construct a mental power model, one must first comprehend the essence of mental power. In truth, mental power is a manifestation of brainwave energy. As for the nature of brainwaves, that is a subject for further exploration at a later time. Each of us possesses mental power, which, according to an ancient universal measurement method, can be quantified numerically. Anger was acutely aware of the perils associated with magical backlash. Those who fall victim to it often face dire consequences, with even wizards at risk of suffering lasting afflictions or disabilities. For ordinary individuals, the outcome is invariably fatal. The value of mental power is not static, yet there exist no effective methods to augment this numerical measure of mental strength. The enhancement of mental power has long been a topic of exploration within the realm of wizards. It is rumored that a breakthrough has been made in this field in the distant northern domain. However, such claims remain unverified due to the vast distance separating us from that region. Consequently, it is quite common for the mental power of many formally recognized wizards to fall short when compared to that of apprentices. At this juncture, Sanders interjected, recalling a young individual named Isley whom he encountered aboard the Zijing. This prodigy possesses an innate mental power exceeding 23 points, which is indeed a remarkable level. The name Isley conjured an image in Angell's mind of a strikingly handsome youth with a somewhat extreme disposition. Shaking his head, Angell dismissed the thought and posed a question to his mentor. Is a mental power score of 10 points the benchmark for assessing one's aptitude for wizardry? Sanders affirmed this sentiment, stating that mental power is not a fixed attribute. His inquiry was motivated by a desire to explore the possibility of discovering methods to augment mental power, thereby guiding both mentor John and brother Leon onto the path of the extraordinary. However, that is a discussion for another time. Returning to the subject of mental power, Sanders elaborated. As I previously mentioned, the essence of mental power lies in the energy of brain waves, concealed deep within the mind. To harness this energy, one requires specific guiding techniques. Once mental power is successfully directed, one can begin constructing a mental power model. Each guiding technique possesses a unique structural pathway for mental power. For example, the triangular guiding method takes the form of a virtual triangle. By utilizing mental power to create a model, one can stabilize the backlash of magical energy and subsequently direct it into internal circulation, ultimately establishing a source of magic within oneself. The source of magic, as Sanders described, is akin to the kinetic energy required for any mechanical movement. It represents the dynamic force within a wizard, manifesting in their ability to manipulate and intervene in the material world, which is the fundamental origin of magical arts. Thus, one could argue that mental power is the foundation of a wizard, while the source of magic is their essence. Across the multiverse, various systems of supernormal civilizations exist, with individuals of extraordinary ability comparable to legendary wizards. Despite this, they covet the civilization of wizards due to the sustenance provided by the source of magic, which relies on the internal circulation of mental power. Mental power is an inherent capability of living beings, allowing wizards to traverse any realm without being suppressed by the laws of that world. In contrast, beings of great power from other realms can only exhibit their prowess within their own domain, facing annihilation should they cross into another world. As for the relationship between the mental power model, magical energy, and the source of magic, it is essential to note that the advancement of wizards is closely tied to the source of magic. The progression of a wizard is, in essence, a qualitative transformation in the capacity of the source of magic under the internal circulation of magical energy. To illustrate, if magical energy were water, the source of magic for an apprentice wizard would resemble a cup with limited capacity, whereas that of a formal wizard would be akin to a large water tank, clearly highlighting the disparity between the two. Moreover, the significance of magical power to a wizard is self-evident. The fundamental criterion for evaluating a formal wizard is whether their magical source can sustain the consumption of first-level spells. Generally speaking, those who can independently cast first-level spells possess a magical reservoir that has evolved into a vast reservoir. Otherwise, their magical energy would be insufficient to support even a single formal spell. Chapter 60. Compromise and Suitability. Angell, do you now comprehend the relationship between the mental model, magical power, and the source of magic? Sanders inquired. Angell nodded slightly. Compared to the obscure definitions found in books, Sanders' explanations were far more detailed and comprehensible. Why are apprentices unable to advance to formal wizards? This question had occupied Angell's thoughts in recent days. During his time at the Pat Manor, Morrow had mentioned that he remained stuck as a mid-level apprentice due to a lack of opportunity. Thus, could the answer be that the timing was simply not right? No, that couldn't be the case. If it were merely a matter of timing, why would Sanders have said what he did? Moreover, Angell felt that while opportunity was indeed important, were all formal wizards merely reliant on chance to ascend? That seemed unlikely. So, what could the answer be? Angell pondered Sanders' earlier words regarding the relationship between the mental model, magical power, and the source of magic. The inability to progress to a formal wizard stemmed from insufficient magical power accumulation and an unmet standard of the magic source. Following this line of reasoning, a clear answer began to emerge. Angell deduced that the issue lay within the guiding methodology. Sanders raised an eyebrow. I can share a piece of information with you, and then you can reflect on it further. Hearing Sanders neither affirm nor deny his deduction, but rather encourage deeper contemplation, made Angell wonder if his reasoning was flawed. Many contemporary guiding methods are the result of countless years of attempts and modifications by predecessors, ultimately establishing the safest and most stable mental models. For instance, the triangular guiding method I previously shared with you may be deemed inadequate by many, yet since its inception, there has not been a single report of mental breakdown associated with it. Clearly, it possesses its merits. After a brief pause, Sanders continued, furthermore, throughout history, countless wizards have progressed to become formal wizards using the triangular model, including many legendary archwizards. So, could there truly be a flaw in this guiding method? Reflect on that. Sanders' words undeniably served as a rebuttal, yet Angell sensed that Sanders was not genuinely refuting him, but rather attempting to convey something important. Could it be that the mental power value was too low? Angell murmured to himself. The level of mental power indeed influences the accumulation and growth of the magic source. However, there are numerous instances of apprentices with a mental power value of 10 successfully mastering the triangular guiding method or similar popular methods to become formal wizards. Therefore, the mental power value is not the true underlying cause. What then could be the reason that prevents apprentices from successfully advancing? Angell mused. While he contemplated, Sanders retrieved a white quill from the pen holder, unscrewed the tiny cap, dipped it in red ink, and began inscribing shimmering magical runes onto a piece of hide parchment. Various symbols flowed from his quill, gradually ascending into the air before slowly vanishing. The scene was extraordinarily enchanting and dreamlike. Each symbol shimmered with a luminescence reminiscent of a forest filled with fireflies, leaving Angell momentarily spellbound. Until a symbol quietly settled upon the blue fountain pen resting on the desk, a sudden spark of insight illuminated Angell's mind. The fountain pen, along with the quill pen, came to his thoughts. Although the cap of the fountain pen might accommodate a quill pen, it might not be the most fitting choice. Yet it could still serve its purpose with some adjustment. Conversely, the cap of the quill pen could never fit within the fountain pen. Forcing it would only lead to the fragile cap shattering. Suitability versus makeshift solutions. A glimmer of realization sparked in Angell's eyes. Upon hearing Angell's exclamation, Sanders smiled slightly. Setting aside the quill pen, his gaze fixed on Angell, awaiting his discourse. The triangular guiding method, or similar approaches of public guidance, may serve adequately for certain gifted individuals, even proving to be exceptionally suited for them. Thus, the chances of these individuals advancing to become formal wizards are significantly heightened. However, for another segment of gifted individuals, the triangular guiding method is ill-fitted, and even a makeshift application proves challenging. Decades of relentless practice may ultimately result in complications. After Angell concluded, his eyes sparkled as he regarded Sanders. Sanders remained silent for a moment, then finally chuckled. Indeed, your observations are largely accurate. Possessing a mental model that aligns closely with oneself is the true key to progressing along the path of wizardry. The reason I do not encourage you to study the public guiding methods in the library is because, although the models constructed from them have been refined over thousands of years by various wizard factions into the most stable and least prone to collapse templates, their efficiency varies from person to person and may not genuinely resonate with you. If a model does not align with you, spending a century on it would merely squander your time. As Sanders spoke, Angell thought of Morrow. Morrow spent decades advancing to the rank of senior apprentice, perhaps largely due to the misdirection taken from the outset rather than a lack of opportunity. Why does each individual exhibit a different degree of compatibility with the same model? The answer to this question remains unresolved. Almost every major wizard organization collects extensive data for experimentation, yet the mystery persists. After a moment of contemplation, Sanders speculated. I surmise that it may relate to the differing primal codes of each individual. However, Sanders did not elaborate on what the primal code entails. Angell, uncertain, could only conjecture it might relate to DNA. It can be asserted that over 80 of apprentices squander their lives due to the failure to select a compatible model. Among the remaining 20, a significant portion experiences low compatibility with the guiding methods, as you mentioned, merely managing to make do. For these individuals, achieving the status of a formal wizard is exceedingly difficult unless they possess resources, opportunities, and diligence, in which case they may still attain wizardry. This elucidates why so few apprentice wizards successfully become formal wizards. Chapter 61. The Crossroads of Life. After discussing this portion, Sanders shared with Angell some insights regarding the research on compatibility within the realm of sorcery. The quantification of the compatibility of mental models was a concept introduced by the illustrious sorcerer Runeberg a century ago. Due to the contentious nature of this concept, it circulated solely within the circles of formal sorcerers, remaining largely unknown to apprentices. Sanders explained, Runeberg quantified each talent's compatibility with mental models on a scale from 0 to 100. Achieving a compatibility score exceeding 20 is already commendable, suggesting the possibility of becoming a formal sorcerer. Naturally, aside from this general guiding method, virtually every sorceress organization possesses more precious special guiding methods. The rarity of these special methods lies in their guaranteed compatibility thresholds. For instance, our barbarian cave boasts over 10 special guiding methods. Among them, the most commonplace is titled hexahedral crystal extension meditation. Regardless of the talent's innate abilities, practicing this method ensures a minimum compatibility score of 3. Initially, Angell did not fully grasp Sanders' explanation, but as the conversation progressed, he began to comprehend the implication, a guaranteed compatibility score of 3. In other words, if a talent is suited for this guiding method, their compatibility could indeed surpass this baseline. This concept is akin to a ring toss game found in amusement parks on Earth, where various prizes are displayed, and one pays to receive 10 rings. If one successfully tosses a ring over a prize, it becomes theirs, regardless of whether one manages to secure a prize with the 10 rings. The seller will still provide a keychain as a consolation prize, representing the so-called guarantee. Similarly, a guiding method with a guaranteed score allows for a broader range of potential compatibility. Sanders affirmed, indeed, many special guiding methods are the result of generations of meticulous research by various sorceress schools. The existence of a guaranteed compatibility score is what draws many to them. Understanding this, Angell pondered why apprentices were not allowed to learn these special guiding methods from the outset. Was it a matter of treasuring their own resources? Even if various sorceress schools decided to make these special methods available to talents, the guaranteed score does not necessarily ensure a high enough compatibility to guarantee the transition to becoming a sorcerer. Sanders further elaborated. Do you know what level of compatibility is required to ensure a 100 chance of becoming a sorcerer? What level? Angell naturally did not know, but he speculated that if a compatibility score exceeding 20 hinted at the potential to become a sorcerer, perhaps 60 might be a reasonable estimate. Sanders shook his head. According to Runeberg's hypothesis, a compatibility score must exceed 95 to guarantee the transition to a sorcerer. Achieving a compatibility score of 95 is no small feat. For an elusive figure, it is entirely unnecessary for sorceress organizations to democratize their special guiding methods. Instead, employing these methods as targeted strategies is far more sensible. Thus, generally speaking, those who seek to acquire the special guiding methods of sorceress organizations must be prepared to pay a significant price. As Sanders spoke, he turned to Angell and said, "What I must tell you is quite similar to what has been said before. Yesterday, I mentioned that I would provide you with an opportunity to choose a guiding method. Let us commence now." Angell's expression became solemn in response. "First, I will impart to you the core guiding method of the Savage Cavern, known as the Monto's 8-sided guiding method. It is the most reliable guiding technique among all the special methods of the Savage Cavern, with a minimum compatibility value of 13. After presenting the first option, Sanders added, "To obtain this, one must pay a price. The cost entails signing a contract with the Savage Cavern for no less than a century, during which the organization reserves the right to make any arrangements regarding you, to which you must unconditionally comply. A century-long contract, and it contained the most authoritarian clauses devoid of human rights." Angell felt a pang of trepidation, hoping the subsequent options might be more favorable. Second, you may create a mental model on your own, based on initial glory found on the third shelf of the library. Upon presenting this option, Sanders refrained from mentioning any costs. This was due to the fact that constructing a mental model independently is not a task that can be completed by mere declaration. The construction of many models often requires the collective effort of an entire organization. consuming hundreds of years of meticulous calculations and comparisons before even a viable model could be realized. Furthermore, the initial glory, which chronicles the creation of the first meditation technique, is not particularly valuable. In the wizarding market, one can acquire dozens of copies for a mere single magic crystal. Third, I shall recommend to you a special guiding method. However, I am uncertain of its minimum compatibility value, as it is extraordinarily unique. Moreover, this method is not in my possession, nor within the realm of wizards. It exists in another dimension known as the Nightmare Realm. Angell, still clad in his attire, flung himself onto the soft bed, remaining motionless. Not even the playful antics of Toby, who stood atop his back, could distract him as he became engulfed in a whirlwind of complex thoughts. Sanders granted him 10 days to ponder his choices, requiring a response before they landed in the kingdom of Goman. Angell acquiesced, recognizing his need for time to contemplate. He refrained from making an immediate decision because each option presented itself as a challenging path. The notion of signing a century-long contract with the Savage Cavern was unpalatable to him. He was unaware of their specific operational style, yet he was to become their pawn. How could he readily agree to such terms? However, after hearing Sanders' two alternative paths, he began to view the prospect of signing with the Savage Cavern as perhaps the simpler option. The second path proposed by Sanders involved creating a mental model independently. While it sounded straightforward, the undertaking was anything but simple. Sanders had cautioned him that this route could be the most arduous, with countless wizards having perished in pursuit of it. Angell was uncertain of the specifics, yet the gravity of Sanders' demeanor dissuaded him from attempting it lightly. Could he truly achieve a useful mental model alone, particularly within a limited time frame, when it typically required the capabilities of an entire wizarding organization and centuries of effort? This was undoubtedly impossible. Thus, Angell found himself compelled to abandon this choice. Sanders' third option was even more enigmatic. The realm of dreams has always been shrouded in mystery, leading Sanders to ultimately relinquish his pursuit. After advancing to the rank of a formal wizard, his innate talent allowed him to traverse the dream realm multiple times, where he once again beheld that guiding tome. Yet, it remained as elusive as before. The dream realm is one of the most peculiar categories among all the known planes, and attempting to cunningly record the guiding tome is futile. For the dream realm exists in a state of ambiguity. What appears to be real may not be, and what seems illusory may, in fact, hold truth. After years of diligent effort, Sanders found himself devoid of any results, coming to believe that the guiding tome was perhaps beyond his reach, and he eventually chose to abandon his quest. That was until Angell made an appearance. Your talent is quite extraordinary, and you possess a significant chance of acquiring that guiding tome. Although my magical abilities are intertwined with the dream realm, I must emphasize that it is fraught with peril. Even a formal wizard faces grave dangers upon entering. Therefore, you must choose wisely. Chapter 62. The enigmatic dream realm. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Anger could only manage a wry smile, once again confronted with the topic of talent. Yet, to this day, he remains oblivious to the nature of his own. When he inquired of his chief mentor, silence was the only response. He insisted on revealing the truth only on the day Anger became a wizard apprentice. However, the prerequisite for becoming an apprentice is guidance and magic. He is still uncertain about which path to choose. Alas, Anger feels a profound sense of dread regarding his future under such circumstances. He remains perplexed about whether his talent is a blessing or a curse, what benefits it may confer upon him, and what advantages it might bring to Sanders. Lying languidly on his bed, Anger turned over after a long pause, facing the emptiness of the room. He heaved a deep sigh. Sanders had presented him with 3 choices. But could he truly select the first 2? Or rather, would he dare to choose them? Sanders had clearly indicated that Anger's talent was unique, and that his magic was closely tied to the dream realm, urging caution in his selection. Did this not imply something significant? Adopting a more optimistic perspective, one might consider that Sanders genuinely intended to offer him 3 choices without ulterior motives. Yet, Anger was certain that Sanders' preferred option was undoubtedly the final one. He was left to ponder what might happen if he chose otherwise. Would Sanders feel disappointment? Abandon him? Render him non-existent? Perhaps that would be the most favorable outcome. Or, perhaps, he might face utter self-destruction or even be coerced into submission. Such possibilities were far from negligible. Thus, if he wished to avoid antagonizing Sanders, he must inevitably choose the third option, the dream realm. The dream realm. Anger sighed, resolving not to dwell on it any longer. Tomorrow, he would visit Sanders' library to meticulously examine the materials concerning the dream realm. For now, it was best to rest. A night of silence passed in Sanders' library. Angell sat upon a slide, surrounded by a few tomes on the vast plains of existence. Among them were works such as the History of Interdimensional Exploration, penned by the twisted archmage Angell a millennium ago, the pros and cons of plane conquest, and more recent writings from the enigmatic archmage Favinda, such as Strange Worlds and the Reverse Journey Through Space. Additionally, there were over a dozen volumes published by the Frostmoon Alliance entitled Records of the Infinite Planes Desolation. Angell's reflections on the journeys through various planes captivated Angell as he flipped through the pages, unveiling countless marvelous realms. For instance, there was the Burning Plane, entirely composed of molten lava, its vastness rivaling that of the wizarding world, inhabited by a sentient species adorned with purple crystals, intricately connected by threads resembling glass fibers. Such high-temperature crystalline beings bore a striking resemblance to silicon-based life forms, Angell mused. Beyond the Burning Plane, Angell chronicled the Annihilation Plane, home to gaseous life forms. The Abyssal Plane, teeming with various magical creatures, and the Labyrinthine Vortex Plane, along with the Silent Plane, where sound could not traverse. The myriad of bizarre planes was indeed an eye-opening experience. Angell's elder brother, Leon, often expressed to him his greatest desire. The world is vast, and he yearns to explore it. Observe the diverse landscapes of various regions and the distinct cultural sentiments they embody. Were Lion present here, he might promptly decide to embark on a grand journey across the myriad realms. Alas, he is Angell, not Lion. Yet, he harbors a fervent hope that one day he may accompany Lion and his mentor, John, to explore the wonders of the world. May that day arrive. After perusing the tome by the legendary wizard Angell, Angell noted with intrigue that there was no mention of the Nightmare Realm. Could it be that, a millennium ago, the Nightmare Realm had yet to be discovered? This seems implausible. According to the historical records of the wizarding world, the interdimensional conquests commenced tens of thousands of years ago. And within a mere 1,000 years, the wizarding armies had left indelible marks upon the adjacent realms. Why then was the Nightmare Realm overlooked? Was it situated far from the wizarding territories? With these questions swirling in his mind, Angell picked up the Chronicles of the Infinite Realm Conquests, published by the Frostmoon Alliance. This periodical, released every century, has seen 16 editions thus far, aligning perfectly with the establishment of the Frostmoon Alliance. Founded 600 years ago in the eternal frost plains of the Northern Kingdom, the Alliance comprises 13 wizard organizations, serving as the primary force in the Southern Realm's conquests. Every century, they disseminate various accounts concerning these interdimensional campaigns. Angell began his examination from the very first issue, methodically perusing the table of contents. One by one, he turned the pages until he reached the 14th issue, published 2 centuries prior, which was the first to officially include the Nightmare Realm. To his astonishment, he discovered that the description of the Nightmare Realm occupied a mere 2 pages within this expansive tome. Amidst thousands of pages, only a scant 2 were devoted to such a significant subject. This starkly contradicts the Frostmoon Alliance's ethos of prioritizing interdimensional conquests. Other realms, regardless of their conquest success, are detailed with copious accounts, even transforming minor skirmishes into grand narratives of conflict. Turning directly to the 2 pages concerning the Nightmare Realm, Angell quickly perused the contents. Upon finishing, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. The text revealed that the Nightmare Realm is a realm of exceedingly elusive nature, with no stable passage leading directly to it. Currently, the sole means of entry is through sporadic spatial rifts that open randomly when the realm draws near, allowing for fortuitous access. The characterization of the Nightmare Realm as unstable, with random passages and chance entries, casts a veil of uncertainty over its very existence. Such peculiarities only serve to amplify the enigma surrounding it. What lies within the Nightmare Realm that evokes both trepidation and desire? Of course, the aforementioned data is based on records from 2 centuries past. Angell remains unaware of any subsequent developments. He then turned to the writings of the Grand Wizard Favinda. Unlike his scholarly contemporaries, Favinda possesses the essence of an elegant bard. His works are less akin to academic treatises and more reminiscent of travelogues or tales of the uncanny. For instance, the book Strange World is entirely a travelogue penned by Favinda, chronicling his explorations from the verdant realms of the elves, adorned with lofty green foliage, to the vibrant, ethereal paradise of the ocean. Were it not for Favinda's esteemed status, Angell might have thought it a fairy tale. The eloquence of Favinda's prose is remarkably artistic. Devoid of any sense of bloodshed, his noble diction captivates the reader, evoking admiration for his literary prowess. Angell perused the pages with great alacrity, and before long, he had completed Fiwenda's work. While the text does not delve into the realm of nightmare, it does express his repeated desire to journey there, summarizing his perception of that world in a single, profound statement, projecting reality into the illusion. It gives birth to the authentic. Chapter 63, The Sudden Thunderstorm. Angell closed the book, sinking into profound contemplation. According to the text, the peculiarities of the dream realm left many wizards bewildered. Yet, beneath this obscurity lay an irresistible allure that drove wizards to pursue it fervently. This phenomenon echoed the sentiments expressed by Sanders regarding the peculiar guiding method. Despite not fully grasping its content or minimum thresholds, it lingered in his thoughts persistently. Perhaps this is the enchantment of the dream realm, an incomprehensible mystery that nonetheless entices many. Gazing at the azure sky outside, Angell's thoughts began to drift. He understood that since the day he agreed to become Sanders' student at the Barbie restaurant, the price he would have to pay had gradually begun to manifest. The dream realm was an obligation he could not evade. He wished to avoid incurring Sanders' ire, while simultaneously yearning to uncover whether the true motives behind his mentor's acceptance of him would surface during his journey into the dream realm. As for the other two options Sanders had offered him, he had largely resigned himself to abandoning them. Not that they were entirely devoid of hope. At least the second option, to create a spiritual model, was worth exploring, especially since initial glory still lay before him. Contemplating initial glory, Angell descended the spiral staircase and approached the bookshelf labeled with the number 3. To his surprise, he discovered that the majority of the tomes on this shelf were not bound in modern pulp, but rather comprised of ancient, weathered leather scrolls, their edges curling and imbued with a sense of age. The outermost layers were thickly coated in dust, indicating that these scrolls had not been disturbed for quite some time. Angell meticulously unrolled and then re-rolled each scroll. Speaking of the universal script, it is essential to mention the written language of the wizarding world. While there are regional dialects among wizards, the written form predominantly adheres to the universal script. Of course, there exist numerous other types of scripts, some of which possess inherent, extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, the mainstream script used for recording and disseminating knowledge within the wizarding community remains the universal script. The reason the universal script transitioned from the wizarding realm to the mortal world largely lies in the ever-evolving human psyche. The fragrant continent and the old soil continent, the marginal isles, were originally interconnected. But the inertia of atmospheric elements led to a significant exodus of wizards from the old soil continent. While the wizards departed, their written language was well understood and subsequently preserved by the aristocracy. Thus, the universal script employed by the Empire of Goldfinch is, in fact, the same script utilized by wizards. Angell's comprehension of the universal script stems from this heritage. However, the universal script has its variants, a consequence of historical influences. Much like Angell's own proficiency in Chinese characters, which have undergone transformations such as the evolution from seal script to cursive. For the sake of convenience and accessibility, Chinese characters were simplified from traditional to simplified forms. The universal script has experienced similar changes over time, fortunately, as an ideographic script, even with its variants. The differences in complexity or simplicity do not hinder recognition upon careful examination. Through careful scrutiny, Angell discerned the name of this particular scroll. A row of elegant and graceful cursive letters revealed the very essence of what Angell sought, the initial glory. He unfurled the parchment, cradling it in his palms, preparing to peruse its contents before lunch. The opening line read, "The initial glory is not that I have found you, but that you have always been there, waiting for me, never departing." This sentence felt more akin to a love poem than a treatise on the architecture of spiritual strength. Angell mused internally. As he prepared to turn the pages, a sudden clap of thunder resonated in his ears. He lifted his gaze towards the window, only to find that the once clear sky had become shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. In the treacherous waters, thunder and lightning were commonplace, a reality he had grown accustomed to aboard the Zijing. However, as the thunder roared incessantly, Angell found himself increasingly restless. After all, the Zijing sailed upon the sea, distanced from the tempest, while the cloud whale soared close to the storm, almost within reach of the thunderheads. Were it not for the intelligence of the cloud whale, which skillfully evaded the storm, they might have already been engulfed by the tempest, even without direct contact with the storm clouds. The intensity of the cacophony at such heights was utterly dissimilar to what he had experienced aboard the Zijing. A thunderclap, more deafening than before, struck like a hammer upon his eardrums, rendering him momentarily sightless. Such was its blaring ferocity. Angell clamped his hands over his ears. But the barrage of sound could not be mitigated. It merely dulled the impact upon his eardrums. The unexpected occurrence shattered Angell's concentration, leaving him no inclination to resume his reading. In such an environment, the words eluded him entirely. After 3 minutes of relentless thunder, the onslaught finally subsided. Just as he began to relax, a bolt of lightning struck down. At some point, the stratosphere had become densely populated with an unbroken expanse of storm clouds. The cloud whale flew beneath this ominous canopy, devoid of any respite. The lightning unleashed itself with a fury that unveiled the true chaos of electric serpents dancing wildly. The fierce arcs of electricity cascaded down like severed branches, indiscriminately showering the cloud whale. Thick-skinned and oblivious, the creature continued its flight. But the inhabitants of the small farm upon its back suffered greatly. Through a tiny window of the tent, Angell glimpsed in the distance a cow struck by lightning. Its form charred and blackened. Even the usually audacious falcon demons had fallen victim to the tempest's wrath. Several trees, too, bore the brunt of the lightning, igniting into roaring flames. The spreading inferno soon ignited the surrounding grasslands, and gray smoke began to rise ominously across the pasture. Witnessing such devastation, Angell grew concerned that the lightning might strike the tent. If the tent caught fire, where could he possibly take refuge? Although the thunder had become less concentrated, sporadic rumbles continued to disrupt his attempts at reading. Trapped by the tempest, he found himself at a loss, unable to discern what action to take. He could only cover his ears, bow his head, and lean against the sliding ladder in a feigned slumber. Time lost its meaning, and eventually, a tremendous crash jolted Angell awake. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Anger suddenly realized that he had dozed off, and in that state, he had truly fallen asleep. He glanced out the window, and much like before he succumbed to slumber, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, the thunderclouds persisted. The lightning remained unchanged, and the ranch lay in utter disarray. The quartz clock position nearby had advanced from the noon hour of 1 p.m. to the present time of 8 p.m. Had he truly slept from midday until evening? And the storm still raged on? Chapter 64. Dinner. It is worth noting that during his time aboard the Zijing, he had encountered thunderstorms, though never one that persisted for so long. The ship was inert, yet the helmsman was alive. The ocean currents were in motion, and the Zijing was sailing. The thunderstorm's reach was limited, typically allowing for escape within a matter of minutes. Now, however, he found himself atop the Yun whale, which had not ceased its flight even for a moment. For a full 7 hours, at the speed of the Yun whale, one could have circumnavigated the old Earth continent 1.5 times, yet they had not yet flown beyond the storm clouds. This left Angell in a state of bewilderment. Just how vast was the expanse of these thunderclouds? Did they stretch across the entire Devil Sea? The very thought was hard for Angell to fathom, if his speculation were true. Such an extraordinary breadth of thunderclouds could rival the apocalyptic storms of myth from the empire of the Golden Sparrow. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before him, and he could conceive of no other explanation. Even if it were indeed the world-ending thunder, what of it? After all, he was merely a mortal. If the sky were to collapse, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. With that thought, Angell felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, soon his concern shifted to Toby. While Angell was lost in contemplation, a sudden knock resonated at the door of the library. A figure clad in a resplendent totem mask and black robes entered, bowing respectfully to Angell before speaking in a deep, resonant voice. "Young Master Pat, dinner is prepared, and the Master requests your presence." Such masked figures in black robes were numerous aboard the U-Whale, seemingly servants of Sanders. The meals Angell consumed were prepared by them. After delivering the food, they would depart, leaving Angell unaware of their dwelling or daily activities, and even the gender beneath their masks was indiscernible. "Master wishes for me to dine?" Angell inquired, perplexed. The masked figure affirmed in a deep tone, stepping aside and gesturing for him to proceed. Angell nodded indifferently and followed suit, though internally he felt far from composed. He typically dined alone. Why had Sanders invited him to share a meal today? Could it be that Sanders could no longer contain his curiosity regarding Angell's choice? Although Angell had resolved to venture into the realm of dreams, he firmly believed in the adage that plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. He had intended to postpone his decision until the final day. This way, should Sanders' disposition shift, he would have time to negotiate. With a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Angell arrived at the dining hall. Naturally, it could not be compared to the opulence of the gold card VIP room at the Barbie restaurant. Sanders and Flora were already seated. Sanders occupied the main seat. Dressed in a black gentleman's suit, delicately folding his napkin and tucking it into his breast pocket with his slender fingers. Flora sat to his right, not donning her signature crimson rose gown today, but rather a dark purple lace frock, wielding a dining knife and seemingly engaged in cutting something. Little Red still clung to Flora's back upon noticing Angell's entrance. Little Red arched her ghostly flames into a crescent shape and slowly extended her bony arm to offer him a gesture of respect. Sanders gestured to his left side. Angell moved to sit beside Sanders, nodding slightly towards Flora before taking his seat. Angell, if you find yourself free in the evenings, do come here for dinner. Good will guide you, Sanders remarked while arranging the cutlery before him. Good? Angell momentarily struggled to comprehend, until Flora pointed at the figure in the black robe and mask. Suddenly recalling the presence of this individual. The figure was indeed named Good. Curiosity piqued, Angell cast a glance at Good, whose mask enveloped his entire visage, obscuring not only his face but even his eyes. Good was the leader of the shadowy servants in this place, and also the steward of the manor. Flora added. The mask of Good bears a central pattern of intertwined blood magic in red and yellow, unlike the other shadow servants, so do make sure you don't mistake him. Had Flora not mentioned it, Angell would not have noticed the distinct totem on Good's mask. The meal served was individual portions, featuring sweet corn and eggs as the staple, accompanied by a rich seafood soup and unidentified roasted meat. While the flavors were pleasant, Angell found himself yearning for the Chinese cuisine prepared by John. Alas, that was a taste now lost to him. As he pondered this wistfully, a sudden thought struck him. The holographic tablet seemed to contain a plethora of recipes. With those available, perhaps he could learn to cook himself, Angell mused. During the meal, silence reigned, with even Flora adhering to the traditional elegance of the dining ritual. After the meal concluded, no one spoke, and the silence lingered for nearly 10 minutes. Angell observed Sanders' stern expression and then glanced at Flora, who seemed absorbed in her own thoughts. A realization struck him. Were they waiting for him to speak? But what was he to say? Surely, it was about making a choice. After contemplating for a while, he concluded that whether he delayed it by 10 days or not, a choice would have to be made eventually. Ultimately, Angell chose to break the silence. Mentor, I pondered for a long time last night and have decided on the third option. The third option? What third option? Flora inquired, her tone laced with intrigue, followed by a hint of mischief. Hee, could it be that you two are engaged in some unmentionable dealings behind closed doors? Angell did not grasp the underlying jest in Flora's words, though he paused momentarily. Did Flora not know the three choices that Sanders had presented him? Had they not been waiting for him to speak? Was it merely silence for silence's sake? Indeed, Sanders' words reaffirmed that Angell had been overthinking. You made a decision so swiftly? I had warned you to choose with caution, Sanders remarked, his brow furrowing with a hint of concern. Noticing the slight dissatisfaction on Sanders' face, Angell felt a pang of despair. He had thought their silence was a cue for him to make a choice. But it appeared he had misinterpreted the situation entirely. Yet, having expressed his decision, Angell had to accept the consequences. Thus, when Sanders inquired further, Angell nodded without hesitation. Yes, this is my carefully considered decision. Indeed? Flora remarked, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity as she glanced between Sanders and Angell. You? Sanders nodded. That guiding method should serve as a solid foundation for him. It turned out that his entry into the dream realm was for that very guiding method. Flora suddenly fell silent. Having accompanied Sanders for so many years, how could she not understand what he was referring to? The guiding method that Sanders had been unable to acquire for nearly 2 centuries. What gave Angell the right to obtain it? Flora's thoughts churned and finally settled on Angell's exceptional talent. The fact that Angell could accept the red rose from the little red hand indicated a unique authenticity within the dream realm. Could it be that his talent allowed him to manifest authenticity with absolute certainty? If that were the case, it would be extraordinarily remarkable. For the dream realm was a world brimming with treasures. Chapter 65. The projection of reality. Does this imply that he is about to depart? Master. Today I delved into numerous volumes regarding the nightmare realm, yet I still lack a concrete understanding of what this world truly is. Angell remained indifferent to Sanders' potential departure. For the moment, matters pertaining to the nightmare realm held paramount importance. As he uttered these words, a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes, complex and contradictory. Its essence remained shrouded in mystery. It reflects all realities, giving the impression of a fade, yet upon genuine engagement, one discovers that certain elements within are indeed authentic. It adheres to a set of rules, yet no one has succeeded in discerning its truths from illusions. Sanders' remarks were perplexing, more esoteric than the accounts documented in books. To this day, I have yet to grasp the intricacies of the nightmare realm. However, I can convey to you that 80% of my accomplishments today stem from this realm, and despite spending centuries merely exploring its periphery, this alone underscores its immense value. Merely lingering at the fringes of the nightmare realm has birthed a formidable sorcerer renowned throughout the southern domain. Yet, the peril it harbors is proportional to its opportunities. Perhaps even more treacherous. At this juncture, Sanders paused abruptly and turned his gaze towards Angell. You ought to be aware of its dangers. Have you not previously encountered the nightmares of the nightmare realm? Twice, you found yourself on the brink of death, yet by some stroke of luck or unseen aid, you managed to escape unscathed. The conversation shifted abruptly to Angell, leaving him momentarily bewildered, his expression one of confusion. I experienced that? On the brink of death? Moreover, how could Sanders possibly be privy to such events? Have you forgotten? The rabbit hole illusion conjured by that nightmare creature, and the woman whose face was stitched with thread. Flora regarded the perplexed Angell with disdain, rolling her eyes. You recounted this yourself, and yet you expect us to remind you. The rabbit hole, the stitched woman. So, there was indeed a life-threatening situation back then, and that place, indistinguishable from the Pat Manor, is the nightmare realm? If that truly is the case, I seem to grasp a bit of what Favinda meant regarding the nightmare realm in the strange world. The projection of reality penetrates the illusion, giving birth to the authentic. The eerie atmosphere of the Pat Manor that I experienced is essentially the projection of reality, casting the real Pat Manor into the nightmare realm. With this understanding, many things become clearer. However, what do the latter phrases penetrate the illusion, give birth to the authentic signify? Sanders replied, to this day, no one has elucidated the matters of the nightmare realm clearly. I can reveal a fragment. As I mentioned earlier, the nightmare realm can reflect all realities. Here, reality does not refer to our world, but rather to all worlds inhabited by sentient beings. When I first arrived in the nightmare realm, I descended upon a place dominated by a colossal silver pyramid. At that time, I did not ponder too deeply, but many years later, I found myself involved in a foray into an uncharted dimension, one that had yet to establish a connection with other realms, and had never been traversed by anyone. We merely discovered its crystalline barrier intersecting with the wizarding world. As pioneering wizards, we were among the first to step into that dimension. Sanders sighed, inquiring if I knew what my first sight was upon entering that pristine realm. His tone hinted to Angell the answer he suspected. Yet it was later revealed that this dimension was not the nightmare realm. It was merely an exceedingly ordinary plane, devoid of resources and unfit even as a base for sustenance. The sole redeeming feature was the existence of a semi-stone intelligent life form, which served as an intriguing specimen for wizards keen on the study of living beings. This serves merely as one example, perhaps insufficient to substantiate the notion that the nightmare realm can project all worlds inhabited by intelligent life. However, subsequent conversations with several wizards who had ventured into the nightmare realm revealed similar experiences. Thus, our conjecture emerged. The nightmare realm may indeed project all realities that harbor intelligent life. Upon hearing Sanders' words, Angell quietly mused to himself, according to the bold hypotheses of academic research and the prudent method of verification. Perhaps this conjecture should be predicated on a premise or a conditional assumption. For instance, the prerequisite for projection might be that intelligent life from that realm has previously entered the nightmare realm. The intricacies of the nightmare realm are difficult to articulate clearly. However, your choice to venture into it presents both a challenge and an opportunity. With the topic of the nightmare realm concluded, Sanders refrained from offering extensive commentary on Angell's decision. Angell even felt a twinge of regret for having suspected Sanders of being petty. Perhaps choosing to sell himself to the barbaric caverns or to create a mental model would not have been so detrimental after all. Nonetheless, it was too late to retract his words. After Good cleared the dining plates from the table, he arranged for some baked pastries and milk to be served. The milk was specifically prepared for Angell. Despite his efforts to conceal his fondness for milk, it seemed his attempts were in vain, as Good diligently provided dairy products for him each day. Fortunately, only Good was aware of this preference. Do you enjoy milk? Clearly, you Haven tea matured. Flora remarked with a smile, sipping a mysterious crimson liquid. I do not particularly like milk, Angell replied, swallowing hard, feigning ignorance. Sanders turned to Good and instructed, allocate all the dairy cows from the ranch to Angell's name. Understood, my lord, Good responded. Did you notice the thunderclouds today? What are your thoughts? Although Sanders' tone remained consistently flat, Angell sensed a subtle shift. The distance and unfamiliarity in Sanders' demeanor had lessened. replaced by an air of intimacy and ease. It was quite peculiar. Angell, since noon, the thunderclouds have yet to disperse, their expanse far too vast. It is as though they shroud the entire ocean. Hee. Did you not notice that throughout the afternoon, there has been nothing but thunder and lightning? Yet not a single drop of rain has fallen? Flora held a wine glass filled with a vibrant red liquid. Indeed, Angell had also observed this peculiar phenomenon. The thunder had roared all day, yet not a single raindrop had grazed the ground. Chapter 66. The cause of the thundercloud. Sanders chuckled softly, his low, raspy voice imbued with a sensual timbre. Such an extensive expanse of rainless thunderclouds indicates the activation of the passive functions of the world's consciousness conglomerate. How intriguing it is that this phenomenon has elicited such a dramatic response from it. As the magical creature of Boku suggested, it is likely that a ruptured dimension is attempting to merge with this realm. Flora drained her cup of crimson liquid, her playful tongue caressing the red stain on her lips. Hee, Boku truly is fortunate. I dare say this bounty is sufficient to warrant the reconstruction of a magical garden in the gravity forest, she mused. This outing has proven fruitful, with ephemeral mayflies and hee. Little brother Angell is indeed a harbinger of good fortune. Their conversation was veiled in ambiguity, discussing matters that Angell could not comprehend, occasionally invoking his name with a teasing inflection. Their exchange came to a halt with Flora's mischievous smile. It was then that Sanders turned to Angell and remarked, "This thundercloud is not a natural occurrence. Hence, it spreads instantaneously across the entire sea. However, you need not worry. I have instructed the cloud whale to steer clear of the center of the thundercloud. As long as you remain within the confines of the tent area, you shall be safe. By the way, Flora and I must take our leave shortly. For the next few days, you will be responsible for managing this place. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to consult Good," Sanders added, directing his words towards Angell. Upon hearing Sanders' declaration, Angell felt a sense of understanding. Indeed, they were departing. However, Sanders entrusting him with responsibility took him by surprise. Did this signify that he had genuinely entered Sanders' circle of protection? "Master, is your departure related to the thundercloud?" Angell inquired. Sanders smiled faintly. "It is connected to the thundercloud, but only tangentially. You will come to understand this matter once you advance to the rank of wizard. Knowing it now would be counterproductive for you." After speaking, Sanders adjusted his vibrant bow tie, donned a black top hat, and grasped a black cane. With effortless grace, he accepted a black gold cloak from Good and draped it over himself, striding away with confidence. Flora floated to Angell's side. "Little brother Angell, if you find solitude too daunting, you can let those little creatures out to keep you company," she teased. With that, Flora followed in Sanders' footsteps, casting a playful wave and a mischievous smile at Angell. The little creatures Flora referred to were, of course, the victors of the blood duel in the ninth chamber. Angell dared not release that band of ruffians. During his recent outings from the tent, he had been scrutinized by them, and who could fathom the chaos that might ensue if they were set free? As for Nausicaa, who had been relatively friendly towards him, he was equally wary of letting her out, setting aside the possibility of her inciting jealousy among the other victors. Angell had his reservations about Nausicaa's true nature. Releasing her might not necessarily be a prudent decision. His social experience was minimal, primarily gleaned from literature. In unfamiliar surroundings, it was always wise to remain vigilant in the presence of others. Once everyone had departed, only Good stood silently behind him, his presence barely perceptible. Curiosity piqued, Angell inquired, "Good butler, are you a wizard as well? Why do you always wear a mask?" He had initially intended to address Good as grandfather or by some other respectful title, for the mentor had not disclosed Good's surname, and he could not even discern whether Good was male or female, old or young. "Young Master Pat. I am not a sorcerer. I hail from the Shadow Servant clan of the Dark Magic Kingdom," Good replied respectfully. "The mask is an alchemical artifact bestowed upon me by my superiors, enhancing my innate abilities. The Dark Magic Kingdom, a realm constructed by the subterranean people, is predominantly inhabited by underground denizens. Due to its shadowy nature, the populace tends to embody chaos and malevolence, and thus, it has also become a refuge for certain nefarious individuals. The Shadow Servants are the indigenous people of the Dark Magic Kingdom, generally occupying positions of leadership due to their innate powers." After engaging in casual conversation with Good for a while, Angell decided to dismiss him. The storm clouds outside had not yet dispersed, and Angell, concerned for Toby's safety, requested Good to bring Toby over. Over the past month, Good had been delivering meals to Angell, which included Toby's food, so Toby was not unfamiliar with Good. Before long, Good returned with Toby in tow, also bringing along Toby's little wooden bed. Toby stood proudly on Good's shoulder, puffing out his chest and appearing quite imposing. Upon seeing Angell, Toby babbled incessantly, the content of his chatter a mystery. Observing Toby, who appeared unscathed and full of vitality, Angell shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, Lady Greya had been correct. There was no need for him to worry about Toby. Having settled Toby's affairs, Angell gazed out at the tempestuous scene beyond, uncertain how long the tumult would persist. May all proceed smoothly, he hoped. Angell instructed Good to spread a blanket on the floor of the library. Tonight, he had resolved to sleep there. The thunder continued to rumble, and flashes of brilliant lightning intermittently illuminated the room. Despite the absence of candles, the library remained far from dim. Logically, the cacophony of thunder would incite a sense of unrest. Yet surprisingly, amid the intermittent roars, cocooned in the soft blanket and inhaling the scent of ink from the books, Angell found himself quickly calming down. In the midst of such noise, this tranquility paradoxically invigorated his thoughts. Unexpectedly, during his aptitude test, he had ventured into the nightmare realm. Furthermore, he had nearly lost his life while being pursued by that seam-stitching woman. What troubled Angell most was that although he had escaped the woman's lethal grasp, he bore a scar on his back from her attack. Another peculiar matter lingered in his mind. In what form had he entered the nightmare realm? If he had gone in his corporeal body, Morrow would surely have noticed. But if he did not physically traverse there, then in what state had he arrived, spirit or soul? If he were to perish at the hands of that seam-stitching woman in such a state, would he truly die? Speaking of which, his brother had promised to take him to the Ocean Theatre in Watford to attend Maestro Majeff's solo concert. Alas, it seemed that opportunity would never come to pass. Chapter 67. A gathering of forces. The immense gathering of thunderclouds inevitably attracted the attention of numerous prominent organizations. Above a small county in the southern region of the Guman Kingdom, a cadre of wizards garbed in green cloaks darted swiftly between the trees. Each ethereal step propelled them hundreds, if not thousands, of meters forward, their rapid flight occasionally fracturing the stability of space and unleashing violent sonic booms. Among this group of around 10 wizards, leading them was a white-haired crone whose frail limbs appeared diminutive and feeble, yet her speed surpassed that of all others. Adorning her ears were hooked earrings, embellished with fruits resembling cranberries, creating a lively clattering sound as she soared through the air. The expanse of the thunderclouds was too vast to conceal for long. Suddenly, the white-haired matron spoke, her eyes shimmering with arcane luminescence, observing the stormy sea, now ravaged by the tempestuous clouds from miles away. We must accelerate. Alas, I hope Boku can momentarily stabilize the situation. This venerable woman was none other than Lady Daney, the sole second-level wizard of the Gravity Forest. Sieben, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. If you were in such a predicament, would you notify the organization first? Lady Daney remarked with a hint of derision. The dark-haired man, Sieben, was momentarily taken aback by her words and chose to remain silent, separated by several oceans from the Devil's Sea. Beneath the tranquil surface of the vast sea on the southeastern coast of the continent, a colossal stingray, wings spanning over 100 meters, leaped from the depths of the waters, gliding rapidly just above the sea surface towards the direction of the Devil's Sea. Each leap allowed it to harness the ocean's currents, propelling itself several miles with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Upon the back of this gigantic stingray stood a group of individuals, their attire varied. Yet they shared one commonality. Each bore patches of fish scales on their skin. The locations, shapes, sizes, and colors of the scales differed among them. Should a formal wizard be present, they would undoubtedly recognize this group as belonging to the South region's top 10 wizarding organization, the Deep Sea Song, headquartered beneath the ocean. In the western part of the continent lay a nation characterized by avant-garde architecture, where all towns were constructed from steel and iron, the nation of steel, known as Iyong. Though modest in size, Iyong held a preeminent status among the nations of the continent, as all railroads, steam trains, and the vast majority of mechanical products relied on imports from Iyong. Its stature in the realm of mortals was exceedingly high, and it held considerable influence in the wizarding community as well, for the grandest alchemical city, the Sky Mechanical City, was also situated within Iyong's borders. Suspended in the ethereal clouds and sprawling over hundreds of miles, this magnificent mechanical city lay ensconced amidst swirling mists. Mortals could occasionally glimpse this wondrous city of machinery on clear days, yet none could truly ascend to it. The chasm between mortals and wizards was unfathomably vast. Today, the skies were particularly clear and serene, And from this mechanical city, a steam warship, entirely enveloped in steel and metal, suddenly emerged. Those laboring in the fields below could even witness the fierce flames erupting from the ship's rear as it took flight. An astonishing scene unfolded, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment as they beheld such a colossal metallic beast for the very first time. It was only after the steam warship vanished beyond the horizon that the common folk began to gasp in wonder. Perhaps in the coming decades or even centuries, this spectacle will be recounted over tea and meals among the citizens of your own kingdom. Beneath the northern ice plains, a cadre of white-robed sorcerers took to the skies, their cloaks adorned with engravings of crescent moons frozen in frost. Within the miasmic marshes, a few figures with luminescent green eyes emitted chilling laughter, disappearing in the blink of an eye. By the picturesque waterfall, an elderly man with a head of white hair suddenly lifted his gaze. In stark contrast to his wrinkled skin, the emerald eyes beneath his had shone with clarity. He looked toward the boundless ocean, muttering that the wind had risen, before making his way, albeit with a cane, toward the ancient kingdom of Cumin. In the midst of the Caspian Sea, a floating island, constructed from pure white coral, hosted a cadre of mages clad in uniform, soaring skyward under the leadership of a white-robed scholar. The allure of the thunderclouds sparked movements not only from the gravity forest, the deep-sea song, and the mechanical city of the skies, but also from numerous other organizations. Even some exceptionally powerful individual sorcerers began to employ their arcane arts, hastening toward the Devil's Sea. Who among them would claim the grand prize at this rare feast of the southern domain? All eyes were set in anticipation. At this moment, at the heart of the tumultuous thunderclouds, a man whose green skin resembled parched tree bark was being buffeted by the mighty forces of the swirling space. Occasionally, a rift would open, exuding an insatiable gravitational pull that caused his form to sway precariously. The frequency of these rifts increased, and if he did not escape before they filled the entire space, dire consequences awaited him. Beneath him lay a diminutive island, which was being torn asunder by the rifts. Soil flew into the air, while plants and small creatures were occasionally drawn into the rifts, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The green-skinned man managed to navigate the gaps between the rifts, aided by the fragments of the island that floated about him. He intermittently shimmered with a ghostly green light. And wherever this light enveloped the island fragments, seedlings or vines would sprout, aiding him in maintaining his position to avoid being consumed by the rifts. Yet the rifts multiplied, and many fragments of the island were drawn into their depths. If he did not hasten his departure, he would surely meet a fate of becoming mere blood mist. However, the man's gaze was fixated on the dropper bottle in his hand, within which floated a thin layer of liquid, insufficient in quantity, lacking 7 or 8 drops to reach the 2 milliliter mark. Greed painted his features as he looked upon the liquid in the dropper. At that moment, another rift appeared beside him. In its nascent form, a nearly imperceptible speck of light was ejected from the opening. The man, his hands aglow with white light, beckoned toward the speck, which seemed to adhere to an invisible thread, swiftly descending into his grasp. As the speck entered the dropper, it transformed automatically into a single droplet of transparent liquid, slowly rolling down the glass wall. After a while, the man had distanced himself from the fissure, finding himself at the edge of a perilous zone. The tumultuous waves roared behind him, and the turbulence of the spatial rift transformed the currents into ferocious beasts, while waterspouts encircled the vicinity, threatening to shred any living creature that dared to traverse their grasp. Another wave of spatial rifts emerged at the periphery, casting forth a multitude of luminous orbs. These orbs, upon leaving the fissure, would momentarily radiate brilliance before vanishing entirely, if not captured in their glowing state. They would seamlessly merge into the crystalline walls of the sorceress realm, never to be retrieved again. The man clenched his teeth, seemingly resolved to make a decision. He anchored a fragment of a shattered island at the outskirts, and a dark vine emerged from the soil of the island debris. With deft manipulation, he ensnared his feet with the vine, and then, with a sudden leap, he plunged into the treacherous new domain of the spatial rift. Chapter 68. Constant fragments in the central region of the spatial rift, the fissures had intertwined completely, forming a vast, oppressive void. The darkness within this abyss was unfathomable, emanating an insatiable pull and consuming allure. The blackness was of a profound depth, capable of extinguishing all light. Its gravitational force resembled that of a monstrous beast, poised to devour, imbued with an aura of terror and grandeur. The fusion of realms is a double-edged sword for any world, presenting both advantages and disadvantages, with the ultimate gains and losses remaining elusive. Once the dimensional integration commences, the consciousness of the world exerts a continuous influence, striving to mend and suppress the corresponding areas. In the central region of the rift, the suppression by world consciousness mitigates the overwhelming pull and allure, rendering the danger less formidable as long as one remains outside this central zone. The man ventured into the periphery of the newly formed rifts, an area of immense value, yet fraught with peril. Upon entering this territory, he found himself anchored by the vines beneath his feet, and his initial progress was remarkably smooth. As he deftly maneuvered to the left and right, he not only avoided the fissures, but also collected 4 or 5 luminous points cascading from the rift. In subsequent attempts, despite facing some peril, the assistance of the vines enabled him to evade danger successfully. At last, the final point of light settled into his palm. With great caution, he poured it into a dropper, the measurement finally reaching 2 milliliters. Elated, he secured the dropper's cap and signaled the vines to withdraw him from the precarious area. However, at that moment, calamity struck. A colossal new fissure suddenly emerged, cutting sharply between him and the vines, its positioning cunningly obstructive. The instant the rift appeared, spatial waves surged forth like a high-speed fracturing blade, severing the connection with the vines. Panic surged within him as he witnessed the vines vanish. Desperately, he channeled his magic in an attempt to re-establish the connection. Yet, the might of the spatial forces was beyond his capacity to resist. Helplessly, he observed the vines fray, a look of alarm overtaking his parched skin. With urgency, he retrieved a wooden staff from his waist pouch. Pointing it into the void, magical runes erupted from its base, forming a hexagram of arcane energy in midair. He aimed to harness the power of this magical array to hastily escape the labyrinth of rifts. Yet, as soon as the runes manifested, they were obliterated by the rift's voracity, and even the finely crafted staff splintered into 2 pieces. Now, he found himself entirely ensnared in a sealed state, the spatial fissures encircling him completely. Despair and regret flickered in his eyes. Had he known, he would not have succumbed to the temptation of those fleeting constant fragments. In the early stages of dimensional fusion, constant fragments cast forth are a rare boon for sorcerers. However, even throughout the process of fusion, and indeed after its conclusion, significant opportunities still abound. Must he truly pay the ultimate price of death for his own avarice? His cheeks paled as he gazed hopelessly at the encroaching shadows of the rift, which gradually propelled him toward the central zone. Once he crossed into that heart of darkness, the overwhelming force would eradicate him without a trace. Just as despair consumed him entirely, a beguiling laughter echoed in his ears. He, is that not the tramp, Boku? You arrived at the convergence point rather early. Did you aspire to be the first to acquire the elusive Sudu insect? Oh dear, how insatiable you are. Someone embodies the potential for salvation. A glimmer sparked in Boku's eyes as he gazed towards the source of the sound. Descending gracefully from the heights of several thousand meters was a maiden clad in a dark purple lace gown, elegantly floating down with a splendid parasol. The parasol was exquisitely crafted, its surface adorned with intricate embroidery reminiscent of fairy tales. The voluminous skirt billowed in the fierce winds of the waterspout, yet remarkably, no matter how the skirt was lifted, the lace underskirt at its center remained perfectly intact, preventing any hint of springtime exuberance from escaping. The maiden, poised under her parasol, was none other than Flora, who had departed from the cloud whale and arrived at the heart of the thundercloud. The blood witch, Flora? Boku's voice echoed through the rift, leaving it unclear whether he was filled with delight or dread. It is quite impolite to call out a maiden's name so directly. Boku, however, had no interest in engaging in banter with Flora. He found himself on the precipice of life and death, and her appearance ignited a flicker of hope. Flora, save me. Boku's voice carried from afar, yet the roar of the waterspout drowned out his pleas. His magical energy was consumed in maintaining his form. Leaving him unable to cast other spells, he could only repeatedly shout, "Save me. Please, save me." Flora caught wind of Boku's desperate cries, a sly smile creeping upon her lips. I have already mentioned that calling a maiden's name directly is quite rude. Lady Flora, save me. What are you saying? I cannot hear you. Flora was adept at the art of distant sound manipulation. Boku, in a state of urgency, implored, I said save me, please, save me. Oh, so you wish for me to rescue you? I had assumed you entered the convergence point with confidence. It appears you have stumbled into peril. How unfortunate. Flora remarked with a nonchalant demeanor, inciting Boku's frustration, yet he had no choice but to endure, as he was in dire need, just barely avoiding another rift. His cloak was torn into shreds. Yes, I accidentally wandered into danger and became trapped. I beg of you, save me. Boku, with his inherently shameless disposition, cared little for his image as a wizard while pleading for rescue. After sufficient teasing, Flora finally said, to save you, of course. But in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, the price for saving your life will not be trivial. My life is of little worth. Boku earnestly replied. How about 100 magic crystals? TSK, are you serious? Flora hovered in the air, looking down upon Boku from her lofty position. Oh. Boku seemed to realize that 100 magic crystals was far too low, hesitating for a moment. Then how about 200 magic crystals? Flora remained silent, her smile inscrutable. Perhaps 300, no, 500 magic crystals. Boku's face, as barren as a withered tree, revealed an expression of distress. Flora had long heard of Boku's unscrupulous nature and had not taken it to heart, yet she was astonished to find a wizard so utterly devoid of shame. Seeing Flora utterly unfazed, Boku's anxiety turned to desperation. Then what do you desire? My life truly holds no value. Flora chuckled. If you hand over all the constant shards you have just gathered, I shall come to your rescue. Constant shards? Absolutely not. I have toiled immensely to collect them. But you are on the brink of death, Flora replied with a look of pity. Using constant shards as your burial ground would indeed be a unique offering. Her words etched a struggle across Boku's face. However, the thought of relinquishing the hard-won constant shards for naught filled him with profound reluctance. Flora remained silent, observing Boku's desperate struggle against the scythe of death from a distance. What if I offer you 1 drop? Boku's expression revealed his hesitation. 2 drops? 3 drops. Boku's face contorted in despair. Flora maintained her cold gaze. It was only when Boku proposed to give her 80%, ensuring he retained at least 4 drops, that Flora, still smiling, did not relent. Fine, 80%. I will save you. At that moment, a raspy male voice reached Boku's ears. Flora glanced at the man who had suddenly appeared before her, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. Minter, I was almost able to acquire them all. Why do you choose to interrupt now? The newcomer was, of course, Sanders. He turned and whispered, I sensed Lady Danny's magic just now. She appears to be pinpointing coordinates from a distance. If she arrives, not only will you not get 80%, but not even a single drop. Thus, Sanders had made his timely entrance. Chapter 69. Just one step away, the formidable power of the spatial rifts surrounded Boku, rendering him utterly incapable of escape by his own means. Although Flora appeared self-assured while negotiating with Boku, her abilities were hardly sufficient to rescue him, even if she succeeded. It could result in grievous injuries, making the endeavor ultimately futile. Thus, the true agent of salvation would have to be Sanders. Having concealed himself nearby, Sanders awaited Flora's bargaining, only revealing himself at the opportune moment to preserve his dignity while keeping his cards close to his chest. Just as Baka teetered on the brink of despair, Sanders sprang into action. Clad in a gentleman's attire, his eyes widened dramatically as he wielded his black cane, tracing an enigmatic arc through the air. Arcane energy surged from his fingertips, and a spell materialized instantaneously in his grasp. The speed at which a wizard can release a spell hinges on their comprehension and mastery of the incantation. Achieving instantaneous casting requires either the expenditure of a spell slot to solidify it within a mental model or a profound understanding of the spell's essence. The former is a luxury, while the latter demands extensive knowledge. Thus, either represents a wizard's deep-seated foundation. Sanders effortlessly conjured a spell with instantaneous execution, a testament to his profound expertise. The magical energy rippled through the air, causing the black and gold cloak behind him to billow, producing a resounding roar amidst the tempest. A steed, its scales ablaze with black flames, burst forth from the space between Sanders' cane, releasing a powerful neigh. As it galloped, a bizarrely patterned magical array materialized beneath its hooves, and the fiery steed transformed into a shadowy light, deftly navigating through layers of spatial barriers to charge toward Baku. In the blink of an eye, Baku vanished from the rift, reappearing atop the magical array inscribed by the fiery steed, while the infernal horse took his place within the grasp of the spatial fissures. Momentarily disoriented by the abrupt change in his surroundings, Baku scanned his new environment. And only once he confirmed his escape from peril did he exhale in relief. This was the nightmarish doppelganger, a signature spell of the master illusionist Sanders, which allowed him to evade all threats of death. After expressing his astonishment at the sight of the blackened steed, now torn to shreds by the rift, Baku finally laid eyes upon Sanders. The latter gestured toward Baku with a beckoning hand. Eagerly, Baku approached, only to find Sanders assert, "I did not summon you here. I require the constant fragments to be handed over." Baku, struck as if by a thunderclap, wore an expression of heartache and turmoil. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, "I can actually give them to you." Sanders remained impassive. On the verge of tears, Baku pleaded, Perhaps we could negotiate further. No more of this, Mayanur. The deal is struck. I saved you. You must pay the price. So hand them over swiftly, or I shall cast you back into the rift." Impatient with the delay, Sanders employed his magic, summoning a nightmare to bear Baku, poised to charge into the rift at his command, ready to meet a heroic end. Please, let me down," Baku cried out, feeling utterly drained from the spatial rifts. As a side mage of the plant bloodline, his physical strength paled in comparison to those of the beast blood mages. Additionally, he was naturally weak against flames, and being carried by the nightmarish creature felt as if the black flames were consuming him alive. I will. Is that not enough?" Baku lamented. His face twisted in despair. Sanders made no effort to command the nightmare to release him until Baku finally retrieved a dropper filled with constant shards from the spatial soft sack, allowing him to descend to the ground safely. True to his word, Sanders accepted 16 drops of the constant shards, leaving 4 for Baku. Throughout the transaction, Baku wore a countenance of utter desolation. Even before Sanders, who was of a higher level, he displayed an expression of profound pain, as if he were being gnawed upon and drained of his very essence, showcasing his miserly nature. Upon concluding the exchange, a smile crept onto Sanders' face. With these 16 drops of constant shards, this venture was indeed worthwhile. The merging of planes offered immense opportunities, a truth well known among mages. However, such fortune could only be seized by those of legendary prowess. Without the strength of a legendary mage, one would be unable to grasp such opportunities. Yet, the southern region had not seen a legendary mage in over a millennium, rendering any potential fortune merely ephemeral. Mages beneath the legendary tier could only scavenge from the peripheries. Even this scavenging had its distinctions, for constant shards, as a primary material for magical gardens, were exceedingly rare. Generally, one could only hope to acquire a few during the early stages of plane merging. These shards were indeed the most precious among the spoils of scavenging. Although 16 drops of constant shards were insufficient for constructing a grand magical garden, they were more than adequate for establishing a modest mini-garden. Typically, magical gardens were standard for large mage organizations, while individual mages rarely possessed one due to the scarcity of materials and high demand. Nevertheless, the possession of a magical garden, even a miniature one, would undoubtedly signify a transformative leap in power. While Sanders beamed with delight, Baku remained crouched, weeping. "Master, over here," came Flora's voice. Baku wiped the tears from his eyes and looked up to see that Flora had, unbeknownst to him, arranged a vast blood energy array using a multitude of magic crystals and materials. Upon closer inspection, Baku discerned that the array served protective and amplifying functions, with an apparent capacity for localized teleportation. However, spatial teleportation within the realm of plane merging was fraught with perilous inaccuracies, leaving Baku puzzled as to why Flora had set up this magical array. His confusion was swiftly resolved, as he caught sight of a group of mages clad in green robes rapidly approaching from several miles away through the gaps in the water vortex. At the forefront was a white-haired elder adorned with cranberry earrings. It was none other than Lady Danny from the Gravity Forest. Realizing that his matriarch was leading the charge, Baku comprehended the purpose behind Flora's early preparations and why Sanders had only claimed 80 of the constant shards. It was because Lady Danny had arrived. Though she could not best Sanders, the sheer number of her followers was formidable. Why else would Flora arrange her formation, if not to restrain them from overwhelming attacks? Baku seethed with frustration. If only a few more seconds had passed, he not only could have been saved, but also spared the constant shards. Baku glared at Sanders with gritted teeth, yet Sanders seemed oblivious to his presence, only Flora casting him a cryptic smile. To Baku, that smile reeked of mockery. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of countering it. Madame Danev expended vast resources to pinpoint Baku's coordinates, traversing through the dimensional corridors. As soon as she emerged, she hastened towards the convergence point, but upon her arduous arrival, she was met with Baku's sorrowful visage. Madame Danev glanced at Sanders and Flora in the distance, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes. Coupled with Baku's expression, an ominous premonition surged within her. "How many constant shards have you acquired?" Madame Danev inquired urgently. Chapter 70. The perfect union of offense and defense, only 4 drops. Lady Danny suddenly turned her gaze to Sanders, a flicker of anger passing across her weathered cheeks. Sanders, you have orchestrated this well, knowing that Poku is greedy, and thus you watched him gradually fall into the spatial rift, did you not? Lady Danny. You have wronged us, Flora interjected with her usual playful and enigmatic demeanor, making it difficult for others to discern the truth in her words. Even Poku himself was uncertain whether Sanders and his companions had arrived before or after him. There are not so many coincidences in this world. After uttering this, Lady Danny huffed and fell silent. Beside her, Siban suggested, Madam, should we? Making a gesture across his throat, Lady Danny retorted, Did you not observe the magic array beneath their feet? It serves both offense and defense, a flawless protective circle, coupled with a small-scale teleportation magic pattern. The quality of this magic array is at least intermediate. I wonder which master of runes crafted it. Siban looked over and indeed noticed the faint array patterns beneath Sanders and his companion. Moreover, even if they had not set up the array, it would still be challenging for us to detain them. Lady Danny sighed, acknowledging that this hidden misfortune must be swallowed down. Master, do they seem to have given up? Flora chuckled. The speed of the dimensional fusion was accelerating, and the storm clouds in the sky deepened ominously. It was midday, yet felt like midnight. Coupled with the numerous waterspouts, the tides became peculiar and contradictory, with waves roaring like skyscrapers. The thunderous claps of lightning, the crashing waves, and the howling winds created a cacophony, rendering the scene chaotic, where no one could hear each other. The wizards were compelled to showcase their prowess, employing distant sound spells, telepathy, and synchronized thinking, as spells from the 3 schools of magic frequently flickered into existence. At this moment, at the center of the rift, an abyssal darkness seeped into the minute fissures, gradually growing stronger. Suddenly, a frenzied sound of water erupted from behind, revealing a towering waterspout, reaching 10,000 meters high. Piercing the heart of the storm clouds, severed in an instant, a colossal stingray glided gracefully through the gaping chasm, upon which stood a group of wizards adorned in varied attire and embellished with exquisite pearls, slowly making their entrance. Flora cast a sidelong glance and noticed one strikingly cool woman, her chest concealed by seashells, with a teal fish scale tattoo adorning her navel. Beside her sat a burly man clad in black armor, nonchalantly swinging a massive sword, and similarly, a fish scale tattoo marked his forehead, though its hue was a deep, shadowy black. At a glance, each wizard perched atop the stingray bore visible fish scale tattoos of various forms and colors. The Song of the Deep Sea, Flora murmured softly. The emblem of the Song of the Deep Sea is indeed a fish scale tattoo upon their skin. Recognized as one of the top 10 wizard organizations in the Southern Domain, the Song of the Deep Sea is headquartered beneath the Endless Sea, commanding numerous underwater cities. The Sorcerer of the Deep Sea Song possesses talents predominantly associated with water, and these abilities are reflected in their personalities. However, gentleness is a rarity among them. Most exhibit tempestuous natures, perfectly embodying the capriciousness of water. This group is indeed troublesome, Sanders mused, shaking his head. The name of the fish sorcerer, Sluil, was softly uttered by Flora. Despite his youthful appearance, his actual age surpasses that of Sanders. Yet, Sanders never obstructs the marks that time etches upon his visage, presenting a middle-aged countenance shaped by centuries of natural aging. In contrast, Sluil deliberately expends magical energy to maintain his looks at their most youthful and vibrant face. It is wise to keep one's distance from him, for he is exceedingly perilous and heedless of the consequences, Sanders whispered to Flora. Flora acknowledged with a nod. Meanwhile, on the other side, a dark-haired man named Siban from the Gravity Forest overheard Sluil's soliloquy. Was he using amplification magic for self-dialogue? With a roll of his eyes, he exclaimed, the constant fragments have all been seized by Flora. How infuriating. His voice was loud and intentionally amplified, drawing the attention of everyone present. Siban, puffing out his chest with pride, was met with a furious glare from Lady Danny, though he remained oblivious. While Siban's actions were not entirely misguided, he had severely offended Sanders, a figure of immense personal strength, backed by the unruly Wild Cave. If there exists a gentle aspect to the Deep Sea Song, the inhabitants of the Wild Cave are predominantly those who thrive on chaos. The Gravity Forest, known for its tranquility, could face dire repercussions should it incur the ire of the Wild Cave. Sluil glanced at Siban, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, before turning his gaze toward Sanders. Ah, it is the illustrious Master Sanders, a long-awaited reunion, Sluil said, stepping forward with an ethereal grace. As he drew within 100 meters of Sanders, he launched a water arrow directly at him. The arrow was thwarted by a magical barrier, and Slewis smiled. "Oh dear. It seems I have made an inadvertent misstep." He then shifted his tone. "How cautious of you to employ multiple magical barriers." Hearing Slewis' sarcastic tone, Flora couldn't help but inwardly scoff. What a load of nonsense. Chapter 71. The Boundless Path in the Very Heart of the Dark Domain. A solitary white point began to manifest, gradually expanding until its jagged edges became visible to the naked eye, resembling a swirling vortex in constant rotation. Lady Dany was elucidating the intricacies of dimensional fusion to the new generation behind her, and all listened intently. Even Flora and the sorceress from the deep-sea song refrained from interrupting. Simultaneously, dozens of miles away from the fusion point, a series of dimensional exits appeared in rapid succession, from which 20 to 30 sorcerers emerged. Some rode upon magical beasts, others stood suspended in midair, and some donned alchemical gear. Most striking among them was a grand steam battleship from the Sky Mechanical City. This assembly comprised members from various sorcerer organizations in the Southern Domain, all drawn by the opportunities presented at the fusion point. As these individuals converged, flickers of flame erupted in the air. After all, as long as there are people, tranquility is but a fleeting illusion. Numerous disputes existed among the organizations, and with so many sorcerers gathered, tensions ran high. Had it not been for the restraint imposed by the leaders of each faction, chaos would surely have ensued. While the organized sorcerers managed to maintain decorum, the solitary practitioners were less adept at suppressing their emotions. A young woman with orange hair and an eye patch stood defiantly against a white-haired elder leaning on a staff, and the air crackled with the palpable energy of impending spells. "If you dare to clash here, the world's consciousness will not spare you. I shall ensure your soul is shattered into oblivion, and your kin shall rest eternally," declared a man adorned with intricate magical totems, appearing between the two adversaries, his countenance dark and foreboding. Both the eye-patched woman and the elder were renowned solitary sorcerers of the Southern Domain, and under the threat posed by the totemic man, they tempered their hostility, though the tension in the atmosphere remained unyielding. At this moment, Lady Dany's deep voice resonated through the crowd. "So, the constant fragments originate from here." A solitary sorcerer standing in the corner brightened at this revelation. The Sorceress Garden is a hallmark of major sorcerer organizations, and for many emerging or smaller factions, possessing such a garden is crucial for ensuring a lasting legacy. "Lady Dany, might I inquire if the constant fragments have been acquired by your organization? Would you be willing to sell them to us?" A sorcerer from a smaller organization boldly projected. His transmission was unreserved, prompting many sorcerers below to curse him for being the first to lay claim. Soon, another sorcerer shouted, "We wish to acquire some as well. Your gravity forest already possesses a sorceress garden. Why not share some of it? The price we offer will surely satisfy you." The discourse shifted dramatically, drawn away by the topic of the constant fragments. Flora's expression darkened. The true bulk of the constant fragments had indeed been claimed by them. She whispered to Sanders, "Mentor, the atmosphere feels precarious. Should we prepare ourselves?" Sanders' countenance also reflected concern. He silently berated Dany for her indiscretion. While he was confident in his ability to vanquish any present, he noted that 2 level 2 sorcerers had already emerged alongside him. In one-on-one or even one-on-2 encounters of equal rank, he felt assured, yet the stakes were rising. However, facing 3 adversaries, or even a group of first-level sorcerers, could prove quite troublesome. The scene depicts the leisurely soaring cloud whale, blissfully unaware as it glides beneath ominous storm clouds towards the kingdom of Guman. At the sight of this image, a smile crept across Sanders' lips. "You have entrusted me with the core of the reversal magical array." Upon hearing this, Flora swiftly produced a scroll of parchment. Sanders brought the crystal ball into contact with the core of the magical array, causing a slight alteration in the array's magical runes. Once the transformation was complete, the crystal ball shattered with a resonant crack. This nightlight crystal, a mysterious treasure acquired from the nightmare realm a century ago, alas, is a one-time use item. Sanders sighed softly, his gaze lingering on the shattered crystal ball, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. Fortunately, they had procured a substantial amount of constant fragments, allowing Sanders to bear the loss of the nightlight crystal without undue strain. He returned the altered scroll of the reversal magical array to Flora, explaining that the teleportation array was no longer limited to short distances. He had affixed its location to the Cloud Whale, enabling instantaneous arrival should circumstances demand. The Cloud Whale, a prized possession of the Savage Caverns, is inscribed with countless intricate arrays, and given the creature's formidable strength, Even a concerted assault would pose little threat. Moreover, most sorcerers revere individual prowess, with cooperative combat being a rarity. Returning to the chaotic scene, many inquired of Lady Dany regarding the sale of constant fragments, with even large organizations offering bids. Meanwhile, Sliwu, aware that Sanders had acquired the majority of the constant fragments, refrained from voicing this knowledge. His hesitation stemmed not from fear of offending Sanders, but rather from his own ulterior motives. Rather than nurturing a pack of wolves to feed a tiger, he preferred to seize the entirety for himself. Initially, Lady Dany had revealed the key points of planar fusion to prevent conflict among the attendees. However, witnessing the frenzy ignited by the constant fragments, she could only continue, stating, "The greatest opportunity?" Greed flickered in the eyes of many small organizations and solitary sorcerers. What could surpass the constant fragments and emerge as the ultimate opportunity? Chapter 72. The moment of plunder. The Book of the World is familiar to many, chronicling a vast collective consciousness within the realm of sorcery. This entity appears to exist, yet simultaneously seems to elude existence. It possesses neither thoughts nor feelings. All its actions adhere strictly to primordial rules. These rules are referred to by some as nature, and by others as the source. Ultimately, it embodies a magnificent presence dedicated to maintaining the stability of the world. The fusion of planes represents a confluence between two worlds, presenting an opportunity for sorcerers. However, for our world, it is a double-edged sword. The advent of a new world can augment the foundational limits of existence. Yet, during this fusion, a significant portion of the fundamental power may be lost. One gazes into the future, while the other relinquishes the present. Thus, it is futile to declare one superior to the other. The boundless path is a moment when the world's consciousness expends its foundational power. Through the infusion of this power, the world's consciousness restrains the expansion of the black domain and gradually establishes a passage connecting both realms. This passage manifests as the white vortex at the heart of the black domain. The reason the fusion of planes is heralded as the greatest opportunity for sorcerers lies in the profound mysteries embedded within the bilateral passage created through the consumption of foundational power. It allows glimpses into distant planes, the realization of plane coordinates, and even the ability to trace a breath to discover the primary world connected to it within the bilateral passage. Its expansive nature and the limitless derivation of the path have thus earned it the title of the Boundless Path. At this juncture, all sorcerers comprehend why this path is deemed the greatest fortune. With the support of the world's foundational power, the quest for unknown planes or the initiation of new journeys signifies an unimaginable wealth of resources. Moreover, Lady Dany's mention of the realization of plane coordinates implies that one could directly expend materials to establish a stable passage aligned with specific coordinates along the boundless path. Even in Sanders' eyes, a glimmer of desire flickered. If he could traverse the boundless path and uncover the coordinates of the nightmare realm, would it not enable him to forge a stable connection to that realm? Dany's words incited great excitement among those present. Yet many who understood the underlying truths wore expressions of indifference, casting scornful glances at the exhilarated. However, entry into the boundless path is not so easily attained. One must possess the strength of a level 5 sorcerer or higher, meaning only legendary sorcerers may gain access. Otherwise, they would inevitably be ensnared by the world's consciousness, dissolving into a state of unconsciousness, leaving no possibility of resurgence. Upon uttering this statement, Dany was met with a profound silence. Since the departure of the legendary sorcerer Bazel over a millennium ago, the Southern Domain has not witnessed the return of legends. Indeed, the presence of even third-level sorcerers has become exceedingly rare in the Southern Domain. If only legendary sorcerers may enter, what are we to do? Shall we merely watch? Someone shouted, expressing their discontent. Thus, let us all remain vigilant. Do not provoke chaos that may lead to our own demise. Dany cast a glance at Boku, feeling a mixture of anger and helplessness. After all, Boku's previous choices had not been erroneous. One cannot disregard the established rules of sorcery, which dictate that if one saves your life, a corresponding price must be paid. Once more, the convergence of realms was an occurrence serendipitously uncovered by Boku. Had it not been for his subtle manipulations, perhaps the merging of dimensions would not have transpired with such alacrity. In light of this, Boku bears no fault, and indeed, merits commendation. Yet, the mere thought of the lost constant fragment stirs a pang of sorrow within Lady Dany, thereby casting a shadow of suspicion upon Boku. In essence, does our fortune lie in plunder? Someone inquired. Lady Dany nodded affirmatively. Indeed, The tumultuous upheaval of realm convergence will effectively eradicate the formidable beings of the opposing dimension, presenting us with an opportune moment for pillage. In the absence of powerful entities surveilling us, such acts of resource appropriation are far less perilous than traversing the realms themselves. Consequently, numerous wizarding factions have dispatched representatives to this locale. Naturally, resources vary in quality, and their understanding of the specifics pertaining to the opposing realm remains nebulous. Thus, all is akin to SCHR Dinger's cat. Until the box is opened, no one can ascertain its contents. Cackling, the leader of the mechanical city in the sky, the puppet master Bogora, posed the question, who was the first to discover the dimensional convergence? During the initial merging phase of the two realms, glimpses of the opposing world can indeed be perceived. Speak of what you have witnessed, or else. The red-haired man, adorned in soft armor that shimmered with a dark purple hue, tilted his head, his flamboyant locks obscuring half his face. His elongated tongue flicked about like a serpent's, occasionally accompanied by a chilling cackle. The once handsome countenance was marred by his grotesque mannerisms. Upon Bogora's utterance, silence enveloped the assembly. His notorious eccentricity was well known throughout the southern wizarding community. Bogora had a penchant for beauty, with each exquisite form serving to ignite his creative urges. It is said that every puppet he crafted was a reflection of his beloved. Upon hearing Bogora call for the first discoverer of the dimensional merger, Boku shrank back, loath to draw Bogora's attention. After all, such beauty could very well attract the gaze of Bogora. Lady Dani too wished to shield Boku from scrutiny in such a public setting. He was, after all, one of their own wizards, and despite any grievances, there remained a limit to their discord. Meanwhile, Sanders and Flora were aware that Boku was the discoverer, as he had dispatched a magical pet to contact the inhabitants of the gravity forest upon noticing the signs of dimensional convergence. However, their interception of the magical pet allowed them to arrive promptly, rescuing Boku while also seizing a significant portion of the constant fragments. Neither Sanders nor Flora chose to expose Boku's identity. Lady Dani exhaled in relief. With Sanders silent, no one would uncover Boku's secret. Yet, just as she found solace, a piercing male voice rang out. Boku, were you not the first to discover the dimensional merger? Pray, enlighten us regarding the nature of the opposing world. Chapter 73. Bogula Dani stared at Saiban, her anger boiling to the point where she felt like spitting blood. She had long been aware of Saiban's petty nature, yet she had not been overly concerned, as pettiness was commonplace among wizards. However, she was taken aback to discover that Saiban was not only small-minded but also lacked foresight. And most importantly, he had betrayed his teammates. Dani clenched her teeth in frustration, her expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with malice. Saiban, sensing Mrs. Dani's ire, instinctively turned his head and was met with the chilling glare of her eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Only then did he comprehend the implications of his earlier words. In private, he might have relished in undermining and sowing discord, but in such a public setting, betraying a teammate meant exposing the internal conflicts of the gravity forest to the scrutiny of outsiders. Though every wizard organization harbored its secrets, that did not equate to a willingness to display them for all to see. Saiban, rendered speechless by Dani's fierce countenance, found himself paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, the repercussions of his momentary thrill in pushing Bokul into the spotlight began to manifest. All eyes turned towards Bokul, many filled with malice, leaving him in despair. As it turned out, the Treant Bokul was indeed fortunate. This implied that the constant fragments should be in his possession. Hey, should we? Bokul, the Treant, was known to be a wizard of the bloodline, albeit one with an implanted foreign bloodline, suggesting his combat prowess was limited. As a fellow level 1 wizard who had not embarked on that path, what was there to fear? They should confront him head-on. The cacophony of discussions escalated. Dani, upon hearing this, felt her indignation swell even further. Her earlier grievances against Bokul were now overshadowed by her anger directed at the foolish Saiban. The clamor grew louder, leaving Dani no time to confront Saiban. Instead, she employed a spell to communicate telepathically, instructing Bokul to step forward and address the situation. Since he had already been thrust into the limelight by Saiban, there was no point in hiding. He should face it boldly. With her support behind him, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to act against him. Furthermore, Dani herself was curious about how Bokul had managed to conjure such a predicament. Her previous message from him had only mentioned an accidental dimensional fusion without detailing the specifics. Thus, it was no surprise that not only the onlookers but even those from the gravity forest were intensely intrigued. Upon receiving Mrs. Dani's message, Bokul hesitated for a moment before finally stepping forward. However, before presenting himself, he vigorously rubbed his face, making his already wrinkled visage resemble the bark of a tree even more disheveled, with his eyes appearing askew and his mouth contorted. Danny furrowed her brow and inquired, "What happened to your face?" Bokul's eyes darted around as he whispered telepathically, "I fear attracting Bogula's attention. I must remain inconspicuous." Upon hearing this, Danny nearly choked on her own frustration. How could these individuals be so oblivious? One was petty and mindless, while the other was shameless and greedy. Did they not consider their own reflections? Bogula's preferences lay with beauty. With that countenance of yours, what could you possibly fear? Danny took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the curses threatening to spill forth, and with a stiff expression, nodded at Bokul, signaling him to speak. Bokul remained enveloped in the delightful delusions of victimhood, casting a timid glance at the grotesquely smiling Bogula. Shivering slightly, he gradually recounted his experiences before the assembled audience. He omitted the reasons for his arrival in the Devil's Sea, merely stating that he had received a summons from the Madbear, Sabo, to escort the Zijing vessel. During his journey, he stumbled upon a small island flourishing with luminescent grass. This grass, a magical plant from another realm, serves as the primary ingredient for the production of luminescent potions. Although the grass itself is not particularly valuable, there are no native records or successful transplantation accounts within the wizarding community. Despite his lack of proficiency in potion making, Bokul possesses a unique bloodline tied to exotic plants, granting him an innate affinity for botany. Capitalizing on this gift, he cultivated numerous magical plants for trade with other wizards, demonstrating considerable skill in their cultivation. However, he had yet to successfully transplant the luminescent grass from the other realm into the wizarding world, which remained a lingering regret. When he discovered the abundant growth of luminescent grass on a certain island in the Devil's Sea, he was utterly astonished. Uncertain whether it was indigenous or transplanted, he resolutely decided to remain on the island, intent on observing the growth conditions of the grass in hopes of introducing it to his own magical garden. For over a month, he meticulously recorded various factors such as soil quality, moisture, wind speed, and humidity, preparing to commence transplantation. Yet, upon his first dig, before even reaching the roots of the luminescent grass, he was struck by a tempest, his head swirling as he found himself transported to another realm. This world was replete with verdant vegetation, and he beheld a vast prairie where the ground was carpeted with luminescent grass, shimmering like dandelion spheres. He caught but a glimpse before the vision of this otherworldly landscape faded, followed by the gathering of storm clouds, thunderous roars, and the relentless emergence of spatial rifts. Boku's tale concluded, and the listeners quickly grasped that the verdant world he described was the very realm merging with the wizarding world at that moment, a boundless prairie brimming with luminescent grass. The audience's imaginations began to soar. Although luminescent grass is a low-tier magical plant with a substantial yield, several wizarding organizations engage in cross-realm trade of it, rendering it relatively inexpensive. However, while a single stalk may hold little value, the prairie composed entirely of luminescent grass is immensely valuable. According to current market prices in the wizarding realm, one stalk of luminescent grass fetches 5 magic crystals, leading to a staggering valuation of the entire prairie that surpassed anyone's wildest expectations. Moreover, Bokul had only glimpsed a minuscule fragment of this alternate world. Even the smallest realms are measured in millions of square kilometers. If such a diminutive representation holds such worth, what treasures might lie in other regions? Would there be even more enticing materials to uncover? Everyone's imaginations ran wild. This merging of realms, even if it yielded only luminescent grass, was already a bountiful harvest. By mentioning the luminescent grass prairie, he captured everyone's attention, effectively diminishing their focus on the constant debris and lowering his own presence in the gathering. For a time, few paid attention to whether he, as the first discoverer, possessed the constant debris of this truth proposition. Bokul shivered, his thoughts swirling within. Just a moment ago, he was in a dire situation, and indeed, even a crooked smile could not eclipse the boundless radiance of my beauty. In the next instant, it became clear that to avoid being transformed into a puppet by Bogura, I would accept any indignity, no matter how degrading. Boku's whimsical musings were, evidently, superfluous. For Bogura halted him not out of admiration for his beauty, but rather, he hardly cast a glance in his direction. Did Sabo send you to escort the Zijing? Bogura inquired, his tone markedly more amiable than before, likely due to Boku's prior mention of Sabo. Yet, he questioned, why then? Do I not see him here in the Devil's Sea? Though Bogura was eccentric, he was not beyond the control of others. His mentor, Midora, held that power. Ironically, Midora was also Sabo's mentor, creating a fraternal bond between them despite their differing standings and beginnings. In Boku's mind, where springtime thoughts flourished, he realized that Bogura's inquiry did not align with his expectations, and a peculiar sense of regret inexplicably arose within him. "Oh, I see. Did you apologize to Sabo for not escorting him later?" Boku, bewildered, questioned the necessity of an apology. However, upon witnessing Bogura's threatening expression, one that implied dire consequences should he not express remorse, Boku nodded without hesitation. "Ah, you did apologize? Very well," Bogura accepted without further inquiry. Nodding in straightforward belief, the other wizards of the Sky Mechanical City, standing behind Bogura, raised their brows in disbelief at his unwavering trust. Despite the rumors of his extreme eccentricity, Bogura was surprisingly gullible regarding matters that did not pertain to his own interests. He would take others at their word, even if they were lying, with an innocence reminiscent of a child. Yet, while he exhibited such childlike purity, he became astutely shrewd and fiercely domineering when it came to his personal gain. Thus, the duality of demon and angel, of wickedness and innocence, coalesces to reveal the true essence of Bogura. Chapter 74, Mutation. Boku's words ignited a profound anticipation among all present regarding the other end of the dimension. The boundless path was gradually approaching its conclusion, as the white vortex at the heart of the black domain expanded, its gear-like tail spinning ever more rapidly. It was evident that the vortex was on the verge of completely overlapping with the black domain. When the vortex fully enveloped the black domain, it would signify the official onset of the plundering moment. The source is the fundamental force that constitutes the very essence of the world. None of the wizards present could fully grasp the nature of this source power. The benevolent perceived it as the innate brilliance of all things. The malevolent regarded it as the most vile of fine wines. Regardless of interpretation, the source power encompasses an array of meanings. It serves as the anchor for stabilizing space, as well as the brush for tracing history. This immense, boundless power transcends the definitions of good and evil, right and wrong. As it manifested, every wizard present was awestruck by the seemingly infinite grandeur of this power, feeling their own insignificance in its presence. The source power, such overwhelming might. Can humanity truly harness such strength? Some lamented. To marvel at its power is one thing, but to doubt oneself is another. For you are a wizard. Doubting oneself equates to doubting the very fabric of wizardry. A voice countered, "Let us not forget the opening lines of the Book of Wizards. With knowledge as a fulcrum and magic as a lever, one can elevate the impossible. The more knowledge one accumulates, the greater the potential power unleashed. In pursuit of the world's truths, exploring the ultimate of time and space, and mastering the cycles of existence within dimensions, wizards are capable. As long as the path remains unbroken and the journey continues, there will come a day when the breathtaking vista at the journey's end is revealed." The source power relentlessly pressed down upon the black domain, stirring profound emotions within the hearts of the wizards. The vast majority stood quietly, awaiting the moment when the vortex would fully cover the black domain, signaling the true commencement of the plundering. However, there were exceptions. On the back of a massive ray, Slime of the Deep-Sea Song suddenly twitched his ears as a whispering murmur reached his eardrums. A smile curved at the corner of Sly's mouth as he turned to gaze at a group of 13 figures cloaked in tattered black robes, their faces obscured. The aura emanating from them was both obscure and peculiar, with the slender figure at the forefront exuding an enigmatic presence, at times as deep as an abyss, at others as shallow as a mortal, eluding clear perception. The leader of the black-robed figures exchanged a distant glance with Slyo, who discreetly gestured with his hand. The leader hesitated for a moment before nodding in response. Upon receiving the acknowledgement, Slyo's smile broadened. As everyone was captivated by the spectacle of the source power, he suddenly whispered with urgency, "Make your move." With those words, all members of the Deep-Sea Song revealed a shimmering aquatic glow, and countless water veils cascaded from the heavens, descending upon the central arena, effectively isolating all present organizations. The water veils obscured everyone's line of sight, causing a momentary chaos at the scene. "Slyo, what are you doing?" "The Song of the Deep Sea, how audacious. Do you intend to wage war against all of our organizations?" Lady Dania's anger surged. "Slyo, do you dare to invoke magic at this moment? Unafraid of the repercussions from the world consciousness? If you seek death, charge into the abyss alone. Do not drag us down with you. Remember, it is they who are involved, not just you, Slyo." The world consciousness does not concern itself with the petty squabbles among you. Impartiality is its nature. At that moment, someone began to summon magical energy, and the fluctuations of spellcraft reverberated through the water curtain that obscured their vision. Do not employ magic. The spatial fabric here is exceedingly fragile due to the fusion of planes. Should the magical fluctuations exceed the current limits, it could trigger a widespread chain reaction. The world consciousness will undoubtedly take notice, and the consequences would be dire. Lady Danny sensed the magical disturbances and immediately cried out. As an esteemed academic mage, although some might question her prowess, none could dispute her vast experience. Upon hearing her warning, everyone ceased their magical endeavors, motivated by self-preservation. Lady Danny is quite right. The moment you invoke magic, you risk attracting the attention of the world consciousness. I certainly do not wish to be implicated in your folly. The incessant repetition of you made it clear to all that it was indeed Sluwu from the Song of the Deep Sea who spoke. It is you who endangers us. Quickly. Retract your magic. Sluwu's innocent voice chimed in again. Magic? What magic? Do not attempt to frame me. You still wish to quibble. Watch me. Ah, wait. Can you feel it? Is there any magical fluctuation within the water curtain? Let me check. Hey. Indeed, there is none. Lady Danny also extended her mental tendrils, cautiously attempting to touch the water curtain. Although she was a level 2 mage, her mental prowess was not particularly high. After centuries of effort, her mental strength barely reached 25 points. Thus, when her mental tendrils made contact with the water curtain, she felt a slight pressure from the flowing water. However, there was only the sensation of pressure, devoid of any other feelings. There is indeed no magical fluctuation. This is not magic, declared Lady Danny. Exactly, this is not magic. It is Beiji's water manipulation talent. Sluwu smiled, patting the enormous manta ray beneath his feet, which was Beiji, as he referred to her. As a summoner of the mysterious arts, Sluwu earned the title of Great Fish Sorcerer for good reason. Fear not, I merely have a few matters to attend to. It will be over soon. Sluwu's voice faded like ink dissolving in water. Flora was astounded when the water curtain appeared, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never anticipated that someone would dare to act so boldly under the watchful gaze of the world consciousness. Sluwu, what do you intend to do? Your audacity is astonishing. Surely you do not plan to initiate a conflict? Flora was about to speak further when Sanders interjected thoughtfully. Do not shout. A soundproofing barrier has been established around us. No sound can escape. Soundproofing barrier? Flora queried. Puzzled, which side's magic is this? Is it a self-created spell? Sanders, with a serious expression, shook his head. Not at all. This is the psychic power from the world of Hanti, known as telekinesis. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed in their ears. Indeed. The Master of Illusions is remarkable to have identified telekinesis, truly well-versed and knowledgeable. At the center of the water curtain, a figure gradually emerged. The flowing water cascading over his silvery long hair and strikingly handsome visage, ultimately materializing before the two. It was none other than the leader of the Song of the Deep, the great sorcerer Sluwu. Chapter 75. The extraordinary beings of another realm. Once a telekinetic leaves the world of Candy, their innate mental prowess significantly diminishes. To establish an absolute silence barrier within the realm of sorcerers, one must possess at least the strength of a 2-star practitioner within Candy. Sanders spoke in a grave tone. Candy is a world imbued with unique powers, known as mental energy. This energy lies dormant within every being in Candy, only to be awakened through specific cultivation methods, thereby unleashing its distinctive effects. Candy can be regarded as a low magic plane, with its most formidable beings being 3-star telekinetics. The destructive capacity of a 3-star telekinetic rivals that of a level 3 sorcerer. However, this merely reflects their abilities while within Candy. Once they depart, their mental energy undergoes a substantial decline. A 3-star telekinetic in the realm of sorcerers would barely perform at the level of a first-level sorcerer. Take, for instance, the absolute silence barrier. To their eyes, it appears to be the standard of a second-level apprentice, yet it is laid down by a practitioner of 2 stars or above. This disparity in strength arises from the differences between worlds. Sorcerers can traverse vast planes due to the minimal restrictions imposed on their power by the world itself. Should a sorcerer embark on the path of true knowledge, their strength remains largely unaffected by the distinctions between worlds. For a sorcerer's power is, in essence, the application of knowledge. As long as their mode of thought endures, their strength is unlikely to wane. Are you summoning a 2-star telekinetic with intentions to ambush us? Sanders regarded Sluwu with a discerning gaze. Ambush? Certainly not. I merely wish to engage in a transaction with Mr. Sanders, Slua replied, stepping through the water curtain to stand upon the azure platform. The wind tousled his silvery hair, rendering him strikingly distinguished. A transaction? If it were a straightforward exchange, would you require the assistance of an outsider? Sanders retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Hee, are you still pondering the constant shards? Flora interjected suddenly. Indeed, Miss Flora. You grasped it with remarkable clarity. I simply wish to negotiate for some constant shards, Slua responded with a subtle smile. Impossible. Have you forgotten who you are? Flora began to scoff, but was halted by Sanders. Transaction? Since it is a trade, why not disclose your bargaining chips? If they align with my interests, I may be inclined to share some, Sanders proposed. Master. Flora, feeling uneasy at Sanders' words, protested mildly. Sanders merely waved his hand, discreetly signaling her to buy time, indicating that now was not the moment for confrontation. Understanding Sanders' gesture, Flora fell silent and retreated behind him. Bargaining chips, you say? Slua grinned, a chilling glimmer flickering in his eyes. How about exchanging your lives? At Slua's words, a solemn darkness enveloped Sanders and Flora's expressions. You seek death, Flora rebuked fiercely. Are you certain you can ensure our demise? Sanders scoffed. Slua showed no fear. I may not be capable of killing you, but the world's consciousness certainly can. Should you strike first, or if I were to act, the consequences? Well, I believe you can infer them without me elaborating. Flora initially believed that Slua possessed some formidable weapon. Upon hearing Slua's words, she rolled her eyes and remarked, You are merely courting death, regardless of who takes action. None present will escape. Do you truly think you can survive? She urged him not to waste time, declaring her awareness of their thoughts. Slua clapped his hands, and immediately, several dark figures emerged around them. The leader of these shadows was a slender man with an unusual aura. Slua introduced. They are members of the Indico family from the Shantae world. I presume Mr. Sanders is familiar with them. Indico? Sanders gazed at the slender figure at the forefront, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You are the Raven Indico? The slender man chuckled softly, his voice low and tinged with an exotic accent. I am indeed Raven Indico. He removed his hood, revealing the visage of an elderly man with white hair, although his appearance was predominantly human. He bore a pair of beastly ears adorned with black and white patterns, indicating that he was not human but a sentient being of humanoid form. Upon hearing the name, Sanders' expression changed instantly. This man was one of the 5 great 3-star mentors of the Shantae world, his psychic power characterized as the Origin. This ability was immensely powerful in the Shantae world, possessing the potential to influence the entirety of it. By creating a point of origin for an element, one could extend it infinitely. For instance, starting from fire, one could generate an endless sea of flames, or from water, an expansive ocean. Furthermore, it was not limited to tangible forms, as it could also utilize time or space as starting points. The Raven had departed from the Shantae world and could not wield his power there with the same ferocity, if utilized judiciously. He could establish a sanctuary from a stable spatial point. Even if that space were to collapse, they would remain unscathed. It was no wonder Slua felt emboldened to speak as he did. With Raven present, they were not afraid of being entangled by the world's consciousness. Indeed, it was a clever strategy. Sanders' expression darkened as he realized that should he take action and cause this space to collapse, the world's consciousness would target everyone involved. However, Slua could survive due to Raven's abilities, and if the various organizations were to pursue the matter, the blame would ultimately fall on him. Conversely, if he refrained from action, Slua could still compel Raven to attack. The 3-star mentor, Raven, could wield at least the power of a level 1 wizard within the sorcerer's domain, sufficient to contend with those unable to unleash their full potential. Thus, whether they acted or refrained, they would not savor a favorable outcome. Perhaps Raven's psychic power would not suffice to protect all present at the deep-sea song, or perhaps Slua had other motives, unwilling to irreparably offend all the sorceress organizations present. However, what intrigued Sanders most was why Slua dared to proceed in this manner. Slua wore a confident expression, seemingly assured of Sanders' choice. For a sorcerer, life held greater value than anything else. Sentiment, virtue, heroic sacrifice, such notions were mere spiritual solace sought by the mundane. To those dedicated to perceiving the essence of the world, nothing was more significant than their own existence. Suddenly, Slihu observed Flora extracting a parchment, upon which magical runes flickered, evidently connected to the magical array beneath their feet. Attempting to escape through the teleportation array, Slihu raised an eyebrow and, with a smile, remarked, I I almost forgot to inform you that a layer of temporal and spatial mental obstruction shrouds the surrounding water curtain. Though weakened due to the divergence of worlds, it will still hinder your efforts for a minute or two. Temporal and spatial mental obstruction. Flora hastily turned to Sanders, who merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. Damn it, Flora muttered under her breath. Despite her outward appearance of agitation, those familiar with Flora would discern the clarity and calmness in her eyes, devoid of any trace of anger. Due to the temporal and spatial mental obstruction, the atmosphere became momentarily suffused with silence. There are 30 seconds remaining. I hope you make the right choice, Slihu remarked with evident satisfaction, producing a miniature hourglass and watching as the grains of sand fell slowly, his smile becoming increasingly pronounced. Chapter 76. Recording time passed second by second, when suddenly, Sanders turned to the Raven and inquired, "My Lord Raven, did you enter the realm of wizards through legitimate channels?" The Raven glanced at Sanders, but remained silent. "It seems my suspicion was not unfounded. Your lifespan is nearing its limit, is it not?" The Raven abruptly lifted its head, gazing into Sanders' eyes with a cold, scrutinizing look. "What do you wish to convey?" The Raven's voice was deep, tinged with an unusual cadence. "Nothing of great significance. Merely a reminder. Illegally crossing into the wizarding world is no trivial matter. By the way, do not place your trust in the promises of wizards." After uttering these words, Sanders turned his attention to Sliwu. "Great Fish Sorcerer, Sliwu, I hope that our next encounter will see you present the Raven's permit to remain. Otherwise, those seeking you will not be me, but the enforcers of the extremist sect." Upon finishing this statement, Flora, in response to Sliwu's astonished gaze, gently tossed forth a scroll. In the next moment, a peculiar rift appeared before them. Then, to Sliwu's utter disbelief, Sanders and Flora slipped into the rift and vanished. Watching their disappearance, Sliwu could hardly believe his eyes. He had seized what seemed to be the perfect opportunity, yet they had eluded capture. Furthermore, how was their teleportation array still operational? Enraged, Sliwu glared at the Raven. The Raven shook its head. "The temporal and spatial barriers have not been triggered. It appears they did not depart through the dimensional corridor." Hearing the Raven's words, Sliwu extended his mental tendrils, sensing that indeed, there were no spatial fluctuations present. How infuriating. How did they manage to leave? Could it have been a form of transmutation magic? No, there were no signs of magical fluctuation. Sliwu was beside himself with rage. He had not intended to allow Sanders to escape at all. He had already arranged for the others from the Deep Sea Song, making the most meticulous preparations to ensure that no matter what choice Sanders made, he would remain here forever. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Not only could he face retribution from Sanders or the Savage Caverns, but the very identity of the Raven posed a significant dilemma. An interdimensional stowaway from the wilderness was not a grave concern, but if this stowaway possessed formidable strength, that would be a different matter altogether. Should the Raven lead to him being branded by the extremist sect as a traitor revealing the secrets of wizards, he would have no refuge for his lamentations. Although, even if such secrets were indeed divulged, without a guide, it would be exceedingly difficult for Sliwu to truly penetrate the wizarding world. Yet, Sliwu had not actually leaked any secrets. He had merely engaged in a transaction for a longevity potion with the Raven, securing the Raven's role as a trained enforcer for the Deep Sea Song. If the enforcers of the extremist sect conducted a thorough investigation, he could downplay it by stating that he only made a trade for a longevity potion with the Raven, but if exaggerated, it could be construed as revealing the secrets of alchemical potions to interdimensional stowaways, which would spell trouble. Damn it. Sliwu clenched his fists, his inner fury seeking an outlet. However, what Sliwu did not anticipate was that while he believed the situation could not possibly worsen, an even graver predicament awaited him. Beneath the tempestuous clouds, the cloud whale glided leisurely. Following several days of thunder and lightning, the once chaotic pasture had begun to regain its composure, thankfully. The situation had improved significantly over the past 2 days, with only the thunderclouds lingering and the lightning striking less frequently. On this particular day, Angell emerged from his tent, refreshed from a midday slumber. With both Sanders and Flora absent, the tension that had gripped him relaxed considerably. Even the incessant chattering of Toby perched atop his head did not disturb his buoyant mood. Upon stepping into Sanders' opulent tent, Toby immediately soared from Angell's hair, performing a twirl in midair before darting straight towards the dining area. In the dining section, Butler Good had prepared a small nook for Toby, brimming with an array of food and playthings. However, Angell bypassed the dining area and proceeded directly to the library. He secured the door behind him and drew the curtains tightly, ensuring that no detail went unnoticed. From his inner pocket, He produced a bronze pocket watch, a gift from Eileen upon his departure from the Zijing. The elliptical watch featured a flip-top design, with intricately engraved patterns on the metallic cover. Yet, Angell did not open it from the front. Instead, he unscrewed the back cover. As it came undone, he beheld the delicate workings of the clock, its springs and gears whirring with precision. Gently, he extracted a wafer-thin square of crystal from the gears, a precious gift from his mentor, John, a holographic tablet. Sanders had previously mentioned that before reaching the continent of prosperity, Angell was free to explore the library's vast collection. The library housed an impressive number of books, over 100,000 bound volumes densely packed onto the shelves. Lacking a photographic memory, Angell had focused on targeted readings to familiarize himself with the fundamentals before arriving in the Kingdom of Guman, having thus far thoroughly read around 100 volumes. However, with Sanders absent, Angell entertained new ideas. The holographic tablet possessed recording capabilities. While he couldn't memorize everything, he could utilize the tablet's function to store the information. Consequently, the day after Sanders' departure, he transformed into a recording lion, dedicating considerable time to the filming process. Today marked the 5th day of his undertaking, and he had captured nearly 99% of the library's contents, with only a few precious scrolls remaining unrecorded. The filming process had been quite effortless, and as the oil lamp on the table began to dim, he completed the last segment of his recordings. Checking the time, he noted that dinner was still a while away. He decided to open the holographic tablet and meticulously categorize all the images he had captured throughout these days of recording. Although he hadn't specifically delved into the texts, he had gained a general understanding of the library's content distribution. It appeared that the entire collection had been curated with great care by Sanders, comprising 11 shelves, each a double-sided floor-to-ceiling structure, standing 4 meters tall, with a total of over 100,000 tomes. The first 2 shelves contained knowledge pertinent to apprentices and various aspects of wizardry. Starting from the 3rd bookshelf, the unmistakable presence of formal wizards begins to emerge. The 3rd shelf predominantly houses ancient leather-bound tomes, many of which have become cracked with age. The contents primarily consist of travelogues penned by ancient sorcerers and various anecdotes. Additionally, one can discover some primordial spells, including the record of the inception of the first meditation technique, Initial Glory. The 4th shelf is largely dedicated to matters concerning formal wizards, although it contains few spell records, focusing instead on biographical accounts and key points for cultivation. The 5th through 10th shelves represent the area that captivates Angell's interest the most, filled with a plethora of eclectic works such as runic design, an introduction to alchemy, extraction of materials, and the comprehensive bestiary of abyssal beasts. However, these volumes are primarily rudimentary textbooks. In fact, Sanders' library appears devoid of any profound scholarly works. Angell surmises that before granting him access, Sanders must have meticulously curated the collection. By presenting these works to him, it is likely that he intends to inspire Angell to draw connections and discover his own path forward. Chapter 77. Comprehensive Acquisition. Sanders' collection of books, many of which are his cherished personal possessions, is exceedingly rare and difficult for outsiders to procure. Among them are even some singular manuscripts, underscoring the invaluable nature of his library. However, as Flora had previously intimidated Angell, the tomes within the library that Angell could comprehend were predominantly those suited for apprentice wizards, which, in truth, hold little monetary value. Yet, this does not imply that there are no precious volumes among Sanders' collection. The reason for Sanders' generous decision to open his library to Angell lies primarily in the fact that Angell is a mere mortal. The more valuable texts within his collection require a certain level of cultivation to be understood. Even if these works were made accessible to Angell, they would be of no use to him if he could not grasp their content. Memorizing them by rote would yield limited results, after all. Even the most diligent mortal could only commit a handful of books to memory within 10 days. It is worth noting that aside from the rare scrolls, each of the bound volumes is a substantial tome. Furthermore, a profound comprehension often necessitates an integration of the text with the illustrations contained within the pages. Thus, if one were to rely solely on memorization, one would need to remember both the words and the images, which complicates matters further. It is precisely due to these myriad challenges that Sanders generously allows Angell access to a library that even formally trained wizards covet immensely. However, what Sanders did not anticipate was that Angell would manage to record these invaluable texts in their entirety with such ease. The countless magical crystals, connections, and centuries of effort that Sanders invested to amass this collection were effortlessly appropriated by Angell. For Angell, This represents an extraordinary opportunity, as delving into these works will provide him with a solid and robust foundation for his future endeavors. With the knowledge gleaned from these texts, Angell's path ahead is destined to be considerably smoother. The first 10 shelves proved quite beneficial to Angell, yet the final shelf, while recorded, contained numerous texts that were beyond his comprehension, replete with unfamiliar characters. This last shelf truly encompassed a vast array of subjects, including research notes on organ transplantation and biological modification, along with Sanders' extensive annotations throughout many volumes. Moreover, there were several tomes inscribed with peculiar symbols or characters, some of which emanated an almost mesmerizing aura as soon as Angell held them. He tentatively categorized these volumes into a folder designated for further inquiry. Angell only performed a preliminary classification of the books, intending to refine the categorization after he had engaged with their contents. By now, it was 8 o'clock in the evening when Angell heard the familiar footsteps of Butler Good outside the door, prompting him to stretch and conclude his day's organization. Following Butler Good to the dining room, he found Toby already enjoying a meal, effortlessly pecking at a portion of steamed fish laid before him, reducing the once whole fish to mere bones in no time at all. Angell consumed his meal with remarkable speed. Once he had finished his dinner and indulged in several dairy desserts, Butler Good approached him and whispered, "Master Pat, at this pace, we should reach the mainland by noon tomorrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Good nodded in acknowledgement and then retreated. Angell's arrangement was indeed justified. The Cloud Whale possessed strength comparable to that of a formal wizard, endowed with the innate ability to manipulate the sea. It could harness the ocean's energy to exchange the gas in its body with the air outside, allowing it to soar through the skies. One could assert that the Cloud Whale is among the finest mounts of the ocean. However, there lies a critical flaw in using the Cloud Whale for transportation. While it can fly over land, it cannot sustain itself indefinitely on the ocean's energy alone, relying instead on external forces or its own energy reserves. Given its colossal size, should it run out of fuel mid-journey, finding a suitable landing spot on the continent could be rather awkward. Thus, generally, the Cloud Whale refrains from venturing onto the continental shelf, for the ocean is its true home. Perhaps having departed from the treacherous waters, the thunderclouds above had considerably thinned, and the roars of thunder had diminished, allowing faint starlight to glimmer through the wispy clouds. Everything felt quite tranquil, save for the occasional taunts that pierced the air. The entrance of a nearby tent was flung open, revealing a tall man with short, tousled gray hair leaning against a support pillar, who taunted Angell, "Hey, little one. While you're busy playing with birds, why not come in and help me with mine?" Turning to face the speaker, Angell observed the man clad in a woolen tunic and deerskin trousers. His towering stature and bulging veins on his exposed arms projected an imposing presence. Angell smirked. Judging by his own physique, he doubted he could contend with the man, but since he was unable to step outside, what was a little verbal sparring? Just as Angell was preparing to retort, a sultry, mature voice rang out from the other side. "Burn, shut your mouth, this isn't Blackberry. And you cannot run wild here. If you wish to play with birds, wait until we reach our destination, and I shall join you." The moment Nausicaa's words fell, Burn fell silent, casting a lingering glance at Angell before closing the tent flap. As Angell observed the cessation of hostilities, he couldn't help but think that he hadn't even ignited the flames of conflict before this formidable woman extinguished them. Was it luck or merely a dampening of spirits? "Burn is a former swordsman under my command. Pay him no mind," Nausicaa remarked, puffing on a long pipe, clouds of smoke swirling about her. "That mouth of his has caused more trouble than one can imagine. And it seems he has not mended his ways even in the wizarding world." "A swordsman under your command?" Angell mused silently while eyeing Nausicaa, still clad in her armor, speculating about her true identity. A victor of the Ninth Chamber blood duel, her subordinate, a victor as well? Yet Angell recalled Nausicaa mentioning that only 2 individuals had truly triumphed by strength in the Ninth Chamber blood duel, one being herself, the other named Baluba. Burn's name was conspicuously absent. How had he achieved victory? Through mere chatter, perhaps? As Angell contemplated this, his curiosity was piqued by Nausicaa. She claimed to possess considerable combat prowess, and with Aben as her subordinate, one could not help but wonder if she was akin to a general from some distant nation. If that were the case, a female general, how impressive. Angell was intrigued by Nausicaa's identity, just as she was equally curious about his, especially in recent times. The masked figure who had once followed the esteemed wizard had shown Angell a great deal of respect, intensifying her intrigue. Could it be that Angell was the illegitimate child of the great wizard, lost to the world? Though Nausicaa's speculation was whimsical, The fact remained that the wizard held Angell in high regard. Aben, having served as her subordinate for many years, despite his flippant demeanor, certainly did not wish to offend someone who might possess a significant background. Her apparent reprimand of Aben was, in truth, more of a warning. As the clock struck midnight, Angell lay in bed, the warmth of the night prompting him to toss aside his blanket and curl up like a shrimp. Toby, nestled in his designated small bed, sprawled out with limbs akimbo, sleeping peacefully, far from resembling a bird. Just then, while the man and his avian companion were in deep slumber, the cloud whale abruptly ceased its flight, its round eyes fixated on a singular direction. Suddenly, a deep fissure began to tear open slowly. As the crack emerged, all visible light within a 100-mile radius was drawn into its depths. Even the faint moonlight filtering through the storm clouds was visibly consumed by the rift at an alarming rate. On the cloud whale, Good was commanding his shadowy minions in a dimly lit hall when the flickering candle flames began to waver. In an instant, the fire dimmed, startling Good, who seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly exited the hall. Nausicaa, having initially drifted into slumber, was inexplicably roused and found herself unable to return to sleep. Resolutely, she reached for her tobacco, intending to light a smoke. Yet, as the match flared to life, the usual orange glow gave way to an eerie hue, the flame flickering before it transformed into an ethereal blaze. Concurrently, similar occurrences transpired in multiple locations. However, it was midnight, and the darkness of the night rendered this phenomenon unnoticed by all but a few. Chapter 78. Strange energy. The fissure above the shimmering sea surface gradually widened over time, and the rate at which it absorbed light intensified. When the opening reached a height of 3 meters, it seemingly reached its limit in that moment. All the light that had been drawn in suddenly surged forth, exploding into brilliance akin to midday. Amidst that radiant glow, the figures of a man and a woman emerged from the rift. The man moved with a steady gait, while the woman walked with an alluring grace. These two were none other than Sanders and his apprentice, forcibly ejected from the convergence of realms. Dressed in a black gentleman's attire, Sanders stood before the fissure with a stoic expression. Following closely behind was Flora, her demeanor a tempest of brooding intensity, as if she were itching for a confrontation. That arrogant Slillo has gone too far. The next time I encounter him, I shall flay him alive. Flora seethed, grateful that the nightmare crystal had paved their escape through the shadows. Otherwise, they might have been ensnared by those smug smugglers. It was unfathomable to consider the dire consequences had Slilla captured them. Curse it, I wish I could unleash a torrent of blood before leaving, annihilating them all through the world's consciousness. Sanders shook his head. As for Slilu, there are others who will seek him out. If he does not sever his own arm this time, it will be difficult for him to evade the Enforcer's judgment. A derisive snort escaped him at the mention of the Enforcers. He held no fondness for the marauding sorcerers masquerading under the guise of radical cults. Yet, at times, such extreme-minded wizards could serve as a fine blade. When wielded adeptly, they could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. Moreover, we have secured the most precious constant fragments. Losing only a nightmare crystal is indeed a profitable trade. Sanders chuckled as he patted Flora's shoulder. Come, let us not keep Butler Good waiting too long. Flora lifted her gaze and indeed spotted Butler Good, clad in black robes, standing dutifully to the side, mirroring their stance in midair. She pondered. Though it was regrettable that they could not infiltrate the other realm to plunder its resources, as Sanders had stated. Considering they had already acquired the majority of the constant fragments, it was not a loss after all. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, the fissure in midair did not close immediately, and a peculiar energy surged forth from within, wildly emanating. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the tense curtains. Unbeknownst to Angell, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly erupted at his chest, manifesting as shimmering fragments. Initially, the fragments flitted about like fireflies, scattered and whimsical, yet soon, they seemed to be tethered, gradually coalescing into a singular point. This diminutive speck of light radiated an astonishing brilliance. It circled in the air before slowly descending into Angell's chest, vanishing from sight. The emergence and disappearance of this light point were devoid of any forewarning or rationale. Yet, it appeared as though this point served as a marvelous conduit. Once a breach was made, it would inevitably attract more to arrive. Suddenly, the wind outside intensified, causing the tense fabric to rustle violently. Suddenly, an array of fragmented radiance materialized around Angell, coalescing in his vicinity, much like a repetitive theatrical performance. The shards of light gathered as before, yet instead of forming a singular point, They manifested as countless luminous dots, surging into Angler's chest in a throng. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the shadowy passageway carved by the nightmare crystal, fissures persisted, continuously inundated by a torrent of energy. Had a legendary sorcerer of the enigmatic spatial realm been present, they would have perceived from a higher vantage point that this peculiar energy initially seeped into the far end of the passageway in minuscule amounts. Once that energy emerged, it was destined to dissipate into the ether. However, for reasons unknown, that fleeting energy suddenly surged towards a specific location and vanished from sight. Subsequently, a strange allure drew together the dispersed energies, converging upon the spot where the energy had previously dissipated. Waves of this extraordinary energy thus amalgamated, and astonishingly, the passageway that was meant to vanish began to stabilize gradually, as if the strange energy were being fervently drawn out, surging forth like luminous ribbons streaking across the vast expanse, leaving behind trails of resplendent light. Yet, for legendary sorcerers not attuned to the spatial realm, nothing was visible. For this peculiar energy traversed a path entirely unbound by the reality. "Flora, what is happening?" inquired Sanders, momentarily lost in thought before shaking his head. "It seems I sense an unusual fluctuation." "An unusual fluctuation? What kind of fluctuation?" Flora closed her eyes and extended her mental tendrils to perceive it, yet she could sense nothing. After a brief silence, Sanders murmured to himself, "It appears to be the source." The influx of luminous points continued unabated, while Angler, still lost in slumber, remained unaware. In his dreams, he frolicked through golden waves of wheat, the soft field feeling as though he were treading upon clouds. Each step felt weightless, as if gravity had relinquished its hold, allowing him to leap far and soar high. In the waking world, remarkably, Angler too began to ascend. However, he was not flying of his own volition. Rather, a necklace around his neck slowly tugged him upwards into the air. The necklace seemed to inadvertently rouse Angler, as it merely suspended him aloft without altering his reclining position. This necklace, crafted by Angler himself, appeared unremarkable. Yet, the pendant it bore was the very catalyst that had transported John from Earth to this realm, the eye from beyond. At that moment, within the metallic mesh of the pendant, the eye from beyond absorbed the surrounding luminous points as if it were a whale siphoning in its prey. The once transparent crystal now shimmered with a faint golden hue. All the luminous points were indeed consumed by the eye from beyond. The radiant points surrounding Angler visibly diminished. Yet with each reduction, countless new points surged in from outside. Simultaneously, the luminous points gradually dispersed, and the shadowy passageway in the external void finally sealed completely with the cessation of the torrent of energy. Chapter 79. The tragedy of Cilia. The tumult at one end ceased with the disappearance of the fissure, yet the turmoil at the other end was only just beginning. Thousands of miles away at the dimensional convergence point, Cilia stood gloomily atop the beaky, the surrounding water veil still intact. But the two figures of Sanders had already vanished from its confines. Cilia was consumed with regret over the inadequacies of his plan, contemplating how to address the adverse consequences that had arisen from it. While he was lost in worry, other factions outside began to mobilize. The sound of splashing water accompanied the swift severing of the veil. Before Cilia could react, the water curtain had been breached, and three figures, akin to agile sea swallows, performed acrobatic maneuvers before landing gracefully upon the beaky, encircling Cilia in a triangular formation. Cilia gazed in astonishment at these three audacious individuals. Did they not fear being entangled with the consciousness of the world? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these three encircling figures were all strikingly beautiful women, each with varying hairstyles, some short, some long, some straight, others curly, yet all shared the same golden hair and azure eyes. Their weapons were magnificent great swords, nearly reaching their chest in length. As Cilia pondered their identities, someone called out their names. With the water veil now parted, the onlookers could clearly see Cilia surrounded. "Those are the beautiful demon puppets of Bogula," someone exclaimed, pointing at the trio of stunning women atop the beaky. No sooner had the words left their lips than the three women sprang into action. Their speed was breathtaking, and the swing of their great swords sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. Cilia leaped upward, narrowly evading their triangular assault. The close-quarters combat unfolded before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Under the relentless assault of the three women, Cilia finally grasped the reason for their audacity. They were not utilizing any magical power, but were instead relying solely on their physical prowess. Without the use of magic as a catalyst, they had no reason to fear the world's consciousness taking notice. As he engaged in close combat, Celia could clearly see that the three women were indeed breathtakingly beautiful, each possessing unique allure, even their freckles exuding an unexpected sensuality. However, their eyes betrayed their true nature. The sclerae of these enchanting women were entirely black, with blood-red irises. In their gaze, Celia detected not a trace of emotion, cold, as if they were machines. Indeed, they were puppets. Celia narrowly evaded a deadly slash, anxiety flashing in his eyes. His expertise lay in summoning magic, but with the dimensional convergence imminent, he dared not invoke summoning spells that might attract the attention of the world's consciousness. He also refrained from calling for Feya's assistance. Previously, only Sanders had seen Feya, and perhaps there was still room for negotiation. However, exposing Feya's identity in such a public setting would lead to consequences far beyond his control. Having narrowly evaded two formidable attacks, he felt a surge of gratitude within, relieved that he bore the bloodline of the misty spirit cat. Yet, due to the constraints of his innate talent, he had not devoted much attention to this lineage, having spent 30 years merely harnessing a mere tenth of its potential. Although the efficiency was less than optimal, the misty spirit cat's natural agility enhancement allowed him to consistently evade the onslaught of the three women. Once again, he narrowly escaped their encirclement with a dog-like crawl, only for his relief to dissipate. He realized that it was not merely about dodging. Each strike from the three women afforded him a moment to react. Yet every attempt to slip through those openings resulted in various undignified postures. This was a complete humiliation. Borgula, can we not converse civilly? Must you resort to violence? Anger simmered within him, yet at that moment, he could only suppress his feelings. Borgula, tilting his head askew, paid no heed to him. Instead, gazing obsessively at his battling golem, his serpentine tongue flicking over his lips, betraying an insatiable desire. Clenching his teeth, Celia once again adopted a position that left his rear in the air and his limbs sprawled on the ground to evade another blow. This posture, unbecoming of the elegant Celia, left him blushing with embarrassment, his eyes burning with shame. Indeed, level 2 wizards were not to be trifled with. He had thought his meticulously crafted plan was foolproof, only to find it effortlessly countered by Sanders. He had assumed that with a water curtain in place, no one would dare take the risk of attacking him. Instead, Borgula's melee golem had dealt him a resounding blow to the face. Celia's predicament grew increasingly awkward, and those around him began to discern the underlying dynamics. As Celia once more evaded the golem's combined assault in a humiliating manner, Danny shook her head. For someone with Celia's temperament, such disgrace was far more agonizing than death itself. Meanwhile, an elderly man in a white robe leaned on his staff and remarked, moreover, it conveniently treads upon Celia's bottom line, leaving him without the opportunity to wield his magic, thus he need not fear the attention of the world consciousness. The elderly man's face was lined with wrinkles, betraying his age, yet his emerald eyes sparkled with clarity, coupled with his white eyebrows and hair. He appeared to be a remarkably benevolent elder. Danny's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing him. Master Gandalf, you too have come here. Master Gandalf. Danny's voice was unrestrained, drawing the attention of many who turned to see the esteemed elder. The sight of Gandalf, a figure of great respect, elicited reverent gazes from all present. Although he was currently only a level 1 wizard, Gandalf held a prestigious position in the southern region, renowned for his personal virtues. He specialized in alchemy and potion making, earning the moniker of Walker of the Holy Light. His gentle demeanor and selflessness endeared him to others. Those seeking his potions needed only to provide their own ingredients, and the quality of his concoctions was exceptionally high. In a region where alchemists were scarce and potion prices soared, Gandalf was akin to a walking fortune. Unfortunately, his love for travel made encounters with him a rarity. Even non-academic dark wizards did not hesitate to honor him with the title of master, thanks to his affable nature. In the past, when Danny had ascended to the rank of a level 2 wizard, she had sought Gandalf's assistance in concocting a potion to breach barriers. Naturally, she was eager to approach this gentle old man, as they both belonged to the academic faction. Gandalf smiled and nodded at Lady Danny, extending a warm greeting to those around him, eager to see if he might encounter a dimension rich in magical flora. And to his pleasant surprise, fortune favored him. While exploring new dimensions can yield a plethora of resources, it is fraught with peril for wizards of the academic ilk, who typically prefer to establish their presence in a dimension only after it has been thoroughly explored. By that time, however, many resources may have already been plundered. In contrast, the merging of dimensions presents a unique exception during the confluence of two worlds. The dominant realm tends to sweep away the majority of high-level life forms from the opposing world with overwhelming force. once the bilateral passage stabilizes. The plundering of resources occurs with significantly reduced risk of ambush. Moreover, given the vastness of a dimension, with individuals dispersed within it scouring for treasures, the likelihood of conflict is minimal, much like grains of sand lost in the ocean. Desiring to divert attention from himself, Gandalf remarked, "Mr. Stock's taste has remained unchanged. The magical puppets are eternally represented by fair-haired, blue-eyed beauties. Stock is the surname of Bogula. Indeed, Bogula is surprisingly devoted." Someone jested that, in truth, Miss Flora present here is the most beautiful, though regrettably, her hair is a shade of pinkish-brown. But wait, where is Miss Flora? As this inquiry arose, others soon realized that not only was Flora missing, but also the only other two level 2 wizards, the Master of Illusions. A sense of bewilderment swept through the crowd. Yet Lady Dani alone understood. Flora had long set up a teleportation array. However, she too felt puzzled. Why had Sanders departed at this moment? Could it be that Siliu had acted against Sanders? Even if Siliu had indeed taken action, could he have compelled Sanders to leave voluntarily? Chapter 80. Dreadful Outcomes. Previously, they had been ensnared by Sliwa within the curtain of water, and the resentment in their hearts had yet to dissipate. They were unwilling to grant Sliwa any advantage. Each individual speculated in silence, convinced that once this matter passed, Sliwa, with his excessive pride, would refrain from showing his face in public for at least several years. As they turned to the source of the sound, they beheld the black domain and cyclone at the convergence point of dimensions nearly equal in size. As Lady Dani had foretold, the boundless path had indeed reached its conclusion. The eagerly awaited moment of plunder was imminent. When the cyclone and the black domain approached parity, everyone could sense the primordial force of the world's consciousness becoming increasingly grand. This power, transcending all levels, weighed heavily upon their hearts like a colossal entity. Even from a distance, it instilled a profound sense of defeat. Despite their coveting of the primordial force, the inadequacy of their own life levels rendered them incapable of grasping it. The cyclone continued its rotation. After a while, someone voiced their confusion. Why does it seem like the cyclone has stopped growing? Initially, no one responded to this remark, but after a moment, another voice chimed in. Not only has it not expanded, but do you not feel that the cyclone is actually shrinking? This utterance ignited a flurry of reactions, akin to water splashing into a boiling pot of oil. Indeed, the central white cyclone appeared to be diminishing. Lady Dani also noticed the situation at the convergence point. After pondering for a moment, she realized that none of the tomes she had perused contained records of such an occurrence. Shaking her head, she observed the expressions of disappointment on the faces of those present. After all, this matter concerned the vital interests of all. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps it is merely a temporary phenomenon, she suggested, infused with a glimmer of hope as they continued to wait. However, as time passed, the cyclone not only failed to enlarge, but the signs of its contraction became increasingly evident. Lady Dani glanced toward Gandalf. While she had amassed knowledge through her extensive reading, Gandalf had traversed many paths. Perhaps his experiences could illuminate the current predicament. Yet, to Lady Dani's dismay, Gandalf also furrowed his brow, his expression one of perplexity. At that moment, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Borgula, what are you doing?" Following the sound, they witnessed Borgula's beautiful demon doll darting towards Sliwa with astonishing speed, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Sliwa flailed his legs, struggling in vain. The force unleashed by the demon doll was astonishingly potent, a stark contrast to her earlier antics of toying with the monkey. "Ha ha ha. Shouldn't you explain what you just did?" Borgula's eyes bulged, one larger than the other, with Sliwa's reflection shimmering in her pupils. Sliwa, ashamed and flustered, was at a loss to acknowledge his actions. His face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Clenching his fists, the anger simmering within him began to rise. "Let go. I command you to release me." Sliwa let out a thunderous roar, an astonishing surge of magical energy erupting from his being. Behind him, countless intricate runes materialized, intertwining like gears, each augmenting the other's power. This was dire. He had resorted to sorcery. Everyone was startled by Sliwa's actions, each rushing in different directions, fearful that a moment's delay might draw the attention of the world's consciousness upon them. Monstrous beings emerged from the runes behind Sliwa, tearing through space and creating rippling waves. There were ghostly sharks with antennae and flying fish adorned with ram-like horns. These creatures varied greatly in form, yet all possessed a fish-like essence, each diverging from the ordinary fish encountered in daily life. The summoned fish monsters instantly pounced upon the alluring magical doll. In mere moments, the doll lay battered and bruised, devoid of any semblance of human form. Bagula, with a twisted grin, snapped his fingers lightly, causing the alluring doll to explode into shards under an inexplicable force. Almost immediately after, dozens of alluring dolls appeared beside Bagula. At the same time, the various fish monsters summoned by Sliwa swayed their tails, swimming gracefully around him. The confrontation between the two parties seemed on the verge of eruption. Those fleeing paused to observe, and indeed, as Lady Dany had stated, despite the invocation of such formidable sorcery, the world's consciousness remained utterly oblivious. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the cyclone is shrinking at an accelerated pace." Not only was the cyclone diminishing more rapidly, but everyone could distinctly feel the foundational power waning at an alarming rate. What on earth was occurring? Confusion engulfed all as the boundless path crumbled, the source of power diminished, and the world's consciousness vanished without a trace. Everything defied logic. Suddenly, Lady Dany sensed that the source of power seemed to be gravitating towards a specific direction. With a furrowed brow, she closed her eyes, waves of sorcery emanating from her. Moments later, she opened her eyes wide and flew to Sliwa's side, disregarding the surrounding fish monsters, and demanded sharply, "What on earth were you doing behind the water curtain?" Sliwa, somewhat bewildered by her inexplicable inquiry, found himself at a loss. Why were they both questioning the events behind the water curtain? Could the cyclone's malfunction somehow be linked to Sanders? "What am I doing? I did nothing at all," Sliwa dared not admit. Lady Dany continued her relentless interrogation. "Then tell me, where are Sanders and Flora? Where have they gone?" "How would I know?" Sliwa retorted with a scoff. "How would you know? Then explain why Sanders and the others have vanished. And haven't you noticed? The source of power is all flowing towards the place where Flora set her formation." Lady Dany's words left Sliwa momentarily stunned. Everyone attuned themselves to the flow of the foundational power, and indeed, as Lady Dany had indicated, it was all converging in one direction. It appeared to be an unremarkable, vacant space to the naked eye, yet through the lens of sorcery, one could discern a strange rift there, ravenously absorbing the foundational power. With the truth laid bare and the eyes of many fixated upon him, Sliwa ultimately chose to reveal a portion of the truth selectively. However, he somewhat overlooked the flying crows, merely stating that he had compelled Sanders to surrender the constant shards through a peculiar method. As a result, not only did Sanders refuse to comply, but he also utilized the teleportation to escape. Such assertions are riddled with inconsistencies. The most significant doubt arises from the fact that Sliwa's abilities are vastly inferior to those of Sanders. How could he possibly have suppressed his opponent and forced him to retreat through a magical array? The crowd remained skeptical. Yet Sliwa adamantly insisted upon the veracity of his claims. Regardless of the actual truth, one thing remained etched in their minds: Sanders had opened a bizarre rift to depart, which led to the backlash of primal power. And the true architect of this calamity was none other than Sliwa, who coveted the constant shards. Observing the fury in the eyes of those around him, even the members of the Deep Sea Song regarded him with cold indifference. Sliwa genuinely felt that circumstances could not worsen. Only more dire outcomes awaited him, as the primal power was relentlessly siphoned by the strange rift. This process persisted for an extended period. By the time the rift ceased its absorption of primal energy and vanished without a trace, the fusion of realms had already failed. The merging of dimensions is inherently a double-edged sword for the world, yielding no true benefit for anyone involved. This time, the world consciousness suffered a significant loss of primal essence. Even if the dimensional fusion were to occur, it would be a considerable detriment. The world consciousness functions like a scale, ensuring that the interests of this world are not compromised, striving for absolute equilibrium. Hence, following a careful assessment of gains and losses, the fusion was abruptly halted, and the entrance to the dark domain of the other realm was mercilessly exiled, its whereabouts unknown. Chapter 81. Landing the books that Angell could comprehend were not particularly precious. Thus, Flora's recent inflation of their value was merely an intimidation tactic. However, unbeknownst to Flora, Angell had no need to understand those rare tomes or even unique editions, as he had already amassed knowledge through his recording abilities. If one were to adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, the unique editions that Angell had recorded were numerous, and the cost he would incur would naturally escalate infinitely. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Upon listening to Flora's remarks, Angell realized that utilizing the holographic tablet to record the library's collection was indeed a significant advantage for him. After this incident, he naturally refrained from mentioning the holographic tablet again, lest it arouse suspicion. Fortunately, Sanders was aware that Toby was Gray's magical pet. Out of courtesy, Although Toby had been entrusted to Angell, he was still considered a guest of the Savage Cavern, and thus Angell need not concern himself with the guest's belongings. Good butler. I appreciate your assistance. Angell shyly handed Toby's luggage to Good. No need for formalities, Master Pat. Good took Toby's luggage and excused himself. As for Angell's own belongings, he carried them himself. Not only were there valuable items in his pack that he was reluctant to entrust to another, but Good had also not offered to help with Angell's luggage. When the tail of the cloud whale swished beyond the reach of the thunderclouds, bathing the entire pasture in sunlight, Angell mused, the continent of abundance has arrived. Upon landing, Angell did not accompany his mentor, but was instead arranged to descend with the victors of the blood duel from the ninth chamber, alighting on a magical falcon. A dozen massive magical falcons soared across the sky, and after a few calls, they darted toward the endless expanse of coastline. The cloud whale seemed to have noticed Angell's farewell wave. It squinted, its pupils curving into crescent shapes. Behind the cloud whale lay the dissipating thunderclouds in the boundless sea. Deep within, Angell understood that in that distant direction, far away, there existed a beautiful land that had nurtured him. He was acutely aware that regardless of what the future held, the sanctuary in his heart would forever remain there. Are you missing your homeland? A languid voice, accompanied by the whistling wind, reached Angell's ears. Turning to look, he saw Nausicaa, who had somehow drawn closer, holding the reins of the magical falcon. Indeed, it has been quite a while since I left home, and I wonder how things are faring there. Angell replied nonchalantly, not wishing to delve further into the topic. So he swiftly shifted the conversation. You can actually control the magical falcon? Oh, so this magnificent bird is called a magical falcon, Nausicaa remarked, tucking her wind-tousled hair behind her ear. The simple gesture she performed was imbued with an alluring sensuality. I do not control it in the traditional sense. Much like a war horse, I guide its direction with the reins. Although Angell had ridden horses before, Leon had always been cautious about his safety, selecting for him only the gentle Manx long-haired ponies. This horse stands at a mere height of 1 meter, devoid of reins, and when mounted, it ambles leisurely rather than galloping. This lack of stimulation in riding is not to Angell's liking. However, Lion, as a seasoned protector of younger siblings, often uses Angell's tender age as an excuse to prevent him from riding majestic steeds, fearing for his safety. Thus, Angell has never experienced riding, not even a regular horse, let alone a war horse. Observing Nausicaa's graceful command over her mount, Angell finds himself envious and cannot help but seek her guidance. Nausicaa, generous in spirit, shares her knowledge, demonstrating several fluid movements, and soon Angell finds himself in sync with the rhythm of riding. After a while, as he skillfully maneuvers the magical falcon, soaring and diving with unbridled joy, Nausicaa shakes her head and muses quietly. He is still just a child. Though her words seem to express nostalgia, Angell perceives an undercurrent of excitement in her tone. He is puzzled. Is extreme weather truly a cause for exhilaration? Yet, being somewhat unfamiliar with Nausicaa, he hesitates to inquire further. From the lofty heights, the vast expanse of the prosperous continent unfolds beneath them, revealing an endless stretch of forest and the faint outline of distant mountains. This is indeed the prosperous continent. After a 9-month journey, Angell has finally arrived in this land belonging to the wizards. While he has encountered these people before, it was always from a distance, behind tents. This time, however, the proximity allows him to truly sense the extraordinary aura that surrounds them. A mere glance reveals that the majority of the individuals are tall and robust, each possessing distinct characteristics. For instance, upon landing, Angell notices a young man wearing a black and white fur hat, crouched on the beach, playfully engaging with a crab. Beside him rests a knight's sword wrapped in tattered cloth. Not far behind the youth, under a coconut tree, a burly man with a handlebar mustache leans against the trunk, basking leisurely in the dappled sunlight filtering through the fronds. Chapter 82. Conflict upon a colossal rock, perpetually eroded by the relentless waves. A boy clad in a tattered black and white outfit, adorned with a black and brown plaid cap, was rubbing his heavily shadowed eyes, yawning incessantly as he perused a thick, hardbound tome. Apart from the 3 individuals Angell had immediately noticed, another figure nearby captured his attention. This was a deep brown-skinned boy with a shaved head, his slender upper body bare, glistening under the blazing sun akin to palm oil. His features exuded a wild handsomeness, appealing to the tastes of the affluent, imbued with an untamed and primal charisma. Angell's interest in these 4 was piqued because, aside from Nausicaa, they were the only ones who exhibited no hostility towards him. In fact, they seemed to adopt an indifferent stance. However, There was an exception. One bore a sincere yet slightly restrained smile. The remaining 9 victors, however, regarded him with varying degrees of animosity. Even Nausicaa's subordinate, Abernathy, who had previously learned a lesson from Nausicaa, continued to maintain an air of superiority, devoid of friendliness. "Hey, little guy, you've been quite brazen these days. Strutting around in front of me, annoying me to the point of wanting to eliminate you." A man with needle-like hair, draped in a tiger-skin skirt, approached Angell barefoot. A bloodthirsty expression etched upon his face. "I've been meaning to ask you, what is your relationship with the wizard in the tent?" Angell regarded the towering man, nearly double his height, and instinctively frowned. He caught a strong whiff of sweat and a faint hint of blood emanating from the man. "What business is it of yours?" Angell replied, unperturbed by confrontation, instinctively repulsed by the man's odor. In truth, he had sensed a similar metallic scent from the bare-chested boy, perhaps even stronger, yet inexplicably felt a sense of inexplicable kinship towards him, whereas the man before him was merely discomforting. As the conversation unfolded, the man in the tiger-skin skirt abruptly took action, seizing Angell by his collar and yanking him closer. The overpowering stench of sweat and decay invaded Angell's nostrils. The boy atop the rock noticed Angell's predicament, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, while the others observed the unfolding farce with impassive expressions. "Ah, damn it, it hurts. It hurts." Suddenly, the man released Angell, exclaiming in pain. This dramatic turn of events drew the attention of the onlookers. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a peculiar seabird, clad in a tailcoat with a red bow tie, frantically assaulting the man. During their time aboard the Cloud Whale, Toby had followed Angell closely. Thus, anyone not too far from Angell's tent had likely witnessed the bird. Unexpectedly, this bird exhibited remarkable ferocity, attacking with astonishing speed, rendering it nearly impossible to perceive anything but its shadow. Most astonishingly, its strikes targeted the most vulnerable areas of the human body, primarily the eyes and blood vessels, causing the man clad in animal hide to be drenched in blood in no time. Angell was equally astonished by Toby's prowess. He had initially braced himself for a severe beating, but the Toby, nestled within his hair, suddenly unleashed an impressive display of strength, swiftly dispatching the seemingly formidable man. As Angell took a few steps back, he observed the man's neck, where Toby had pecked, gushing blood. He assumed that the man would learn to temper his aggression after such an incident. However, to his surprise, upon realizing that Toby had ceased his assault, the man let out a furious roar, drawing a razor-sharp bone knife from his waist and charging recklessly towards Angell. "Be careful," shouted the boy atop the boulder, unable to contain his alarm. Angell caught sight of the impending danger, and Toby lunged forward once more, but the man disregarded Toby completely, pressing on with his blade towards Angell. Angell's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such vindictiveness. He struggled to evade, yet his speed fell short of the man's. Just as it seemed that Angell would be struck by the bone knife, a figure suddenly dashed forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the man in animal hide soaring through the air. "Nausicaa." Angell murmured her name, gratitude swelling within him. "Boy, you must train harder. If you cannot evade even this, survival will be a challenge," Nausicaa remarked, her face turned slightly towards Angell. The backlight illuminated her profile, casting a soft golden curve that exuded an air of nonchalance and freedom. Feeling chastised by a woman's words, Angell's spirits plummeted. "Hookdick, I never expected you to stoop so low as to bully a child. What a disappointment," Nausicaa said, placing her foot on the face of the man in the tiger skin. In his terrified gaze, she disdainfully kicked him away. "Do not show mercy to those who harbor hostility towards you. That is the key to survival," Nausicaa advised Angell. With a sense of shame, Angell nodded, recognizing that had he been any slower, he might have found himself in peril. Perhaps, in navigating the complexities of life, he truly needed to enact some changes. "Nausicaa, that man is Hookdick, a minor chieftain from a peripheral tribe on the Faring continent, known for his ruthless killings. I do not know if it was sheer luck or something else, but he is also a gifted individual." Chapter 83. Communication. Hookdick was propelled through the air by Nausicaa's kick, only to be brutally stomped upon a second time, leaving him unconscious. While losing consciousness was of little concern, the blood vessel on his neck, punctured by Toby's peck, continued to bleed profusely. If the hemorrhaging did not cease soon, his life would be in peril. Regrettably, after a considerable delay, no one stepped forward to assist him, highlighting the dismal state of Hookdick's interpersonal relationships, which mirrored his character. At that moment, a group emerged from the dense thicket. Clad in black robes and adorned with totemic masks, These were the shadow servants of the Black Mage. Leading them was the familiar figure of Butler Good. Upon arriving before the assembly, the gifted individuals naturally congregated together, while two shadow servants hoisted the unconscious Hookdick away. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Welcome to the prosperous continent. As one of the cradles of sorcery, it is my hope that you will rekindle the glory of wizards here. Good began, offering a brief exchange of pleasantries before delving into the matter at hand. We currently stand in the southern region of the Guman Kingdom, and our destination, the Pamiji Plateau, lies several thousand miles ahead. The organization has dispatched personnel to welcome you, though they are expected to arrive tomorrow. Thus, you will need to rest for the night in the town of Magoo Port. Good bowed slightly, gesturing to one side. Please, this way. With the shadow servants leading the way, everyone followed in turn. As Angell passed by Good, he heard the butler whisper, "Young Master Pat, this way please." The other victors of the 9-cabin blood duel appeared oblivious to Good's words. Turning his head, Angell noticed Good nodding slightly at him, leaving him uncertain about the reason. After a moment's contemplation, Angell decided to approach Good. His departure went unnoticed by the others, save for a lingering gaze from Nausicaa as he turned away. Angell acknowledged her with a nod. Earlier that day, Flora had intended to leave with him, but Sanders had ordered him to accompany the victors of the 9-cabin blood duel instead. Flora had paused for a moment before conveying a supportive expression to Angell. This led him to suspect that Good's summons was not entirely unexpected. Seeing Angell maintain an inscrutable expression, Good nodded with satisfaction. A few days prior, when Sanders and Flora departed, they had entrusted Angell with the leadership of the Cloud Whale and even allowed him to manage the magical energy array of the victor's tent, deliberately facilitating more interaction with his peers. However, Angell seemed disinterested in socializing, preferring to seclude himself in the library. Good was not surprised by Angell's choice. Although he was not a wizard, his proximity to Sanders had granted him insights into the wizarding community. Most wizards were solitary by nature, particularly those embarking on the path of true knowledge. Yet, this did not imply that wizards lacked friends. They possessed their own circles. In the pursuit of sorcery, solitary contemplation often leads to dead ends. Engaging in dialogue could prevent one from straying off course. Having friends and pursuing knowledge in solitude could coexist harmoniously. Angell was well aware of this principle. In moments of boredom aboard the Zijing, he had perused several online novels from Earth. Among the novels concerning cultivation, one succinctly encapsulates the 4 essential elements on the path of spiritual practice: method, companion, wealth, and environment. Although the systems of sorcery and cultivation differ, these 4 elements are nonetheless worthy of consideration. Focusing solely on the aspect of companionship, it signifies a friend with whom one can discuss the Tao. Engaging in discourse with others is far more enriching than solitary reflection. Just as the ancient saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge Liang. Collective wisdom invariably yields fresh insights. The path of a sorcerer is one that demands innovation, accumulation, and deep contemplation, with a companion to reflect upon. The journey ahead may become somewhat smoother. Gouda stood quietly by the shore, observing the increasingly distant figure of Angell, his heart filled with a hint of sentiment. In truth, the words Gouda had previously imparted to Angell were not under anyone's instruction. They were entirely his own initiative. His respectful demeanor towards Angell stemmed from his keen perception of Sanders' genuine care for Angell. Not only was Sanders concerned about Angell's future, but he was also beginning to worry about his social circle. To prevent Angell from misinterpreting Sanders' good intentions, Gouda took it upon himself to offer a gentle reminder. As Angell continued on his way, he found himself pondering the dispute with Hookdick. He was reluctant to be labeled as weak again, and even more so to find himself in a state of helplessness. However, all of this hinged upon his own capabilities. Lacking strength rendered any justification futile. Exiting the confines of the beach, he soon spotted signs of civilization. Along the forest path, a great river met the sea, where several fishing boats rested along the riverbank. And in the distance, figures could be seen laboring aboard the vessels. Venturing further, the silhouettes of houses began to emerge on the mountainside, and travelers started to come into view. The air shifted from the briny scent of the ocean to a more human essence. Curiously, the dark sorcerer's attendant was clad in an odd manner, donning a black robe even in the sweltering heat, followed by a motley crew of individuals. Were Angell merely an observer, he would find this group rather peculiar. Yet, he noted that the passers-by seemed indifferent to the attendant's attire, occasionally glancing over without focusing on the unusual assembly. After a considerable amount of time, the quaint town of Magoo Harbor came into sight. This settlement was constructed upon a hillside, with all the houses built from white bricks and tiles nestled against the sea. Under the radiant sunlight, one could clearly see the vibrant gardens of every home. The streets were meticulously laid out, with the main thoroughfare being broad, while the smaller pathways were crafted from finely chiseled stones. The white sand, white tiles, and white picket fences rendered the entire town a warm, inviting hue, imbued with exotic charm. The blinding whiteness incited a mischievous thought. How striking it would be to stain the white with crimson. Someone jested, and upon hearing the familiar voice, Angell looked up to find that it was indeed Hook Dick. His neck wound had been bandaged, indicating that the dark sorcerer's attendant had taken him away for treatment. Hook Dick's words drew the attention of those around them, yet no one echoed his sentiments, and some even scoffed. Barbarian. Unfazed by the label, Hook Dick paid little mind, though a youth with a brown complexion shot a fierce glare at the one who had spoken. Insane, he muttered. You should look to yourself. The speaker murmured softly. Yet the boy with dark brown skin clearly displayed a look of trepidation. At that moment, Hook Dick turned his gaze towards Angell, his eyes instantly igniting with the furious crimson hue. However, with the shadowy servant present, he dared not take any action. Instead, he merely sneered, gesturing a throat-slitting motion towards Angell, followed by a loud, mocking laugh before turning away. Angell let out a sigh, fully aware that he had forged an enmity with Hook Dick. Nevertheless, he was unafraid of confrontation, understanding that he was not a victor born from the bloodshed of the Ninth Hold and would inevitably attract scrutiny, though he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. Chapter 84. The Boy of Versailles. The dark, shadowy servant twisted and turned, leading the group not into the town of Twilight Harbor, but rather outside its borders. Ultimately, they arrived at a small hollow beneath a modest hill on the town's periphery. The hollow was barren, devoid of any notable features, save for a scattering of weeds and rubble. At this juncture, the shadowy servant split into two groups, encircling the travelers. As confusion swept over the group, Good stepped forward from their midst. Each individual bore a concealed magical array, ensuring that those standing in their center would remain unseen by the ordinary populace. Good casually explained. Even in the continent of prosperity, wizards are regarded as legendary beings by the majority of common folk. There is no need to disturb their lives. Upon hearing Good's elucidation, Angell finally comprehended why their conspicuous procession had previously gone unnoticed while traversing the road. It was indeed due to the concealing magic array. Angell wholeheartedly agreed with the notion of not causing unrest among ordinary people. After all, wizards emerged from the ranks of the common folk and understood their hardships. Thus there was no need to add to their burdens. As Good approached the hollow, he produced a token-like object and tossed it into the air. When the token descended, a shimmering crack appeared in the center of the hollow, revealing a cavern with staircases leading into the unknown. At first glance, the darkness was not overwhelming, as flickering candlelight could be discerned within. This is a temporary abode for the savage cavern. You shall reside here for the night and depart on the morrow. Good gestured towards the cave. One by one, the group made their way downwards, with Angell taking the rear. Once he entered, Good and the other shadowy servants followed suit. Master Pat, Lord Toby's belongings have been placed in your room, and a magical servant will come to tidy up before your departure tomorrow, Good whispered as he approached Angell. Angell nodded, realizing that the earlier skirmish had drained much of his energy. Toby had already succumbed to slumber, curled up in Angell's hair. The underground passage was a labyrinth, with doors appearing intermittently along the cavern walls. The deeper they ventured, the more expansive the space became, with numerous excavated chambers. The rooms assigned to the group were not far from the surface, essentially connected to one another. Moreover, adjacent rooms featured a small shared lounge in between. The arrangement typically consisted of 2 individuals per room, each with their own sleeping quarters. Upon opening the door, Angell beheld a boy diligently wiping a long table in the lounge with a damp towel he had seemingly procured from nowhere. The boy was utterly engrossed, repetitively polishing the surface, to the extent that he did not even notice Angell's entrance. Recognizing the boy by his antiquated white shirt and black trousers, Angell recalled that he was the same boy who had previously warned him during Hook Dick's ambush on the beach. Although the warning had proven futile, Angell acknowledged the kindness. Reflecting on the victors of the bloody skirmish in the 8th chamber, it seemed that, apart from Nausicaa, this boy had shown him the most amiable disposition. Having decided to befriend a few peers, this individual appeared to be a rather commendable choice. However, Angell harbored a flicker of doubt within. Could this person's character truly be as innocent as he presented? Angell observed him quietly, noting that he continued to wipe the table incessantly. Perhaps he had a penchant for cleanliness? This could certainly be deemed a form of obsessive behavior, but it did not serve as a reliable basis for assessing his character. After an unknown number of wipes, the boy finally ceased his efforts. In the next moment, Angell was taken aback to see that after meticulously cleaning the table, he promptly sat down on a stool that was covered in a thick layer of dust. If he were indeed a cleanliness aficionado, he would surely be unable to tolerate such a dusty little wooden stool. What, then, was the purpose of his diligent table cleaning? Before long, the reason became apparent. The boy rummaged through his faded satchel and retrieved a hefty hardcover book. He placed the book reverently on the now pristine desk and rubbed his hands together, waiting until he was certain they bore no smudges before he solemnly opened the tome and began to read with great care. It seemed he was not afflicted with a compulsion for cleanliness. Rather, it was his deep affection for books that compelled him to repeatedly clean the table. As a fellow bibliophile, Angell felt an immediate kinship with him. Just as Angell turned away, he heard a knock at the door. The knocking persisted, and the boy suddenly sprang to his feet to answer it, inadvertently knocking over the stool in his haste. When the door swung open, Nausicaa's figure appeared in the doorway. "Hello, young man. Good afternoon," she greeted, raising an eyebrow upon seeing the boy at the door. Then she turned to Angell, exclaiming, "What a surprise! The two youngest boys of our cohort are both here. I am Nausicaa. May I ask your name?" she inquired, casually tossing her long hair and leaning against the doorframe. "What? No invitation to come in and sit?" The boy nodded, slightly flustered, as he ushered Nausicaa inside. "I am Serum Pustin, hailing from the Principality of Versailles on the continent of Revelation," he murmured. "My country is quite small. You probably haven't heard of it." Nausicaa extended a finger and gently shook it in front of Serum, saying, "Not necessarily. I have visited the Principality of Versailles before. Your nation's rose fields are exquisite. I still fondly remember the colorful rose cakes from there." Upon hearing that Nausicaa had been to Versailles, a radiant smile illuminated Serum's gaunt face, and his demeanor toward her grew warmer. Nausicaa, observing Serum's newfound fondness for her simply because she had visited his homeland, couldn't help but reflect, another child. Had her departure from Blackberry rendered her fated to encounter children? "So you come from the outermost isles?" Nausicaa queried. Angell, somewhat puzzled, asked, "You have heard of it?" Nausicaa nodded affirmatively. "Not only have I heard of it, but I have also been there. I remember landing from an island called Hylon. It was a beautiful place. Unfortunately, shortly after I left, I heard that war broke out." Angell, if you had traveled in recent years, the nation that engaged in war with Hylon would have been my homeland, the Golden Sparrow Empire. "Oh, what a pity." Nausicaa nonchalantly shrugged. "How could you have visited so many countries? I have never even heard of the old continent that Angell mentioned." Serum gazed at Nausicaa with a hint of admiration. Nausicaa smiled slightly, "Because I am a pirate." Chapter 85, "The King of Blackberry's Pirate," exclaimed both Angell and Serum in unison. The revelation was utterly astonishing. Angell had always presumed that Nausicaa was a commanding officer leading troops into battle. He never anticipated that the truth would be so radically different. Nausicaa was, in fact, a pirate. With a legion of loyal followers, she was a formidable force in combat, yet exuded a lazy charisma during her leisure, indulging in both tobacco and spirits without restraint. Angell's mind wandered freely, contemplating the vastness of the world yet to be explored, when Serum's incredulous voice broke through. "You are indeed a pirate." If there were no concealed truths behind this, then the child's sense of right and wrong was quite commendable. Angell mused to himself, considering that Serum might indeed be a worthy companion. As for Angell, he bore no particular concern regarding the label of pirate. After all, good and evil are often subjective, and he preferred to gauge the world with his own eyes rather than be shackled by rumors or occupational prejudices. However, Angell recognized that his own standards were separate from those he held for others. If Serum's aversion to pirates stemmed from professional bias, it suggested he was a person of integrity. Yet, Angell found himself perplexed. If Serum truly possessed a correct moral compass and a pure heart, how had he managed to survive the trials of the blood duel in the ninth chamber? "Oh, it seems young Serum holds quite the opinion about my status as a pirate." Nausicaa was unfazed by Serum's disdain, finding amusement in the child's peculiar temperament. His inexplicable affinity and aversion were quite entertaining. Pirates are not known for their virtue. They seize the hard-earned labor of the innocent and commit unspeakable acts. Serum fell silent, retreating to a corner, fondling his cherished book. "Looks like you are quite the noble-hearted child," Nausicaa teased. Serum avoided meeting Nausicaa's gaze, yet softly protested, "I am not little. I am already 13. Nausicaa raised an eyebrow. I assumed that anyone capable of passing the blood duel in the ninth chamber would be unbothered by such labels, aside from little Angel here. I did not expect to encounter such a principled young boy. She paused, her eyes glimmering with realization. Ah, could it be that you are the victor of the third chamber? Seeing Serum's reaction, Nausicaa was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. How delightful, truly delightful. I find you more intriguing than him, she remarked, referring to Angel. The Duchy of Versailles is indeed filled with fascinating individuals. You and Sharanduni are equally captivating. Sharanduni, how dare you address Her Majesty by her first name? Serum glared at Nausicaa in discontent. It was not intentional. During my last tea with Her Majesty, she instructed me to call her that. Nausicaa shrugged, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You had tea with Her Majesty? How is that even possible? Wait, Nausicaa, I think I remember now. Could it be that you are the King of Blackberries, Lord Asperu? Nausicaa nodded noncommittally, affirming, Indeed, my full name is Nausicaa Asperu. You are truly His Excellency Asperu? The legendary King of Blackberries who purged the dark underbelly of the entire Blackberry Sea. Serum suddenly rose with excitement. Upon hearing Serum's lengthy titles, Nausicaa felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. It seems, yes, she replied. How marvelous. Your Excellency Asperu, I am your devoted admirer. I never imagined I would encounter you here. I am indeed fortunate. Serum's previous disdain vanished, replaced by elation, as he longed to prostrate himself before Nausicaa. Your righteous brilliance illuminates the entire Blackberry Sea. You have rescued countless souls in distress. You are a true hero. Serum extolled her virtues in a nearly operatic fashion. No, it was genuine praise. At first, I presumed His Excellency Asperu to be a gentleman. I never expected it to be you. I misjudged you earlier. You are a truly wonderful person. Serum hastily confessed his error, fearing that any delay might prompt Nausicaa to harbor ill thoughts about him. Nausicaa had encountered fervent admirers before. Yet this was the first time she had met someone who idolized her with such fervor. She found herself at a loss on how to respond to such an admirer. After observing the unfolding drama, Angell suddenly interjected, What on earth have you done? His transformation was astonishingly swift. The Blackberry Sea was a realm of darkness, a notorious haunt for pirates who indulged in all manner of atrocities. It was not until Nausicaa's arrival, after 3 years of leading a fleet on relentless campaigns, that she suppressed the entire region with an iron fist, cleansing the Blackberry Sea of its nefarious atmosphere. Since then, merchant vessels traversing the sea have experienced no further calamities. A testament to Nausicaa's achievements. Ahem, I must admit, I did collect tolls, Nausicaa interjected, feeling somewhat awkward under the lavish praise. That is different. Your Excellency, being a pirate. Collecting tolls is quite normal. I assent it? Serum retorted. Angell found Serum's argument amusing. Just moments ago, he had expressed disdain for pirates. Yet now he stood resolutely in their defense. Indeed, Serum was, as Nausicaa had claimed, a rather amusing character. As the two engaged in their banter, one praising and the other feeling awkward, Nausicaa could not help but wipe the sweat from her brow. This was her first experience with such a challenging dialogue. After a pause, Angell laughed heartily. So you were the one who feigned death to pass through. Upon hearing Nausicaa's explanation, he could not contain his amusement. He had previously wondered how Serum had survived the grueling bloodbath in the ninth hold, only to discover that he had done so by pretending to be dead. I am curious, given your character, even in feigning death, would you not ultimately seek a decisive confrontation? I find it hard to believe you would resort to killing. Angell inquired, perplexed. That person had already killed many. When he realized I was still alive, he sought to kill me as well, which is why Serum's voice trailed off, growing softer, revealing that he had yet to fully come to terms with the emotional burden of having taken a life. In these recent days, my thoughts invariably drift back to that fateful day. Night after night, sleep eludes me. And only when I immerse myself in books do I manage to momentarily forget the haunting memories. Observing Selim's pallid visage, his dark circles resembling an artistic smoky eye, I initially found amusement in his plight, yet now I feel an inexplicable pang of compassion, though I have yet to take a life myself, and remain uncertain of the emotional turmoil that may ensue. I empathize with Selim's sentiments. I gently place my hand upon Selim's shoulder, a gesture of solace. Nausicaa, unaccustomed to such a somber atmosphere, glanced at me and sought to shift the conversation. We have all shared our stories. Why not you? I understood what they yearned to hear, yet I too am perplexed as to why Sanders holds me in such esteem. Thus, I feigned ignorance and briefly recounted my lineage. I hail from a noble family, yet due to the presence of an elder brother, I do not inherit the title. Nonetheless, I am content, for my brother treats me with great kindness. I was fortunate to have a learned mentor who imparted a wealth of knowledge to me. However, he fell ill, and in our quest to restore his health, we explored every possible avenue. Eventually, by a stroke of fate, I encountered an apprentice sorcerer, which set me on the path to the continent of prosperity in hopes of healing my mentor. Chapter 86. The Enigma of the Light Points thus. While the content of his words appeared rich, upon closer examination, it came across as somewhat superficial. Fortunately, Serum was still an innocent child, oblivious to any discrepancies, and felt a certain fondness for Angell due to their similar backgrounds. As for Nausicaa, a former leader of the Blackberry Seas, she was undoubtedly a person of considerable finesse. She discerned the reluctance in Angell's words but chose not to address it, adhering to her own principles of interaction. After this exchange, the bond among the three naturally deepened, and they shared their aspirations for the future before parting ways. As they were about to leave, Nausicaa suddenly remarked to Angell, "I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. I almost forgot my original purpose for coming." "Your purpose for coming?" Angell asked, puzzled. "Well, it's nothing of great significance. I merely wish to inquire about what transpired last night. If you prefer not to discuss it, that is perfectly fine," Nausicaa replied. "It's not about my unreliable subordinate. I wanted to ask you why there were so many glowing points resembling fireflies in your tent early this morning." "Glowing points? I have no idea. I went to bed quite early and slept soundly until morning," Angell responded, his expression one of confusion, suggesting he was not feigning ignorance. Seeing Angell's bewildered look, Nausicaa felt uncertain herself. Could it be that she had misinterpreted what she saw? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Her concern stemmed from having risen in the middle of the night for a smoke, whereupon she noticed the bright flame of her lighter transforming into an eerie, ethereal light. In that moment of uncertainty, she had spotted glowing dots within Angell's tent. When Angell slept, he had not drawn the curtains tightly, allowing Nausicaa to observe countless points of light swirling within. She had been taken aback and wanted to ask him about it, but hesitated, fearing that he might have crossed into the realm of apprenticeship and was experimenting with some form of sorcery. Moreover, amidst the dazzling lights, she had faintly perceived what seemed to be Angell floating in the air, leaving her unsure if she had merely imagined it. Yet now, Angell's response that he too was unaware of the phenomenon left her at a loss. Nonetheless, Nausicaa chose not to dwell on it. After all, the world of wizards was rife with peculiarities, and there was no necessity to understand everything. As for Angell, he remained puzzled by Nausicaa's inquiry. Did she truly see glowing points in his tent? Was this reality? He felt confident that Nausicaa would not deceive him over such a trivial matter. At that moment, Toby, who had been resting on the small wooden bed, stirred awake. He stretched in a manner befitting his species and then tidied his slightly askew feathers with his beak. Once satisfied, he energetically flew to the table where Butler Good had prepared some dried fish for him. "How fortunate it is to eat after a good sleep," Angell teased. Toby, while munching, tilted his head and shot him a look of mild disdain, before returning to his meal with fervor. Angell chuckled, playfully calling him a rascal. Yet his mind wandered back to Nausicaa's words. Suddenly, as he observed Toby enjoying his meal, a spark of inspiration lit up in his eyes. Angell pulled up a small wooden chair, seated himself at the table, and leaned his head on his arm, gently stroking Toby, who remained blissfully unaware of his new master's affectionate gesture. "Little Toby, pray tell, did you observe any peculiar phenomena during the early hours of yesterday? Perhaps some glimmering lights?" Angell inquired without much hope, merely jesting. Upon hearing Angell's question, Toby turned his head and chirped a few sounds. Having spent considerable time with Toby, Angell, though still not proficient in the avian tongue, could decipher several of Toby's intonations. "Did you truly see the lights?" Angell exclaimed in astonishment. Toby nodded vigorously, chirping affirmatively. Upon hearing Angell's murmured musings, Toby suddenly took flight, landing directly upon Angell's shoulder. With a look of utter bewilderment upon Angell's face, Toby proceeded to traverse from Angell's broad shoulder to the exposed collarbone. In the next moment, Toby extended his beak and deftly snatched a slender silver chain resting upon Angell's collarbone. Angell retrieved the chain from beneath his garment, revealing a pendant below, a metallic, mesh-like structure containing a transparent glass bead known as the Eye from Beyond. "Are you suggesting that the Eye from Beyond is emitting lights?" Angell asked incredulously. Toby rolled his eyes in exasperation and shook his head. Then, after some animated chirping and gesticulating, Angell pondered for a moment before hesitantly proposing, "Is the Eye from Beyond absorbing the lights?" Toby nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. How could this be?" It is simply unfathomable, Angell recalled the words of Mentor John. After the eye from beyond transported him from Earth to this realm, it lost all its extraordinary qualities, transforming into an utterly ordinary glass bead. The eye from beyond possesses an element of the miraculous, a notion Angell did not dispute. Otherwise, it would not have brought John to this world. Yet, after so many years without any anomalies, why had there suddenly been a change? Any entity maintaining a stable state must have a reason for its transformation. Just as a perfectly ordinary piece of graphite cannot inexplicably transmute into diamond without a catalyst, Angell firmly believed that the eye from beyond's transformation must also have a catalyst. But what could it possibly be? On a macro scale, it could be attributed to changes in time or space. The likelihood of time serving as a catalyst seemed minimal, for the eye from beyond had remained unremarkable for so many years. A sudden alteration seemed improbable, though he did not entirely dismiss this factor. Space as a catalyst, however, held some potential, as geographical shifts could lead to numerous transformations, such as variations in magnetic fields and temperature. Yet, Angell felt the likelihood of this was also rather low, leaving him in a state of skepticism. Beyond the macro perspective, one must also consider microscopic catalysts, delving into the realms of chemistry, physics, and the enigmatic aspects unique to the world of sorcery. This possibility held the greatest weight, yet it was also the most elusive to gauge. Nevertheless, before making any conjectures, perhaps he ought to ascertain whether any extraordinary events transpired the previous night. Chapter 87. Boarding the vessel, I recall Miss Flora mentioning that they returned in the early hours of last night. Angell pondered whether there might be a connection between the Mentor's timely return and this occurrence. Additionally, he noted a significant detail since last night. The thunderclouds enveloping the entire Devil Sea began to dissipate considerably, which perhaps warrants further attention. Angell meticulously recorded these contemplations into his holographic tablet, given his current status. Substantiating these thoughts proved challenging. All he could do was document them, awaiting the day he possessed sufficient power to unravel the enigma. Perhaps after last night, the eye from beyond would undergo unforeseen changes. Regardless of whether these changes were favorable or adverse, Angell had to accept them. He could not forsake the eye out of fear of a potentially grim future, thus he would carry it with him. As for the matter concerning the light, Angell chose to set it aside for the time being. The following day, at the break of dawn, a colossal steam airship approached from afar, docking near a small hill. Arcane runes flickered upon the airship, mirroring the concealed runes on the shadowy magical servantess cloak. Both were forms of hidden enchantments. As the airship's hatch opened, a gray-haired old man stood at the entrance, when suddenly, two figures appeared beside him, none other than Sanders and Flora. "I am not particularly concerned," Flora remarked nonchalantly. "The Academy folks are well aware that with our style, selecting talented individuals would inevitably yield such results. Their uproar is merely for the sake of appearances. Recruiting gifted individuals is an inherent task for every wizarding organization, yet for the vast majority of wizards, this duty is akin to a hot potato. If they refrain from undertaking it, they lack new talent. If they engage with it, they waste precious time. Generally, such tasks are shuffled around until they ultimately fall to the apprentices." Initially, Sanders accepting this task astonished many. In truth, Sanders' primary objective was to seek out Greya, while the recruitment of talented individuals was merely a task he undertook on the side. When faced with opposition from Wallace's faction, Flora recalled Sanders simply stating, "Very well. Shall I entrust this task to you instead?" This remark wielded the weight of a formidable weapon. All wizards, whether they were fervent practitioners of combat or refined academicians, swiftly distanced themselves, leaving the scene in disarray. Even Wallace, embarrassed for quite some time, eventually retreated under the pretense of his old legs being unfit for such endeavors. Thus, the responsibility of recruiting gifted individuals ultimately fell upon Sanders. "Oh, heavens! How remarkable!" the gray-haired old man exclaimed with exaggerated expression. "Miss Flora has refrained from referring to them as dissenters. I dare say, if Wallace were here, he would surely be pleased." Flora shrugged her shoulders. "What can I do? My dear mentor has this time accepted a disciple who is clearly of the academic ilk. For the sake of harmonious future interactions, let dissenters be damned. By the way, I nearly forgot to correct Mr. Nisse's error. This time, we have not received 10 gifted individuals, but rather 8. Flora casually gestured towards the direction of Angell's room, remarking, "That is the new student of our mentor, Angell, who is not part of this selection." After speaking, Flora pointed in another direction. "The half-breed from another realm over there is also not included in this round." The old man Nis, upon hearing Flora's words, paid little attention to the distinction of 10 versus 8, instead casting a disbelieving gaze at the expressionless Sanders. Could it be true that Lord Sanders had taken on an apprentice? And from an academic background, no less? It was almost beyond belief. Was I just dreaming? Sanders glanced at Nis with a bland, unperturbed expression that instantly quelled Nis's flamboyance, leaving him visibly anxious. Let us not waste any more time. Let us begin, Sanders stated. Nis nodded vigorously, clearing his throat. Ahem, since the Savage has reached its destination, let us allow this cohort of talented individuals to board. Angell, along with the other gifted individuals, ascended aboard the Savage. Perhaps having been confined in the tents for too long, everyone instinctively gathered on the deck of the Savage, braving the biting cold winds from above, each forming their own little groups to relish this rare moment of freedom. For most, it was their first encounter with a steam airship, and discussions abounded regarding the reasons behind its ability to soar through the skies. Some attributed it to sorcery, others to alchemy, while still others speculated about magical energy arrays, creating quite a lively atmosphere. I believe none of those explanations hold true, said Serum, clutching his beloved tome with a serious demeanor. And what do you think causes it to fly? Nausicaa inquired nonchalantly, leaning against the railing of the deck while puffing on her smoke pipe. The brisk wind tousled her long hair, and the scales on her shoulders rustled softly. I am uncertain, but I suspect it operates similarly to a clock, relying on some interconnected mechanism to achieve flight, Serum replied. Nausicaa turned to Angell. What about you? However, that perspective was not entirely accurate. The steam airship indeed possessed a mechanical aspect, yet to maintain such stability and speed, there must also be an element of the arcanes. Angell mused silently. Nausicaa detected the dismissive tone in Angell's response, yet no one seemed to mind. The gathering on the deck was unstructured, and the conversations flowed casually. Serum yawned and sneezed. The wind here is quite fierce. If it continues, I might fall ill. Observing the dribble of snot escaping Serum's nose, Nausicaa shook her head. It appears both you and Angell need to engage in more physical training. Angell too felt the chill, and, upon hearing Nausicaa's words, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. After parting ways with Serum, Angell navigated through the mechanically styled corridor. Previously, the gifted individuals recruited from the Savage Cave shared rooms, but this time, aside from Angell, there were only 9 others. Thus, ample rooms were available on the Savage, allowing for individual accommodations. Serum and Angell's rooms were on different levels, with Angell on the upper deck and Serum below. After bidding farewell to Serum in the stairwell, Angell noticed a small shadow standing at the entrance of his room. Approaching, he discovered it was a young magical falcon. The young magical falcon, a striking specimen with a golden beak and dark plumage, appeared exceptionally beautiful. Just as Angell was about to investigate why it was perched at the door, a familiar voice emanated from the falcon. Angell, this magical falcon is my alchemical pet. Follow it to my room. Chapter 88, Prelude to the Nightmare Realm. In the upper deck of the airship, Sanders' room stood as the largest chamber, boasting the finest illumination and the most expansive view. As the magical falcon arrived at the threshold of Sanders' room, it took flight, leaving Angell alone at the door. Upon pushing open the grand entrance, Angell immediately spotted Sanders standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, alongside Flora, who was sipping a drink at the vintage bar. Good morning, master. Angell greeted respectfully. Flora scoffed. How many times must I tell you to drop the formalities? You never listen. Sigh, seeing you is akin to encountering that Wallace fellow. Who is Wallace? Angell inquired, puzzled, glancing at Flora. Angell, I summoned you here for your guiding method. Sanders' deep voice resonated in Angell's ears. The guiding method. Angell's mind erupted with realization. Are we heading to the Nightmare Realm now? He stammered. Sanders replied coldly, Have you begun to regret your decision? If so, I can offer you another chance to reconsider. Did Angell feel regret? He was not remorseful, but rather apprehensive about the dangers that lay ahead. For days, he had deliberately avoided contemplating the guiding method, wishing to keep the cloud of fear from overshadowing his life. I have no regret. I am merely a bit anxious, Angell confessed inwardly, aware that to establish himself in this world, he must cultivate a heart of resilience rather than weakness. As a formal wizard could perceive the mental strength of mortals through magical means, Sanders was undoubtedly aware of Angell's condition. However, often, people trust their own observations over the words of others. When Angell examined the tubular crystal, he noticed what appeared to be swirling curves within. Yet, just as he attempted to discern the details, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Do not gaze at the center of the mental strength scale. It contains a specially inscribed mental magic pattern. The closer you approach the back of the scale, the more ferocious the patterns become, easily overwhelming your mind, Flora elucidated. The proper way to use it is to start from the 0 mark at the bottom, gradually observing the magic patterns as you ascend. The further up you look, the more dizzying the experience will be. When you feel you can bear no more, glance at the mark where the patterns have reached. That will be your mental strength value. Flora's explanation illuminated Angell's understanding, closing his eyes to alleviate the prior dizziness. He waited until his body and mind were in optimal condition before lifting the mental strength scale to commence his first test. At the 0 mark, Angell could distinctly see a faint golden line, gracefully unfurling from the origin, its curves flowing seamlessly. Upon reaching the 3 mark, the golden line began to bifurcate into 2, each line advancing in tandem, each carving its own optimal path. Once the 2 lines reached the 4 mark, they no longer proceeded in a singular direction. They resembled budding branches in spring, occasionally sprouting new offshoots along their course, each divergence curling briefly before halting. At that moment, Angell felt a dryness in his eyes. When the mental power scale reached 7, the 2 lines began to diverge, and 4 golden lines emerged within the crystal. The 4 golden lines, restless and insatiable, traced bizarre trajectories, and with each trajectory that manifested, Angell felt a tightening in his chest, even experiencing an overwhelming urge to close his eyes. Before long, the scale surged to 9, which was the pinnacle of mortal capability. Crossing 10 would propel him into the realm of the gifted. At this moment, Angell was engulfed by a profound dizziness. In a frenzy, the 4 golden lines accelerated to 10 when the golden lines surpassed this threshold. The entire magical pattern underwent a dramatic transformation. The lines ceased to diverge, morphing from a 2-dimensional plane into a 3-dimensional structure. The golden lines intertwined like a DNA double helix, propelling forward in their peculiar 3-dimensional formation, at which point Angell's vision began to blur. After a while, Angell realized he could no longer perceive the existence of the scale, moving mechanically in accordance with the golden lines. He was uncertain whether he followed with his eyes or his mind. Time became indeterminate, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him. He collapsed onto the floor, his complexion pale and nausea overwhelming him, as if a stick were stirring his brain. Have you reached your limit? Flora's voice broke through the chaotic churn in Angell's mind. Awakening from his stupor, he remained seated on the floor for a considerable time. Sanders did not rush him. Instead, he procured a cup of tea from an unknown source, sipping while annotating something. When Angell felt slightly better, he gradually supported himself against the table to stand. 13 points, he said, his face still pale, managing a wry smile. Although a wizard's accomplishments were not solely determined by mental power, Angell still felt a sense of defeat. 13 was merely a middling score. Mortals ranged from 1 to 9 points, while the gifted and wizards began at 10 and above. Angell recalled Sanders mentioning that Isley from the Hurricane Tower possessed an astounding mental power score of 23. He was a full 10 points behind Isley. His efficiency in practicing the guiding method would undoubtedly be inferior to others. Thus, if he wished to avoid being outpaced by Isley, he needed to choose his guiding method with great care, ensuring a compatibility of at least 20 or even higher. Mental power does not dictate your future. Sanders casually reassured him before shifting the topic. I once mentioned that I would reveal your potential when you became an apprentice. It's not that I am withholding information, but rather your talent is somewhat peculiar, and its limits remain uncertain. However, it is undeniable that your gift is connected to the dream realm. Our upcoming expedition to the dream realm may yield some insights. We are going to the dream realm? Us? Angell keenly seized upon a particular word. Are you going as well, master? He inquired, puzzled. Sanders nodded. If I do not accompany you, how will you locate that guiding method? That made sense. Angell realized the implication. Sanders smiled lightly. The dream realm is an exceptionally unique world. It reflects reality while casting shadows of the unreal. This signifies that if we were to enter the dream realm from this point, our emergence may also transpire in the skies, perhaps aboard an airship. Therefore, to avert such a scenario and accurately locate the origin of the guiding method, a catalyst is imperative. Angell, what is a catalyst? Sanders approached Angell, placing his broad palm upon the delicate bones of Angell's back. This is the catalyst. Angell instinctively touched his back. In that peculiar world, this spot had once been marred by a seamstress. The wound upon your soul serves as a catalyst. Through this catalyst, it can guide you to the place where you were once scarred. Sanders chuckled softly. The place where the wound was inflicted? Is it the Pat Manor within the dream realm? With this catalyst, one can indeed be led to the enigmatic Pat Manor, teeming with bizarre creatures and the seamstress. Sanders then produced a glass vial, its bottom cloaked in a delicate layer of luminescent blood. Chapter 89. The Timeless Abyss. With Sanders' explanation, Angell came to a general understanding. It was to say that an object imbued with the essence of the nightmare realm was necessary to serve as a catalyst, enabling a return to the original location when re-entering that realm. However, what piqued Angell's curiosity more was why Sanders referred to his catalyst as a wound of the soul. During his talent assessment at the Pat Manor, had he not entered in spirit rather than in body? Why then had the mentor entered in his physical form and left behind blood? As Angell voiced this perplexity, Sanders chuckled softly. This pertains to your innate abilities. Let us set it aside for now. Once we enter the nightmare realm, I shall verify a matter and then elucidate it for you. Sanders continued. Before we venture into the nightmare realm, I will first elucidate the destination of our expedition. He produced a transparent crystal orb and placed it upon the table. With a gentle caress of his palm across its surface, a radiant glow emanated from within the orb. Sanders gestured for Angell to come closer and observe. Approaching the table, Angell peered into the crystal ball and was astonished to find a series of images unfolding within, akin to photographs captured by a holographic panel. The scenes depicted an expanse of desolate, derelict structures, where every stone and step was cloaked in a thick layer of moss, barely revealing the vestiges of its former grandeur. The images shifted continuously, revealing a plethora of abandoned edifices, their crumbling forms seemingly frozen in time, intricately entwined with nature. Magnificent statues lay with severed limbs. Exquisities were shrouded in dust. A once golden-flecked fountain now lay encased in verdant moss, while the grand columns of palaces had shattered into fragments. This was a remnant of an ancient wizard's construction, nestled within the heart of the ancient Man Kingdom's plains. Its creator and name remained shrouded in mystery, as the remnants were looted shortly after their discovery thousands of years ago. Presently, it is known as the Garden Maze. With a touch of nostalgia, Sanders reflected. Before I ascended to the rank of a formal wizard, I ventured here to explore. It was here that I first entered the Nightmare Realm. The entrance to the Nightmare Realm unexpectedly manifested within the Garden Maze, and I unwittingly stepped into it. In that realm, the Garden Maze was not a ruin, but a complete and exquisite vast city. There, I encountered a formidable creature, and in a life-or-death moment, I took refuge in the city's sewer system. At this juncture, Sanders abruptly shifted the topic. Do you know why it is now referred to as the Garden Maze? Without awaiting Angell's response, he posed and answered his own question. Because the sewers of this ruin form an expansive and resplendent labyrinth. When I was pursued by the creature, I entered the sewers, though I temporarily evaded its chase. The beings that emerged within the sewers were far more terrifying than the creature that had pursued me. Moreover, upon entering the sewers, I found myself ensnared in a maze, utterly unable to locate an exit. The labyrinth was rife with peculiar phenomena and abundant with monstrous entities. I cautiously evaded, and with a stroke of fortune, I persevered until the moment the passage reappeared, thus departing from the realm of nightmares. Sanderson paused. The special guiding method I mentioned resides within this labyrinthine sewer. Angell took a deep breath, silently urging himself. I can do this. Do you understand? Sanderson inquired once more. Satisfied. Sanderson nodded and gestured toward the image within the crystal sphere. Remember these coordinates. Once you have memorized their locations, we shall prepare to enter the realm of nightmares. Although Angell responded with conviction, his mind was in disarray, and his heart was unsettled, typical of pre-venture jitters. Numerous ominous outcomes surged into his consciousness, overshadowing thoughts of success with fears of failure. To put it kindly, Angell's state could be described as meticulous consideration. To put it less kindly, it was a sign of weakness. Angell recognized this clearly. To advance further in this world, he must conquer his frailty. Thus, despite the myriad terrifying scenarios that flitted through his mind, he refrained from expressing any sign of weakness. In Sanderson's eyes, Angell appeared remarkably composed, his demeanor unchanging. This fortitude in the face of adversity elevated Sanderson's opinion of him, for such courage is indeed an essential quality for becoming a wizard. Once Angell meticulously noted each coordinate and mentally reconstructed the nearby landmark buildings multiple times to ensure he would not err, he finally nodded at Sanderson. At that moment, Sanderson retrieved the distorted parasite from the spatial pouch, an artifact obtained at the Barbie restaurant. He placed the parasite into a glass vial containing his blood, and soon, the creature began to consume the blood. As the last drop was devoured, an eerie wave emanated from the parasite. Before we enter the realm of nightmares, I shall reiterate, This adventure is fraught with the possibility of yielding nothing and may even pose the danger of demise, so prepare yourself mentally, Sanderson cautioned. Angell gritted his teeth. I am prepared. Sanderson nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Angell spoke. Mentor, when we enter the realm of nightmares here, will the location remain unchanged upon our exit? The airship is in flight, yet the passage remains stationary. Will we not emerge directly into midair? Angell's inquiry elicited a chuckle from Sanderson. Do not worry about that. The realm of nightmares is particularly unique, as its flow of time differs from all other worlds. It is a realm where time knows no bounds. Time is limitless. Our comings and goings occur in the blink of an eye. Chapter 90. Entering the realm of nightmares, can time be absolutely still? This was a question that Angell could not ascertain, yet he understood that under certain conditions, time could appear to stand still relative to one's perception. However, the flow of time within the realm of nightmares continued unabated. While the reality beyond had succumbed to a temporal standstill, a phenomenon that completely contradicted Angell's understanding of physics. Was this peculiar occurrence a result of differing physical laws? Or did the realm of nightmares exist on a divergent timeline from the world he knew? Angell's contemplation lasted merely a few seconds when the distorted waves emanating from the aberrant larva on the table began to spread, forming web-like fissures that gradually extended outward. The emerging patterns resembled shards of glass fragmented by a hammer striking the very fabric of space. Sanders' eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly drew a sharp blade from his pocket. Cleaving the distorted larva in two, he tossed one half to Angell while retaining the other in his grasp. As Sanders' figure vanished into the web-like rifts, he urged Angell to remember to wait at the designated coordinates. In that moment, Angell's mind went blank. The disparity in the flow of time between the realm of nightmares and the world he had known left him apprehensive. He feared that any delay on his part might result in missing Sanders. Thus, without a second thought, he propelled himself into the spatial fissure. Upon touching the rift, an unusual tingling sensation surged from Angell's scalp, radiating throughout his body, traversing his neck, arms, chest, hips, and ultimately reaching his toes. When he finally opened his eyes, he was taken aback by an unusual visage that confronted him. A bizarrely large face loomed before him, adorned with bright red eyebrows. Eyes resembling copper bells but singular in count, lacking a nose save for two nostrils, and featuring a bushy white beard that obscured its mouth. Most disconcertingly, it possessed only a head, no limbs or torso, yet this singular head towered above Angell. The peculiar face gazed at Angell with an expression of curiosity, occasionally bouncing toward him, leaving Angell bewildered as to how it could leap without limbs. As the head approached, Angell instinctively retreated. Suddenly, he felt his back press against a warm, soft surface. Reflexively, he turned to touch it, discovering it radiated a faint warmth. A wave of realization struck him. The sensation was eerily familiar. He slowly turned his head, and upon seeing another head-like creature behind him, his heart raced with terror. To his horror, he realized his hand rested upon the creature's face. Now flanked by two of these monstrous heads, Angell felt utterly despondent. His luck was abysmal. Having just entered the realm of nightmares, he had encountered two fiends, and he found himself trapped between them. As the creatures drew closer, Angell, although uncertain of their capabilities, was acutely aware of his own utter lack of combat prowess and the absence of Toby to come to his aid. Thus, he had but one course of action, to turn and flee. As Angell seized an opportunity to break free from their encirclement, he immediately sensed something amiss. It felt as though gravity had ceased to exist. With a mere stride, he found himself floating in midair. This situation is strikingly reminiscent of the time he tested his abilities at Pat Manor. In this critical moment, Angell found himself devoid of curiosity regarding his levitation. Instead, he propelled himself higher, resolute in his disbelief that those two monstrous beings could still pursue him. As he ascended to an altitude of approximately 10 meters, he was taken aback to discover that he was not beneath an open sky, but rather enclosed by a thick stone wall. Gazing at the imposing wall, a foreboding thought flickered through Angell's mind. Had he inadvertently been transported into the labyrinthine depths of the sewers? Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself. It could not be. It simply could not be. He must be within an indoor structure, without a doubt. Peering down towards the direction of the grotesque creatures, Angell was surprised to observe that they had not pursued him at all. Instead, they remained stationary, wearing expressions of bewilderment as they regarded him. Seemingly baffled as to why he had fled, were punctuation marks to materialize. Angell was certain that 3 large question marks would be hovering above the heads of the two monstrosities. with the realization that the creatures were not in pursuit. Angell abandoned any thoughts of the reason behind it and began to survey his surroundings, searching for notable landmarks to expedite his arrival at the coordinates designated by his mentor. As he scanned the area from the air, disappointment washed over him. The surroundings were dominated by towering stone walls above him, to the sides, and only a singular passageway connecting the front and back. This configuration deepened Angell's suspicions about whether he had indeed been transported directly into the labyrinth. If he truly found himself within the sewer maze, he would have hit the jackpot. Sanders had provided Angell with 7 coordinates. 6 of these were readily accessible on the surface, accompanied by distinct landmarks nearby. Only 1 coordinate resided within the underground labyrinth, precisely at its center, which coincidentally was the maze's exit and the location of the guiding tome. The labyrinthine corridors were unpredictable, teeming with countless creatures. While Sanders could rely on his strength to navigate through, Angell was not afforded the same luxury. Hence, although Sanders had imparted the coordinates from within the maze to Angell, he had never considered the possibility that Angell's initial position would be in the depths of the underground labyrinth. Angell navigated along the passageway behind the 2 grotesque beings. But it wasn't long before the light inexplicably vanished, plunging him into an oppressive darkness where he could not see his own hand. After a brief pause in midair, he realized he could not even discern his own direction, losing all sense of where he had come from. His heart raced like a drum in the suffocating darkness, where even the sound of blood coursing through his veins resonated like a roaring river. Recalling that the stone wall above him was smooth, he resolved to ascend, hoping to reach the wall and gain a point of reference before proceeding further. He could not guarantee the absence of creatures above him, but he firmly believed that the likelihood of encountering monsters on the ground was considerably greater. Chapter 91. The Inversion of Reality and Illusion. Angell ascended slowly. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time slipped away unnoticed, yet he had yet to reach the stone ceiling above. This was inconceivable. Angell distinctly recalled that although the stone wall loomed high, it could not possibly be so elevated as to be unreachable. Perhaps he was not navigating a labyrinthine underground passage, but rather the interior of a building. Now that he had exited, the sky should be overhead, rendering a ceiling unreachable? This scenario seemed unlikely, for he could feel the ambient air currents around him remained unchanged. Even outside, it could not be so dark as to render one unable to see one's hand before one's face. Angell pondered whether he had inadvertently stumbled into some sort of disorienting magical array, or perhaps experienced the phenomenon known as ghost walls. John had once explained to Angell that the ghost wall phenomenon was not a mystical occurrence, but rather a state of blurred self-perception that resulted in an instinctive, subconscious movement akin to biological instinct. Such instinct often manifested as circular motion. Could it be that in this profound darkness, he was unwittingly spiraling in circles? Angell was uncertain. He felt confident in his sense of direction, yet he had not encountered any tangible objects. However, he did not entirely dismiss the possibility. His current state was peculiar. His personal gravity felt significantly diminished, allowing him to float in midair. Under normal gravitational conditions, he would have a clear sense of directional orientation. Now, with gravity lessened, his ability to discern the direction of the Earth's center might also be flawed. In this infinite darkness, what he perceived as downward might very well be to the left or right, an inherent flaw stemming from his reduced gravity. How could one resolve the issue of ghost walls? John had once mentioned 4 methods, referencing fixed points to determine direction, using the stars for navigation, concentrating to carefully observe the surrounding scene, and carrying a light source, whether direct or indirect. The first 3 methods were evidently unsuitable for Angell's present predicament. Only the final method appeared to hold promise. Angell was not one to indulge in the inhalation of smoke like Nausicaa. He had no habit of carrying matches. Yet, the absence of fire did not equate to a lack of luminous alternatives. He fumbled through his clothing, retrieving a pocket watch from within his inner garments. With practiced ease, he opened the back cover and extracted a thin chip. This delicate chip was the holographic tablet John had gifted him. Angell recalled having perused the operational manual for the tablet. If memory served, there was a flashlight option within the control panel. Originally, the holographic tablet functioned as a smartwatch, complete with a wristband. However, the strap had worn thin, and after receiving the tablet, Angell had threaded a slender hemp cord through its side holes. Swiftly, he secured the holographic tablet to his wrist with the cord. Once he confirmed it was tightly fastened, he proceeded to manipulate the buttons on the device. Pressing the power button, he waited. After a prolonged moment, there was no response. No system activation screen appeared, nor did a holographic projection materialize. Angell furrowed his brow. He distinctly remembered charging the tablet not long ago. Under full power, the device could function seamlessly for weeks without issue. What is the current situation? Surely it cannot be broken? Or perhaps the peculiar nature of the night realm has rendered the holographic tablet inoperative. With a tinge of hope, Angell pressed the power button once more, yet still, there was no response. Damn it, why does it fail at such a crucial moment? Show yourself. Angell muttered under his breath. Just as his words echoed, a peculiar change unfolded in the mysterious world unbeknownst to him. If it were daylight at that moment, Angell would have clearly witnessed the holographic tablet he wore on his wrist undergoing a profound transformation. Initially, the tablet he had retrieved resembled a mere form, akin to a pocket watch devoid of substance. In essence, it was insubstantial, yet with Angell's curse, the once ethereal holographic tablet began to manifest a tangible outline. Swiftly transitioning from the intangible to the real, the transformation occurring in the blink of an eye, reality and illusion reversing their roles. Unbeknownst to Angell, still lamenting his plight, he pressed the power button again in a fit of anger, and suddenly, a ghostly blue holographic projection materialized before him. Staring at the system's activation interface, Angell's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't it broken? How could it possibly work now? Confused, Angell found himself at a loss. Torn between feelings of exasperation and amusement by this unexpected turn of events. Never mind, as long as it can be activated, that's all that matters. In the perilous and uncertain night realm, he had no time to ponder other issues. Reaching the coordinates provided by Sanders safely and smoothly was his utmost priority. Illuminated by the ghostly blue light of the holographic projection, he could vaguely discern his surroundings, confirming that no monstrous entities lurked nearby. Quickly locating the flashlight function, Angell pressed the virtual button, and an intense beam of light pierced through the boundless darkness. Like the heralding star of dawn, the surrounding murky fog was completely swept away. This was Angell's first experience using the flashlight function, and he was utterly unprepared for its astonishing brightness and remarkable range, leaving him utterly astounded. As he gazed into the beam, it seemed to stretch endlessly. What a treasure! Angell's eyes sparkled. Ever since he unraveled his mentor's riddle and began using the tablet, he had not truly explored many of its features, only grasping them in a general sense. As for the flashlight function, he merely understood it as a means for nighttime illumination, which seemed rather trivial, akin to oil lamps, torches, or candles. Thus, he had never thought to try it out. However, he had never anticipated that its luminescence rivaled that of daylight, far exceeding his expectations. It became evident that he had greatly underestimated the level of technological advancement. Many seemingly mundane functions, encapsulated in mere phrases, could not truly convey their capabilities. Direct experimentation was essential. With the flashlight illuminating the surroundings, Angell gained a clearer understanding of his environment. Undoubtedly, he currently finds himself suspended in midair, directing his flashlight overhead. Clearly observing that the rocky ceiling lies merely a dozen meters away, it appears that he may have indeed been momentarily blinded, engaging in a circular motion at his location. Angell then directed the flashlight towards the ground, and as the beam traversed the earth, his heart skipped a beat. The damp soil was adorned with countless vibrant blossoms. At first glance, these flowers appeared unremarkable, but under the intense illumination, Angell distinctly discerned their features. The petals, stems, and leaves were all intact, however. At the center of each bloom was an astonishingly human-like mouth, opening and closing, revealing discernible lips and tongues within. With innumerable flowers came an equal number of mouths. While Angell's light had previously avoided them, the moment it illuminated the blossoms, the once silent flowers suddenly exhibited peculiar behavior. Strange sounds emanated from their mouths, laughter, weeping, murmuring, and whispering. The flowers swayed in response, presenting an exceedingly eerie spectacle. Yet, none of this was of utmost significance. What truly captivated Angell was the unsettling realization that he seemed to comprehend what these flowers were articulating. Chapter 92. The Luminous Wall Stay, Do Not Depart. Come accompany me, though these flowers uttered not a single coherent word. Their nonsensical laughter and tears resonated with an inexplicable emotion that Angell could discern from the frequency of their sounds. The most pressing emotion urged him to remain. Yet, the specific purpose for his stay eluded him. From the serene tone of their voices, he sensed that this group of flowers harbored no malice. What do you wish for me to stay for? Angell tentatively inquired. At that moment, he perceived a complex emotion, tinged with a sense of regret. If only there were no light that could have compelled him to remain. This revelation implied that his earlier disorientation was orchestrated by these flowers. Angell remained uncertain whether these flowers were magical creatures or peculiar plants, but regardless of their nature, it was prudent for him to depart. Although he felt no animosity from the flowers, one could never tell if this was a deliberate fade, an insidious trap meant to lower his guard. In the empire of Goldfinch, there existed a carnivorous plant known for its alluring fragrance, which lured creatures in, only to devour them whole. As he traversed the path, Angell could continuously hear the emotions emanating from the flowers beneath his feet, occasionally accompanied by a waft of fragrance that induced a slight dizziness, causing him to unwittingly spin in place. This, he realized, was the truth behind the bewildering walls. Indeed, these flowers were up to mischief, fortunately with a flashlight in hand. Despite their attempts to ensnare him, he did not lose his way. Yet, he pondered the frequency of these ambushes. In the short span of a few hundred meters, he had been thwarted multiple times, as though the flowers sought to obstruct his progress. After flying for what felt like half an hour, Angell had yet to glimpse an exit. Beyond the endless expanse of flowers, he encountered no other magical creatures. Throughout his journey, he contemplated whether this place was truly a subterranean labyrinth. Where was his mentor? Why were the flowers intent on keeping him here? With no answers to these inquiries, his anxiety only grew. Time passed, and at last, Angell beheld an endpoint. However, the sight of it brought no solace, for it was merely a wall. With no alternative paths in sight, it seemed that the direction he had chosen was erroneous. As he approached the wall, still several hundred meters away, he waved his flashlight, and an inexplicable glimmer flickered before him. Given the obscurity of his path, perhaps the shimmering object was a treasure. Hadn't T. Sanders mentioned that every wizard leaving the Nightmare Realm harbored a greedy desire? This suggested that the treasures within the Nightmare Realm, if not easily obtainable, were still far more plentiful than in other realms. With this hopeful notion in mind, Angell cautiously advanced toward the wall. As he drifted within 100 meters of the endpoint, he could faintly discern glimmers dancing upon the wall's surface. The source of the light seemed to be the wall itself, leading him to speculate it could be a luminous pearl or perhaps some form of fluorite. If it were one of these, it would hardly possess great value, Angell mused. As Angell continued to soar forward for approximately 10 meters, a peculiar wave frequency abruptly invaded his mind. Initially, the frequency merely hummed, but within seconds, it escalated dramatically. In no time, the frequency accelerated several-fold, rivaling the intensity of extreme wave energy weapons. Instantly transmitted from his eardrum to his brain, Angell, who had been well moments before, suddenly felt as though his mind was on the verge of explosion. This was a torment of the spirit, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when testing the limits of his mental strength, yet the agony was magnified several-fold, perhaps even tens of times. His brain felt as though it were boiling in scalding water, emitting thick plumes of smoke. The pain was indescribable, akin to surging tides unleashing colossal waves. Just when Angell believed he had reached the pinnacle of suffering, an even greater wave arose the very next moment. Angell cried out in despair, his body losing control amidst the boundless agony, plummeting from midair. Despite being several meters above ground, even with reduced gravity, such a solid fall was unbearable for his frame. Just as catastrophe loomed, a series of green vines unexpectedly erupted from below, instantly twisting and contorting as they broke through the earth, weaving a net-like cradle in the blink of an eye. Angell landed directly into the embrace of the vine net, with the vines acting as a cushion. He touched down without any force, ultimately unscathed. As Angell writhed in pain upon the ground, the vines slowly began to shift, binding his limbs like ropes and dragging him away from the wall, 100 meters distant. Strangely, as he distanced himself from that formidable barrier, the pain in his mind began to ebb. In mere seconds, Angell transitioned from a state of full vitality to one of utter exhaustion, teetering on the brink of mental collapse, highlighting the severity of his recent ordeal. Though he had suffered immensely, he recalled that some vines had come to his rescue. Angell remained uncertain whether those vines were indeed his saviors or harbored ulterior motives. He was even unaware if someone was manipulating the vines from behind. However, the fact remained that he had been saved, and with a weary spirit, he managed to utter a faint thank you. This was only natural. The vines had no voice to speak. In moments of turmoil, there is agitation. In moments of calm, there is fatigue. As Angell's spirit began to recuperate, his brain's self-protective mechanisms activated instinctively, leading his thoughts to spiral into confusion, his vision gradually blurring. Just before succumbing to a deep slumber, he vaguely perceived a flower with a mouth, its petals shimmering in colors reminiscent of a starry sky, appearing before him. Chapter 93. In pursuit as two flowers bloom, each represents its own branch. The garden labyrinth projected within the realm of nightmares is a place that Sanders has traversed numerous times. He possesses an intimate understanding of the architectural layout and the zones inhabited by monstrous entities. However, upon his initial entry into the realm of nightmares, he did not seek out Angell immediately. Instead, he began to meticulously sift through his memories. Sanders reviewed his memories in their entirety, for as a wizard, his cognitive abilities are exceptional. From the mischief of his childhood to his current composure, centuries of experience unfurled in his mind. These recollections resembled a scroll, gradually revealing scenes from the past in chronological order, showcasing the transition from innocent youth to the awkwardness of adolescence within mere seconds. Suddenly, Sanders detected a blank interval in the tapestry of his memories, specifically, from the time he had just come of age. He furrowed his brow slightly. In the hierarchy of his significant recollections, the experience of first stepping into the garden labyrinth held little importance. Having organized his memories, Sanders did not linger unnecessarily. His newly acquired student, lacking even the strength to swat a fly, could find himself in peril if not located promptly. The place where he had appeared was not far from the nearest coordinate point. However, rather than heading directly to the coordinate, Sanders opted for a circular approach, incrementally advancing towards the coordinate point. This strategy would significantly enhance the likelihood of encountering Angell. Otherwise, if he reached the coordinate only to find it empty and proceeded directly to the next one, what if Angell happened to be en route to this point? They would miss each other entirely. Thus, Sanders employed a methodical approach to avoid such a fate. The first coordinate point was marked by a statue of a goddess holding a water bottle, adorned with flowers. The vicinity was sparsely populated by monstrous beings, the strongest barely at the level of a novice apprentice. Upon Sanders' arrival at the coordinate, he found no trace of anyone. However, a swarm of monsters charged towards him. Sanders' route planning was systematic. He was well acquainted with the garden labyrinth projected by the realm of nightmares. Each pathway was carefully chosen to circumvent the territories of formidable monsters. Indeed, the garden labyrinth represented a relatively lesser tier of the nightmare realms he had encountered. Although numerous monsters roamed, they were generally not powerful. In comparison to the pyramid-like nightmare realm he had previously visited, the garden labyrinth paled in significance. Yet, the overall lack of strength among the monsters did not imply that Sanders could easily dominate them. The labyrinth itself consisted of dozens of regions, some of which he did not dare to enter. For instance, within the central palace resided a creature that claimed to be the Spider Queen, a being so formidable that even legendary wizards feared to confront her. Additionally, the amusement park to his left was teeming with unseen infant spirits. While one or two could be managed, an overwhelming multitude, tens of thousands, even millions, could lead to a cataclysmic shift in dynamics. Moreover, within the labyrinth of sewers lay a tunnel of carnivorous flowers, a domain he would not dare to enter. Beyond these, many other areas demanded his utmost caution. The creatures marked by him in the red danger zones typically do not venture beyond their territories. However, this does not imply they are incapable of crossing boundaries. Thus, even though Sanders did not step into the alert zone, he remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from making any significant disturbance. Upon reaching the second coordinate, Sanders entered with a sweeping approach, yet he still did not encounter Angell. The third coordinate, the fourth coordinate, and so on, up to the sixth coordinate. Over the course of 2 days and nights, Sanders meticulously searched all 6 designated points within the city, but Angell's figure remained elusive. He scoured the city once more, but still found no trace of Angell. Consequently, there are perhaps 3 possibilities. First, Angell may have perished. Sanders harbored doubts about this, even in death. There should be some remnants, yet he had combed through the entire city without discovering a single clue. Unless Angell was exceedingly unfortunate, ending up directly in the midst of the creatures, without a chance to struggle, and was consumed outright. Second, Angell might have entered the nightmare realm at a location within the danger zone. The probability of this is also slim. During his recent observations from elevated vantage points, Sanders had not spotted Angell within the perilous area. Third, Angell could have emerged in the labyrinthine sewers. Among these 3 scenarios, the first 2 hold some likelihood, but they account for roughly 30%. The third scenario, however, presents the greatest chance, reflecting on the possibility of his newly acquired apprentice being ensnared within the underground maze. Sanders could not help but sigh, lamenting the child's unfortunate fate. The perils of the subterranean labyrinth are well known, but most critically, the maze is in constant flux. Finding Angell within it would require an extraordinary stroke of luck. Otherwise, their reunion would only be feasible at the very center of the maze corresponding to the last coordinate. Yet, given Angell's slight stature, could he truly navigate to the heart of the labyrinth unscathed? This presents a daunting dilemma. Regardless, Sanders held a fondness for this new apprentice and felt compelled to search. After another day of scouring the surface and confirming Angell's absence, or perhaps his demise, he finally located the entrance to the sewers and leaped inside. Water. I am so thirsty. After wandering in the desert for an indeterminate time, Angell wearily gazed into the distance, confronted by endless dunes of yellow sand. He continued his aimless trek, unsure of why he was traversing the desert, yet, with no alternative, he was condemned to wander endlessly. After several months, his provisions had been entirely depleted, and even his leather water flask was empty. What to do without water? I am so thirsty, Angell murmured softly. Suddenly, a droplet exuding an enticing fragrance fell upon his lips. Greedily, Angell extended his tongue to savor it, and another droplet descended. More, I want more, Angell cried out. As his voice faded, he abruptly opened his eyes, finding everything around him blurred. It was merely a dream. He raised his hand to wipe the moisture from his lips, murmuring to himself. A dream? The moisture on his lips? Angell suddenly realized something and looked up. Above him floated a flower with a mouth, exceptionally beautiful. The petals were a deep, dark hue, yet they shimmered with a dazzling array of colors, reminiscent of a starry night sky. However, no matter how stunning the flower appeared, it could not conceal one undeniable fact. The moisture at the corners of Angell's lips was nothing but the drool that had fallen from the flower's wide-open mouth. Chapter 94. Who is the queen? Saliva. Angell felt a fragrant essence swirling in his mouth, reminiscent of the droplets he had dreamed of earlier, cascading upon his lips. It was rather delightful, refreshingly soothing. Yet, regardless of its allure, it was still mere saliva. A wave of nausea surged through him, prompting him to sit upright and retch violently to the side. Strangely, although the feeling of nausea was profound, nothing emerged. Had he, then, been rescued by this flower? If that were indeed the case, was it not somewhat inappropriate to expel his stomach's contents before it? If his recollections served him right, he had only experienced the water droplets during a moment of parched desperation in his dream. Others, those other flowers wished to save him. Yet here he was, vomiting in their presence. How utterly rude. Contemplating this, Angell stifled his discomfort and offered a slight expression of gratitude to the flowers floating above. Feeling a rustling beside him, he turned to discover a throng of large-mouthed flowers encircling him from all directions, their origins shrouded in mystery. These peculiar blooms danced around him, and with each leap, he witnessed their roots breaking through the earth, the very roots that had previously liberated him from the gambling wall. The large-mouthed flowers lacked self-awareness, yet Angell could sense their exuberance, as if they were celebrating something. Were they rejoicing at his awakening? Or perhaps, were they gleefully anticipating the opportunity to stew him for dinner? The former seemed more plausible. Their demeanor appeared friendly, and he surmised that if they harbored ill intentions, they had an ideal chance while he slumbered. As he observed the oddly charming, yet jubilant large-mouthed flowers, Angell felt an unexpected fondness bloom within him. Tentatively, he extended his hand to caress one of the petals. With careful hesitation, he felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet the outcome was delightful. The large-mouthed flower seemed indifferent to his touch, even responding with a bird-like affection in his palm, its petals tickling his hand. While he stroked the petals, a question lingered in his mind. Are large-mouthed flowers considered magical creatures? Hadn't Sanders mentioned that the entities within the dream realm would attack outsiders? Why then? Had he encountered no such assault since his arrival, save for that wall? He remained uncertain whether that wall constituted a magical creature. Engrossed in the delightful caress of the large-mouthed flowers surrounding him, he failed to notice the most resplendent bloom above suddenly radiating displeasure. As this wave of discontent spread, the large-mouthed flowers around him vanished in an instant, either bouncing away to a distance or burrowing into the ground without a trace. Angell sensed the emotions of the celestial flower above. Why was it displeased? Did it harbor intentions of ending his life? He gazed anxiously at the large-mouthed flower suspended in midair, perplexed by the mystery of why these blooms had rescued him and why they seemed to harbor goodwill towards him. Angell did not consider himself particularly special, nor did he believe he was akin to a protagonist blessed by fortune, surrounded by beauty, treasures, and divine beasts. He possessed a self-awareness that stirred his unease. The large-mouthed flower around him seemed to exude displeasure, leading Angell to surmise that this black flower might be the leader among them. Observing the flower, suspended in midair and radiating discontent, Angell found himself at a loss for how to respond. instinctively reaching out to offer it comfort. As his hand brushed against the petals of the flower, the mouth at its core suddenly broke into a broad smile, banishing its previous unhappiness and illuminating the entire bloom with cheerfulness. Witnessing the flower, now mirroring the playful antics of its kin, Angell silently pondered if perhaps its earlier displeasure stemmed from jealousy. He felt a sense of relief despite the lingering caution in his heart. "Who are you?" Angell inquired softly. "I am a flower," it replied, brimming with joy. "Why do you wish to save me?" he asked. "Do not die," it responded, slightly anxious. Angell realized his previous inquiries had been too indirect, so he opted for a more straightforward approach. "Do you like me?" he asked, feeling a flush of warmth creep across his cheeks. Would this question come off as too self-indulgent? The large-mouthed flower, however, was oblivious to human sentiments and eagerly nodded its petals, affirming, like, with unrestrained happiness. With this unequivocal response, Angell felt a weight lift from his heart. It seemed these flowers bore him no ill will. "What is it that you like about me?" He pressed on, his cheeks still flushed. "You possess the aura of a king," it said, tinged with a mix of reverence and longing. "The aura of a king? Could it be that I truly have the potential of a legendary figure?" Angell mused in astonishment, contemplating whether this was linked to his innate talents. Perhaps his abilities were of the sort that could conquer all realms effortlessly? Yet, in the next moment, he thought he must have misheard. "You have the aura of a queen. How delightful." Angell probed. "Who is the queen?" The flower swayed, droplets of nectar falling and filling the air with a sweet fragrance. "The queen is the king," it proclaimed, imbued with respect. "What is the queen's name?" Angell insisted, perplexed by the notion that he could possess any royal essence. "The queen is the king," it reiterated, revealing a blend of reverence and confusion. Finally, Angell, not willing to relent, asked, "Where is the queen?" "In the place of the king," it replied, laden with respect. Faced with this nonsensical dialogue, Angell found himself utterly perplexed and resigned to giving up. In that moment, he recalled the half-distorted ball worm that Sanders had tossed him upon entering the nightmare realm, which seemed to serve as a token for leaving. Swiftly searching through his belongings, he was relieved to find it still intact. He retrieved the corpse of the ball worm from his inner pouch. With it secured, Angell resolved to continue on his journey. Chapter 95. The Mysterious Patterns. All these transformations transpired following his unconsciousness. However, Anger remained oblivious to the fact that his physique had undergone not only enhanced strength, but also profound changes at a deeper level. He had yet to truly embark on the path of a wizard, thus he was unaware of the immense benefits he had gained this time. Before departing, Anger cast one last glance towards the wall, which had inflicted extreme agony upon him. Despite his trepidation, his curiosity remained undiminished, and he dared not risk approaching it again. The wall lay approximately 100 meters away, and while Anger could distinctly perceive the flickering light upon it, the details eluded him. Each time he attempted to scrutinize it closely, a wave of dizziness would wash over him. Danger lurked. He must not venture forth. A hint of fear tinged his emotions. Since even the natives spoke of peril, Anger's curiosity only intensified, yet he possessed the wisdom to refrain from recklessness. With a tinge of regret, he gazed at the wall, pondering whether he might one day have the opportunity to unravel its mysteries upon becoming a wizard. Suddenly, Anger glanced at the holographic tablet on his wrist. A jolt of realization striking him. How could he have forgotten this? The tablet displayed the time. Swiftly, he raised his wrist, activated the holographic projection, and checked the time in the lower left corner of the screen. It read August 21st, 1633. The system time adhered to Earth's compilation method, which did not impede Anger's comprehension. He recalled that upon entering, it was the third day of the latter part of the harvest month, which translated to August 18th in the earthly system. Thus, he had been unconscious for 3 days? A chill ran through Anger. 3 days had been squandered, and he could not afford further delays. He must promptly locate the nearest coordinate point. After noting the time, Anger prepared to deactivate the holographic tablet when by chance he glanced at the recording system on the table, and an idea suddenly ignited within him. He remembered that the recording device had a telephoto option. Although he could not approach the strange glowing wall, he could observe it from a distance through the lens. Being a man of action, Anger wasted no time in executing his plan. He swiftly activated the recording system and clicked to commence filming. Positioned 100 meters away from the wall, he enabled the telephoto feature and began capturing images of the wall. While recording, Anger meticulously observed the footage as it unfolded. The technological prowess of the recording tools was astounding. The telephoto imagery appeared as clear as if viewed from close range. In the captured footage, The wall seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, subtle indentations became apparent, with a luminescent flow gently shifting within them. These indentations sprawled across the entire surface of the wall, and Angell scrutinized them closely, discerning that they formed a vast, orderly pattern. Could it be magical runes? Angell pondered. He traced the outline of this pattern in his mind, but as soon as he sketched a fragment of it, an inexplicable aura of terror enveloped him, followed by a sudden, excruciating pain. Alarmed, Angell immediately ceased his mental depiction of the pattern, and only then did the acute pain gradually recede. Could this truly be magical runes? Were not such phenomena supposed to manifest only where beginnings and endings converge? In my mind, I was merely sketching haphazardly, without a clear starting point. Yet this unsettling situation emerged. Angell was taken aback by the terrifying aura, secretly pondering that this intricate pattern might hold significant implications. However, he dared not contemplate the specific appearance of the pattern, fearing that pain would follow in the next moment. The holographic tablet recorded swiftly, and after a cursory examination, he hesitated to scrutinize closely, concerned that it might provoke strange phenomena once more. Satisfied that nothing was overlooked, Angell turned to depart. That wall was simply too horrifying. He believed it prudent to keep his distance. The large-mouthed flower swayed its blooms, emanating a mix of joy and reverence. I adore the king. Though it was a nonsensical exchange, Angell found it inconsequential. In truth, as he ventured alone in the pitch-black space, the mere act of someone speaking, regardless of the absurdity, lent him a modicum of courage. Is this an underground maze? Angell inquired. Indeed, it is underground, came the emotionless reply. Do you know how to reach the center of the maze? The center is the mouth, the large-mouthed flower proclaimed, exuding a sense of pride. Not your center. Angell internally scoffed. He resolved to inquire differently. How does one exit the underground? Engaging in dialogue with the large-mouthed flower required stripping away all embellishments, expressing only the simplest of meanings. Burrow out. The flower conveyed its message plainly, even shaking its roots to aid Angell's understanding. Almost forgetting, he reminded himself that this was indeed a plant. It merely needed to break through the soil. For instance, this flying largemouth flower was undoubtedly the leader of this corridor of largemouth flowers. Furthermore, the flower's mission here was to guard that wall. Yet, it seemed that the two head monsters were absent from this location. Angell observed that the light present here emanated from objects resembling fluorescent tubes overhead, illuminating the area as brightly as day. With a source of light now available, Angell naturally switched off his flashlight. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, the following moment brought a wave of despondency from the largemouth flower. But I must guard the wall. Angell grinned, after just a brief interaction. The flower had learned to tantalize him with its words. To prevent his savior from harm, Angell deemed it wise for the largemouth flower to remain in its position. With this thought, he waved goodbye and ventured forth alone. Those robust vines effortlessly shattered the stone walls of the maze. Had Angell been present, he would certainly have dismissed any thoughts of the flower's frail stature and limited combat ability. For even Sanders had been unable to breach the stone walls on either side of the maze. After the departure of the largemouth flower, in a small cavern, one of the head monsters, which Angell deemed incapable of besting the flower, took a deep breath and stealthily emerged. Upon seeing the corridor sealed by vines, a profound sense of dread and apprehension flickered in the monster's eyes. Chapter 96. The peculiar individual. After soaring through the air for approximately 10 minutes, Angell found himself at a fork in the road. Gazing at the three paths extending in different directions, he could not help but sigh deeply, pondering which route to take. What circumstances might unfold? Would there be any monsters? Angell was utterly oblivious, feeling like a blind man in broad daylight. Ultimately, it mattered little to him which path he chose. Without further deliberation, he arbitrarily selected one, marked his choice, and continued his flight. However, a sense of bewilderment lingered within Angell, for throughout his journey, nothing peculiar had transpired, and no monsters had appeared. According to Master Sanders, the labyrinthine sewers were not supposed to be this tranquil. He could only attribute it to luck, and besides, the absence of monsters provided him with a measure of relief. What he did not realize was that monsters were indeed present. Rather, he had unwittingly imbibed the essence of the great mouth flower, which exuded a scent that instilled terror in the subterranean denizens of the maze. Many low-level monsters, upon detecting this aroma, retreated in fear, thus allowing Angell to pass unhindered. Nevertheless, this scent was effective only against lesser creatures. Those of slightly higher rank would not be deterred merely by the fragrance of the great mouth flower. After nearly 3 hours of flight, Angell finally encountered his first monster. He cautiously peered around a corner into a grand hall. Within the labyrinth, not all paths were mere tunnels. There existed various other environments, such as halls, gardens, and sandy areas. Before him lay an immense underground chamber, adorned with opulence. The ceiling soared to a height of 12 or 13 meters, and the hall spanned roughly 30 meters in circumference. The floor was covered with a large carpet, replete with exotic patterns, and to the right of the hall, he could discern a hearth, tables, chairs, and bookshelves. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the colossal figure occupying the center of the hall. It was a robust blue giant, standing approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, clad in a leather skirt and adorned with a horned helmet. Its 3 eyes, 1 vertical and 2 on the cheeks, gleamed ominously, while its gaping maw revealed blood-stained, sharp teeth, creating a truly fearsome visage. At that moment, the blue giant was engaged in combat with a diminutive figure. From a distance of several dozen meters, Angell could not discern the identity of this smaller being. He could only make out a blurred silhouette that appeared to be either human or humanoid. The singular route Angell had discovered necessitated traversing this hall and exiting through a small door near the hearth. However, with a monster currently embroiled in battle within, he had no choice but to remain at a distance. The confrontation within the hall intensified. While the blue giant's physique was intimidating, its reaction and movement speed were lacking. It was being outmaneuvered by the smaller figure, which occasionally inflicted wounds with its weapon. Nevertheless, the blue giant possessed tremendous strength, even from dozens of meters away. Angell could feel the vibrations reverberating through the ground with each of its leaps. The blue giant was mocked for quite some time before suddenly letting out a long howl towards the sky. It then seized a massive boulder and hurled it towards the smaller figure. The trajectory of the stone was directed right at the entrance of the hall, where Angell, positioned at a distance, was unscathed. However, the smaller figure was struck by the flying debris, stumbling and eventually rebounding into a corner not far from Angell. It was at this moment that Angell finally discerned the appearance of the smaller individual. Compared to the green giant, this person was indeed diminutive. Yet his height still surpassed Angell's. He was a young man, drenched in blood, with frothy crimson spilling from his mouth, evidently gravely injured from the earlier attack. Blood obscured most of his face, but from the exposed features, Angell felt a strange sense of familiarity. With his gray-green short hair, prominent nose, and lean physique, Angell couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered him before. What puzzled Angell further was that the individual did not appear to be a monster, but rather a human. Though Angell was covertly appraising him, he did not conceal his aura, which was tainted by the terrifying essence of the Great Maw. This immediately caught the attention of the man before him. Who goes there? The cold, detached voice reached Angell's ears, startled by being discovered. Angell was taken aback to see the man brandishing a weapon and charging towards him. Without a second thought, Angell turned and soared into the sky. Disaster! In a panic, Angell propelled himself forward, narrowly evading the attack. Monster, meet your end. The young man with gray-green hair, having missed his strike, swung again. I'm not a monster. Please do not kill me, Angell exclaimed upon hearing the man's words. Yet, the man seemed oblivious, his assault unwavering and even intensifying, forcing Angell to dodge once more. Fortunately, having flown extensively, Angell had become adept at maneuvering in the air, far more agile than his adversary. Monster, you cannot escape. I shall strike you down. The indifferent voice echoed in Angell's ears. As he evaded, he mused inwardly. That voice sounds so familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have heard it. At that moment, the blue giant also approached, perplexed to discover another person in the air, and that the human it sought to kill was engaged in combat with him. The blue giant hefted the enormous stone pillar it wielded, preparing to throw it in their direction. Just then, it caught a whiff of a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from the other smaller figure. The moment the scent reached its nostrils, the blue giant's expression changed dramatically, its eyes widening in shock. Initially, Angell had hoped the blue giant and the man would engage in battle, providing him the opportunity to flee. But he was taken aback when the blue giant seemed to abandon that idea. Please do not follow me. I have already said, I am human, a human, not a monster, Angell cried out. However, the man continued his relentless assault, seemingly deaf to Angell's pleas. Frustrated, Angell spat a curse at the deaf fool and continued his desperate escape. Angell's speed in flight surpassed that of his adversary, yet in order to evade the oncoming assault, a certain degree of directional maneuvering was imperative. This, paradoxically, brought the two ever closer together. Engaged in a confrontation with the colossal blue giant, how had the focus suddenly shifted? With such grievous wounds, would he not seek vengeance? As Angell fled, he attempted to disrupt his opponent with words, but to no avail. The other remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, not even a flicker of his eyes. Angell speculated inwardly, perhaps he truly is deaf? At that moment, Angell made a turn, his gaze fixed on the sole direction available. And a sudden feeling of dread enveloped him. Before him loomed a wall, a dead end. Behind him was a madman, a deaf lunatic, and ahead lay an impassable barrier. Angell's complexion turned ashen. Was this to be his final hour? Not succumbing to the beasts, but rather to a lunatic?